The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I'm your host, Matt from the past. It is Tuesday, March the 25th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 31 AD, the first Easter, according to calendar maker Dionysius Ecodus. In 1436, Florence Cathedral de Santa Maria del Flora, consecrated by Pope Eugene IV, the largest dome in the world at the time, by Lipio Brunelleschi, with support from Cosimo de' Medici. Construction began in 1296. In 1807, British Parliament abolishes the slave trade throughout the British Empire, penalty of £120 per slave introduced for ship captains. In 1895, Italian troops invade Ethiopia. In 1960, first guided missile launched from a nuclear-powered submarine, USS Halibut. In 1954, RCA manufactures the first color TV set featuring a 12.5-inch screen and costs $1,000. Kind of makes the $300 I paid for my 50-inch 4K TVs seem like a bargain comparatively. In 1939, Billboard magazine introduces Hillbilly Country Music Chart. In 1934, First Augusta National Invitation Tournament Masters Golf. Horton Smith wins with 20-foot birdie putt at the 17th hole, one stroke ahead of Craig Wood. Born on this day, Blanche of Lancaster, A.J. P. Taylor, Jack Ruby, Jim Lovell, Gloria Steinem, Arturo Tomokachi, David Lean. If you haven't seen his movies, watch his movies, please. Watch them. Simone Signoret, Aline Ford, Sarah Jessica Parker, Casey Neesent, Bala Bartok, and Aretha Franklin, Elton John, Tom Glavine, Vladimir Kilshotko. Dying on this day, Frederick Mistral, Claude Debussy, Edna B. Wells, Mary Croft, Eddie Collins, Paseo of Saudi Arabia. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program transcribed and dedicated to the prevention of crime.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 167. Stand by to assist narcotics squad in apprehending dope ring. That is all. Norton. The entire world has become conscious of the dangers of narcotics. Dope. Most of the nations are banded together by treaties to assist each other in stamping out the evil. Each has specialists at work on the problem. In the United States, this campaign of prevention and suppression rests in the hands of the officers of the narcotic squads, federal, state, and municipal. It is highly specialized work and dangerous because the narcotic agent works best when he works alone, undercover. He must meet cunning with cunning and never, never drop his disguise, which as a rule is that of a dealer in drugs. For the peddler, especially the one who deals in large amounts, is cautious, oily, and ruthless. Such is the story you will hear. The Whistling Snowbird. Early in October 1936, deep in the interior of Los Angeles Oriental section, two unkempt men browse through the narrow alley-like streets. To the observer, they are just a part of the never-ending line of food-seeking scavengers whose hungry eyes seek for scraps of anything edible to stave off starvation. But under the filthy clothes, the matted beards, these two men are interested in a far greater reward than food. They are two alert, watchful narcotic squad workers, Lieutenants Wallace Breton and Raymond Clark, making careful notes as they go. A dope drive is underway.
You are wanting something?
Oh, just looking around, seeing the sights.
You are having money?
Maybe.
Better maybe you are leaving. My people not enjoying a sightseer.
Maybe you could tell us so we might find some fun. You know, a happy fun.
I'm not understanding. You leave now.
Oh, sure you understand. Fun.
Not understanding. So sorry.
All right, all right. the pencils, partner.
Oh, 5 cents.
No, not that kind. I mean your good ones.
Oh, 5 cents.
Look, see if you can savvy this. We want white pencils. Happy pencil, you understand?
Understanding, please, since 5 cents.
Okay, skip it.
Oh, yes, I skip it, please.
And the following morning in Captain Eddie Chitwood's office.
Hiya, boys.
No, morning, Eddie.
Hello, Eddie.
How's she going? Any results?
You tell him, Ray.
Okay. No results, no sale, nothing.
Those slant-eyed devils don't know what it means to talk. All they can say is, understanding, please. Oh, yes, understanding, please. Bunch of parrots.
You boys don't sound too happy about it.
Who would? After spending nights wandering around those joints only to hear the same thing every time we asked a question.
That's the one thing you just can't do to an Oriental, Ray. Ask questions. The minute you do, they forget how to speak English. And boy, I know.
Yeah, we know, too. The only trouble being the fact that we don't speak their language.
Yeah, I'll tell you what we better do, boys. It's to think there's a new shipment of morphine in town. From all I can gather, it's a big one. Enough to supply every addict in Southern California. And what's more, we've got to locate where it's being stored, who's peddling it, and who's behind the deal.
Aside from that, there's nothing to worry about, right?
That's right, Ray. Only don't sound so pessimistic about it. Now, I've got an idea.
Good. I'm glad somebody has an idea. I've run out of them at this point.
I doubt that, Wally. Never saw a time yet when you couldn't think something up when it was needed. However, this idea of mine can only be worked by one man.
How about my doing it, Eddie?
Hey, wait a minute. I'm no cripple.
No, take it easy. Haven't even told you what it's all about yet, and you're fighting about who's going to do it.
Well, sure, but if there's going to be any fun...
I'm going to do it alone.
I was afraid of that.
Yeah, this has got to be a one-man job. And here's the little man who's going to do it. I'm sorry, boys.
You mean we can't even get in on it?
I'll need you both a little later on, but in the beginning, you can just relax. Take it easy.
Well, suppose you give us a clue. You know, a vague idea of where to ship the body and all that.
Yeah, sure. I'll be glad to. Beginning tomorrow, Captain Eddie Chitwood is out of town. You know, gone, left, not here.
Yeah? I understand you're out of town.
Right. Only I'm not out of town. Also, starting tomorrow, my name is Eddie Spencer, and I don't like the police. And I'm a bigger and better morphine buyer from the East. You get it?
Vaguely. You're going in for a little private dope buying.
I hope. But since that so far, beyond those few little peddlers you boys have talked to, we haven't any idea who the top is. Now, this Eddie Spencer intends to spend enough time in the district to worm his way into the confidences. And eventually, I hope to meet the big boy himself.
Sounds pretty risky to me, Eddie. Suppose one of those boys you sent up a while back just happens to see you. Think how much it'd be worth to him to peddle that information to some of that ring. And if he did, where would you be?
Floating, face down in the Los Angeles River, most likely.
Exactly. Those boys don't fool around.
And neither do we, Ray. So tomorrow, I'm off. You two might sort of keep a check on me if you want to, just in case I need you, but don't tell anybody else where I am. This is one of those jobs where two's more than company. It's a crowd. And the following day, Chitwood carries out the first step in his dangerous plan. Becomes Eddie Spencer, big-time dope peddler in search of morphine. For several weeks, he frequents dingy Oriental dens, talking just enough to let anyone interested know that he's looking for a business deal, that he has plenty of money to play with. But as the days go by and no contact is made, his hopes begin to go down. Determined to stick with it as long as is humanly possible, he continues to make the rounds. And one night, in a small restaurant, as he sits alone, finishing a tasty dinner of fried rice and shrimp, a small, nervous-looking Oriental comes to his table, introduces himself.
You are Mr. Spencer, yes?
That's right.
Are you looking for something to buy?
Maybe.
That is good. If you would be interested, I might be able to help you.
How do I know you're on the up and up?
I will show you, if you are interested at all.
Well, I don't know anything about you, but I'll listen to your proposition. What's the deal?
We cannot talk here. You come with me to my friend.
Now, wait a minute. Listen. I don't like too many people in on my business. You can tell me enough to know whether or not I'm interested right here. In the first place, what can you supply me with?
Oh, not able to telling you. My friend, he knows.
No, I don't like it. You can take your choice now. Tell me what I want to know right now, or forget the whole thing.
You come with me. My friend...
I know, your friend will tell me, but that's out. I don't go anywhere with you until I get an answer.
if I were to tell you it is morphine, would you come to my friend?
Perhaps.
Then I say it is morphine. The very best. You come now?
Where is your friend's place?
You come with me. I shall.
Okay, I'll talk to your friend. Only I'm warning you, if this stuff isn't the best, no deal.
Oh, yes, very best of stuff. You come.
So Captain Chitwood, hoping that his diminutive guide will supply the first link in his long search, patiently follows through narrow alleys, his eyes constantly watching for some sign of danger. After a seemingly endless journey, the little Oriental stops before a rickety old building, motions for Chitwood to follow behind him, then opens a squeaking door, starts up a dark flight of stairs.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
What is this? I don't like the look of this place.
My friend is here. You come.
Well, all right, then. Go ahead.
Now. You come in, please. This, my friend, Nazaki.
All right.
You will sit down, yes?
It's all right, Misaki. You can tell me what I want to know standing up.
Nazaki,
Bagata.
Nazaki says all right.
Oh, that's fine. Now, how about it, Misaki?
You want morphine, yes?
That's right. If it's any good, I'll want plenty.
Oh, I have only a best.
I'll know more about that when I see it.
But having none right now.
What? Harvey, I thought you said...
Oh, no. Do not blame my friend Harvey. I will have more soon, but right now, having none.
Oh, that's too bad. I can't wait for a shipment to come in. I've got to have action right away. Come on, Harvey. Show me the way out of this place.
Oh, please, 1 minute. If you come with me, I know a friend who has some.
How do I know he won't pull the same thing as Harvey here?
You want morphine?
That's right.
You come with me to friend. He having it.
All right. I'll take your word for it, Misaki. Let's go.
Oh.
So once again, Chitwood makes a journey, this time led by Osabe's friend Nazaki. After several minutes of walking, they enter a small restaurant, seat themselves at a secluded table. Excusing himself, Nazaki leaves Chitwood alone for a few minutes, then returns with another Oriental. And after an exchange of brief formalities, the newcomer gets down to business.
My friend Zaki tells me you are wanting morphine. That is correct, Mr.
That is
Spencer?
entirely correct. I understand you can supply it.
I can.
Good. If it's any good, I'm ready to buy 5 pounds.
It is good, but 5 pounds.
What's the matter with that?
Only that I not have that much. So sorry, Mr. Spencer.
You can't get me 5 pounds?
Sorry, but I have idea how you can get that much.
Don't tell me you have a friend, too.
I have friends. There is chance they might help you.
All right. Where do we go to see these friends of yours?
I will take you to them. Only one thing, Mr. Spencer.
Yeah?
My friends, they are very particular. You will let them speak our business first. Understand?
Sure, that's all right with me.
That is good, then. We can go now?
Anytime you say. Sooner the better for me.
Then, if you will follow me, we go.
Again, Captain Chitwood finds himself in the role of follower. And again he makes a roundabout journey through the alleys of the district. But with each change of guide, his goal seems to come closer, and his hopes are of the highest when they finally enter another small restaurant on the other side of the district. Again seat themselves at a small table. A short time later, his latest guide introduces him to 3 educated-looking Orientals. This time, Chitwood feels he is at last on the right track. Hiding his impatience, he follows instructions. There's nothing of the business at hand, while Messrs. Okai, Shizu, and Nagai exchange polite generalizations with him.
You are familiar with our country, Mr. Spencer?
Yes, fairly. I've been to the Orient.
It is a lovely country.
You've been in America for some time, huh, Mr. Okai?
Oh, several years.
Your English is so good, I thought you must have lived here for a good many years.
Happy to hear you say that, Mr. Spencer. It's a compliment.
You are not drinking with us, Mr. Spencer. Why is that?
I never drink when I'm doing business.
Oh,
Then I will drink your glass.
Well, certainly. Just help yourself.
I think perhaps we should go somewhere else, eh? This place, it is tiresome.
Anything you say.
That is very good. I have a place in mind. Very nice place. We will go there?
Figuring O'Kai to be the leader, Chitwood plays his part to perfection. Not one word of business has been mentioned. At no time has O'Kai so much as hinted of the thoughts running behind his mask-like oriental face. And yet Chitwood realizes that this is the supreme test. An old hand at narcotic investigation and familiar to the ways of the Oriental, he knows just what he is being subjected to. At each place, he is being carefully studied by other members of the dope ring. As he sits in the latest one, an Oriental nightclub, his thoughts are not of the happiest. Should one person recognize him, the result would be more than unpleasant. He is in so deep, there can be no turning back now. So, surrounded by his three companions, he tries to appear unconcerned.
You see, Mr. Spencer, my people are rapidly acquiring the dance customs of your country. Music, dance, even the dress.
Yes, I noticed that. It's a surprising thing.
There are many surprising things to be found here.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Nagai. I can see that.
Things that would perhaps astound even one so used to excitement. The excitement of America, I mean, after you.
Yes, I have no doubt of that, Mr. Nagai. No doubt at all.
And after a few minutes in the nightclub, Nagai suggests another place. Accordingly, the four pay their bill and leave, moving to another club. And as they sit at their table, Chitwood suddenly looks up directly into the inquiring eyes of a small Oriental standing a few feet away. For an instant, the two stare at each other. Then the Oriental turns his head away, pays no more attention to him. And Chitwood, for the first time in a long minute, breathes again. The man is a peddler who only 10 years ago he had sent to San Quentin on a narcotic charge. Suddenly, a moment later, Nagai suggests they go outside. After again paying a small bill, they leave the noisy club, huddle in the quiet street in front. And to his surprise, Chitwood sees Shizu and O'Kai continue on down the street, leaving him alone with Nagai.
What's the idea, Nagai? Where are your friends off to?
I am telling them to go. We will talk our own, Mr. Spencer.
And I still don't get it.
Too many people in on a deal. No one can make any profit. We do business our own.
You've been a long time coming to the point, Nagai.
I've only taken the precaution necessary. Now I'm satisfied.
Good.
I'm informed you are wishing £5. That is right?
That's right.
Very well. Tomorrow night, you will meet me at my hotel. I will have what you desire with me. You will have a necessary amount of money, $5,000.
Well, I've got to test the stuff first, Nagai.
Oh, that will be satisfactory. When we meet, you may do so.
Okay, if it's good, I'll take the £5 tomorrow and sign a contract to buy more each month. Now then, where's your hotel?
I will show you now. That way will be no mistakes made tomorrow.
Good enough. Let's go.
Shown to a small hotel on East First Street, Chitwood asks the number of the room and is told he will be met in front. Time is set for 9 o'clock. After a brief goodbye, Chitwood covers his tracks carefully, then proceeds to headquarters, holds a conference with his assistants, Greeton and Clark.
Now, if our luck holds, we'll have Nagai cold turkey.
And if it doesn't hold, he'll have you cold copper.
That's right. Now, here's what I want you boys to do. Take this address on First Street and stake out there tomorrow evening. Keep out of sight and don't let anybody get suspicious of you. As soon as Nagai tells me the stuff, I'll call you, and then we can take him in.
Okay, Eddie, we'll be there.
And there's nothing to do now but just wait. I'm going back to my spot before someone gets word. See you tomorrow night at 9.
Acting upon Chitwood's instructions, Clark and Greeton stake out the hotel from a small alleyway directly across the street. For several hours, they wait in silence as the minutes tick by, bringing the appointed hour closer and closer. At 2 minutes after 9, Clark suddenly nudges Greeton
speaks in a low whisper. There's Eddie. Just drove up and parked over there.
Yeah, I see him.
Now all we gotta do is hold our fingers crossed and pray a little.
Already done that. Hey, look. Eddie's going into the hotel.
No, wait a minute. Look, that guy's stopping him. They're talking.
Yeah, so far, so good. Now, when they get inside, we better move in closer so we can hear if Eddie yells.
Yeah. What's it?
Something's up. They're heading back to Eddie's car.
I think something's going wrong with our plans. What do we do now?
If they drive off, we better beat it back to our car and see if we can pick up their trail.
Okay. Let's go. They're doing just that.
Rushing back to their car, Greeton and Clark drive round the block looking for Chitwood's car. But there's no sign of it. Accordingly, doing the only thing left to do, they start a wild drive through the narrow streets, hoping against hope that they will locate Chitwood in time to carry out their plans. And in another part of town, Chitwood obeys instructions as they are given him by Nagai, turning first right, then left, then right again, until all sense of direction is completely lost.
Running right out of this corner.
Right it is. I don't quite get the idea, Nagai. You said you lived in that hotel back there on First Street.
Oh, yes, sir. I said that.
But you don't. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That is right, Mr. Spencer.
Well, where are we going now?
You will see. On left here, please. It is my business to be very careful, not to take chances, Mr. Spencer.
Yeah, I agree with that, all right. Only this seems like a pretty long way to get anywhere.
You will drive in direction I give you, then we will talk.
Okay, Nagai, it's your deal.
You will stop in here.
Yeah? Okay.
Oh.
Hey, what the deuce? This is within a block of the place we started from.
This is our destination, however. And now, Mr. Spencer, come. We will go to my room.
Oh, wait a minute there. I've got an idea. Why don't you bring the stuff down here to the car? I can test it here, and if it's okay, I'll give you the money. I've got the money right here in this briefcase.
Oh, why should I doing that?
Well, it's only that I thought it might look funny, my going in this hotel with you.
It will not look funny. Many white people go in this hotel. We will going upstairs.
Oh, okay. What's the room number?
You will see when we get to it. Come, please.
His hopes of getting the room number and writing it on a matchbox drop for his assistants to find, blocked by the wise Nagai, Chitwood follows him through the lobby of one of the district's smartest hotels. Past the elevator, up a flight of stairs to the second floor. There, Nagai puts a finger to his lips, cautions Chitwood to silence.
It is best to be very quiet. My man is in the next room. He might hear us. And this is a deal between us, our own.
Okay, Nagai.
All right. Coming in the side. Now, please, if you will show me money.
Sure thing. There it is. $4,400. If the stuff's okay, I'll bring you the rest tomorrow.
Morphine is of very finest. My brother in Orient manufactures same. It's the very best.
All right, let's see it.
All right. It is here in this suitcase. This overcoat is very fine garment, Mr. Spencer. Most valuable. You see, from lining, I remove these little pockets. There is your morphine.
Let me have one of those packets.
Oh, yes, sir, certainly.
That's first grade, all right.
It is as I am telling you, very finest stuff.
All right, Nagai. Here's the money. You can have the briefcase as a gift from me.
Thank you, thank you. And here are rest of £5.
That's fine. Oh, by the way, Nagai, I forgot to show you something. Take a look at this.
What? Oh, I do not understand.
Oh, don't you? It's a police badge. It means that you're under arrest.
Arrest, sir? Oh, no. No, no. Drop those scissors. What are you doing? Oh, yes, you will. No, no. Get it, Take it away. No, no. No. Oh, you... Oh. Got to keep quiet. Oh, they'll have to use my gun on you. Oh, no. Not arresting you,
All right.
No, no.
You're in the spot. There's nothing you can do about it. Now, stay right here. While I load this morphine into your suitcase, then you can carry it. Help anchor you down.
But getting the now thoroughly frightened and desperate Magee down the stairs proves to be more of a job than Chitwood has bargained for. The little Oriental is determined to break away long enough to commit suicide and avoid the disgrace of arrest. And Chitwood has the task of carrying the briefcase full of money, keeping a firm grasp on Magee's arm, and holding his gun in readiness all at the same time. Twice on the way down, Magee breaks away, and Chitwood has to overpower him by force. But at last, after 3 stops, they reach the sidewalk. And now a new problem faces Chitwood. In groups, staring at the struggling Magee, several Orientals stand in a circle round him, hatred in their faces. Hatred for the white man who is mistreating one of their countrymen. At any moment, they threaten to turn on him and free Magee.
Tell your friends they better not start anything, Magee. There'll be trouble if they do.
Let them go, and they will not harm you.
Not a chance. I'll let loose with this gun first.
There are many of them, and only one of you.
Yes, if they close in on us, I'm going to let you have it. You understand?
That is of no importance to me now. They will make it very unpleasant for you afterwards. I warn you would be... Oh, what is that?
I think that's what I've been hoping would arrive, Magee.
Oh, looks like a young riot here, Eddie. Guess we found you just in time.
For once in your life, Ray, you've hit it right on the nose. Say, how'd you find me? Clark and I have been touring the city ever since you left that hotel on First Street. Just happened to see your car up the street a ways and this mob here. Figured it might be you. Oh, boy, am I glad to see you. Come on, hold this mob back a while I get our friend Magee in the car. And keep hold of that suitcase there. It's Mr. Magee's passport to jail.
Dope addicts who are happy because they're in possession of a store of their favorite narcotics, or because they know where their supply can be obtained without much trouble, are sure danger signs for police or federal narcotic bureaus. It means that somewhere in their strong barrier against the traffic is a leak, and that the deadly drugs can be obtained with comparative ease. And every ounce of narcotic means the making of more and more dangerous criminals. In the case you have just heard, the smuggling ring was smashed by the astute, fearless detective work of one narcotic bureau official who faced a show-up by the dope peddlers. The amount of narcotics recovered by the lone work of this officer was enough to poison a whole city full of people. Realize the dangers that threaten us and those we hold dear. Make this problem a personal one, and so understand its significance to us individually and as members of a civilized community threatened by this constant danger. The work of these officers proves that crime does not pay.
begins for the most incredible discovery of the 24th century.
This is a jigsaw puzzle whose pieces are scattered across the galaxy.
But the Federation's greatest empires will kill to possess it.
We will die together, brother.
Now, Picard risks his entire career to unravel its dangerous secret.
I will take the full responsibility.
Before this unknown power changes destiny forever. Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Away from the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Someone waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield. Produced and transcribed in New York City with John Scott Stoddard and his orchestra, Judd Collins of the Bears, and Bing's guests, Bob Hope, Arthur Godfrey, Perry Como, and the four singing Crosbys, Gary, Dennis, Philip, and Lindsay. And now here's another Crosby who sings a little, Mr. Bing Crosby.
Thank you, Ken. Oh, yeah, everybody's going to sing a little tonight. The last show of the season, you know.
Yeah, we finally made it.
Well, we have a long and stylish list of guest artists tonight, so the accent is definitely on music. We're going to sing some of the big tunes of the past year. The first of which, of course, is music, music, music. Gather around here, boys and girls. Get a little of that boogie piano working. I put another nickel in the Nickelodeon. All I wanted having you and music, music, music. I'd do anything for you, anything you want me to. All I want is kissing you and music, music, music. Closer, my dear, come closer. The nicest part of any melody. When you're dancing close to me, so put another nickel in the Nickelodeon. All I want is loving you and music, music, music. When you're dancing close to me, so put another nickel in the Nickelodeon. All I want is loving you and music, 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 music. Put another nickel in the nickel machine and give me music, music, music. You know, Ken, this being the last show of the season, I think we should definitely remind the folks, in case they don't already know, that every smoker can be his own cigarette expert.
Right, Bill. Well, folks, it's as easy as ABC. A,
you buy yourself a pack of these Chesterfields and you open the top all the way.
B, you smell the milder aroma that comes from that Chesterfield pack. No other cigarette has it. And lastly, C,
you light a Chesterfield and you enjoy this pack. Tobaccos that smell milder, they sure do smoke milder.
Yes, every man who grows tobacco knows that fact. Tobaccos that smell milder do smoke milder. Now, what goes into a cigarette is what you get out of it. Into every Chesterfield goes the right combination of the world's best mild, ripe tobaccos.
And out of every Chesterfield, you get a smoke that's cooler and better. Smoke that's much milder with no unpleasant aftertaste. So make our little mildness test for yourself.
Be your own cigarette expert.
Buy yourself Chesterfield today and enjoy more smoking pleasure than any other cigarette can give you. Chesterfield satisfied women and men. Chesterfield over and over again. Milder, much milder, all smokers agree. Always by Chesterfield ABC. One of the outstanding songs of the year, was Mule Train. Caught on so darn big, it certainly drove a lot of people right out of their American minds. However, for those of you who do like the colorful Western-type folk song, here's Mule Train, the final time, the final go-round, and the flippity clap. Terry Bodkin's at the whip. As a matter of fact, he's the only guy in the union who carries a card permitting him to play whip. Mule Train. Take a hold of Mule Train, lippity-clapping through the wind and rain. Loud and never stop, lippity-clap, lippity-clap, lippity-clippity, lippity-clippity, lippity-clapping along. Mule Train, oh, you laughing little ham or hurry. Mule Train, lippity-clapping along the mountain chain. Soon they're gonna reach the top. Lippity-clap, lippity-clap, lippity-clippity, lippity-clippity, lippity-clapping along. There's a bucket car tobacco for a miner in Corona, a guitar for a westerner way out in Arizona, a dress of calico for a gal in Kokomo. Get along, you, get along. Mule Train, oh, you no-count hag, take a hold of a hair off. Mule Train, lippity-clapping through the wind and the rain. They'll keep going till they drop. Lippity-clap, lippity-clap, lippity-clippity, lippity-clippity, lippity-clapping along. Mule Train, oh, but time, Jenny. Why, you bunch of ring-tail leathernecks, Another song that got a big going over this year was Dear Hearts and Gentle People. Now, we had a guest who did it a couple times during the season. I don't think we would have any trouble if we play our cards right in getting him to do it again. Come on, Gary, step up here and take over. I love those dear hearts and gentle people who live in my hometown, because those dear hearts and gentle people will never, ever let you down. They read the good book from Friday till Monday. That's how the weekend goes. I got a dream house I'll build there one day with picket fence and rambling road. I feel so welcome each time that I return, that my happy heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love the dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. There's a place I'd like to go, and it's up in Idaho, where your friendly neighbors smile and say hello. It's a pleasure and a treat to meander down a street. That's why I want the whole wide world to know. I love those dear hearts. I love those gentle people who live in my hometown, because those dear hearts and gentle people will never, ever let you down. They read the good book from Friday till Monday. That's how the weekend goes. A dreamy dream house I'll build there one day, with picket fence and rambling road. I feel so welcome each time that I everything. That my happy heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love the dear heart and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. Home, home, sweet home. Home, home, sweet home. Home, home, sweet home. Home, home, sweet home. That was okay, Gary. Thanks, Dad. Grab yourself a chair, son. Pull up something and sit down. Folks, as you know, the Disney picture Cinderella had a couple of big hits in it, real big tunes. One was Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, and A Dream is a Wish Your Heart Makes was the other one. Now, Mr. Perry Como of radio and television, the Chesterfield will move right in here. I think we should how about a little duet, Perry, on The Dream is a Wish Your Heart Makes? What do you say? Fine with me, Ben. Okay, you take the high notes, and I'll take the low notes. Let's go, John Scott. Thank you, Perry. Thanks a lot. Now we call upon Dennis and Philip Crosby. Now, boys, what do you lads have in mind?
Well, we had a rather ragged whistle on Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo.
Well, let's have it, huh? Let's have a song. You get over here, Phil. Get in. Get out. Bibbidi Bobbidi, Bibbidi Bobbidi, Bibbidi Bobbidi, Bibbidi Bobbidi. Saga-doola, Mitchigaboola, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. Put them together and what have you got? Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. Saga-doola, Mitchigaboola, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. Whether you magic, believe it or not, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. Saga-doola, Mitchigaboola-roo. But the thingamabob that does the job is Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. Saga-doola, Mitchigaboola, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. Put them together and what have you got? Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. Oh, Bobbidi. Oh, Bobbidi. Oh, Bobbidi. Saga-doola, Mitchigaboola, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. Oh, Bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Sagadoodle-oo, Mickey-gaboo-a-roo. What's the thingamabob that does the job is bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Sagadoodle, Mickey-gaboo-a, bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Put them together and what have you got? Bibbidi-bobbidi, 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 bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Thanks, boys. Very good, Denny and Phil. That's fine. Now, if you lads will make way, I'd like to have a word with the man who sells Chesterfields by the carton. Good old Arthur Godfrey. Hey, Art, your recording of Candy and Cake is still going fine, they tell me. Big thing, number one.
Hey, good.
Big record.
Hey, how about you and me singing Candy and Cake right now?
Fine, I'll do anything to be associated with a hit. This time.
Okay, you be Candy and I'll be Cake. That's good. Mr. Tyler, let's have it.
Oh, goodbye, your best man second. Sweetie pie, she's the best. Candy and Cake. Candy and Cake. My honey's as sweet a treat as eating candy and cake. Sugar and spice. Everything nice. And the kissing her once in the hair was sweet. Kissing her twice. I can be smart. And I can be wise. But oh, when she rolls her roly-poly jelly bean eyes, I shiver and shake. My heart is just breaks. If somebody loves to rob me of my candy and cake. Candy and cake. Everything's good. I can be smart. I can be wise. But oh, when she rolls her roly-poly jelly bean eyes, I shiver and shake. My heart is just breaks. If some other love should ever rob me, that would sure play hard with me. If some other love should rob me of my candy and cake. Thank you very much, Arthur. You must do this again sometime with ukuleles, huh? Now, folks, if my count is right, there's still another Crosby kicking around here that hasn't been heard from. That would be Master Lindsay. Len, what popular tune of the year do you want to drop in here, huh? What's your favorite?
Well, I kind of am such a good fellow. I thought I might sing Ragmap.
Well, you want to do Ragmap again? Well, okay. Get up here on your tiptoes and you got in there the microphone. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Want to really knock it? Go. Who wrote those words? Somerset Mom? No, that was fine, Len.
You're all right.
You sure did. You were big. Now, son, here, come here a minute and grab the end of this carpet. You're going to roll out the welcome mat for your Uncle Bob Hope. Bob, John Trotter here has a very nice arrangement as if I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. Just to show you that I'm your pal, I'm no piggy. I'm going to hog things around this strap. I'm going to let you sing it with me. That doesn't prove anything, but if I don't think you cut me into a song. This is my night. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. Bake the cake. Bake a big fat cake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do? 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 Had I dropped you a letter, would you hire the band? I got the greatest band in the whole darn land. Had I dropped you a letter, would you hire the band? And spread the welcome mat for me. Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Get a chair, fill your platter, and dig right in. If you knew I was coming, you'd have had a meal. Heaven's horse, mostly horse. Yeah, now. Knew I was coming, you'd have had a meal. How'd you do? How'd you do? How'd you do? We're waiting on you to come and eat a bake the cake. Bake the cake, bake the cake. We're waiting on you to come and eat a bake the cake. How'd you do? How'd you do? Had you got just a letter, we'd have hired a hall. A great big hall with a barn and all. Had you got just a letter, we'd have hired a hall. And spread the welcome mat for you. Spread the welcome mat for you. It's so darn good to see you, and I've planned a good long stay. If you'd only give me warning, I'd have hopped the train this morning and I'd have gone the other way. If you knew I was coming, you'd have cooked a goose. Cooked a who? A goose moose. If you knew I was coming, you'd have cooked a goose. How'd you do? 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 Never heard you in such wonderful voice, Rob. You're never better, or sort of. Folks, this is the last time I'll have a chance to talk to you about Chesterfield until next fall, but I'd just as soon if you didn't sit around until then waiting to make our mildness test. Why lose all those months of smoking pleasures? You've got the whole summer ahead of you, and for the best enjoyment, you ought to smoke a cigarette that's milder. Chesterfield. Me standing here telling you Chesterfield is milder isn't going to prove it to you. You're the only one who can prove it to your own satisfaction. So, Ken, for the last time this season, tell the good folks how they can prove Chesterfield is much milder.
Sure thing. Friends, all you have to do is this. You buy yourself a pack of Chesterfields and open the top all the way. Then you smell the milder aroma. You'll find it's milder than any other cigarette. Now for the rest of the test. Smoke that pack of Chesterfields thoughtfully. When you do, you'll know that Chesterfields are much milder. That's all there is to it. But if you make that simple test for mildness yourself, you'll always buy Chesterfield.
Thanks a lot, Ken. And thanks, too, folks. A great ballad by Mr. Victor Young and Mr. Ned Washington. My Foolish Heart. The night is like a lovely tune. Beware, my foolish heart. How white the ever-constant moon. Take care, my foolish heart. There's a line between love and fascination that's hard to see on an evening such as this. For they both give the very same sensation when you're lost in the magic of a kiss. Her lips are much too close to mine. Beware, my start. For this time it isn't fascination or a dream that'll fade and fall apart. It's love. This time it's love, my foolish heart. This time it's love, my foolish heart. Well, that does it for tonight. That's the finale for the season, too. My thanks to everybody who jumped in this evening to help on the Getaway Show. Hope to see you all next fall when we return right here for Chesterfield. The best cigarettes for you to smoke. Thanks very much.
The Bing Crosby Show is produced and transcribed in New York City by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next fall and hear Bing and his guests, whoever they may be.
Hey, Ken, don't forget me, radio's regular replacement. Now, this is Robert Q. Lewis, folks. You know, Ralph Flanagan, his wonderful band, and myself will bring you our exciting new show, Chesterfield's ABCs of Music, beginning next week at this very same time for Chesterfield, My Cigarette. Now, anything else, Kenny?
Chesterfield also brings you Arthur Godfrey Time 5 mornings a week. And on Saturday night, the Arthur Godfrey Digest, all over these same CBS stations.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Test drive the Mazda and discover the astonishing difference in Mazda's rotary engine world. Experience the future today at Jerry Freeman Mazda in Dallas.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to a world of terror. To those of you who have never experienced terror, it is but a word, quite meaningless, really, altogether without substance. But to those who have felt its icy touch, it has the same mind-shattering meaning it had for Jane Prentice when Iris Patterson told her...
You'll just have to pretend you know nothing about all this. Act like a bride.
Like a bride? No, I can't.
It's up to you. You're really in no danger at this point. You won't be till you sign the insurance application.
I won't sign it.
You'll have to, so you don't arouse his suspicions. Oh, and one thing more.
Yes?
Whatever you do, don't cross him. Do as he says, precisely as he says. Always. Or we may not be able to save you.
Our mystery drama, Journey into Terror, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Roy Thinnis and Lynn Loring. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Say, do you know what happens this time of year?
The swallows come back to Capistrano.
Nope.
The buzzards come back to Hinkley Ridge, Ohio.
No.
Bulldogs all over the world begin to shed.
Not even close.
Oh.
This, my friend, is the time of year when you can get a super little deal on the practical but elegant Buick Apollo. And just between you and me, it may very well be the best chance you'll ever have to buy a Buick.
I could have sworn this was Buzzard Day in Hinckley.
This can make your blood pressure go up. And Madame wish?
Oh, I'd like pate to start, I think.
Oui, Madame.
And vichyssoise.
Darling.
Chateaubriand, yes, and petit pois.
Darling.
Yes, dear.
I forgot my wallet.
What, again?
Oh, monsieur. Yes, your blood pressure can go up, but usually it will come back down again. If it doesn't, you may have hypertension. But hypertension can be controlled. Your Heart Association advises you to see your doctor regularly.
Gotcha.
Now that you got rid of the mosquito,
Darn mosquito really bit me.
here's how to get rid of the stinging pain and itch.
How?
With Campho-Phenique. That awful itch is caused by fluid mosquitoes inject under your skin. The penetrating action of Campho-Phenique gets to the cause to stop the itch. Protects against infection from scratching, too.
That Campho-Phenique really works.
Campho-Phenique relieves the sting and stops the itch instantly. Campho-Phenique.
We never know what the morrow may bring, do we? Indeed, what unexpected turn of fate may change our lives within the next hour. The truth is, we may well see but ignore telltale signs which warn us of danger ahead. And when the blow falls, wonder how in the world we could have failed to take heed. Jane Stoddard took no notice of the telltale signs and as a result faced death in a horrible form.
I certainly admire the way you're taking the sudden change in our honeymoon plans, Jane. You're a real sport.
Nonsense, Tom. Whither thou goest, I will go.
To Detroit instead of the Bahamas on your honeymoon?
It's not your fault your wealthy client lives here instead of Nassau.
Patient, Jane. Patient, not client.
A very handsome and talented one. Do you have patients all over the country?
All over the world.
You mean we're going to be traveling constantly?
Oh, no. My practice is mainly in New York, but now and again I'm called into consultation. We'll have fun, sweetheart. You'll see. And now I'd better get a move on, or my patient will find himself another doctor.
Will you be long?
No, a few hours. Why don't you get out of this hotel and do some shopping?
Maybe. But right now I think I'll just stretch out and rest a bit.
Good. Then you'll be in great shape for the theater tonight and some dancing later. See you in a few hours, sweetheart.
Darling.
Bye now.
Bye, dearest. Oh, dear. To think I could be sunning myself on Paradise Beach right this minute. Nice, hard bed. Oh, it feels good to stretch out. Turn on the radio. Get some music. Oh, that's nice.
We interrupt for a special bulletin. The body of a woman, a newly married bride, was found less than an hour ago in her palatial Shaker Heights home. According to the police, she had been tortured, then strangled with one of her own stockings. The coroner has established the time of death as having occurred about 48 hours ago.
Fine honeymoon. I'm in a hotel room listening to the latest murder report. Yes?
Mrs. Stoddard. Mrs. Thomas Stoddard?
Yes?
I'm calling from the lobby, Mrs. Stoddard. You don't know me, but my name is Iris Patterson. I know you're alone at the moment. I saw your husband leave the hotel just a few minutes ago.
What is it you want?
I want to come up and talk with you.
About what?
It's an urgent matter, Mrs. Stoddard. In fact, please don't be upset now. It's a matter of life and death.
Life and death? Whose?
Yours, I'm afraid.
Come in, Miss Patterson.
Yes, but Iris will do. My credentials.
New York City Police. Special Branch Detective Division. You're a detective?
Yes.
Well, what in the world do you want with me?
Mrs. Stoddard, what I'm about to tell you is going to shock you. But please keep in mind that, at the moment at least, you're in no danger.
Danger? At the moment? What are you talking about?
Let me explain. About an hour ago, the body of a young woman, a bride, was found in her home in Shaker Heights.
I just heard the bulletin on the radio.
Did you?
What has that murder got to do with me?
She was murdered by your husband. Here, please, let me.
No, I'm all right.
I thought for a moment you were going to faint.
So did I, frankly, but I'm all right. Surely you've made some sort of mistake.
No, I'm afraid not.
But you must have. Tom, my husband can't possibly be a murderer. No matter what you say, I can't and I won't believe it.
I don't blame you for feeling as you do, of course, but perhaps you'll believe me if I tell you a few things about yourself that will surprise you.
Such as what?
Your first meeting with Tom Stoddard was accidental, or rather appeared accidental.
What? Why, yes. I mean, it was. It was in New York City. It was raining. We both hailed the same cab at the same time.
And at his suggestion, you shared it.
Yes.
It happened roughly 10 days, 2 weeks ago.
Yes, but how do you know?
It's his M.O., his modus operandi, the way he operates. Now, I'm quite sure, for example, that you have no family to speak of, no mother, father, they're dead, no brothers and sisters.
That's true.
And few close friends. You lived alone. No roommate.
You're absolutely right, but I still
don't... His victims are always young women who are alone in the world. You see, this helps to make them easy prey. I mean, they're lonely, they yearn for companionship, and are perfect setups for a whirlwind courtship. He swept you off your feet, of course.
Oh, he did. Flowers, candy, dinner dates, theater. It was... I was ecstatic, but... No, you can't be right. You have made a mistake. A terrible mistake.
Mrs. Stoddard, Jane, if I may.
Yes.
We have made no mistake. For example, what about the insurance policy?
What insurance policy?
Hasn't he mentioned insurance to you?
No.
He will. Hasn't gotten around to it yet, that's all, but sooner or later, probably sooner, he's going to want you to take out an insurance policy for a large sum, naming him beneficiary.
It's unbelievable, incredible.
It is true, nevertheless.
If Tom is a murderer, if he did kill that bride in Shaker Heights...
And a few others.
Then why don't you simply arrest him?
Because we don't have enough evidence. He's extremely clever. And so far, we've been totally unable to nail him with the goods. That, Jane, is where you come in.
What do you mean?
We want you to help us nail him with the goods.
Me?
You could be. The chances you are his next victim. Now, if you consent to work with us, follow our instructions, we can set a trap for him.
With me as the bait?
Yes.
No. I couldn't do that. I haven't the nerve for anything like that.
I think you have. And just remember, you're in no danger at the moment. You won't be until you sign your name to an insurance policy.
But, look, wait a minute. There's one thing I don't understand.
What?
Tom wasn't married to that young bride in Shaker Heights, was he?
No.
Well?
He marries his brides for money. Kills others for killing.
Oh, good Lord.
Well, if you'll help us, just work along with us, follow our instructions, you will have a better chance of saving yourself than if you don't.
What do you want me to do?
For the time being, nothing. Except to, well, just act like a bride. In other words, do nothing to arouse his suspicions.
I can't do it. I just can't.
It's up to you, Jane. Of course. Now, if you feel you can't, well, you can't. But as I said, you're in no real danger now, and you won't be Until he brings up that little matter of insurance. Jane, you can do it. You must.
All right.
Good girl. Now, one thing more.
Yes?
He doesn't remain long in one place. He kills and runs, you might say. Now, he'll probably suggest leaving Detroit and going somewhere else. If he does, and we're positive he will, go along with him. Don't cross him. Don't ever cross him. One false move could mean sudden death, Jane. Sudden and agonizing death.
I thought the third act was a riot, didn't you, Jane?
Yes. Yes, it was, Tom.
I noticed you didn't laugh much, though.
Of course I did.
It seemed to me the only times you laughed were when you caught me watching you. To tell you the truth, honey, you've been kind of depressed all evening and trying awfully hard to act as if you weren't.
Well, to be honest, Tom, I'm just not feeling well.
Well, maybe you are yearning for Nassau and the Bahamas. Wishing you were there instead of here.
I'm with you, Tom, and that's all that matters.
Sure?
Couldn't be surer. And anyhow, I like Detroit. I'm enjoying myself.
I'm sorry to hear about that.
Why?
Oh, we're leaving for Los Angeles in the morning.
Oh?
Well, what do you mean, oh?
Just, oh. Tom, why are we going to Los Angeles? Another patient?
No, I had a call from Greg Benson, a colleague, a friend of mine. He's managing the National Conference for Psychiatrists in Los Angeles. Our head speaker was taken ill, and he can't appear tomorrow evening, and Greg asked if I'd fill in.
Oh, well, that's fine, just fine.
You're not upset?
I said it before, and I'll say it again. Whither thou goest, there go I.
And what say we head for bed?
Bed?
Yeah, bed. You know, that thing you lie on, close your eyes, and go to sleep?
I'm not really sleepy. If I go to bed now, I'll just toss and turn all night long.
Okay, then. Suppose we sit and talk about our future together.
What's to talk about?
Redecorating our new apartment. You said you wanted to. How much money you'll need for the household expenses. Oh, and insurance.
Insurance?
Naturally, I'm going to make you beneficiary of all my life policies. In fact, that's already in the works. Ed Kearns, my agent, is handling it. And he suggested, and I agree, that we ought to take her, a policy in your name, making me beneficiary. $100,000.
Seems a lot of money.
Well, I suppose it is. But let's say you're worth it. I mean, what is it?
What?
You went white as a ghost. Say, you are off your feed. Come on over here. Let me put my arms around you and hold you. Yeah, that's better, isn't it?
Yes.
Happy?
Yes.
You'd better be. Because you're in real trouble if you're not.
Trouble?
Sure. Happy or not, you're stuck with me. Till death do us part.
It would appear that Tom Stoddard is not only a murderer, but a murderer with a sardonic sense of humor. The full import of those words from the marriage ceremony, the import of Tom's use of them, is by no means lost on Jane. And for the first time in her young life, terror becomes more than a word. It becomes an actuality. I'll be back shortly with Act Two.
Some beer drinkers have funny ideas about beer. They think beer improves with age, like wine. Well, find a brewmaster, though. You'll find a beer drinker who knows better. The Budweiser brewmaster says it all depends on how beer is aged. Just letting beer sit in lagering tanks makes it older, not necessarily better. That even goes for keeping a case around the house for a couple of months. But there is one kind of aging that's good for beer. The Budweiser kind. Beechwood aging. In this kind of aging, something happens. It lets all the flavor of the choicest hops and best barley malt that go into Budweiser get through to you. Sure, it takes more time and trouble to brew Budweiser that way, but brewing beer right does make a difference. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Just because you feel scorched by hot summer weather, there's no reason why you should have to walk around looking scorched. But a lot of irons that are good at removing wrinkles also do a good job of tattooing your clothes with brown spots. Frank Lieber here for True Value Hardware Stores, who have something to make burning and scorching a thing of the past. The new Scorch Spray Steam and Dry Iron by Hamilton Beach. It has a unique Fibber that signals you when the iron has reached the correct temperature for any fabric, so it can't scorch or burn. It sprinkles on any setting, so you can remove those deep-down wrinkles easily. And it's self-cleaning. Cleans itself through the back and not the vents, so you won't end up with dirt, lint, or chemical deposits on the sole plate. Take the worry and guesswork out of ironing. Get the Hamilton Beach No Scorch Spray Steam and Dry Iron. It's just $9.99 at the True Value Hardware Store nearest your home.
Young and pretty Jane Stoddard has taken the first steps on a journey of terror as she realizes she has married a murderer, a man who tortures and strangles brides for money and for thrills. Detective Iris Patterson of the New York Police Department has warned Jane that Tom Stoddard kills and runs. And now, as Jane finds herself with him in a Los Angeles hotel suite...
So, once again, my darling, I'm off. Fine honeymoon I'm giving you.
Where's the conference being held, Tom?
Belmonte Hotel. Why?
I just wondered. You didn't say, and if I wanted to get hold of you for any reason.
Don't.
Don't?
Don't even want to get a hold of me. I'm going to be up to my ears in work.
Oh. Well, all right.
I'll see you later.
Belmonte Hotel? I wonder if you would tell me, please, in what room the National Conference of Psychiatrists is being held. What? Would you repeat that? There is no Conference of Psychiatrists being held at the Belmonte? Yes. Thank you. That's what I thought you said. Oh, Jane, girl, police or no police, you're getting out of this hotel and out of Tom Stoddard's life right now. Yes?
Jane. Iris. Detective Iris Patterson?
Yes?
Jane, I'd like you to get a taxi and meet me at the Santa Monica Pier.
Santa Monica Pier?
We think Stoddard may be getting suspicious. I've got to talk to you, and I'd like to do it where there's no chance of his discovering us. So if you could meet me...
Iris, I'm sorry, but I'm not meeting you at Santa Monica Pier or anywhere else.
That means you've changed your mind.
I was packing when you phoned. I'm getting out of here.
And going where?
Back to New York.
Don't do that, Jane.
Why not?
Because he'll follow you. Wherever you go, from here on, he's going to follow you because... Listen, Jane, there's a lot you don't understand, and I ought to explain. You can't run away from Stoddard. If you try, you'll be sealing your own death warrant. Jane, please, for your own safety, meet me at Santa Monica Pier. If you still want out after that, okay.
All right. I'll meet you. When?
Half an hour. I'll be watching for you.
Keep the change, driver.
Jane! Jane, over here! Here, Jane!
Hello, Iris.
Oh, we're safe enough here, I think. Would you like something to drink, to eat?
Iris, I've been followed. Someone has been shadowing me since I left the hotel.
Of course.
That man in the car over there... What do you mean, of course?
You're under strict guard. The man in that car is a Los Angeles detective.
Oh, I'd forgotten I was being held under surveillance.
Oh, well, you feel safer.
Much.
You're half an hour late, though. What happened?
Iris, I'm sorry, but... Well, you won't believe this. I couldn't find the pantyhose that go with this dress. I hunted high and low, and What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing.
Iris, there is something. The second I mentioned pantyhose, you got a funny look on your face.
Okay. I wanted to keep it from you. No sense alarming you unnecessarily. Jane, there's been another murder. Here in L.A. A bride strangled with a pair of pantyhose after being tortured.
No. Iris, that does it. I'm getting as far from Tom Stoddard as I can.
Jane, another girl who married Tom Stoddard became afraid of him, left him, and tried to hide from him, and... Well, it took him 2 years to find her and kill her. But he found her and he killed her.
No!
The simple truth is your safety lies in our arresting Stoddard with enough evidence to put him behind bars for life. Now tell me, Jane, has he mentioned that insurance policy yet?
Yes. Last night in Detroit. He wants to take out a $100,000 policy on my life with him as beneficiary.
You didn't sign anything, an application for the insurance?
No.
Well, then you have nothing to worry about. Until he asks to sign, you're relatively safe.
Relatively?
Don't worry. Safe enough.
Iris, what did you want to talk about?
Well, the next step is getting started with the goods. By this time tomorrow, unless we miss our guests, you'll be in Miami, Florida.
What?
Where... Now, look, I'm going to lay this on the line, Jane, and I want you to understand clearly what you're in for. Where we want to catch Stoddard in the act.
The act of murder?
Of murdering you. To be precise, the act of attempting to murder you. He won't succeed, of course, because you'll be surrounded by police.
Of course.
I mean it. Now, the reason we feel sure he'll be heading for Miami, probably tomorrow, is because that's where the original murder took place.
The original murder?
Yes, here's the story. You see, nearly 5 years ago, Stoddard fell in love with a gorgeous... well, sex pot, madly in love. They met and they married in Detroit, came here to L.A. on their honeymoon, and then went on to a beach cottage a few miles north of Miami Beach.
Why did he murder her?
All right, I'm coming to that. Stoddard had to be away for 24 hours or so on business, and he left his bride in the cottage. But then he changed his plans, you see, unexpectedly, and came back to find her with another man. He killed the man first. And he spent hours torturing his bride before he killed her.
I don't get this. If he killed this woman in Miami, and you know he did, how come he's still free? How come he's not in prison?
He was, for more than 3 years. He got off with a reduced sentence on a plea of temporary insanity.
I see.
Only as we see it, and have every reason to believe, he's still insane.
You really mean it when you say if I try to go somewhere he can't find me, he'd still find me?
He'd still hound you until he does find you, yes.
Then I have no choice, have I?
I don't think so.
All right, Iris. I'll go along. What else can I do?
Honey, I'm back.
Coming. I was just fixing my hair.
Oh, now you can fix me up with a welcome home kiss. Well, what'd you do with yourself while I was at the conference today?
Oh, this and that. I went for a walk, some shopping, sat by the pool.
Didn't swim?
Too chilly. Tom, how did things go at the conference?
Oh, fine. Just fine. Don't you believe me?
Of course.
What a funny look.
Funny look? No funny look.
Oh, yes. You looked, I don't know, funny.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, to be plain about it, honey, I kind of get the feeling you don't trust me or something.
Tom, you're being perfectly ridiculous.
No, I don't think so, Jane. Either you're hiding something from me or you're very upset about something. Now, which is it? Come on, what is it?
Nothing. Honestly, Tom, nothing.
Jane, there is something. Now, what is it? Let's have it.
Tom, really.
Jane, I'm no fool. I know when something's wrong, and something is wrong. Now, what is it? You what?
I did want to get in touch with you today. I felt just so awfully lonely, Tom, and I phoned you at the Belmonte Hotel.
What'd you phone me there for?
To get in touch with you. What else?
I wasn't there. What would I have been doing there?
You said you were going to the National Conference of Psychiatrists, didn't you?
I did.
And you said it was being held at the Belmonte, didn't you?
No, I didn't. Now, how could I when it was being held at the Beverly Towers?
You said the Belmonte.
I said the Beverly Towers. Did you try there?
Of course not.
No, of course not. Well, why should you if you misunderstood what I said this morning? You know what? I think you're fed up with this whole so-called honeymoon, which so far hasn't been any kind of a honeymoon at all.
No,
Yes, I think so. Now I've got another surprise for you, and this time a pleasant one. You want to hear it?
Of course.
Well, for the next week, or the next 3 or 4 days anyhow, I'm declaring a holiday. A patient of mine owns one of the prettiest beach houses you've ever seen, and he's offered it to me any time I want it. Well, he isn't there, of course. And he isn't. And that's where I'm taking you tomorrow, for the duration of our honeymoon.
Where is it?
It's just north of Miami Beach. And this time tomorrow, you're going to be there.
Oh, we haven't been here even a full day. And I've never seen Los Angeles before.
We'll come back another time.
But we're here now. Oh, Tom, there's so many things I want to do. Visit the movie studios, Disneyland. We could run down to Capistrano.
Jane, please. I don't want to argue about this. I mean, frankly, I don't understand your attitude. Here, finally, I can take you to a really beautiful honeymoon spot, and you don't want to go. I don't get it.
It's just that... It doesn't matter. We'll go.
Of course we will. Unless... You haven't some other reason for not wanting to go, have you?
Other reason?
Other than wanting to stay in Los Angeles.
Why, no. What other reason could I have?
That's what I asked you. There's nothing wrong, is there?
No, Tom, of course not.
You sure?
Tom, you're hurting my arm.
Well, I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. I wouldn't hurt you for the world. Kill you, maybe, but not hurt you.
Kill me?
Oscar Wilde, I think, said, each man kills the thing he loves. And if that's so, considering how much I love you, sweetheart, you haven't long to live.
So Jane Stoddard moves along, step by step, on her journey into terror. And obviously the end of that journey will be the beach house just outside Miami Beach, Florida. Trapped, caught, and helpless in a web of circumstances beyond her control, Jane has no choice but to continue the journey to certain death. I'll return shortly with Act 3.
Excuse me, sir, but do you know what happens this time of year?
Right on, pal. I happen to know that right about now a freak blizzard falls on Dumont, New Jersey, and they're snowed in for the rest of the summer. Happens every year.
Nope. You see, what happens this time of year is that you can get a particularly good deal on what is perhaps the most luxurious mid-size car on the market, the mid-size Buick Century Regal.
Well, what good's a car when you're hopelessly snowed in?
Well, that's a point.
Spruce and maple trees give us the violin. And if we don't stop burning them down, we'll have a little less music.
Sometimes a gentle rain in one place adds up to a raging torrent in another. A torrent that can uproot lives as well as trees.
essence of beauty, breath of immortality, man's cherished treasures. Magnificent Oriental treasures await your viewing at the Haiku Gallery, number 175 in the Quadrangle.
A beautiful difference, the portrait of one of a kind. Just like you, just like you, just like you.
What do you tell a husband who comes home and says, I just don't know about a vacation this year? Well, you tell him about Ramada Inn's family plan, where your kids 18 and under share your room free. And you tell him about the toll-free Ramada Inn's reservation number, 800-228-2828. At least that's what I tell him.
At Ramada Inns, you're always welcome home.
How strange, how inexplicable are the workings of fate. How curious, too, that the fearful things that happen to others we never consider may happen to us. Could we, any of us, ever find ourselves married to a murderer, as Jane finds herself married to Tom Stoddard? Seems hardly likely. Might we one day realize we are headed for sudden death and powerless to prevent the inevitable? Scarcely possible. Well, Jane once thought so too, if she thought about it at all. But now, with a murderous husband at her side, she flies toward Miami Beach, Florida, and death.
Jane? Sweetheart, what is it?
What, Tom? I don't...
You seem so tense.
No, nervous maybe. Flying always scares me a little.
Well, soon landing in Miami, so relax.
I'll try.
Oh, Kearns, my insurance man, sent me that application in L.A. I got it right here.
Application?
You know, the insurance policy I'm taking out on your life. Now, here's a pen. You can sign it now. And I'll shoot it back to Kearns from Miami Beach. Well, sign it, honey.
Yes, of course.
Good. That takes care of that. Oh, mind if I settle back and catch 40 winks?
Of course not. I'm going up to the ladies' room.
Okay.
Iris.
Dave, you mustn't see you talking to me.
He's taking a nap. I saw you come on board. Iris, I just signed for that insurance policy. $100,000 and naming him as beneficiary.
Did you have to?
No choice.
That's too bad. I hoped he'd hold off on that till I got things squared away with the Miami police.
I signed my own death warrant, you say?
No. It's not as bad as that. Now, the second we land, you'll be under close surveillance, and so will he. Follow instructions, and you won't have a thing to worry about.
I wish I could be as sure of that as you seem to be.
You can be. Just trust me. Now, go back to your seat before he wakes up. The last thing we want is for him to see us together. Jane?
I can hardly bear to sit next to him.
Hang on to your nerve, Jane. We're close to the end now.
I just hope it's not the end for me.
Well, what did I tell you? Beautiful, isn't it?
Yes, only it does seem rather isolated, Tom.
It is. That's one of the things that make it perfect for a honeymoon. That and the beach and the water out there. What more could a bride want? Except, of course, her husband.
Tom, please.
Jane, what?
I'm just not in the mood at the moment, that's all.
Well, I was feeling guilty about going off in the boat to fish for a few hours. But since you obviously don't love me anymore...
Of course I love you.
Of course you do. And I can't blame you for being a bit out of sorts. All this traveling. I've hardly given you a chance to settle down. Well, okay. I'm off to do some fishing. You can be alone for a few hours. Give you a chance to relax. Let's have a kiss for good luck. Okay, be back for dinner. Fish dinner, I hope.
Jane? Oh, Iris. thank heaven you're here. Tom's gone fishing.
Yes, we know. We watched him leave in the boat half an hour ago.
We?
Myself and 2 detectives assigned to the case. Now, look, Jane. I've got something to tell you you're not going to like. Just try to keep calm, will you?
Yes.
All right, here it is. We're quite sure, Detectives Allen and Barney and I, that Stoddard will attempt to kill you tonight.
Why tonight?
It's the anniversary of the night he murdered his first wife and her lover in this cottage.
No.
Don't look so frightened, Jane. In a way, you ought to feel relieved. After tonight, it'll all be over.
For me, maybe.
Not a chance. I said we're sure he'll attempt to murder you, but we're also sure he'll fail.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, well, we just are.
You're evading me, Iris. What makes you sure?
I didn't want to make things harder for you, Jane, but, well, there's the torture.
Torture?
Yes.
Are you telling me you're going to let him torture me before you move in?
I'm not telling you anything of the sort. What I'm saying is that we've got to let him make the first move. We've got to have the evidence to convict him. And that brings me to the next step.
Yes?
Now, we're going to have to bug this cottage. Set up a tape recorder with concealed microphones in each room.
Why?
Because once he has you, that is, once he thinks he has you where he wants you...
No, I can't go through with this.
Jane, you can. Now, please trust me. As I say, once he thinks he's got you where he wants you, he'll do a lot of talking. He'll get pleasure out of telling you who he really is and how he tricked you into marrying him and what he intends to do before he murders you. Now, Detectives Allen and Barney and myself will be here in the house recording every word. And Jane, dear, I give you my solemn word. Once we have the evidence, we'll move in on him so fast he won't have a chance to lay a finger on you.
I hope you're right.
Now, one more thing before I go. Here's a sleeping powder. You always have cocktails before dinner. Now, slip this powder into his cocktail tonight.
Put him to sleep? What on earth for?
So we can bug the place. He'll only sleep for an hour or so. It's a light dose.
But he's out fishing. Can't you do what you have to do now?
No, it's too risky. Everything has to be concealed carefully. And we can't chance him coming back unexpectedly.
Home as a sailor, home from the sea, without a single fish to show for it.
Oh, Tom, no luck?
Oh, lots of it. All bad. But you should have seen the one that got away. Well, at least I can drown my sorrow in a couple of dry martinis. You?
Yes, I'll mix them.
No, I'll do it.
You relax now. I've been doing it all afternoon. I may not be much of a cook, as I'm afraid you're going to discover at dinner, but I do know how to mix a dry martini.
Well, a dinner is only a dinner, but a good dry martini is a drink.
Whatever that means.
Well, it must mean something. I'll think about it. Well, what'll we do tonight after dinner? Get a drive to Miami Beach?
Why don't we just stay here?
Well, that's okay with you.
Perfectly. It's going to be a full moon. We can sit on the beach and watch it come up over the horizon.
A perfect moon for a perfect honeymoon.
Here.
Thank you. Looks good. Tastes good, too. You make a fine dry martini.
Thank you, sir.
Let's have these out on the porch so we can watch the sunset. Huh?
Good idea.
Oh, this deck chair feels good. I'm more worn out from fishing than I thought.
You've had a lot of air and sun.
That sun was hot and bright. Even with sunglasses, the glare was hard in my eyes. Yeah. You didn't put anything in this martini, did you?
No.
I feel sleepy. So suddenly.
As you said, the glare of the sun on the water.
Worse than I thought. Oh, boy. I just can't keep my eyes open. Can't stay awake. Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't mind me. Close your eyes. Rest them.
Yes. I never felt so asleep. What was that?
Nothing. The glass slipped from your fingers. Don't worry about it. I'll clean it up. You sleep. Tom? Tom? Good. Iris! Iris! Here! He's asleep.
Fine, Jane. That's just fine. You handled everything exactly as I wanted you to.
All right, now what?
Let's go in, so I can decide where to place the mics and the tape recorder.
You didn't bring them with you.
What?
The microphones and all that.
No.
Those detectives will bring it.
No.
Well, if you haven't got it and they're not bringing it... Glass doors, why are you locking them?
They have to be.
Whatever for?
Because that's the way it was. These glass doors were locked when I came back that night.
What?
Came back unexpectedly and found Jim with her.
Iris, what are you saying?
I told you. That day on Santa Monica Pier, I was supposed to be away for a day or so, but then changed my mind and came back that night and found them together. In bed together. I killed him, but I tortured her.
Iris!
Put her through the hell I would go through later, thanks to her.
You?
Yes. And now you. You'll go through the tortures of the damned. Like the bride in Detroit, in Los Angeles, and finally here.
You tricked me from the first.
I tricked you. Why, you little naive fool. It was no trick at all. My only problem was that husband of yours asleep out there. Trying, always trying to be one jump ahead of me. And sooner or later he'd have succeeded.
Tom was after you?
Has been. Since I escaped from the asylum.
No.
You don't know who your husband is? Well, of course you wouldn't. You hardly know him at all. He's not just a psychiatrist, my dear. He's a psychiatrist with the New York Police Department. Oh, poor fellow. I escaped on the very day he married you. The police needed him. They needed him badly to figure out where I'd go, what I'd do, and he did figure it out. Only he was always just one step behind me, not one step ahead.
This makes no sense. The day I met you on the Santa Monica Pier, I was followed. I was. The man in the car following me, you said he was a detective working with you.
With your husband, silly.
No.
Not me. Yes, you were being guarded, tailed every way you went. But not by me, by your husband.
Why didn't they catch you? You and I sat there on the pier. That man in the car
couldn't do a thing without endangering your life because I had this. And could have plunged it into you the minute he made a move.
A knife.
Long enough to reach your heart. Sharp enough to do to you what I did to her.
No.
Before I strangled her. Slowly strangled her.
No. Oh, please.
Stand still. Now, don't back away. Yeah, that's all right. Move back. Just keep moving back into that corner where I can get at you with this knife. Where I can start working on you. A little cut here, a nick there, a stab in just the right place. Making it last. The torture. Making it last as long as...
Don't move! Iris, don't move! Just don't move. Now drop the knife.
Oh, Tom, I put a sleeping powder in your drink.
A drink I threw away when I said I'd join you on the porch. Yes, Iris, I have been one step behind you. But this time, thank God, I've been one step ahead of you.
I seem to remember saying that our lives are fraught with the unexpected. Also seems to me that, wrong as I can be at times, this time I was right. Glad I was. Jane Stoddard was only a pawn in the game the fates play. But thank heaven, she remains a living pawn. I'll return in a moment.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? Your Better Business Bureau knows.
What with all this oil shortage and all, Mrs. and I are talking about having our furnace checked out. I wonder what we should do.
I can give you some advice about what to do.
Yeah? Who are you?
I'm the man from your Better Business Bureau. Now, it may be true that your furnace is in need of repair or even replacement, but don't be rushed into such a decision. Shop around. Get 2 or 3 estimates. Don't sign any contract until you have read and understood it thoroughly. And if the installation requires alterations to your home, be sure a permit has been obtained if required. And don't sign a completion certificate until that work has been satisfactorily completed. Just another tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Once upon a time, there came to pass a new law, and great changes came over the people. They were happy and busied themselves at work they enjoyed. They were kind to the earth, and it gave back to them. No one had to lock doors or put fences around their land. Everyone had enough to eat. The sick and the aged were cared for. The people stood proud and tall.
In the land of make-believe, there were no poor. The Campaign for Human Development is working to make the same thing happen in our real world.
Campaign for Human Development, United States Catholic Conference.
Iris is once again safe behind institutional walls. You'll be happy to know. As for Jane and Tom Stoddard, they're on a second honeymoon. Or maybe I ought to say the first. The other one doesn't count. Our cast included Lynn Loring, Roy Finnis, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
But I'm not with the police, I swear it.
Why all the questions, huh? Why all the nosing around?
Ow, you're hurting me.
Take it easy. I don't want no trouble in here.
Hey, something. She's got to be. Bess told her I do business in your place, and now she shows up here the next morning. Don't that sound fishy to you?
Well, it's funny.
Come on, baby, Jim.
Jimmy, don't. I was just the statue. Oh, I just wanted the statue.
The what?
I just used this thing.
What's the statue got to do with... Wait a minute. Wait. You're right, Wormer. She's not a cop. Yeah, she's been acting like a cop, but that's not what she is.
Please. Oh, please let me go. I didn't mean any harm. Please let me go.
No,
Please.
Sugar, you're not a cop at all. What you are is a nun.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
We have a telephone call to a lady in Vermont.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Faga.
Yes, it is.
My name's Jim Ladd, and I'm calling up people who own Honda Civics.
Oh, yes, I was on the beach. It came running.
I didn't know they had beaches in Vermont.
Oh, I have a beautiful right on Lake Champlain.
Can the Honda Civic see the lake right now?
Yes, it can. We really enjoy the car. We love it, really.
Do you really?
We're still getting about 32 miles to the gallon.
So you've got the 4-speed.
And we've got the 4 kids. They all really enjoy it. Everybody does.
Mrs. Faga, stardom is yours if you can sing the Honda Civic jingle.
Oh, boy. I'm trying to think. Oh, boy.
All right, you're on the air, and people you've never even met are listening.
Oh, my goodness. I wish I could sing it. If I knew the tune, I'd sing it for you.
Make one up, because we don't have one.
Honda Civic is a friend of ours. We enjoy it all the time. Hope to see you on the road. Meet us and toot and say hello.
That's thrilling, Mrs. Faga, and Honda Civic appreciates it.
Thank you.
All right, goodbye.
Bye.
You're listening to KRLD Dallas.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
From Camp Joseph H. Pendleton, Marine Base at Oceanside, California, Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health, and True Shave Be Beforehand Lotion present The Eddie Cantor Show. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Harry,
Isn't it thrilling to be here at Camp Pendleton with all these Marines, huh?
Oh, it certainly is, Eddie. Say, I understand you came down in a Jeep.
Harry, you don't come down in a Jeep. You go up, you come down. You go up, you come down. And the worst thing, Harry, you don't always come down in the same Jeep you went up in. Believe me, Harry, after seeing those Marines bouncing around in those things, I don't know why they call them leathernecks. Yeah, oh, Harry, but the trip down here is beautiful.
Oh, yes.
On the way from the camp to Los Angeles, the boys pass all kinds of fruit orchards. They pass oranges, they pass lemons, grapes.
Wait a minute, Eddie. You may give people the wrong impression of these boys.
Harry, I happen to know that Marines are perfect gentlemen. They never speak to a girl unless she speaks first. That I do know. I do know, Harry.
You mean to say a Marine won't speak to a girl unless she speaks first?
Yep. But what those guys can say with a whistle.
Oh, I'll say. Say, listen, Eddie, I understand that this is one of the largest camps in the country.
It is, Harry. Did you know it's 8 miles from the actual camp to the front entrance?
8 miles?
Yes, Harry. When a Marine gets a 24-hour pass, by the time he gets to the main gate, he's been AWOL for 2 days. I'm fixing it, boys. I'm getting a shortcut to San Diego. Right? But Harry, Camp Pendleton is really a triumph of endeavor. Just think. At the start of the war, this was 110 square miles of barren, desolate wasteland. But today, you can stand on a hill and as far as the eye can see, boondocks.
That's wonderful. Boondocks. What is that?
That's Marine talk for barren, desolate wasteland. Hey, Harry, tell me, how are you getting along with these Marines? You've been here all day.
Oh, well, they're great guys, Eddie. Today I joined a couple of them who were trained for combat, you know. Yeah, I had to crawl along on my stomach, creep forward inch by inch with my head down, and do all this carrying a full load.
Where did you do this? On the infiltration course?
No, coming out of the M&M Cafe.
Yep. Zealot's a lie because I know that you never take a drink.
Oh, well, Eddie, I took one drink with these boys as a toast to the victory in Europe.
Well, I don't blame you, Har. I guess everybody felt like doing something. Of course, they had a big celebration in Japan, you know.
Yeah, in Japan?
In fact, we will now take you by shortwave to Tokyo, where you will hear how the Japanese celebrated V-Day. And they carried on like this for days.
Yeah?
Harry, I would like to tell these boys the type of news I heard coming out of Japan on the shortwave radio.
All right, Eddie. Take it, Tokyo.
Take it, Tokyo. We have been taking it and taking it and taking it. In fact, American Marines now call Tokyo Takeo. Flashy flash. With the surrender of Germany, General Heishishimate reminds Nipponese that Japan now on her own. Flat on it. Good news from America. Since end of European war, American bomb production falling off. Only trouble, keep falling off on Tokyo. Flashy flash. American soldiers leaving Army by point system. A Jap soldier also leaving Army by point system. Marines point rifle, Jap lead.
Well, you know, Eddie, I don't blame the Japs if they feel a little worried, because I was out on the rifle range this afternoon, and these boys out here are... Yep. What is that?
Well, I'll get it, Harry.
Okay.
Yeah. Eddie Cantor speaking. Hello? Hello?
How do you do?
It's Fred Gordon, the Mad Russian. Hey, Russian.
Yes?
You're supposed to be down here at Camp Pendleton.
I know, I'm hitching.
No, you mean hitchhiking.
No, I'm going the other way.
Russian, I told you to go to the Greyhound terminal, get on the bus, stay on it for an hour, and then get off.
I got on the bus, I stayed on it an hour, and that's where I made my mistake.
Why? What do you mean?
As soon as I got off, the bus left the terminal.
Russian, tell me.
Yes? I can't hear you.
How can you do all the stupid, idiotic things you do in one day?
I get up early.
Never mind. Russian, tell me, where are you phoning from?
I stopped in a Mexican cafe for a drink of tequila.
Tequila?
Yes, that's Mexican for water.
Russian, you fool. Tequila isn't water. It's a very powerful, intoxicating beverage.
I'm so disappointed.
Well, pay your check and leave that Mexican cafe.
It isn't that easy.
Why, what do you mean?
The bartender and I are having an argument on account of a peso.
What do you mean, an argument on account of a peso?
I can't pay, so he won't let me out.
But, Russian.
Yes?
A peso is only a quarter in American money. When you left at the bus terminal, I gave you $35. How could you spend that in 3 hours?
Why, after one drink of tequila, I owe the bartender $35.
How could you owe $35 after only one drink of tequila?
I hiccuped and broke 14 windows.
Never mind. Just see that you get here to Camp Pendleton right away.
I think I can make it with one more hiccup.
He'll be here. He'll be here.
Say, Eddie, while you were on the phone, I've been looking over these Marines in the audience, and I've never seen such a healthy bunch.
Yes, Harry, they're really in wonderful shape. You know, when I saw the condition they're in, I decided I'd do everything they do in a day. Go through their routine. Up at 6, an hour of calisthenics, 2 hours of drilling, a 10-mile hike with full pack, target practice, and 3 hours of amphibious landing operations. And, Harry, I only flunked out in one maneuver.
What was that?
Couldn't get up at 6.
Well, listen, Eddie, for a routine like that, you should have called me.
You could have gone through that routine?
No, but I could have gotten you up at 6.
You? You, Harry? How?
Yes, for years I've been helping people get up in the morning. People who'd rather stay in bed because they feel sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative. I tell them to take a glass full of sparkling sal hepatica the very first thing. For sal hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. Then, too, sal hepatica helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity. So you see, it's wise for everyone to keep a bottle of sal hepatica handy. Just remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica.
And now, men, I want you to meet our special guest, the star of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's production Between Two Women, that very pretty and talented Miss Marilyn Maxwell. All right, fellas, get back to normal now. Marilyn Maxwell, you're certainly looking lovely.
Eddie Cantor, you're certainly looking.
Well, I can't help it, Marilyn. You have a gorgeous, gorgeous figure.
Well, how can you tell?
Shh. Radar. Sing, Marilyn. Go on and sing.
Every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around every time. Every doggone time I try romance, I'm taking a chance on losing my mind. I'm gonna learn to be a hermit and live in a hermit's cave until I lose those blues my sweetie gave to me. I'm gonna burn my bridges behind me. I'm gonna hide out in them. You can look, but you'll never find me behind the 8 ball again. 'Cause every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shovel around every doggone time. I'm gonna learn to be a hermit and live in a hermit's cave until I lose those blues my sweetie gave to me. Well, I'm gonna burn the bridges behind me. I'm gonna hate all you men. You close, but you'll never find me behind the wall again. 'Cause every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shopping around every doggone
Oh, Marilyn, well, I don't have to tell you. It was really wonderful. You know, Camp Pendleton is so big I was worried about you. Did you have any trouble finding the theater here?
Did I? Twice I got lost in the woods.
Well, you should have had... You should have had one of the Marines show you the way.
Who do you think I got lost in the woods with?
Look, while you're here, Marilyn, I want you to meet... Oh, gosh. Harry. Harry, if this is the Russian again, I'll shoot myself. Hello? Hello? Why don't you start speaking?
Why don't you start shooting?
Russian, the last time you called, I told you to get right here to Camp Pendleton.
I can't move. The light's against me.
What do you mean, the light's against you?
I'm leaning on a lamppost.
Russian, you ought to be ashamed of yourself drinking.
Cantor, you drink too if you had my troubles. There's illness in my family.
What do you mean, illness in your family?
Oh, my sick.
Russian, I still demand to know why you're not here.
I'm with a very beautiful señorita, and she refuses to let me go.
Let me talk to that girl.
Here she is.
Oh, señor, no quiero hablar con usted. No tengo nada que decir. Estoy ese carote lleno de chiquitinos nuevo, inflado y terrible. No me moleste, señor. No me toque. No.
Russian, what did she say?
You don't know either.
Russian, that girl doesn't even speak English. How can you have any fun with a girl you can't even talk to?
Silly boy.
Now, fellas, I want you to meet our singing star, Nora Martin. Hey, Nora, that's a beautiful dress. Gee, you girls are you, man. It certainly brings out the blue in your eyes.
It certainly brings out your eyes.
All right, Nora, just stick around for a minute, will you? Right now, fellas, Nora Martin, Marilyn Maxwell, Harry Von Zell, and I would like to give you our version of two Marines on a 3-day Liberty Pass. We pick up the two Camp Pendleton Marines on a street in Hollywood discussing the victory in Europe.
And I told him, that's what I think they ought to do to Herman Gehring.
They ought to do something worse.
Well, what could be worse?
Ain't you ever been through boot camp?
Listen, Cantor, do you really think we'll get our peacetime jobs back after the war?
Why, certainly. Take the case of my kid brother, who just got out of the Army. 3 days ago he was a soldier, and today he got back his peacetime job.
Well, what was he in peacetime?
A sailor. Say, tell me, Bud, what did you do before the war?
I was a night watchman.
A night watchman? What did you watch?
I don't know. Who can see at night?
Yep.
Hey, look, how about going to some nice place for dinner, huh?
Yeah.
How are we fixed for money?
Well, I just got my full month's pay.
I ain't got enough for dinner either. Hey, look at them two beautiful dames over there.
Where?
Over there.
Where?
Should we go over there and try to make a date?
Oh, no. That's too crude. After all, we're Marines.
Oh.
You must do this with finesse. I'll tell you what. When she drops her handkerchief, you pick it up.
Yeah, well, how do you know she'll drop her handkerchief?
I'll twist her wrist.
Hey, mate, here they come.
Oh, yeah. Hiya, girls.
Hiya, soldiers.
Soldiers? We're soldiers? We're soldiers?
Oh, I'm sorry. We were confused because we had a blind date with a couple of soldiers.
We're soldiers. We're soldiers. Harry go with your friend Nora?
Oh, they're over there on the other bench, behind that tree.
Gosh, Marilyn, isn't Griffith Park wonderful? Gosh, I love nature. Give me another kiss.
How did you learn to kiss like that?
From kissing. Hey, Marilyn, it's so dark I can't see my hand in front of my face.
Your hand isn't in front of your face. And take it out of my pocketbook.
What's the matter with you, Marilyn? I was just reaching for a comb.
Your hair isn't much.
It will be.
Listen, Romeo, I hope you haven't got any wrong ideas.
Wrong ideas?
Yes.
If my ideas work, I can't go wrong.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
You're not fooling me. I had a date with a soldier, and you're no soldier. You're a Marine.
How can you tell?
When a girl drops her handkerchief, the soldier picks it up.
What about a Marine?
He picks up the girl.
Gee, that was a swell idea coming here to the Hollywood Canteen, Marilyn. Gee, look at Harry and Nora out there in the garden. They're always together. I wonder what they're talking about.
Gee, it's pretty out here in the garden. Isn't it nice sitting here holding hands?
Well, holding hands is all right, but it'd be nicer if we were holding each other.
That's a good way to do it, isn't it? Gee, your hands are soft and smooth. Say, while I'm holding your soft, smooth hands, tell me all about yourself. Your life, your dreams, your phone number.
My phone number is Touche 2222.
Touche 2222. Are you sure that's the right number?
It's the right number to get hands just 2222 smooth.
Hey, you know something? You sound like that guy Harry Von Zell that's always talking on the radio.
Harry Von Zell?
Very clever announcer. Very clever. He's got blue eyes.
He's fat, too.
Yeah, that's him, blue eyes.
What does he do on the radio?
Well, he talks about what you were saying, Touche, the new idea in hand lotion, and he says something about Touche being creamy and fragrant and how it helps keep hands soft and smooth. Touche is the beforehand lotion, he says. You can use it before you go to work, before you do dishes or undies. It helps guard your hands even in hot, soapy water. And Touche is great as an all-over beauty lotion, too, for rough elbows, chapped legs, and as a powder base.
Oh, that's wonderful. You say it so eloquently.
Yeah, well, who is this guy Von Zell, anyway?
Oh, just an ordinary announcer by the name of Harry Von Zell.
Harry who?
Harry Von Zell.
Never heard of it.
And now, fellas, for your pleasure here at the canteen, Miss Nora Martin.
That's me.
And a Marine from Camp Pendleton. That's me, folks. Will sing Lily Bell. Gee, they love Marines down here, don't they, huh? Who's got eyes that sparkle like the lily sprinkled with dew? Lily Bell. Who's got lips that fresh as autumn rain when summer is through? Lily Bell. Would you like a sunbeam on a rainy day? You can catch a sunbeam when she smiles your way. Who's got all the leaves of flowers, so they're ready to fall? Lily Bell. Birdies take one look at her and stop their singing at all. My, you're swell. Oh, and incidentally, there's one more thing to tell. If your eyes are open and you think you're seeing a dream, it's Lily Bell. eyes are open and you think you're seeing a dream.
Take another look and then you'll know it isn't a dream. You know one else but Lily Bell. It couldn't be anyone else but Lily Bell.
Hey, it's sure nice of you girls to drive us back to camp in your car like this.
Oh, you're welcome. But I'm afraid this is a pretty small car for the four of us to be squeezed in the front seat.
Yeah. I wish I had my car here.
Is it bigger?
No, it's smaller. You know something, Marilyn?
What is it?
This is the first time in a long time I've had anyone on my lap. Isn't it, Harry?
Yeah. If I'm to get off.
Hey, fellas, look, we're out of gas.
You're really out of gas? You're not just saying that to take advantage of us just 'cause we're Marines, are you? Harry, take it easy. I knew we'd be taken advantage of if I left camp without my sergeant. I know how you girls are. Harry. A fella can't have any fun without paying for it. Harry. No one's taking advantage. Look at the gauge. Harry. The girls are really out of gas. I was afraid something like this was going to happen. I was afraid it wasn't. Well, there's only one thing to do. Harry, you know, we got to go out and get a lift, get a walk. We got to get to the camp. Well, yeah, come on. So long, girls.
Say, fellas, aren't you going to stick with us?
Oh, no. We got to make sure about getting transportation back. Last time I had to walk all the way back to Camp Pendleton from Hollywood. I just got back in time, too. Well, 60 miles you had to walk? Yeah, and I just made it. 5 minutes later, and they'd have left on a 10-mile hike without me. Come on, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, this spot from which we have been broadcasting tonight is a staging area. Tomorrow, or in a week, or month, these men who have laughed with us will be on their way into the Pacific on the road to Tokyo. It's a grim, long, hard road. But these are the Marines, the fighting men whose brothers in arms have gone forth from here to clear the beaches at Guadalcanal and Tarawa, at Iwo Jima and Okinawa. You can see some of their faces in the famous photograph of the flag raising on Iwo Jima, the picture our government is using to inspire us to buy a bond, to back the attack, to bring them back. There are men on Iwo Jima who will never come back. They who died for us. They who lie tonight in the 5th Marine Division Cemetery on bloody, windswept Iwo Jima. They of whom Chaplain Gittelson spoke when he consecrated their final resting place.
Somewhere in this plot of ground, there may lie the man who could have discovered the cure for cancer. These Christian crosses, or beneath a Jewish Star of David, there may rest now a man who was destined to be a great prophet. Now they lie here silently in this sacred soil, and we gather to consecrate this earth to their memory. Here lie officers and men, Negroes and whites, rich men and poor. Here are Protestants, Catholics, and Jews. Here no man prefers another because of his faith, or despises him because of his color. Here there are no quotas of how many from each group are admitted or allowed. Theirs is the highest and truest democracy. Any man among us, the living, who lifts his hand in hate against a brother, or thinks himself superior to those who happen to be in the minority, makes of this ceremony and of the bloody sacrifice it commemorates an empty, hollow mockery.
There's a new flag on Iwo Jima. You can see Old Glory flying there. From the beachhead to the foxhole, through motor-swept ravines, to the heights of Suribachi, crept a handful of Marines. There were brave men who fought and died there. Let's give thanks to them in every prayer. There's a new flag on Iwo Jima. There's a star-spangled banner flying there. There's a new flag on Iwo Jima. You can see Old Glory flying there. From the beaches to the foxholes, to Margaret's West Ravine, to the heights of Surabaya, with a handful of Marines. There were brave men who fought and died there. Let's give thanks to them in every prayer. There's a new flag on Iwo Jima. There's a star-spangled banner flying there.
Ladies and gentlemen, I guess you've all suffered from aching back or from aching muscles after a session in the garden. But if you know it, you don't need to suffer for long. Not if you get yourself a jar of Minute Rub. For Minute Rub is a modern, quick-acting rub that helps give you speedy relief from those tired, aching muscles. All you do is rub Minute Rub on briskly. In a minute, its counter-irritant and pain-relieving actions help bring soothing, welcome relief. And listen, here at last is a quick-acting rub that's also greaseless and stainless. Disappears like vanishing cream, so it won't harm clothes or linens. So anytime you have muscular aches and pains caused by physical overexertion, get quick relief the modern way. The greaseless, stainless Minute Rub way.
My Favorite Husband is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Please enjoy it.
Time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball. Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper, two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers tonight, they have company. George's boss, Mr. Atterbury, and his wife, Iris. It's after dinner, and we find the group in the living room. George and Mr. Atterbury are on one side of the room, smoking their favorite cigars, while Liz and Iris are on the other side of the room, roasting their favorite friend.
And then Grace pulled one of those famous boners of hers. She didn't. She did. Everybody was playing bridge and talking, and all of a sudden there was one of those silences that just happen, you know.
Yes, I know. Get to the meat of it.
Well, the room was quiet as a tomb, and suddenly Grace's voice boomed out and said,
"There's nothing like a good cigar." You're certainly right.
Quiet, Rudolph. What did Grace say, Liz?
Well, I shouldn't repeat it, but she said...
She didn't.
She did. And that's not all. In trying to cover up, she said... She didn't. She did.
What do you think, George? Did she or didn't she?
I don't know, but if Liz says she didn't, she probably did.
Why don't you two just smoke your cigars and be quiet?
Just ignore them, Liz. Tell me, what was she wearing?
What do you think?
No, not again. She didn't.
She did.
Looks like Grace did it again, Mr. Atterbury. Rudolph, did you hear what happened to poor dear Charlie at the bank yesterday?
No, Joe. Tell me what happened to poor dear Charlie, and don't spare any of the juicy details.
Never mind, you two.
Well, you know that blonde cashier at the bank. Well, everyone knows. He didn't. He did.
That will do.
Tell me, George, what was he wearing?
Well, what do you think?
Not that old rag.
That's enough, Rudolph.
Oh, I'm so tired of that gray pinstripe of his, I could scream.
Now, George, maybe it's not Charlie's fault. Maybe he can't get the suit off. Maybe his tailor sewed him into it.
Break it up, boys.
Well, I don't like to say anything.
I don't like to say anything either, but...
Thank you, Hedda and Lolly. You two think you're very funny, don't you?
Well, we were just showing you how you sounded. Meow, meow.
I'll get you for this, Rudolph Atterbury. You know, they're right, Iris. What? We must have sounded awfully catty to anyone listening.
Well,
Iris, there's only one thing for us to do about it.
You're going to stop gossiping?
No, we're going in the den where no one will hear us. Come on, Iris. Good night, Iris. Good night, Mr. Atterbury.
Night, folks. I thought they'd never go.
Oh, I'm sleepy, George. I don't think I'll straighten up the living room tonight. Let's just go to bed, huh, honey?
Now, wait a minute, Liz. I want to talk to you.
Oh, can't it wait till morning, dear?
No. It's about gossip, Liz. Those things you were saying about Grace.
Well, I'm too tired to repeat them now, George. Why didn't you listen the first time?
You know I detest gossip in any form.
So do I.
So do you.
Yes, I hate gossip just as much as you do, but it's the only way I can get any dirt.
All right, Liz. If you enjoy indulging in something that's petty, cruel, and malicious, go ahead.
But I don't, George.
Gossip is usually completely untrue. At best, it has the facts all twisted, and it ends up hurting innocent people, sometimes very badly.
Gee, you make it sound so bad.
I mean to.
Well, all right, George, I'm sorry. And I promise you I'll never indulge in any gossip again.
Good girl.
First thing in the morning, I'll call up and cancel my hairdressing appointment.
Now, what does that have to do with gossip?
You don't think women go to beauty parlor to have their hair done, do you?
Well, I was under that impression.
Well, then you don't know Bessie, my beauty operator. She's the Drew Pearson of the Mud Pack.
Well, Liz, the thing to do is have your hair done, but don't listen to Bessie. You know, it'll take a little willpower.
Not listening to Bessie doesn't take willpower. It takes earplugs. But I'll do it. Hi, Bessie. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Honey. It's all right. Oh, dear, I got everybody loused up today anyway. I lost my appointment book. Oh, come in, my boo.
Okay.
Well, how have you been, Miss Dearie? Long time no see. Now, let me see. What do I give you?
A shave and a haircut.
Oh, yes, of course. My bad memory, you know. Oh, dear. Well, I suppose you know that Mrs. Andrews and her husband are splitting up.
Hold it. I don't want to hear it, Bessie.
What's the matter? You sick or something? You've always been old funnel ears.
Well, my husband convinced me that gossip is vicious, and I promised him I wouldn't listen to any more of it.
Oh, well, then you don't want to hear the real reason why Mrs. Andrews and her husband are splitting up?
No, I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
Don't try to tell me.
I won't.
Now, don't insist.
Well, who's insisting? I didn't open my mouth.
Even if you did insist, I just wouldn't listen. I'd close my ears. I'll bet I wouldn't hear a word. Let's try it.
You mean to tell me you could sit there and not listen when I tell you that the Andrews are splitting up because Mrs. Andrews was upstairs one night and Mr. Andrews threw a party downstairs?
Can't hear a word.
And Mrs. Andrews was a party he threw downstairs.
I didn't hear any of it, the dirty bum. Got anybody else I don't want to hear about?
Yes, you've just got to not hear this one. I said, now, look, honey, if it was my husband, I'll tell you what I do. I see you. Oh, my gosh. Oh, Mrs. Cooper. What? You. What color was your hair when you came in here?
Red.
Oh, well, didn't it used to be black?
Not since I was a child. Why? What happened?
I made you a child again just for tonight. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mrs. Cooper. I dyed your hair black. I got a hold of the wrong box.
Oh, no, you didn't. Bessie, give me a mirror, quick.
Here you are. Oh, who's that? Me.
Oh, that awful black hair. Do something, Bessie. Make it red again.
But I don't dare re-dye it for a couple of weeks or it'll all fall out.
Some choice. I could be Black Beauty or Old Baldy.
I think you look real good with black hair.
Well, I don't like it. Oh, George will kill me.
Bessie. Oh, Bessie, there you are.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Atterbury.
Oh, hello, Iris. Oh, hello there. Bessie, have you seen Mrs. Cooper? Iris, don't you recognize me? Oh, of course. Now, don't tell me. I know that black hair. You're Mrs. Middleton's niece. Iris, remember Liz Cooper? Oh, yes. I met you at Liz Cooper's house. At the barbecue. Wasn't that the worst meal you ever had? I don't see how you stuffed down 4 steaks all by yourself. What? Why, you're Liz Cooper. Oh, no, girl. What a dirty trick, putting on a black wig and tricking people into telling the truth about you. I wish it were a black wig, Iris. It's mine, all mine. Oh, how did it happen? Bessie used the wrong bottle of dye. She didn't. She did. Oh, what am I going to do? I'm supposed to meet George for lunch.
Well, now, this is no excuse, but I don't think it looks bad at all. Do you, Mrs. Atterbury?
Once you get used to it, it's rather becoming.
Do you really think so? So help me. From a certain angle, you look sort of like that actress, Lucille Ball.
Oh, she's pretty. Do I look like her, Iris?
Nah.
Lucille Ball never saw the day she looked as young as you do. Well, thank you, I think.
Mary, you do look great. Now go on and meet your husband. Maybe he'll like it.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't even recognize you. I didn't.
Maybe he'll think you're a strange woman flirting with him.
Oh, I can just see George if he thought a strange woman was flirting with him. He'd run a mile. Or would he? Yeah. Would he? I think I'll just sit down and test him out. Hello, George.
Why, hello?
Why, George, I'll bet you don't know me, do you?
No, but what's the difference? Sit down.
What? I'm insulted. Don't you really remember where you met me, sweetie pie?
Oh, you were in the kissing booth at the Club Bazaar last spring. You couldn't change a $20 bill, and we had to use it up.
Guess again, I dare you.
Yeah, your face looks familiar. Oh, you're the girl who danced at the Club Smoker last winter.
What's my face got to do with that?
Oh, I know, sure. I taught you to swim last summer when my wife was out of town.
No, but go on. This is very educational.
Oh, come on. Sit down and tell me who you are.
But aren't you expecting someone?
No one important.
Really?
No, just my wife.
Yeah.
And I know she'll be a half hour late.
You know, I think I've seen you with your wife. Isn't she a gorgeous redhead with a stunning figure?
No, that wasn't my wife. Now, she's short and dumpy.
Well.
Now, you've got what I call a stunning figure, honey.
Oh. And is there anything else you'd like to say?
Yeah. Where'd you get that black wig, Liz? Oh, sure. What are you doing with that fake black hair?
George, Bessie got the wrong dye by mistake. This is my hair. Does it look too awful?
Well, I feel like I'm married to Prince Valiant.
Great. Well, she can dye it back in a week or so.
No, I'll sweat it out. Come on, let's have lunch.
All right. George, you did know it was me all the time, didn't you?
Why, certainly.
Who was that girl you taught to swim when I was out of town last summer?
Oh, I just made that up.
You made it up pretty fast.
Well, don't you believe me?
Yes, I believe you. But if I ever find a brunette at the club with your fingerprints on her water wings, watch out.
Mrs. Cooper, I just can't believe it's you with that black hair.
Oh, you'll get used to it. It'll only be this color for 2 weeks. Then I'll go back to my natural dyed red. Hello.
Liz, this is Grace.
Oh, hi, Grace. What's up?
And now, Liz, honey, it's none of my business, and I want you to realize I'm only doing this because I'm one of your best friends.
Doing what?
Well, I'm the last person in the world to spread gossip, but...
Hold it. If it's gossip, I don't want to hear it, Grace. I'm not listening to that kind of talk anymore.
Oh, well, that's the way you want it.
That's the way I want it.
Of course, this was about your husband, George.
Well, what are you waiting for? Spill it.
Well, I didn't see it myself, but I got it from Francis, who got it from Gertrude, who saw the whole thing from behind a potted palm.
Saw what?
George was having lunch in the green room today with another woman.
He was?
Yes, a gorgeous creature with black hair.
Is that all you wanted to tell me? Grace, George had lunch with me today.
Yes.
What do you mean? Yes. He did have lunch with me.
Oh, that's a good story, Liz. You just stick to it no matter what anyone says.
But it's true, Grace.
Sure, don't worry, Liz. I won't tell anybody. Everybody I was going to tell has already called to tell me about it anyway.
Oh, go stick your big gossipy nose in somebody else's business.
Well, I was only trying to help. Goodbye.
Oh, that makes me so mad.
What is it?
The cats are howling today, Katie. George had lunch with the brunette. This is the biggest news since Ralph Miller's wife found him upstairs with a downstairs maid.
Oh, I wonder who that could be.
Well, if I'm any kind of a handicapper, I'd say it was Grace to win and Millie to place. Hello.
Hello, Liz. This is Millie.
If my girlfriends were horses, I'd make $1 million.
What?
Nothing, Millie. What's new, I'm afraid?
Well, honey, it's none of my business, and I'm one of your best friends, but...
Wait a minute. I can save some time. George had lunch with a dark-haired woman at the green room.
Oh, darn, that's great. You don't have a thing to worry about.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Gertrude saw the whole thing, and she says the woman is old enough to be George's mother.
That does it. Goodbye.
Another one?
Yes, it's not enough they gossip about me. Now they've aged me 30 years.
Oh, no, not another.
Well, let's find out who gets the show money in the Alley Cat Derby. I don't know how they found out so fast, unless someone put it in skywriting. Hello, yes, I've heard it. No, it isn't true, and why don't you mind your own business?
Why, Liz, girl.
Oh, Iris, it's you. I thought it was one of my gossipy friends.
Why, no, Liz, it's me. What's the matter with you?
Well, the girls have been calling me. I suppose you heard that ridiculous rumor.
Yes. And, Liz, I want you to know I'm one of your best friends.
Oh, no. You too, Brutus Atterbury.
Frankly, Liz, I'm a little put out. I'm your closest friend, and every woman in town has scooped me.
Iris, believe me, there's no truth to the whole thing. You, of all people, should know how it started.
I don't know what you mean. That dirty stinker having lunch with a gorgeous young creature.
Don't you dare call George a dirty stinker. What did you say she looked like?
All I know is the girls say she was so good-looking she must have been a movie star.
Oh, really?
They said she was absolutely beautiful and had a divine figure.
Well, finally, an honest report. Go on, Iris. Tell me more.
Well, that's all I know, except that she was wearing a low-cut dress and had long blonde hair.
Why, that dirty stinker.
Honey, I know just how you feel, and if you want to stay with me tonight... What's the matter? Have you snapped your twig?
Oh, Iris, I'm just laughing at how stupid and twisted gossip can get. George was certainly right.
What do you mean?
You know yourself that Bessie dyed my hair black this morning. I was that woman having lunch with George.
That's the idea, Liz. Just keep saying that. If you believe it, that's all that counts.
Oh, Iris, you're just like all the rest. Goodbye. Oh, Katie, why do women have to act like females?
Men are just as bad.
Well, I'm going to teach Iris a lesson.
What do you mean?
I'm going to start a little rumor about Mr. Atterbury and let Iris see how it can get all twisted up.
Hello?
Oh, Grace, this is Liz. Listen, you know that I'm one of Iris's best friends.
Yes, what's the dirt?
Well, I just heard that last Wednesday afternoon, Mr. Atterbury had a Coke with his secretary in the drugstore.
No.
Yes, and that's not all. 1 Coke, 2 straws.
Well, go on. Don't stop now.
Well, I don't have the rest of the story yet, but it's a pip. So don't breathe a word till I call you back.
Oh, I won't. You know me.
That's what I'm counting on. Goodbye.
Mrs. Cooper, that's not much of a rumor, just that Mr. Atterbury and his secretary had a Coke together.
Katie, I only planted the seed. By the time the girls get through cultivating it, it'll be full-grown poison ivy.
Hey, Liz, honey, I'm home.
Oh, George, am I glad to see you. What a day this has been.
What do you mean?
George, today our names have been on more lips than camphor ice. Some busybody saw me having lunch with you and thought it was another woman.
No.
Yes. You should have heard how they got the facts mixed. One report claimed I was beautiful enough to be a movie star. Isn't that funny? Well, it isn't that funny.
Well, I was just agreeing with you.
Well, you didn't have to agree so hard and so fast. George, I'm so disappointed. Even Iris joined in. I got so angry I started a rumor right back at her about Mr. Atterbury.
What?
Just to teach her a lesson. I told Grace he was seen Wednesday afternoon in the drugstore having a Coke with his secretary. The last person who called to tell me had it changed to Saturday night at the Continental nightclub with a beautiful blonde.
Liz, what's the matter with you? Do you want to get me fired?
Oh, now, don't worry, George. I just want to show Iris that a rumor that has absolutely no basis in truth can spring up and travel like wildfire.
Now, you call her right now. I'm taking no chances.
Oh, all right. I'll call her, only I'd like to wait and see what it finally gets twisted into.
Do it right now. Oh, now I wonder who that is.
Oh, probably one of my friends who doesn't have a phone, so she's coming over to tell me the news in person.
Hello, Liz girl. May I come in?
Why, certainly, Mr. Atterbury. What's the matter?
Hello, Mr. Atterbury.
Hello, George boy. I brought my toothbrush and pajamas. I wonder if I can spend the night at your house.
Oh, yes, of course.
Iris has locked me out.
Locked you out? Why?
She heard a rumor about me, and she's furious.
Well, goodbye, everybody.
Come back here.
Oh, I've never seen her so angry.
Mr. Atterbury, I think Liz has something to tell you.
Oh, George, now...
Liz?
Well, Mr. Atterbury, I started that rumor.
What? Cooper, you're fired.
What for? What did I do?
You married a nincompoop.
Well, you don't have to be that upset about it, Mr. Atterbury.
Oh, don't I?
Well, I started this innocent rumor, and I can call Iris right now and fix the whole thing.
Well, see if you can fix this. I really was at the Continental Club Saturday night with a beautiful blonde.
Oh, no!
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two of radio's foremost personalities, Santos Ortega and Ann Shepard, in Out of the Past.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear Out of the Past. Your name is Joan Morgan, and as you stand looking over Central Park from your penthouse terrace on this beautiful spring day, you can't help but feel you're the luckiest woman living. You're young, attractive, fairly wealthy, and happily married to a Broadway actor. Yes, Joan, there's little more you could ask for. The doorbell rings. You run to the door to greet your husband, Keith, who's home from his matinee performance.
Hello, beautiful. How's my one and only?
Hello, darling. Oh, Keith, no wonder every actress wants to have you for her leading man.
Nonsense. I'll have you know the only person I kiss like that is my wife.
You better say that. How is the matinee today?
Fine. I got 7 curtain calls. Oh, here's the afternoon mail. I picked it up at the desk.
Oh, anything for me?
I haven't looked it over, dear.
Oh, yes, here's one for me. 3 others for you, dear.
Let's see. This one's a bill from the hotel management. Darling, we're living beyond our means.
Oh, Keith, you're not going to start that again, are you? Well, we have over $500,000.
I've told you a dozen times I won't touch that money. It's yours, not mine.
Darling, it isn't a question of it's being yours or mine. It's ours.
Joan, I made it clear to you when we got married that we'd have to live on the money I earn.
Then what'll I do with my money if you won't allow me to spend it?
Well, someday we'll have 6 children. You can save it for them.
All right, darling. I wonder who my letter can be from.
You rip open the envelope, Joan, as Keith looks at the rest of his mail. For a moment you feel as if your heart has stopped. Then it begins to beat wildly. Over and over you read the 2 sentences. A friend from Europe expects you tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock at the Hotel Edgewood. Please bring $25,000 in cash. or else I shall be forced to take action. John Benedict.
Joan, what is it? What's wrong, darling?
What did you say?
You look so upset. Is it that letter you're reading?
Letter? No. No.
Well, then, if it isn't the letter, what is it?
It's nothing, darling, nothing at all. It's just that I have a headache.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get you something?
No, Keith, no, I'll be all right. All I need is a little rest.
Come in, won't you, Joan? Sorry to have kept you waiting.
Martin, you must help me.
Why, of course, Joan. You know I'd do anything for you. Sit down and tell me about it.
Martin, I'm in trouble. I'm in great trouble.
Joan, what is it? What's wrong?
I'm being blackmailed.
Blackmailed?
Yes.
By whom?
A man named John Benedict. I don't know who he is. But I received a letter from him yesterday afternoon.
There's only one thing to do, and that's to go to the police. I'll call the district attorney.
No. I can't go to the police.
Why not?
This man, Benedict, knows something I can't afford to have exposed.
What does he know, Joan?
Please, don't ask me. I know that you are my father's best friend, but I can't tell you. Believe me, if it ever gets out, it would ruin my marriage. My life. I couldn't stand to lose Keith. I couldn't. I'd rather die.
All right, Joan. I think you're making a mistake, but I'll help you. How much money does this man Benedict want?
A half hour later, you enter a dingy hotel and go to room 14. As Martin opens the door, he reveals a squalid, dimly lit room. For the first time, Joan, you see John Benedict. He's a tall, heavy man with coarse features and a thick black beard. In the half-light, he appears to be about 50. His clothes are of fine English cut, but time and wear have taken their toll. He stares at you for a moment, Joan, then speaks.
How do you do, Mrs. Morgan? Won't you please come in?
Thank you. This is Mr. Walker, friend.
Yes, of course. I trust you will forgive me these dismal surroundings, but alas, I am quite penniless.
So you thought it would be an excellent idea to blackmail this lady for funds?
I am afraid you misunderstand me, Mr. Walker. I am not forcing this beautiful lady to give me 5,000 pounds. Rather, I am, shall we say, requesting a loan.
Yes, but if she doesn't give you this loan, you'll ruin her marriage or her life.
It would distress me to ruin anyone's life. But then it also distresses me to live in a pigsty like this.
A much more suitable place would be the state penitentiary.
Martin, please don't talk like that.
Evidently, Mrs. Morgan, your friend is more interested in having me placed in prison than in saving you from disaster. I'm afraid you have not revealed our little secret to Mr. Walker.
No, I haven't.
Well, then, perhaps if we were to tell him, he would not be quite so eager to imprison me. Perhaps if he knew that at one time you had...
No. Don't say any more. I'll pay you.
Allow me to commend you on your good judgment.
Martin, give him the money. Give it to him.
Very well. Here's your filthy blood money.
Thank you. I think you have been very wise, Mrs. Morgan. Very wise indeed. Good day.
In the weeks that follow, Joan, you try to forget Mr. Benedict and the terrifying secret he shares with you. But you aren't successful, are you? Everywhere you go, you unconsciously find yourself fearfully looking for him. Life has become tense, frightening. Then one afternoon, while Keith is at rehearsal of a new play, you receive a phone call. A call that sends you in a panic to Martin Walker's office.
Martin, I've heard from him again.
Benedict?
Yes, he Phoned an hour ago. He wants $50,000.
50,000? Maybe now you'll have sense enough to let me turn this over to the police.
No, I can't do that.
You mean you're going to buy him off a second time?
Yes, I must.
But you can't. What's to prevent his extorting money from you a third or a fourth time? He'll squeeze you dry.
The money doesn't matter, do you hear? Nothing matters but keeping what Benedict knows from Keith. If Keith finds out, it'll mean the end of everything for me. Everything.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morgan. Oh, I see you brought Mr. Walker. And I was counting on a pleasant afternoon. May I take your coat?
No.
Benedict, what do you mean by asking for $50,000? We paid you $25,000. That was supposed to keep your mouth shut.
Well, it has, up to now. But as you can see by this suite of rooms, Mr. Walker, it takes money to live lavishly. Therefore, I shall need more.
Well, you shan't have it. We paid you off once. We're not paying you off again. There's a limit to what anyone will pay.
Yes, quite true, Mr. Walker. But the limit has not been reached as yet.
You swine. If I had my way, I'd call the police and put you where you belong.
Mrs. Morgan, I'm afraid you are allowing your friend to go too far. I have but to pick up this telephone, and your world will come crashing down about.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. Martin, give him the money.
But June,
give it to him. I can't stand this anymore.
Very well. Here it is, Benedict. But I warn you, you'd better not try anything further. There is such a thing as pushing a person too far.
I shall try to remember that, Mr. Walker. Thank you for your advice and the money.
You're trembling with fear as you leave Benedict's luxurious suite, aren't you, Joan? And even when you reach your own apartment, the fear hasn't left you. Weeks pass, and life is a nightmare. Every time someone knocks at the door or the phone rings, your heart begins to beat wildly. And worst of all, Keith senses something is wrong.
I'll answer it.
But how much closer to it there?
Hello?
Is this Mr. Morgan's apartment?
Yes?
This is the stage manager at the theater. Will you please remind Mr. Morgan of the special matinee we're giving today?
Yes. Yes, I'll tell him. It was the theater calling, Keith, to remind you of today's special performance.
I haven't forgotten. It's only 2:05. I still have a few minutes before I have to leave. Joan.
Yes.
What is it, darling? What's come over you?
Come over me?
Yes. These past weeks, you've been just a bundle of nerves. Every time the phone rings or the mail arrives, you begin to tremble. What's wrong?
Darling, you're just imagining all that.
Joan, stop acting as though I were a child. I can see something's wrong, and I want to know what it is.
Keith, please. There's nothing... Who could that be?
Never mind, I'll get it.
No,
you just
Keith,
sit where you
I would
are and
rather...
rest.
Look, darling, you have to get to the... To the... What's taking him so long? Why doesn't he come back? Keith? Who is it? Keith!
Joan, what is it? Why did you scream like that?
I didn't scream. Who was that at the door?
Well, it was just a special delivery boy. He brought this special delivery for you.
Special delivery?
Yes, here.
Thank you.
Aren't you going to open it? After all, it is a special delivery.
Yes. Of course.
I never saw anyone so afraid of a letter. Who's it from? Joan, what's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing. No.
Don't tell me that. You look as though you were going to collapse. Now, give me that letter.
No,
I said,
please,
give it to me.
No, please.
Yeah, that's better. Perhaps this letter will tell me what's wrong. Why, it's only one sentence. I will phone you at 2. There isn't even a signature. Who wrote the note, Joan?
I don't know.
You must know, else why would you have grown so pale? I'll phone you at 2. It's almost 2 now. I'll wait for that call.
Keith, please, You must have faith in me.
All these weeks I've had faith, said nothing, hoping you'd tell me what was wrong. Now I must find out for myself. Well, right on time. Just
Please.
2 o'clock.
Please, don't answer.
Take your phone. Take your hand off the phone,
Please,
Joan.
Keith, no.
I said
won't
take
let
your
you
hand off the
answer it.
phone.
No.
Hello? 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 Oh, answer. Another call hung up when they heard my voice. I suppose you won't tell me who it is? All right, then. I have to leave for the matinee now. I won't be home for dinner, but when I return after tonight's performance, we'll have this out once and for all.
Please. Please. I just can't tell you. If you'd only
Goodbye,
wait.
Joan.
Keith. I can't. Oh, darling. If only I could tell you. If only I could. But I know you wouldn't want me then. How could you? How could you if you knew?
Must be he. Must be he again. Hello?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morgan.
You promised you'd leave me alone, that I'd never hear from you again. That was only a month ago.
Yes, I know. But then, I am always making promises I not keep.
You've ruined everything, everything. My husband read the special delivery letter you sent. He answered the phone when you called a few minutes ago. How can I explain?
Oh, that should not be too difficult for a clever woman like yourself. And you are a clever woman, are you not?
What do you want? I'm tired of your playing cat and mouse with me.
I intend to call on you at 5:30 this afternoon.
I won't pay you another cent, do you hear? There's no end to your demands.
You may expect me at 5:30.
No.
And do not have Walker there.
No, I won't see you. I won't... Hello? Hello? Hello, I won't see you!
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morgan. As you can see, I am right on time. It is exactly 5:30. This is a lovely penthouse you have. It's good to see you without Walker around.
How can you do this to me? I've never harmed you. Why do you insist on ruining my life? Why?
My dear lady, the last thing I desire to do is to ruin your life. Unfortunately, the world you and I live in being what it is, I am forced by circumstances to live by my wits.
If I give you the money now, how do I know you won't be back in another month?
Oh, that is very simple. Because after you pay me off this time, there would not be any point in my bothering you again.
What do you mean?
I mean, Mrs. Morgan, that this time I want $500,000.
$500,000?
Yes. If I am not mistaken, that is what the balance of your fortune amounts to. Do you not see? Once you have paid it over to me, there would be no point in my bothering you anymore. Simple, is it not?
You must be mad.
I? Oh, no, Mrs. Morgan, not I. Come now, you love your husband and he loves you. There are years and years of happiness before you. If he does not learn your little secret. You are wise. You will turn the money over to me.
I can't. If I were to withdraw $500,000, he'd find out about it.
Ah, but there is always the chance that he won't. If you do not do as I ask, I shall be forced to reveal the secret.
No.
Yes, Mrs. Morgan. Your husband will learn that while you were in England in 1939, you murdered your, sweet...
I won't listen.
But your husband will. And he will learn that after you committed this murder, you spent the following 8 years in an English insane asylum.
No, you can't tell him. You can't.
Think of what a sensation the tabloids will make out of it. And think of what people will say.
No.
Your husband would have to divorce you. Fainted, have you? That is not going to help you, Mrs. Morgan.
Martin, I just got your message at the theater. Where's Joan? What's wrong?
She's in her bedroom with Dr. Richards. It seems that she... Here's Dr. Richards now.
Doctor, what's wrong?
Keith, you must prepare yourself for a shock.
Oh, what's happened?
A half hour ago, one of your neighbors on the floor heard Joan weeping and screaming hysterically. The manager knew I was your doctor and sent for me.
But why was she weeping and screaming?
She's had a breakdown.
Breakdown?
Yes.
Well, I want to see her. I must.
Very well, Keith, but only for a moment. Mr. Walker, I'm afraid you'll have to wait here.
I understand, Doctor.
Keith, you must keep a grip on yourself.
All right. Joan. Darling. It's Keith.
You stay away from me. Stay away, both of you. Don't come near me.
Doctor, she doesn't even recognize me.
Yes, Keith, I know.
I know who you are. You can't fool me. One of you is Mr. Benedict. Maybe both of you are Mr. Benedict. Yes. I know what you're here for, but I won't let you. I won't let you.
She's completely out of her mind.
I know you're both Mr. Benedict. You can't fool me.
Who's this Benedict she keeps talking about?
I don't know, Keith. She feels she's being persecuted by this Benedict fellow. Now, he may be real, and again, he may be a figment of her imagination.
She's deathly afraid of us.
Yes, she sees everyone as this fellow Benedict. I tried to give her a sedative, but she grows violent when I approach.
Well, can't you do something for her?
I've already sent for an ambulance. She'd be much better off in a hospital where she can have constant medical care. Come along, Keith.
How is she, Doctor?
Well, it may be a long time before she recovers. I'm going down to the lobby, wait for the ambulance. I suggest you two stay here. Keep an eye on her. I've left the door to her room open.
All right, Doctor.
Shouldn't be more than a few minutes.
How do you feel, Keith?
Tired, if you want to know.
Well, it's only natural. These past 2 months have been quite strenuous for you. But with $500,000 and a wife who'll probably never be in any condition to ask you about it, you've done quite well.
Quite well? That's an understatement. Name one actor, living or dead, who could have given as great a performance of Mr. Benedict as I did.
You were superb as Benedict, I admit.
Superb? Why, I was magnificent. The costume, the makeup, my accent, simply perfect. I tell you, it was the greatest performance ever given. What a pity you weren't here at 5:30 this afternoon.
I'm sure I missed the performance of the age.
I outdid myself. You should have heard me.
Yes, Mrs. Morgan. Your husband will learn that while you were in England in 1939, you murdered your, sweetheart. That after you committed this murder, you spent the following 8 years in an English insane asylum.
Ah, it's really a pity I played my greatest role to an audience of one.
Well, yes, Keith, but you were probably the highest paid actor in the world. I'm sure that $500,000 for 2 months' work, less my share, of course, is something of a record.
Yes, it probably is.
I heard you, Mr. Benedict. You can't fool me.
Joan!
I know one of you is Mr. Benedict. Or are you both Mr. Benedict? Yes, you both must be Mr. Benedict. That's clever. That disguise you use, that's clever. But you can't fool me.
She must have overheard you. That brought her out of her room. Yes,
no matter how many disguises you use, I know you. No, don't you come near me. Don't come near me.
Keith, she's got a gun.
Come near me.
Put that gun down.
I'm not going to let you tell. I'm not going to let
No, don't.
you tell.
Don't, Joan. Stop. You shot me. Oh, Joe, no. I'm not Mr. Benedict. He's... Mr.
You'll never tell Keith now. Never, never, never.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? Too bad about poor Keith and Martin. Such interesting scoundrels. That fellow Keith was certainly a remarkable actor, wasn't he? But, like so many actors, he overplayed his role, with fatal results. What happened to Joan Morgan? Well, the poor woman was committed to an institution, where after several years of treatment, she recovered completely. However, she still has a deathly fear of actors. Oh, you'll have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. The role of the mysterious traveler is played by Maurice Tarplin. Others in the cast were Santos Ortega, Ann Shepard, and Roger DeCoven. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. Some foods just naturally go together, like bread and butter, ham and eggs, and coffee and pet milk. Lots and lots of folks who used to take cream in their coffee now use pet evaporated milk. Not just because pet milk costs so much less, but because it makes coffee taste so good. Gives coffee the creamy color and mellow, satisfying flavor that coffee drinkers love. Let me tell you why pet milk is so right for coffee. The pet milk people take good, sweet country milk and remove more than half the water by evaporation. The result is a concentrated milk, which makes coffee taste better. And think of it, for the same amount of money you'd spend for coffee cream, you get more than twice. So, for extra enjoyment, for extra economy, in your coffee, use Pet brand evaporated milk. Get several cans at your grocer's tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the opening day of Wistful Vista's annual Potted Plant and Pet Show. In the potted plant division will be rare begonias, gorgeous lilies, exotic orchids, and a small, tired geranium. Entered by Mr. Magee of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
And that's it right there in the corner of the flower bed, Molly. My own little hand-raised salmon-colored geranium. Look at it. Ain't it a beauty?
That poor little wilted-looking chewed-up thing sticking up there through the crabgrass?
That's it. That's the little geranium that's going to cop top prize tomorrow.
Oh, you happy optimist.
You betcha. I've planted plenty of plants in my day, but I can say one thing about that plant that I never could say about any other plant I ever planted.
What's that?
It lived.
Yes, if that's the geranium's idea of living.
Look at it.
Honestly, though, dearie, what kind of an award do you expect to win with that sad little batch of bug bait?
Huh?
A special vote of thanks from the neighborhood grasshoppers, could be?
Oh, yeah. I'll admit the grasshoppers have chewed half the leaves off it, and I'll admit it ain't very big, but I'm going to take care of that. I got a terrific idea today.
Uh-oh. Break it to me gently.
Look, there's all kinds of stuff on the market to make plants grow, right?
Right.
And there's all kinds of stuff to kill bugs, right?
Right.
So if you mix them all together, you'll get a concoction that'll make plants grow as big as trees and kill every bug from a boll weevil to a wood beetle. Right?
Wrong. But I'm sure that won't keep you from trying it, right?
Right. Wait till you see what I got on the back porch. I bought myself 16 kinds of plant food and 12 different types of bug killer. Going to mix them all together, add a few special touches of my own, and pour the whole mess on my little geranium.
You really think that will help it?
Help it? Tootsie, when that mighty mixture of mine starts to work, that geranium will grow faster than a welt on a beekeeper. I'll bring the stuff out here right now and start mixing it on account.
Hello there, kid.
Well, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi.
Start mixing what, Johnny? What you gonna mix?
Oh.
I'll take one with plenty of ice because warm day like
No. I was just going to mix up some bug killer, old-timer.
Oh, skip it. I ain't as thirsty as I thought I was.
Yeah.
He's growing a geranium for the flower show, Mr. Oldtimer, the potted plant and pet show.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard about that show. Too bad we ain't got Sylvester no more.
Huh?
He'd have sure won first prize in the pet part of it.
Sylvester. Was he a dog you used to have?
No, daughter. Sylvester was a chimpanzee.
Oh?
One of them large economy-sized monkeys.
Where'd you get him, old-timer?
Bought him off a sailor, Johnny.
That's all.
He claimed Sylvester was a native of British East Africa, but I don't know. As long as we had him, he never spoke a word of British.
Probably just shy.
Well, we was mighty fond of Sylvester. He ate at the table with us and went everywhere we went.
Must have been like one of the family.
More like two of the family, Johnny.
Oh?
Looked like Papa around the face and my Aunt Gertrude around the legs.
Those monkeys are very good at imitating people, aren't they?
Oh, Sylvester was very talented, daughter. Everything we done, he done, in spades. I mind one time a rich lady come to visit us, though, and he tried to imitate her and wound up in the hospital.
Oh, what in the world did she do?
She was wearing a fur coat and took it off. Before we could stop Sylvester, he'd ripped off half his hair.
Whatever happened to Sylvester, old-timer?
Oh, that's a strange story, Johnny.
Yeah?
One night we took Sylvester to the movies, and he saw one of them Tarzan pictures where Tarzan's best friend is a chimpanzee. That did it.
You mean he got the movie bug?
Yep, it hit him hard. And we wanted him to be happy, so we bought him a pink sports shirt, some purple slacks, and a green beret, and put him on a train to Hollywood.
Well, did he have any luck out there?
Got a screen test right away, and they offered him a contract to play Tarzan's chimpanzee friend in the next picture.
Boy.
Poor Sylvester pined away and died of a busted heart.
Why did he pine away? He had a contract to play Tarzan's friend.
He didn't want to play the chimpanzee. He wanted to play Tarzan. Come on, kid.
Go on.
Billy Mills in the orchestra with Humana, featuring Buddy Cole at the piano.
Well, my mixture's starting to ripen up, kiddo. Getting some real character to it.
From the odor, I'd say it ripened about 6 months ago.
Well, when you dump 3 kinds of plant grow on top of 4 kinds of bug killer, you don't expect to get Chanel number 5, you know. At least I don't. Never use the stuff anyhow. Give me that quart bottle of bug killer, will you? Thanks.
It looks horrible.
Yeah. Yes, it does. Now I'll crumble in a couple of alfalfa cigars.
Your cigars? Oh, that shouldn't happen to a bug.
Since I started smoking these alfalfa Coronas, we haven't had a moth in our closet. And that's just from the smoke that goes through the keyhole. They ought to be great for gassing my grasshopper on account of because...
Oh, look who's coming, Magee. Hello, Doctor.
Afternoon, Molly.
Yeah.
Hi, elephant ears.
Well, if it isn't the little round doctor with the big square head. Pull up a porch step and set a spell, duck shape.
Thank you, my boy. But I'm happy to say I can't stay.
Good.
I'm on my way over to see Alderman Jones.
Oh?
He has a sudden attack of subpoena sickness today.
Subpoena sickness?
Yes, I'm going to look into his ears, nose, and throat while the city looks into his tax return.
Uh-oh. You're the guy that announces to the papers that he's too sick to testify, huh?
That's what the alderman thinks, yes.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, I'm the guy that'll carry him into that courtroom piggyback.
Have you ever thought of going into politics yourself, Doctor?
Yeah, you'd be great, boy. Turn around a minute. Yeah, you ought to run for governor, Fatso. You sure got the platform for it.
Look at the lad with the pot calling the kettle black. And speaking of pots, what's in the basket, in the bucket there?
Well, that's his combination plant grower and bug killer, Doctor.
Yeah. Hey, what you going to do this summer, Doctor? How would you like to spend your vacation lying in a hammock under the shade of a giant geranium helping me count dead grasshoppers?
My boy, you paint an almost irresistible picture. But I'll resist it to my last breath. Where is the giant geranium?
Well, it's right down there, Doctor. The little... It was there a minute ago.
Get your big flat foot off of my little giant geranium. You big clumsy clobberhead. My gosh.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it.
That ratted awkward oaf. Look what you've done to my... Oh, it's over here. You didn't step on it, George.
I'm so glad.
For a minute. Oh, you got to go, Doc?
Yes, I've been forgetting to buy myself a fishing license, Magee. And just watching you reminds me of bass fishing.
Bass fishing? Because I'm such a great sport?
No, because you're such a big mouth.
Oh.
Isn't he nice, Magee?
Awful jealous, though. Boy, this stuff is getting strong.
Yes, sir. Every time I whip it, I get weak.
It'll sure murder the bugs around here. Ought to be strong enough to kill rattlesnakes, too.
Oh, what in the world made you think of rattlesnakes?
Something that happened to a fellow I used to know that raised cactus plants by the name of Oscar Updike. Oscar was out in his cactus plant garden one day, fooling around with the plants, and he looked down, and there was a rattlesnake right beside his hand, all set to give him the business.
Heavenly days, he must have been aghast.
Well, for a minute he was aghast, and then he was a ghost.
Well, now, if you plan to entertain me with any more stories like that...
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. What brings you here?
Just followed my nose.
I see.
What are you doing? Boiling your hip boots in sulfur and molasses?
No, sir. I'm mixing up a mixture to make plants grow, and it'll be the most powerful stuff to make stuff grow that was ever invented.
Oh, now, wait a minute, pal. Nothing makes anything grow better than pet milk makes babies grow.
Junior, I admire you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
You didn't try to sneak it in. You just come right out and said it. Smack dab.
Well, this week, the thought of babies has been uppermost in my mind. You see, this is National Baby Week. I've even written a poem about it.
Here's where I stop admiring you.
I'm sure there's no need to ask if you'd like to hear it.
There sure isn't.
I knew you would.
No, sir.
Well, it goes like this. 3 cheers for National Baby Week, and 3 cheers for the babies who drink pet milk through a nipple. For those babies will soon grow up and become the American Pipple.
I think I'm going to be ill.
Babies raised on pet milk are strong and healthy, and that's no idle rumor, whether they live in Cleveland, Ohio, or in Dallas, Texas, or in Birmingham, Alabama. Don't you like the rhythm, pal? Hasn't it got a swing to it?
Yeah, and you ought to swing for it.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Listen to my big finish.
Oh, you got to finish?
Yeah. So hooray for National Baby Week, and pet milk, and hooray for babies.
Hooray.
Because when you raise them on pet, which is good, sweet country milk evaporated to double richness, you give them a wonderful start. And I don't mean maybes. Well, what do you think of it?
Junior, I can tell you best with a verse of my own. Some kinds of poems can be sold for lots of money, even if they do sound confusing. But the kind that Wilcox writes ain't worth a dime a dozen. Goodbye, Junior.
So long, kid.
Well, back to work. Boy, I can hardly wait to see how that geranium looks after I feed it this stuff tonight, tomorrow. What's the little plant doing? Anything?
No, it's just sitting there.
Mm-hmm. Well, it'll be a happy hunk of herb tomorrow, kiddo. It'll probably be so big I won't be able to put it in a pot. I'll have to have it potted in a bathtub.
Yes.
Hey, remember the time Uncle Dennis got potted in his bathtub? He completely forgot he had it full of gin and climbed into it one Saturday night.
Poor Uncle Dennis.
Yeah.
He took a bath 3 times a day after that. And his skin got as wrinkled as a tangerine. But he got over it.
Good morning, Molly and McGee.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hi, Latrivia. I didn't hear you coming. Boy, the way you politicians pussyfoot around on your pussyfooting feet.
What's this I hear about you and the flower show, McGee? Dr. Gamble tells me...
Yeah, you're looking at the geranium that's going to be the star of the show, Latriv. There it is.
That spindly sprig?
Mr. Mayor, to him it is a thing of beauty.
Yes.
Because he raised it himself.
Well, I know how amateur gardeners are inclined to exaggerate. I had a friend who grew tomatoes in his backyard, and he offered to give me one. Said it weighed 20 pounds.
A 20-pound tomato?
Yes. Because I took it with a grain of salt.
Wasn't it sort of tasteless that way?
I beg your pardon?
I should think you'd need more than 1 grain of salt on a tomato that size.
Oh, I'm sorry. You misunderstood me.
Uh-huh.
You see, taking it with a grain of salt is merely a figure of speech. The salt is purely hypothetical.
Heavenly days, what'll they think of next? First it was dehydrated vegetables, and now it's hypothetical salt.
Just a moment. I'm afraid you don't
How do they
understand
make this
exactly.
hypothetical salt, Mr. Mayor? Do they take ordinary salt and shoot tentacles into it with a hypo?
Please. Let's all settle down.
Yeah, settle down, kiddo.
Are we settled?
Yeah.
Now then, when I said I took the 20-pound tomato with a grain of salt, I simply meant that I didn't believe there was such a tomato. You understand?
Oh, you didn't believe it. Boy, I'll bet you were plenty took back when the guy walked up and handed it to you.
Nobody handed me a 20-pound tomato at all.
Oh, you stole it.
Yes. No! That's ridiculous. I never stole a tomato in my life. I never will steal a tomato.
Well, if you don't plan to steal tomatoes, how come you go around with a pocket full of salt?
I don't go around with a socket full of malt.
What?
I'll pull it back with salt. Salt! When I said he had a plenty sound tomato, a many brown potatoes, 20 gators, I never put a strain of gold into Leo's in my life. Gave the sorry widow without a knife. Why, you're the ones who said it was not... I was... McGee?
Yes, boy?
I'm having a conference with the Power Commissioner tomorrow, and I wish you'd come along. There's something in his department I'd like you to handle.
Okay, I'll be glad to handle it. What is it?
A live wire with 50,000 volts. Goodbye.
The King's Men, with a new song by Ken Darby and Elliot Daniel, Roll Out the Wagon.
Why are the girls so merry? Why are the boys so gay? There's a hayride, there's gonna be a hayride. Roll out the wagon, let's take a ride in the hay. Roll out the wagon, I'll hold your hand all the way. Bring along a cider jug and the one that you love to hug, and we'll roll out the wagon and all make hay. Roll Roll out the wagon, just get a load of that moon. Roll, roll, roll out the wagon, we can be coming soon. Come sit close and don't be shy. You want lovin' and so do I. So let's roll, roll, roll out the wagon and all make hay.
We can sing a little bit, chat a little bit,
This a little bit, that a little bit,
in a little bit,
we'll grow bolder. Hug a little bit, kiss a little bit,
that a little bit, this a little bit,
then with your head on my shoulder. Then with your head on my shoulder. We will roll, roll, home in the wagon, counting the stars up above. Right then, there in the wagon, we'll all be falling in love. Soon they'll play, Here Comes the Bride, all because of this one hayride. So let's roll, roll, roll out the wagon and all. Hey, 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 hey.
Well, how's it coming, dearie? The bottom fall out of the bucket yet?
I'm just about ready to pour it on, kiddo. Magee's patented plant pusher-upper with the built-in bug buster. Boy, what an idea. It's a wonder nobody thought of this before.
Well, I tell you, they just don't make brains like yours anymore.
Yeah.
I guess.
After I douse this stuff on that geranium, it'll not only grow a mile a minute, but any insect that takes a bite out of it is just committing insecticide. Stand back, baby, while I slosh it on.
Yes, I'll stand way back. I'd hate to get hit under the chin with a shooting geranium. Pour it on slowly now.
Oh, now, come, Molly. It won't go so fast that you can't get out of the way. Leave us not exaggerate. If it only grows a couple of feet by morning, I'll be satisfied.
Yeah, a geranium with 2 feet ought to make an interesting exhibit. When it walks down the aisle at the plant show, it's... Oh, hello, Ole.
Well, hello, Mrs. Hi, Magoose.
Hi, Ole. Does that geranium look a little taller to you already, Molly?
No, it doesn't, dearie. It just looks wet and frightened is all. Although I did see a grasshopper there when you poured the stuff on.
Yeah?
He took off like a jet.
You watering the flowers with a bucket, McGee? There's my hose you borrowed, because I...
No. I'm just feeding my little giant geranium, Ole. New type of stuff I invented. I'll give you all the details tomorrow.
I can wait, believe me.
What's new at your house, Ole? Anything?
I'm glad you asked me that, Mrs., because yes. We had a lot of excitement at home last night.
Oh?
About 1 o'clock in the morning, a burglar breaks in the house.
Yeah, my gosh, a burglar at your house?
Yeah, the silly fool. He climbed in the dining room window in his bare feet.
Barefooted. Did he take anything?
He sure did, Mrs. He took one heck of a beating. He tiptoes through the dining room, and the first thing he steps on is little oldest marbles. He loses his balance, falls on the sofa, sits on Mrs. knitting needles, and lets out a holler that wakes up the kids. That was a mistake.
Were they scared?
No, the kids had the time of their life, McGee.
Yeah?
Little Sven, he runs out on the stairs and starts shooting at him with his Buck Rogers ray gun. Then little Ole, he sends off his jet plane that goes... It was just plain murder.
My gosh, what were you doing all this time?
What would I be doing? Trying to sleep, of course. My missus shooks me and hollers, quick, Ole, the children are fighting with a burglar. I says, when a burglar breaks in my house, that's his problem. The heck with him.
Well, my goodness, did the children capture him then?
No, he jumped through the front window head first and broke $10 worth of glass. But he dropped a sack with $20 worth of money, so the kids make $5 apiece.
Pretty good night's work.
Yeah, and when I left today, the kids was putting up a sign that says, burglars welcome, sneak right in. I guess I better see if I can sneak in now. So long, both you fellas.
So long.
Well, come on in, dearie, and I'll start the dinner.
Okay. Boy, oh boy, I can't wait for morning. When we wake up tomorrow to find the whole house shaded from one geranium plant, with dead bugs and grasshoppers all over the joint, I'll be...
McGee, breakfast.
Right here, kiddo. Hold everything. I can't eat yet.
Why, McGee, you aren't even dressed.
Yeah, I just pulled my pants on over my geraniums. I got to run out in the yard and look at my giant geranium.
Oh, that, I forgot.
Boy, I can't wait to see it. with that combination plant grower and bug killer. Hey, how tall you bet it is by now? 3 feet? 12 feet? 87 feet? 4 inches?
Oh, no. Don't get so excited about it. Maybe it didn't work, or maybe you...
You wait here, Tootsie. I'll run and measure it. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Oh, dear. Little Tom Swift and his giant geranium. Not even Tom Swift could have thought up this one. Dead bugs, tall geraniums. Oh, well, he'll get over it and think up something else before night.
Hey, Molly! Molly, hey, Molly!
Yeah?
It worked. I done it. Boy, oh, boy, have I got a prize winner.
What? You what? You mean
Oh,
it really...
this is terrific. I'll cop first prize at that potted plant and pet show and stand this town on its ear. Come on out here, quick.
My goodness, you mean it really did work?
Oh.
How big is the geranium anyway?
Oh, it ain't the geranium, Molly. That plant food and the bug killer must have got mixed in reverse somehow or other.
Reverse?
Yeah, instead of making the plant grow and kill the bugs, it worked backwards. The geranium died.
Died?
Yeah.
Well, then how can you win a prize?
Gonna change my entry to the pet division, kiddo. Look what I got out here on the back porch here. Look at it. A grasshopper 3 feet tall.
What?
Gonna put a saddle on him and enter him in the pet show. Down, boy. Down.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Fixing good, nourishing meals day after day is really work. But most any woman will tell you that she doesn't mind it as long as the family likes what she cooks and tells her so. And compliments do seem to come oftener to women who cook with pet evaporated milk. There's a wonderful difference in foods cooked with pet milk because there's a difference in the milk itself. All the richness, all the natural goodness that's in a full quart of good, sweet country milk is concentrated in a single pint of pet milk. That's because more than half the water has been taken out by evaporation. So, of course, what remains is a concentrated milk, which is bound to add extra goodness to favorite family food. Extra wholesomeness, too, and at low cost, because pet milk costs less generally than bottled milk or any other form of milk. Get the habit of cooking with pet evaporated milk and see if you don't get more compliments on the food you fix. It happens regularly to the good cooks who cook with pet evaporated milk.
Say, you know what day this is, Molly? This is the 20th anniversary of One Man's Family.
Yes, isn't that wonderful?
Uh-huh.
They've brought a lot of fine listening to their many listeners all these years.
You said it. I think we ought to congratulate them. Maybe send them a present even. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Carlton E. Morris at One Man's Family. Hello, Carl. This is Fibber McGee.
And Molly.
Yeah, and Molly. Congratulations on the anniversary, Carl. I and Molly think you all have done a great job, and we want to send you a little present. Yeah, look, Carl. How would you like a pet grasshopper 3 feet tall? Okay, Carl.
What'd he say?
He's already got one. Them rich guys have got everything. Down, boy. Down. Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, pet milk, brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? When you make a decision that can affect your whole future, and suddenly you begin to feel insecure and uncertain, what's the best thing to do? Well, that's the question Jim and Sally Carter are faced with in the Story of the Week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. Be sure to hear this dramatic story. And also Mary Lee Taylor's special recipe of the week for soft molasses cookies. Spicy, chewy cookies that you can make easily and inexpensively. Tune in sure to this same NBC station next Saturday morning for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor. Down, boy. Down. Down.
Now, Eddie Cantor brings you more fine entertainment on NBC.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
The story for tonight's Mystery House tryout, Barbie, Murder is an Art. Does it deal with some artistic form of mayhem?
It's the method that's artistic, Dan. It's a story of domestic trouble that ends in unpleasant death. And there's a real puzzle to unravel.
Well, let's start unraveling. I'm raring to go.
Well, so are the rest of the folks.
I'll bet nobody's as enthusiastic as I am.
Yeah, well, how come you're so enthusiastic, Tom? You know, you aren't playing a part tonight in the show. That is, aside from narrator.
Oh, yes, I am, Mr. Glenn. A mighty important part. Just listen.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Murder is an art. Our story opens in the acid-steeped workroom of Henri Wales, top commercial photographer. Henri's wife, Josephine, is talking to Cal Grayson, a young artist, offering him encouragement.
Your work is coming along beautifully, Cal. These new watercolors, they show much improvement.
I don't want to talk about watercolors, Josie.
Now, you should talk about them, think about them, and dream about them. You must make me proud to have helped you, even so little.
You could help me plenty.
Kelvin, remember your promise.
But hang it, Josie. I love you. What difference does it make what I promised?
Please, Cal. You're so young. Love, for you it is with a young girl, not me.
You're young and beautiful. What difference does 10 years make? I'm old enough to...
You need a girl of your own age, and not a married woman. Henri and I...
You don't love Henri. You couldn't.
No. You said you would not talk like that. Henri is my husband.
A photographer.
Henri is an artiste. His photographs are the finest in all...
You know why they're good, don't you? Because he makes you sit in this filthy, smelly room, retouching stuff. You, a painter who could do great things.
You don't know what I could do. I am Henri's wife, and my duty...
Duty? To that louse?
Kelvin, I can't have you talking so. You must stop coming here. I try to encourage you because you have the spark of artistic talent. But romance is for young people. You and Cynthia.
Cynthia? It's you I want, Josie. You.
Kel, you stay away from me. How dare you?
I love you, Josie.
You're a boy. A romantic, spoiled boy. And you must not... Oh, I cannot see you again.
Don't go, please. Stay here. I've got to make you understand.
Kelvin, let go of my arm. I said to...
Please, Josie, listen to me. Try to understand.
Kelvin, you're hurting me. You're a young fool. I'm going to tell Henri about you. About how you...
You wouldn't dare.
You leave me no choice when you act like this. Yes, I will tell him.
No. You're not going to wreck everything in the world for me. You're not going to do it, understand? I won't let you.
Kelvin, your fingers on the... No. Kel, I can't breathe. Let me go. For the love of heaven. You... No.
Josie, what? You... What is it? What's wrong?
Henri. No.
Josie, come on. What's happened? What's wrong with you? Don't scare me like this. Water. I'll get you a glass of water. You'll be all right. You've got to be all right. I didn't mean to hurt you, Josie. You know I didn't mean to hurt you. I wouldn't have strangled you. I was just mad and upset. I didn't know what I was doing. Josie, wake up. You've got to wake up. Cynthia, what did you...
My, what a touching scene. What happened to her?
I did it. I lost my head.
Did what?
Made her faint.
With her weak heart, almost anything can make her faint. Now pull yourself together and get her a glass of water. But first, maybe we should put her on the Davenport.
Gee, she's really out cold. Well, I read someplace that rubbing the wrist stimulates the circulation. Cal.
You think she's coming too?
No. There's no pulse. I think she's dead.
I killed her. Murdered her.
Cal, stop saying that. Now pull yourself together. We've got to figure out
What's there to figure? Call the police. No use my trying to run away.
You're not going to run away. But before I call the police, we've got to figure out what you're going to tell them.
There's nothing to tell them, except that I killed her. I knew about her heart. I shouldn't have... Somebody just came in the studio reception room. What? I can't do it, Cynthia.
Grow up. You stay in here while I see who it is. And don't go to pieces.
But the police...
The police couldn't know about this. It'll be a customer. Just sit there and keep quiet.
Why, hello, Taffy. Hi, sweetheart. A little slow getting out here, aren't you?
I have to work for a living.
I'll ignore that crack, darling. Where is he?
Where's who?
You know who.
Why, he's on a job.
You wouldn't lie to me, dear. He wouldn't be in the back room, would he?
No, you can't.
What's getting you in such an uproar? I'll bet
Don't open that door, Taffy. Henry's not there.
I can't open it with you standing in front of it, that's for sure. You're hiding something.
Taffy, please, don't go back there. You know how Josie feels about you.
Oh, so she's in there.
Yes, and you shouldn't come here, Taffy. Henry promised her he wouldn't see you anymore.
What he promised her is no concern of mine. But you can tell him for me that if he stands me up on one more date...
Why not tell him yourself, Taffy? You'll undoubtedly see him before I do. I just work here.
Well, okay. But goodbye, darling.
Cal.
Who was it?
Never mind. It was nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about. With her dead in there? What am I going to tell the police?
If you'd pipe down a minute, maybe I could think of something. You're in a spot. If I didn't love you so much...
Love? Don't even talk about such a thing, not with her back there murdered.
Be quiet. You choked her, so there'll be marks on her neck. But the police won't know they're your finger marks.
Harvey will know. He suspects me anyway. He's told me to stay away from Josie.
He's been out at a big estate all day taking pictures. He won't suspect anything.
But he's jealous of me.
You flatter yourself. Now, let's see. We'll say that someone came in. A mysterious stranger.
You can't get away with that.
This character came in while you and I were in the developing room. You came into the dark room to see me, and we heard Josie scream. That's it.
No.
We heard her scream, and both ran out here. Josie was all crumpled up on the floor. The door to the reception room was open. You ran out there and saw our mysterious character lamming out the door. He had too much of a start on you.
They won't believe it.
They'll have to believe it. I'll be backing up your story. Can you remember it? You didn't see enough of the fellow to be able to give a good description of him. Now drill the story into your head, Cal, and stick to it. Stick to it. Unless you do, you're done. Lieutenant Kamek, I'm Cynthia Bradley.
Cynthia Bradley, huh? You work here?
Yes, and this is my friend Cal Grayson. We were together when we heard Josie's scream.
Yeah. And you saw the guy who did it, right?
I guess so.
What do you mean you guess so? Did you or didn't you?
Why, yes, we saw him.
He's upset, Lieutenant. He's an artist. A sensitive person. And Mrs. Wales was a good friend.
Where's her husband? Why isn't he here?
Well, I called him, Lieutenant. He was on a job, taking pictures out at a big estate.
Mm-hmm. Just you two alone here, huh?
Yes. I called Mr. Wells right after I called you. He'll be here soon. But to get back to the story, Cal...
Suppose you let Cal tell me what he was doing. Well, young man, what's the story?
I came here to see Cynthia. We used to go to art school together.
What's that got to do with it?
What he's trying to say is that we've been going together, Lieutenant.
Well, let him say it then. Where were you when you heard this scream?
Cynthia was working in the dark room, and I'd gone in to talk to her. And then the scream.
And Cal ran out, and there was Josie, all crumpled.
I saw someone running through the door, a man.
We'd never seen him before.
He didn't have much of a start on you, Grayson.
I know. But I was stunned at seeing Mrs. Wales. I guess I stood there too long, just doing nothing. When I came to and up to chase him, I was too late. And Josie...
Josie? You two seem pretty familiar with the woman.
Why, of course. She was a painter before she married Henry Wales, and she did a lot to encourage young painters like Cal. She'd given up her own work.
He made her do it.
No, Cal. You see, Lieutenant, Henry Wales is a fine photographer, and his wife did expert retouching.
She was too good for that. He had no right to...
Why, Mr. Wales...
Yes. Cynthia, what you tell me on the phone, it is true? I got here as fast as I could. Where is she? Quick.
Oh, a minute, just a moment.
My wife? What is happening
Your
to
wife's
her?
dead, Wales. There's nothing you can do to help her now, except help us figure out how it happened.
My Josephine. What is this young man doing here?
He was here to see me when it happened, Mr. Wales.
I told him that... I'm excited. I do not mean to be nasty, Cal. There's only this. Josephine.
It's my fault Cal was here. I asked him to drop in.
What's the matter, Wales? This fella done something to make you sore?
No, nothing.
You were about to make a crack about telling him to keep away from here. What was it?
It was just that once I was a little jealous.
Cal brought his paintings in for Josie to criticize, and she admired his work. That's all.
Yeah? When a man's jealous, he usually has some reason.
Josephine was so much to me, but when this boy seemed so crazy about her, of course it was nothing to her.
No, she thought more of me than you, Ari.
Cal!
You! She was a woman, and you a little boy.
I'm old enough to know what love is. And I loved her a lot more than you ever did, you heel.
You don't say.
He doesn't know what he's saying, Lieutenant. He's all mixed up.
Yeah, he's mixed up all right. Maybe he don't know what he's saying, but I do. I'm beginning to see what happened.
Oh, no, Lieutenant. You're wrong.
This mysterious stranger, Grayson. What do you look like?
I don't know. I didn't see enough of him.
You choked her yourself, didn't you? Well, answer me.
Don't let him bully you, Cal. I was with him, Lieutenant.
Now, keep out of this. You've admitted you loved the woman, Grayson. You told her, didn't you? And she was still in love with her husband. She wouldn't have anything to do with you. She sent you packing. So you got mad and grabbed her by the throat.
No, it wasn't like that at all.
He was with me, Lieutenant. How many
Keep
times...
still.
But this boy, he's not a murderer, officer. He is an artist, a sensitive, emotional...
Emotional enough to get crazy mad,
But
yeah.
it is not in an artist to destroy. An artist creates things, beautiful things.
Save it. Artists go crazy quicker than anybody. Come on, genius.
The phone...
Never mind, I'll get it. Hello? Yes, it's Cammy. Huh? What? You're kidding. You're sure, huh? And I guess that louses things up good for me, Joe. I thought I had this one on a platter. So long. Anybody who gets on the homicide squad should have his head examined of all that...
there is something wrong, officer?
Wrong. He just got the medical examiner's report on the body.
What about it?
She wasn't strangled to death.
What?
No sign of choking at all.
Her heart. Yes, she has...
Yeah. It was her heart, all right. She died from an overdose of digitalin. Enough to kill a healthy horse. She was poisoned.
Josephine Wales poisoned. But I thought, well, we'll find out who poisoned her and why in the second act. Meanwhile...
And now the second act of Murder is an Art. Lieutenant Kamek, baffled by the medical examiner's report, is questioning the dead woman's husband.
Wales, I want to look over the whole layout here.
You are welcome to look, but I've been trying to tell you, Lieutenant. My wife was taking digitalin. It was prescribed by
Not the way she took it, it wasn't prescribed. Doctor says there wasn't enough in those tablets of hers to...
Her heart was very weak. Perhaps the doctor did not realize...
He realizes the way she was loaded with the stuff. Yeah. Is this the room where she worked?
Yes. These are her things. Brushes.
Uh-huh. What's this stuff here?
Opaques. Paints for retouching my pictures.
Okay. Where do you work?
Here. My cameras. My desk.
Yeah. Look, you think your wife was leading this boy Cal on?
But no, he is only a boy.
Well, he says he was in love with her.
He's a little fool. Josephine, she liked to encourage all young painters. What are you doing? Those are my...
Yeah, I know. Your letters.
But they are personal. You have no right to go through my desk. I demand
that... Don't get excited. Uh-huh. Yeah. Who's Taffy?
Give me those letters. They have nothing to do with this.
I said who's Taffy?
Why, only a girl, a model.
Your wife know about her?
Give me those letters. They have no concern to you.
No? I'd like to talk to this Taffy. Maybe she knows something about digitalin.
Digitalin is a medicine, a prescription.
And in this case, a prescription for death. Bradley, what do you know about Taffy Landon?
Taffy Landon? Who's she?
You are making a mistake, Kamek.
She came here once in a while, Lieutenant, when Josie wasn't here. She was in love with Henri.
But I protest.
Yeah, those letters showed that.
The letter... she was a friend.
Yeah, I could tell that. And what a friend.
But that is over. I sent her away. You can ask her.
Don't worry, I will.
But what does all this have to do with Josie?
It is a mistake.
Hi, Taffy.
Well, quite a party. No welcome, Henri?
There's no time for welcome, sister. What's this between you and Wales?
Why, has Josie tried to make some trouble?
Josie's dead, Taffy. Murdered.
Oh, but I can't believe that.
Oh, well, it's true anyway. Now, what was the deal between you and Wales?
Why, he promised to marry me as soon as...
No. Taffy, for the love of heaven. It was only a flirtation, Lieutenant.
Henri, you promised you'd marry me as soon as you could get rid of... divorce her. You know you did.
Well, and just about does it. You had to get rid of your wife so you could marry this girl.
It isn't true. I love my wife. Taffy was only one of my models.
Those letters don't read that way.
But I can prove...
You'll have plenty of time to prove things, Wales. I'm taking you into the station right now.
It's awfully nice of you to bring me home, Lieutenant.
Oh, it's a pleasure. You were pretty crazy about Wales, huh?
Well, he was sweet. Isn't there any chance that he'll get off?
You can't tell what a jury will do. Maybe you'll get him back.
Oh, be your age, Lieutenant. Henri wouldn't ever marry me. He isn't that kind. He doesn't take love seriously. Oh, here's my house.
Just a minute. You mean you don't think he'd have married you if he hadn't got caught?
I don't think he'd ever marry anybody again. He's not the marrying kind.
But his motive for murder. You're it.
Don't be silly, Lieutenant. He didn't need to kill his wife to see me whenever he wanted to. And he was tired of me anyway. He'd been standing me up on dates.
But if that's so, I've got the wrong guy.
I wouldn't know. I'm just a gal trying to get along in the world. Well, good night.
Where's Wales, Miss Bradley?
How should I know? In jail, I suppose.
They've let him out on bail. You haven't seen him, have you?
Of course not. Why?
Somebody just took a wild shot at Taffy Landon.
She's killed?
No, just scared.
Why should Henri...
He saw that the girl's story about him promising to marry her wasn't going to do him any good.
But why would he shoot at her?
To scare her, so she couldn't testify in court.
Oh, but I can't believe that, Lieutenant. I'll bet...
Yeah? What?
I'll bet she fired a shot herself and then called the police. Don't you see? To throw suspicion away from her.
Suspicion? Who's suspecting her?
Why, look, Henry Wales told Taffy he'd marry her if he could get his wife out of the way. If that doesn't give Taffy a motive for the murder...
Yeah, maybe it does, at that.
She had the only motive that makes sense.
Maybe you're right. It's worth talking to her anyway. So long.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Good luck. Why, Cal. You in the dark room? What were you doing there?
Hiding.
But what for?
To hear what was going on.
Oh, then you know that Taffy pulled a fake shooting to throw suspicion on somebody else. Lieutenant Kamek has just...
You fired that shot, Cynthia.
I? Oh, Cal, don't be silly.
I'm not being silly. I'm just getting smart, Cynthia. I spilled a bottle of Josie's Opaque when I was snooping around here, too.
Well, what's that got to do with...
Plenty. There was something funny about that paint. I could smell it.
Oh, your imagination's getting the best of you.
That paint had digitalin mixed with it. A lot of it. Every bottle.
Oh, you must be mistaken. Where...
No. You won't get to destroy it, Cynthia. I've hidden it.
But I don't see...
Josie always moistened the ends of her paintbrushes with her lips and tongue. Henri talked to her about it not being sanitary. So had I. She just laughed at us. We all talked about it. And the paint on those brushes was loaded with digitalin. Every time she licked a paintbrush, she got more digitalin. The poison was cumulative.
Where are those bottles of Opaque?
Cynthia, put down that gun.
Where are they? Tell me before...
So you did kill Josie?
Yes, and I'll get away with it, too. Once you're out of the way. You might get them suspecting me with your story. They don't even consider me now.
But you could have let me take the blame in the first place. I thought I had killed her.
Oh, you poor dope. I knew I could handle you any way I wanted. But I needed to pose as your girlfriend, the loyal standby, so they wouldn't suspect me. And Taffy was to be the real fall guy. It's working out that way, too. Get her out of the way.
Taffy? Out of the way of what?
You were so crazy about Josie you couldn't see anything. Henri and I have been in love for months.
But Taffy, she...
Sure. That's why everybody will think Taffy's guilty. She's just a gold digger. Henri doesn't really give two hoots for her. But he'll marry me. He knows I'm serious.
So that's why you killed Josie.
From the way she talked to you, I knew she'd never divorce him. And I started poisoning her months ago, when the doctor began giving her digitalin. Medicine. A little of it. But too much of it was death. All she needed was a little shock to make her heart...
When I got mad at her, what...
Sure. It was too much for her heart. You see, Cal, you really did kill her.
No.
I can even tell them I killed you. I'll tell them it's self-defense. Doesn't get Taffy out of the picture, but I can take care of her.
You couldn't get away with it.
I'll tell them I found out about the digitalin in the paint bottles. That I accused you, and you tried to kill me. You killed her because she wouldn't have anything to do with you. Oh, I'll make the story stick. Don't worry. And then I'll have Henri just as I planned.
Cynthia.
Stand back, no Superman stuff. I'm a good shot. Cal, I'm warning you.
Quit scratching. I'm going to get that gun if...
No!
Get your fingers out of my eyes, you...
So, you thought you would get the gun if you could knock it out of my hand with that chair, did you? Well, you're not good enough. And this time...
Cynthia! Drop the gun, Miss Bradley.
No, I've caught your murder for you, Lieutenant. I figured it all out, and he...
Save it, Miss Bradley. I heard the whole thing.
You what?
Mm-hmm. People don't think of a cop being an artist, but my sneaking a dictograph in here, well, that was kind of a work of art, if I do say so. Give me the gun, Miss Bradley.
Well, all right.
Yeah, you may have been all right at retouching photographs. But when you start trying to change human lives, nah, you ain't that much of an artist.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
These new boots off and pruny, rushing around like this.
Hey, where's the fire, Chester?
I'm sorry, Miss Kitty. I just ain't got time to stop and visit. I got to get over to the office and tell Mr. Dillon something.
Well, it must be awful important.
Yes, ma'am, it sure is. I'm sorry, Miss Kitty. I'll see you later. Like I've been running once. Dear. Mr. Dillon?
Quiet. Be quiet, Chester. I've got 35 cents in this pot. Cards, man.
Let me see.
The Doc, you're just going to have to hold up the game.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Give me 3.
All right. 1, 2. There you go, man.
Mr. Dillon, I've got to talk to you.
Hold it a minute, will you, Chester? I'm about to win myself 35 cents.
Yeah, and you might be about to get killed, too.
And I'm taking 1 card, man.
Taking 1, huh?
Mr. Dillon, there's a fellow rode into town looking for you. I just heard him over at the Dodge House asking about you.
And I'm raising another 5 cents, man.
Raise, huh? You're losing your head, aren't you, Doc?
Over at the... He's kind of young, but I think he's a gunman, Mr. Dillon. I think he's heading over here. Now, if you ask me, I think he's coming over here to kill somebody.
Howdy.
Oh, my goodness.
One of you fellas, Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, I am.
My name's Crowley Tobin, Marshal.
How are you, Mr. Tobin? Will you wait just a minute? All right, Doc. I'm calling you.
2 pair, Matt. King's high. I guess that's enough.
Just a minute, Doc.
3 sevens? 3 sevens? Oh, of all the sneaky luck.
Thanks, Doc. Chester, is this the fellow that's...
Yes, he is.
What can I do for you, Mr. Tobin?
Well, I'm a special deputy from California, Marshal. I'm after a man who's wanted for stage hold-up and murder. I got reason to think he's here in Dodge. His name's Jess Ricker.
Jess Ricker?
You know him?
Yeah, we know him. He's been around for a couple of weeks.
You know where I can find him?
No, not right this minute, I don't. Tell you what, you leave the warrant with me, though, and I'll pick him up for you sometime this evening.
I'll do the picking up, if you don't mind.
Oh?
All I asked you was where I can find him.
What about your authority? You're kind of out of your territory.
I'll worry about authority after I get Ricker.
You know what he's like? He's tough with his hands and fast with a gun.
I didn't come here crying for help.
How long you been a lawman?
2 months, if it's any of your business.
Uh-huh. Now, this your first assignment?
What difference does that make? What are you trying to say? I ain't big enough to handle it?
Now, wait just a minute.
You think I can't bring a man in without running to get somebody else to do my job?
Nobody's doubting your ability.
Look, Marshal, if you got the idea there's a reward out for this fellow, you're crazy.
Why, you...
Yeah, easy now, man.
I never took any reward on an outlaw in my life.
Well, then what's your reason for trying to horn in on this?
None that you'd understand, Tobin. All right, I don't know where Jess Ricker holds up, but he always hits the saloons in the evening, around 9 o'clock. Either the Lady Gay or the Long Branch.
Thanks. I'll be there. Good day, gentlemen.
Oh, wait a minute. Before you go, maybe you better shake hands with Doc Adams. Because the next time you meet up with him, you probably won't be able to. Doc's the coroner here.
A funny thing happened today, Matt. I saw a green horse.
Oh?
Yeah, and it had purple wings. It was flying around up over Boot Hill.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, it was singing just like a meadowlark.
Uh-huh.
Matt, did you hear what I just said?
What? Oh, yeah, sure, Kitty. That sounds great.
Oh, come on, Matt. What's it all about?
What's what all about?
You haven't heard a word I've said since you walked in here. What have you got on your mind?
No, it's, that fellow over there at the end of the bar, Kitty.
Huh? Oh, you mean Jess Ricker?
Yeah. You know him?
Oh, he comes in all the time. I try to avoid him as much as possible.
Well, that's a good idea.
How does he figure with you, Matt?
Well, he doesn't. Not the way things stand.
Well, then I don't see what's bothering you.
Kitty, I want to ask you something. How do you keep somebody from making a fool of himself when he's dead set on doing it?
That's easy. You don't.
Yeah.
Who is he, Matt?
Oh, a deputy from California.
Huh?
He's awful green, Kitty. He's on his first assignment. He's going around with his back up. He's touchier than a bear with a boil.
Oh, and Jess Ricker's his first assignment?
Yeah, so he says. He won't even show me the warrant. I'm afraid that'd be asking for help. Well, without him untied, there's no charge against Ricker here in Dodge. Not so far, anyway.
Mr. Dillon?
Huh? Oh, yeah, what is it, Chester?
He's on his way over here, Mr. Dillon. He got tired of waiting at the Lady Gay.
Oh, the fella you were talking about, Matt?
Yeah. Chester's been keeping an eye on him.
Well, what are you going to do?
There's nothing much I can do.
There he is. There he comes.
Good evening, Marshal.
How are you, Tobin?
You know, I've been waiting across the street there for an hour. He didn't show.
Tobin, the two of us could take him without much trouble, you know.
We already been through that, Marshal.
Yeah, I know we have.
All I want to know is where I can find him. Have you got any idea?
Yeah. He's standing over there at the end of the bar.
Which one is
the
it?
big fellow with a scar across his jaw. But listen, Tobin.
I got a warrant to serve, Marshal. Thanks anyway.
His trouble is he's just plain too big for his britches, Mr.
Your
Jones.
name, Jess Ricker.
What's it to you, mister?
Well, you're under arrest for robbery and murder.
Arrest? You hear that, boys? This little sawed-off prairie dog says I'm under arrest.
I mean it, Ricker.
You're bothering me, mister.
Put out your hands.
Bracelet, huh? And you really aiming to put 'em on me? I am? All right. I'll put out my hand. One at a time. You're going to arrest somebody, was you? All right, I'll teach you.
All right, hold it, Ricker. Now, you put your hand on that gun, it'll be the last move you ever make.
I was just...
Now, keep those boots to yourself. You kick him and I'll drop you.
I wasn't doing nothing, Marshal. I was standing here minding my own business, and you jumped me.
Shut up. Tobin? Chester, get some water and throw it on him, man.
That's right. Well, Sam, will you hand me a bucket of water?
Hey, Marshal, how come he's trying to arrest somebody here in your town?
I told you to shut up.
All right, stand back, folks.
You all right, Tobin?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm all right.
You want me to serve that warrant for you now?
What warrant, Marshal?
Give it to me, Tobin.
If I got a warrant to serve, I'll serve it myself. Is that what you're aiming to do? I'll get you if it's the last thing I ever do. Either dead or alive. I don't care which. Now, Marshal, he threatened my life. You heard him.
Yeah, I heard him.
Fine, law-abiding citizen like me that ain't got a single charge against his name here in Dodge City. Man like me's got to protect himself. For instance, if he was to come walking up the street toward the livery stable about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I might figure it was hostile, seeing as how he just threatened my life. I'll be there, Ricker. And so will I, mister. Bring your handcuffs. I want to pin them through your ear.
You know something, Tobin? You're a stubborn fool.
Dillon, if I was you, I wouldn't fret myself about it. He's a grown-up man, ain't he?
Well, he's old enough to be.
That's what I mean. And so if he ain't, then whose fault is it?
I don't know, Chester, his own, I guess. And I just keep thinking I could have made the same fool mistakes when I started out as a lawman.
Morning, Matt. Well, we sure couldn't have better weather for it.
Better weather for what, Doc?
Why, for the shooting, of course. Now, don't tell me you're heading toward the livery stable just by accident.
I wouldn't try to tell anything to an old ghoul like you.
Oh, good. Oh, no, man. I'm here on an errand of mercy. I got my toolkit and everything.
Yeah, sure, and it's probably stuffed full of blank forms for your coroner's report.
Well, I did bring a couple, just in case. But...
Maybe Tobin won't show up.
You're wrong, Chester. He's already showed. He's coming out of the Dodge house now.
You don't have to sound so joyful about it, Doc.
Well, there's nothing I can do about it, Matt. You neither, for that matter.
Yeah, I know.
I think the street sure is deserted, ain't it?
Morning, gentlemen. I hope you're not planning to interfere, Marshal.
Looks like the only way I could would be to jail you, Tobin.
You wouldn't do that.
Don't be too sure. I've thought about it.
Oh, no, you're too much of a lawman, Marshal.
And it's too bad you're not. You're not half as concerned about the law as you are about your own half-baked pride.
If Ricker gets me, you'll get him. So the law wins either way. Good day, gentlemen. Nice talking to you.
I hope he's better with a gun than he was with his fist.
He's not good enough for just Ricker. But if I horned in on it, it'd probably make him so mad he'd go for me.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
Just watch him die, I guess.
Dillon, you gotta stop him.
He's not my responsibility.
That's right, Matt. Now, I don't blame you a bit.
What am I supposed to be, his nurse?
Oh, no, of course. Nobody can expect it.
Yes, Ricker. Just coming out of the liver stabilizer, see?
Tobin's a fool. It's his own fault.
Oh, you're absolutely right there. Oh, yes. He's bringing the whole thing on himself.
For 2 cents, I'd go back to the office and forget about him.
That's exactly what you should do, man. Oh, yes. If you'll glance down the street there, you'll notice they're not more than 100 feet apart.
What of it? Doc, if you think for 1 minute I'm going to take any part in this, you heard him, didn't you? He doesn't want any help.
But that's true, Matt. Yeah, that's true. Oh, my. Yes, there's going to be some shooting any second.
I asked him 3 times, and that'll be enough. Oh, come on. Let's get down there before it's too late.
Yeah, Matt. Now, wait a minute, Matt. It's none of your responsibility if that young idiot wants to die.
Oh, shut up, Doc. A man doesn't mean everything he says.
So I've noticed.
Ricker will try to make him draw first, so it'll make it self-defense and keep me out of it. And Tobin's just stupid enough to fall for it.
It's too late, Matt. Tobin's seen you coming.
Hey, Tobin! Hold up! He walked right into it.
The self-defense, Marshal. He drawed on me. You seen him do it.
Yeah, I saw him. All right, put away your gun, Ricker. Tobin?
Here. Let me see him. That's it. Stand back. That's going to open his shirt here. Yes. Oh. Well, by golly, caught him high in the shoulder, Matt. He'll pull through it all right.
Tobin, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, then listen to me. You had your show, and it fell in on you. Now, you give me that warrant, and I'll serve it for you.
No, Marshal.
Look, you've already proved yourself, if that's what you had to do.
I'll get over this. I'll get him yet.
There may not be another chance. He's got a bedroll tied on his saddle, and he's fixing to ride out. Now, you say he's a murderer. You going to let him get away?
I'll catch up with him. I'll find him again.
Yeah, I suppose you don't.
It's my job, Marshal.
It's the law's job, and you're only part of it. Now, what are you going to be? A stubborn kid or a lawman?
I don't know what you mean.
Make up your mind. He's on his horse. What are you, Tobin, a boy or a man?
Warrants inside my vest.
All right. Look after him, Doc.
Now, you be careful, Mr. Dillon.
Hey, Ricker! Get off that horse.
What's the trouble, Marshal? I thought we agreed it was self-defense.
It's got nothing to do with that. I got a warrant here for your arrest on a charge of murder.
So they hollered for help. Marshal, I don't think I cottoned to you serving that warrant any more than I did for him to.
I don't much care what you cotton to, Ricker. You shouldn't have tried it, Ricker.
You broke my leg.
Well, don't worry about it. You and Tobin can get well together. And I think he'd like the pleasure of taking you back to California.
You'll never get me there. I'll get you there, all right, Ricker. If I have to drag you by the hair.
You know something, Ricker? He's just stubborn enough to do that, if he has to.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
At 49 American.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. Excuse me, this is Kenny Delmar. Excuse me, I have a special announcement to make. Herbert Tarleton cigarettes are back. Good news for those who prefer a cork-tip cigarette. Herbert Tarleton is back, and there's something about them you like. Herbert Tarleton is back after being made only for the armed forces. Yes, Herbert Tarleton is back. That cork-tip cigarette, Herbert Tarleton, available now for you. Yes, Herbert Tarleton is back, and remember, there's something about them you like. There's something about them you like. This is Kenny Delmar. I trust you will welcome home Herbert Tarleton. There's something about them you like.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Van Johnson.
Starring Jack Benny.
Starring Van Johnson with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, Don Wilson.
And yours truly, the pickle in the middle. Thank you, and a happy mustard to you, too. Say, Don, why is it that every time we have a guest star, you always...
Hey, Jackson, don't worry about that now. We're on the air, and Mary isn't here yet.
Mary? Mary isn't here yet? Gee, that's funny. Dennis, what are you laughing at?
You said it was funny.
Dennis, when I said it was funny, I meant it was hard to believe. You understand?
Well... Sure you do, kid. When Jackson says something funny, it's hard to believe.
Phil, stop being on my side, will you? Can't understand Mary not being here. She's never been late before. Maybe she overslept.
Yeah, over.
Well, I'm not going to wait any longer. I'll call her house.
Say, Mabel, what is it, Gatesville? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Yeah, I wonder what Saratoga Punk wants now. I'll find out. Yes, Mr. Benny. Miss Livingston? Yes, I'll call her home immediately. He wants I should get him Mary Livingston. Oh. And say, Mabel, that reminds me. You know me, I hate to spread gossip. But several times lately, I've heard a rumor about Mr. Benny and Miss Livingston. Oh, don't be silly, Gertrude. He's old enough to be her father. That's the rumor I heard. You know, Mabel, I can't figure out why Mary should be late for today's program. They're having Van Johnson. Oh, boy, Van Johnson. Shangri-La with red hair. Yeah. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he were to step in here this minute and bow low to us and say, would you two charming and beautiful ladies do me the honor of going dancing with me tonight, babe? Yeah, but as far far as I'm concerned, I'd just as soon go out with men like Jack Benny. Why? Well, when a man like Benny tries to kiss you and you tell him to stop, and he stops, you don't feel so disappointed. Ain't it the truth? Gosh, I'll never forget the time Jack asked me to come up to his apartment to show me his etchings. And I went, why, Mabel Flapsaddle. Gosh, sakes, did you just see those etchings? 500 pictures of a man standing in a plantation holding up a big tobacco leaf. Well, once I went...
Operator, how about my number?
I'm ringing it now.
Hello? Is Miss Livingston there? What? She left the house 2 hours ago. Oh, for heaven's sake, I should have known. Goodbye.
What's wrong, Jackson?
What's wrong? Mary's late because she went to pick up Van Johnson in her car. I didn't tell her to do that. What girl's seeing him, I don't know.
Well, Jack, you've got to admit that he is handsome.
All right, so am I. After all, what's Van Johnson got that I haven't got?
Yeah, what's Van Johnson got that Mr. Benny hasn't got?
Quiet, Dennis. They're not afraid to answer. Van Johnson.
You know, Jack, I don't want to brag, but I've heard plenty of people comparing me to him.
Don, the van they were comparing you with has furniture sticking out of the back. Anyway, I can't understand why all the girls rave so much about Van Johnson. All right, so he's young. Wait another 10 years when he gets to be my age. He'll see.
Would you mind repeating that, Jackson?
I said wait another 10 years when Van Johnson gets to be my age. Well?
I'm trying to figure out some way to answer that and keep it clean.
Well, it can't be done, so forget it. Anyway, Mary and Van Johnson should be here by now. But then this is Sunday. There's probably a lot of traffic.
Am I driving too fast for you, Van?
No, Mary, you're doing fine. Gee, Mary, it sure is a nice drive from Beverly Hills to the studio.
Yeah, I knew you'd enjoy the ride, so I took a little roundabout way.
I'm glad you did. I've never seen San Diego before. Would you like me to roll the window up, Mary?
No, thanks. I like the wind.
I was afraid it might blow your hair. You have such beautiful hair.
Oh, Van, when you say things like that, I just get weak all over. Oh.
Mary, look out! Gosh, didn't you see that bus?
Yes, but I thought I could fly over it. Drive around it.
You better stop, Mary. The light just turned red.
Oh, yes. The lights are red, the violets are blue. If we run out of gas, who cares? Woo!
I know, Mary, but you'd better stop.
You know, when I... Excuse me, but I can't get a cab. Would you give me a lift as far as... Oh, no. It isn't. Oh! A 1946 Buick! What a stall. If she'd have gotten in here, I'd have punched her right in the nose. Say, Van, how do you happen to be a guest on Jack's program?
Well, he made such an attractive offer, I couldn't turn it down.
Jack made you an attractive offer? What was it?
He said if I gave a good performance, he'd take me to see The Outlaw.
Oh, but no kidding, Van. How much is he paying you to be his guest?
Well, as a matter of fact, I forgot to discuss money with him.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
The Screen Actors Guild has a country home just for actors who forgot to discuss money with Jack.
Oh, I don't care about the money anyway. You know, Mary, even if I don't get a cent, it'll be worth it just being on the same program with you.
Oh, Van, do you really?
Oh, well, I can carry her the rest of the way.
Here we are, Van, Studio B. Hello, Jack. Here's Van Johnson.
Well, hello, Van.
Hello, Jack.
Yeah, I'm glad you finally got here. Mary, I'll talk to you later. I hope you appreciate my sending Mary over to pick you up.
What? Why, Jack Benny of all...
Mary. One more word out of you, and the makeup, and he'll take that candle out of the window. Well, Van, I'd like you to meet our little group of thespians. This is Don Wilson.
Well, he's the fattest little group of thespians I ever saw. Pleased to meet you, Don.
Well, I'm certainly glad to meet you, Van. I've always admired your work in pictures.
Thank you.
And this is my orchestra leader, Phil Harris.
Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Bub. What do you hear from the Henna Rent Company? Phil. So you're Van Johnson, huh?
Uh-huh.
Tell me, Johnson, what makes all them dames so crazy about you?
Oh, I don't know. I guess it's just sort of a psychological phenomenon.
I'm dead.
Phil, please.
Okay. I'm pleased to meet you, Van. I've always admired your acting.
Well, thank you, Phil. I've always admired your music.
Don't get sarcastic.
Look, Phil, Van was just trying to be nice. He really likes your music.
Well, what does he like about it?
All right, forget it. And Van, this is my vocalist, Dennis Day.
Glad to know you, Dennis.
Should I swoon, Mr. Benny?
No, Dennis, that's for girls. Just say hello.
Hello.
And now, Van, I want to tell
Say,
you...
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Dennis.
My mother thinks you're wonderful in pictures.
Well, thank you.
She goes to see every picture you make.
Well, I'm flattered.
And now, Van, I want
When
to...
you smile, she breaks out in big red blotches.
Dennis.
When she saw you in Thrill of a Romance, she came home and burned her wedding dress.
That's enough, Dennis. That's enough. And now, Van,
My father got so mad he broke all the stays in her girdle.
Yeah, girdle. Now, Van, as I started...
It's awful. You might break up our home.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Look, Dennis, it's time for your song. Now, go ahead.
What a business. My home's being broken up and I have to sing.
Yes. Now, go ahead. Come over here, Van. I want to tell you about the sketch we're going to do. I hope Marvin likes it.
I can't begin to tell you how much you mean to me. My world would end if ever we were through.
began to tell you, sung by Dennis Day. It's a wonderful song, Dennis, and you sang it beautifully.
Yeah, and I can't understand it. My home's being broken up.
It'll work out, kid. That really is a lovely song, and you did it beautifully.
I think it's a beautiful song, too, Jack, but I think the lyrics could be improved.
Why, Don, what are you talking about? Those lyrics are simply wonderful.
Oh, I know, Jack, but if I wrote the song, here's the way I would have done it. Will you give me a little music, please, Phil?
Okay, Dante.
I can't begin to tell you what luckies mean to me. For deep down smoking pleasure, they are grand. Oh, they are grand. So please, my friends, remember, it's LSMFT. The finest, mildest smoke that's in the land. Oh, in the land.
Gee, they're happy and my home's being broken up.
I make such pretty speeches about this cigarette. The words I choose would give you clues to what is your best bet. They take the best tobacco the world has ever known. From way down south in Dixie, where it's grown. In Dixie.
Millions of folks like you and me are smoking LSMFT. Puff away, puff away, puff away. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute! Company! Ho!
Now get out of here. I wonder where they got those gray uniforms. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Van, are you ready?
You bet, Jack.
Good. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our guest star, Van Johnson, who was recently seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's picture Weekend at the Waldorf, for our feature attraction tonight, we will present our version of that same picture entitled A Fortnight at the Acme Plaza. Curtain music. The Acme Plaza Hotel, outwardly calm, but within a seething turmoil of emotion, where mystery meets intrigue, where intrigue meets romance, where romance meets drama, where drama meets grandpa. Yes, folks, the Acme Plaza.
Hello, Acme Plaza, where the Riff meets the Raft. Sorry, Mr. Raft, Mr. Riff is out. Acme Plaza, a good place to lose a weekend. There's a bottle in every chandelier. One moment, I'll connect you.
Hiya, cutie. Making any good connections lately?
Well, if it isn't Sherlock Harris, the house detective. How does it feel to be a gumshoe?
Now, hold it, baby. I may be a detective, but I ain't no gumshoe.
You're not?
No, not since I got this magnifying glass. I'm stepping over that stuff.
Oh, say, Sherlock, what's the latest dope on that character in room 417? You know, the one who's suspected of killing 23 wives.
Well, I'm working on that. As soon as we find the bodies, we'll be able to pin it on him.
Find the bodies? Where do you think he's hiding them?
I don't know, but that rug in his room is getting awful lumpy.
Yes, folks, the Acme Plaza, where mystery meets suspense, where suspense meets romance, where Gravel Gertie meets B.O. Plenty.
Hello, Gertie.
The Acme Plaza.
Yes, babe, when Sherlock Harris is on a case, he always finds out what's going on and gets his
Excuse me, room 310 is calling. That's the big business tycoon, the one that owns all the railroads.
Oh, yeah. I understand he's kind of sweet on you.
Hello?
Hello, baby. You know who this is?
Yes, you're that great, big, important business tycoon.
That's me, the one and only Martindale Schnook.
What can I do for you, Snooky?
I want to know if you'll go out with me tonight.
Well...
I'll give you anything your little heart desires. I'm rich. I own railroads, lots of railroads. The New York Central, Santa Fe, Baltimore, Ohio, the Southern Pacific, Union Pacific.
I know. You own all the railroads in the country.
All except one, and they won't sell me that. I've got to have it! I've got to have it!
Which railroad is that?
The one that goes Bromoseltzer. I'm crazy 3 ways.
Well, Snooky, keep trying.
I will. Goodbye.
Gosh, the one and only Martindale Snook in love with me. I want
Operator, would you please get me room 212? My name is Van Johnson.
One moment, please. I'm sorry, but 212 doesn't... What are you staring at?
You. Gosh, but you're beautiful.
What?
You're wonderful. The minute I first saw you, I knew you were the one for me. Look, would you please go out with me tonight?
No. Go away. You're not my type. You're not... Give me that again, will you?
Would you please go out with me tonight?
No. Go away. You're not my... Yep, that's what it says here.
Yes, folks, the Acme Plaza, where boy meets girl, where girl meets boy, where I once had a routine, but it was cut out at rehearsal. The Acme Plaza.
Look, honey, I'm lonesome, and you're so beautiful.
Lonesome? Didn't you ever have a girl?
Only once, but I gave her up. Her eyes were like two limpid pools.
Two limpid pools? And why did you give her up?
Her nose looked like a diving board.
Oh.
Please forgive me. Please say that you'll go out with me.
Well, I don't know. There's a big railroad man in this hotel who's in love with me.
A railroad man? Well, don't you think it's time for a switch? Oh, Johnson, you've got a million freckles and a joke under every one of them.
What?
Oh, forgive me. When I'm excited, I don't know what I'm saying. But I do know that I want to marry you. Say that you'll be mine.
I'm sorry, but I'll have to think it over.
Think it over. That's what they all say. What's wrong with me? Why can't I get a girl? Why can't I...
Pardon me, operator. Would you please ring Miss Lana Turner's room?
Lana Turner? Yes, sir. Take it on phone number 3, please.
Thank you. Hello, Lana? This is Van Jackson. Yes, I know my voice sounds like honey dripping into your ear, but you always have to keep telling me that. What? No, I'm sorry. I can't take you out tonight. I know I promised you this afternoon, but I can't make it. Oh, now, Lana, don't feel that way. What? Lana, put down that gun. You will get over it. I don't care if it is a water pistol. You'll drown yourself. Well, all right, call me next week. And stop sending me orchids. My room is full of them. Goodbye. Thank you, operator.
Gee, imagine turning down a date with Lana Turner. Who is he?
That's Van Jackson, the glamour boy.
Gosh, I wish I could be like that.
Well, you can't accomplish it overnight. He's been working on it for over 50 years.
Well, do you think it might help me if I went over and talked to him?
Sure. What have you got to lose?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Jackson. Do you mind if I ask a favor of you?
Why, no. Go right ahead.
Well, I was standing over there by the switchboard, and I heard you talking to Lana Turner.
Oh, good. I thought maybe I wasn't talking loud enough. What's on your mind, son?
I'm in love with that telephone operator, and I just can't get anywhere. I don't know what's the matter with me, but girls just don't seem to like me.
They don't?
No.
Well, I can understand that, kid. Look at your face. You have too many freckles.
Too many?
Yes. Now, my complexion is perfectly clear. And look at your eyes. They have no expression.
They haven't?
No. Now, if you'll notice, my eyes sparkle.
Yes, they do.
And look at your hair.
My hair?
Yes. Now, take mine.
Thanks.
Put that back! Turn it around, I look silly and bang. Now listen, kid. The trouble with you is that you probably haven't got the right approach. You're too timid. If you want to take that telephone operator out tonight, you can't walk over and say, "May I have a date?" You got to go over there and say, "Listen, babe, you're going out with me tonight, see? We're going to the Macombo, and you're going to pay the..." No, not the first time. Now, go ahead, walk over there and do as I tell you. I'll be right behind you.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Jackson. Now, listen, babe.
Huh?
I've been stalling around here long enough. You're going out with me tonight, and that settles it.
What?
I said you're going out with me tonight, and we're going to the Macombo.
Gee, the Macombo. Then can we go to the other places, too?
Other places? You say you're not satisfied? You say you want more? Tell you what I'm gonna do. Tell you what I'm gonna do. Gonna let you in on something hot. You'll be sure to win on what I've got. Looky, 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 you'll be fully guaranteed never to be lonely. Tell you what I'm gonna do. Gonna lay it gently on the line. Say it sentimentally, please be mine. Hurry, 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 who can tell where this will lead? Baby, if you only knew. Here's a chance for a solid thing. Latch on, don't throw it away. Here's a heart, and I'll make delivery today. You say you're not satisfied, tell you what I'm gonna do. Gonna do the things you want me to. Be the one who brings the skies of blue. Nothing will be too good. Every day a new good deed. Tell you what I'm gonna do. Gonna fall in love with you.
Tell you what I'm gonna do. Gonna pick the shirts and ties you wear. Gonna change the way you part your hair. Under my direction you can be perfection soon.
Pardon me for living.
Tell you what I'm gonna do. Gonna be the one who loves you most.
Be the one who keeps me warm as toast.
Nothing will be too good.
Every day a new good deed.
Tell you what I'm gonna do. Gonna fall in love.
Gonna fall in love.
Gonna fall in love with you.
Yes, folks, everything happens at the Acme Plaza. You say you're not satisfied? You say you didn't like our play? You say you want more entertainment? Tell you what I'm going to do. Here's Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky. Take it away, F.E.
At 49, American.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts, and Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, sir.
LSMFT. Year after year, at market after market, the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Of course. LSMFT. Remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's programmer, Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, American.
Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, during this past week, our nation has been saluting Boys Clubs of America, the purpose of which is the social, physical, educational, vocational, and character development of boys from 8 to 20 years of age. Now, more than ever, we should look forward to building boys into better men, which is the motive of the Boys Clubs of America. There are roughly 250,000 members, and many prominent men and women serve on the board of directors. We can all help promote this fine organization by getting in touch with our local Boys Clubs of America. They need us. We need them. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the song I'm Gonna Fall in Love with You was written by Johnny Green and Ralph Blaine and sung for the first time by Mary and Van Johnson. Van Johnson appeared here tonight through the courtesy of MGM, producers of A.J. Cronin's The Green Years. Say, Van.
Yeah, Jack?
I meant to ask you, this picture, The Green Years, how come that you're not in that one?
Well, the leading man called for a man old enough to be my father.
Oh.
Say, Jack, now that I think about it...
Go count your freckles. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Nelson Eddy, Susanna Foster, and Basil Rathbone in The Phantom of the Opera with Edgar Barrier. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A Broadway first night thrills the few hundred people who can enjoy the play. A Hollywood premiere is exciting for the few thousands who gather to see the stars. But opening night in the Lux Radio Theater belongs to the millions in American homes and camps from coast to coast. And it belongs to our boys in uniform beyond the seas, who join us for the first performance of our 10th season. The real adventure is not in the lights or the crowds, but in the historic privileges of the theater, in hearing a famous star score again in a brand new role, and in the joy of discovering a new star. All that is yours tonight when we present Nelson Eddy and Susanna Foster in their new Universal Technicolor success, The Phantom of the Opera. And with them, in one of the theater's most interesting parts, we bring you Basil Rathbone. It's the first of a big parade of stars and plays that will challenge your attention and our ingenuity. Tonight's play has the thrill of mystery, the gaiety of comedy, and to stop everything else, one of the great singing voices of our day, the romantic baritone of Nelson Eddy. And if that isn't the right way to start the Lux Radio Theater off on another season, I don't know how to find it. We hope to make this season the best in our history, and we're counting on you to help us make it the best. By help, I don't mean just buying Lux toilet soap. I think you'll do that anyway, because you know how good it is. But backstage in this theater, we need your help in selecting plays. We want you to tell us what stars you'd like to hear. Everybody has a personal preference, and you give all the orders for our command performances. Your loyalty to Lux toilet soap has kept this curtain going up for 9 years. Your reward has been a fine product, and the finest plays and stars we could discover. And now, the thrill of another opening night, as the curtain rises on the first act of The Phantom of the Opera, starring Nelson Eddy as Anatole, Susanna Foster as Christine, and Basil Rathbone as Claudin, with Edgar Barrier as Raoul.
In the year 1880, the old Paris Opera stood like a giant torch in the heart of the city. 1,000 windows ablaze with light. But there were shadows, too. Shadows that flitted high in the gallery over the great stage. Shadows that lingered in the sub-cellars far beneath the streets, where the black sewers of Paris ran sluggishly in the dark. But we were not concerned with these things, or so we thought at the time. We of the opera knew only the light of the dressing rooms, the bright gaiety of the stage. I suppose it all began the night we sang Martha. The house was crowded, enthusiastic. There were no shadows for us that night.
Mes chers amis, ce qui pourrait emplir la vie d'un tel immense plaisir. Vous verrez bien que la raison pour la gaieté de nos chansons, si pleine d'emprunt, de joyeux refrains, c'est là le parterre.
No, there was no warning that night, no hint of the strange things that were about to happen. But I noticed at the finale that Christine was not on stage for the curtain call. Christine Dubois, who sang the role of Nancy. It was not like her to miss the finale of the act. Backstage, when the curtain had fallen, I saw Christine hurrying to her dressing room. Christine, wait.
Yes, not at all. What is it?
What happened to you? You weren't on stage.
Why, I...
You weren't ill, were you?
Oh, no.
You're all right? You sure?
Of course, Anatole. Do I look all right?
Oh, you look lovely. What happened?
Well, I had a visitor. Somebody wanted to see me.
Oh?
Mademoiselle Dubois.
Oh, good evening, Maestro.
Mademoiselle, I understand that you were entertaining a gentleman backstage during a performance. Is that true?
Yes, Maestro.
You are not the greatest soprano in the world, mademoiselle. Not yet. So you please not take liberty. See me later in my office.
Yes, Maestro. Anatole, what will he do?
Don't worry, he's just barking again. Who was the gentleman?
Well, he's an old friend of mine.
But not so very old.
No. He's Inspector Dilbert, the Sûreté.
Inspector? You mean a policeman?
Well, he's not an ordinary policeman.
Oh, does he sing?
No. He's a graduate of the military academy at Saint-Cyr.
How much does this man mean to you?
Well, I'm not sure.
Christine, it's not like me to preach. But someday you'll have to choose between your career and what's called a normal life. You can't do justice to both. I think you'll find that music has its compensations.
In other words, you don't think I ought to have supper tonight with Raoul?
No.
But if you want to told, that would be all right?
Definitely.
We'll see.
There was another man that night who missed Christine's appearance during the finale. His name was Éric Claudin, a violinist. He was a strange man, this Claudin. Quiet, almost shy, but a brilliant musician. When Christine came from Villeneuve's office, Claudin was waiting in the passage.
Good evening, mademoiselle.
Good evening, Claudin. Monsieur Villeneuve will see you now.
Thank you, mademoiselle.
Good night.
Oh, mademoiselle, may I speak to you for a moment? You weren't on the stage tonight for the curtain call.
Everyone in the theater seems to have noticed that. It's really quite flattering.
Why weren't you there?
What?
Oh, please forgive me, but I've been here so long with you that everybody, everything connected with the opera is so much a part of my life.
Of course. But Monsieur Villeneuve is waiting.
Yes, you weren't ill, were you? You're not in any trouble. Oh, it's impertinent of me, I know, but...
No, it isn't. You're very kind. And I'm not in trouble. Good night.
Christine.
Christine.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have called you Christine. I'm sorry.
Good night.
Good night, mademoiselle.
Come in. Oh, Claudin.
Yes, maestro.
Close the door, please. You know why I sent for you, Claudin?
I think so, maestro. I've brought my violin.
Take it out of the case, please. Hey, Claudin, for some time now I have sensed discord in the violin section. It was not until tonight that I definitely located the source of the trouble. Let me hear you play, Claudin.
Yes, maestro. What shall I play?
Anything you please.
Yes, maestro.
Wait a moment. What is that?
A little song. A lullaby from Provence, where I was born.
Oh, it is very nice, very charming.
I've written a concerto on the theme.
Yes, charming, Claudin, but too simple. Suppose instead you let me hear the opening movement in the third act of Martha. Well?
It's no use, Maestro. Something's happened to the fingers of my left hand.
I see.
Perhaps it's only temporary, Maestro. Perhaps it will get better.
I hope so. In the meantime, I'm sorry, Claudin, very sorry. You've been with us a long time.
20 years. What am I to do, Maestro?
I know it's hard, but no doubt you've saved enough to retire on.
Yes, of course.
And in appreciation of your long service, I shall arrange with the directors to have a season ticket issued to you.
Thank you, Maestro.
There are things I can tell you now, things I didn't learn until months, even years later. Claudin had no money put aside. He lived in a miserable garret in the Paris slums. He was cold in the winter and often hungry. What money he earned was used for just one purpose, to provide singing lessons for Christine Dubois. She knew nothing of his sacrifice for her. It was a secret known only to Claudin himself and Signor Ferretti, the singing master.
My dear Claudin, if you don't mind my saying so, you're a fool.
Signor Ferretti.
For 3 years, I've taught Christine Dubois, and you have paid. Why? How can a man of your age hope to interest a girl as young as...
Signor, please. We agreed never to discuss my motives.
Very well. So now you have been dismissed from the orchestra. You can no longer pay for her lessons. Is that it?
Yes, Signor, but I hope that you would continue to instruct her.
What?
Just for a while. I'll have money soon. A concerto I will do. I've taken it to Monsieur Pleyel. It's going to be published.
Yes, I know. Every violinist has written a concerto.
Then you'll go on with the lessons, Signor?
Why should I? Why should I assume your burden? The girl means nothing to me.
But her career means a great deal to me, Signor. More than anything else.
I'm sorry, Claudin. Really sorry. I will let her come a few times. Then I will tell her she no longer needs me.
But that isn't true.
Perhaps not.
Signor, if you will give me just a little more time.
You will have time, Claudin, when you have money. Come back when Monsieur Pleyel has bought your concerto.
For weeks, Claudin haunted the publisher's office, but always it was the same story. Monsieur Pleyel was too busy to see him. One evening, just at dusk, Claudin forced his way past the manager, up the stairs into Pleyel's study.
Who's that?
Monsieur Pleyel.
What are you doing here?
I've been waiting to see you since this morning.
Didn't I tell you I was busy? Georgette, more acid, please.
Is this the bottle?
The blue one, dear. Pour it in the tray and be careful, dear.
Monsieur Pleyel.
This could be the best etching I've ever made, Georgette.
Monsieur.
You please be careful. Those trays contain etching acid. Would you like to burn the skin from your hands?
I'm sorry, monsieur, but my manuscript. I must find out about my concerto.
Georgette, would you mind giving this fellow his manuscript? You'll find it on the table if it's anywhere.
What is your name?
Claudin. Eric Claudin.
Claudin? I don't see it.
No, it wouldn't be there. It's a large manuscript in a portfolio.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't know where it is.
Oh, but it must be here.
Well, if it isn't turn up, you might call again in a few days.
But you don't understand, mademoiselle. It's the only copy I have. It represents 2 years' work.
You heard what the lady said. Get out.
But it was brought into this office. It must be here. It must be found.
Did we ask you to bring your manuscript to us, Claudin? Perhaps some employee has thrown it into the wastepaper basket where it probably belonged. Good night.
Listen. That piano. That's my music. Someone's playing my music.
I thought I told you to get out.
Thief! You stole on my music. Thief!
Help! Let it go! Let it go!
You stole on my music. Thief! Thief!
You're choking him. See you here. Let him alone. I'll burn you if you don't let him go. This is acid. I'll burn you.
Thief! My work! My music! My music! It was mine. He had no right.
You killed him. You!
Ah! My eyes! My eyes!
In that room, a man lay dead on the floor, and Claudin stumbled down the steps, screaming in agony, the acid burning into his face. Into the street he ran with his hands before him, groping his way blindly through the darkness. He was seen once on the Rue du Jardin and again in a dim street near the opera. And then he was gone, lost in the black of the night. There was a search search, of course, but he was never found. It was not a thing that was close to any one of us. It was something you read about in the newspaper, shudder over for a moment, and then try to forget. In a few days, it was out of our minds completely, for Christine and I were rehearsing a new opera. One morning, we were sitting at the piano in her home. Well, that's very nice. What is it, Christine?
It's a lullaby of Provence.
Provence?
I was born there, you know. I've known it for years, ever since I can remember.
Sing it for me.
Would you like? Hear those bells ringing soft and low, bringing peace through the twilight snow, calling to everyone, night has begun, and from the weary toil hear them ring while my love and I drift and dream to their long Well?
Oh, it's lovely, Christine.
Christine! Yes, Aunt Bertha.
Didn't you hear the door? Monsieur Daubert is here.
Good morning, Christine.
Raoul, good morning.
You see, monsieur, they call this rehearsing. Rehearsing, huh?
Well, I'm sorry to intrude, but I must speak to you, Christine.
But you see, I'm busy right now, Raoul. Anatole has been helping me.
Yes, to rehearse. Yes. Monsieur is very kind.
Well, not at all, monsieur. I find it a pleasure. I'm Anatole Garon of the opera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. This is Inspector Daubert of the Sûreté.
Oh, the policeman.
Police inspector, monsieur.
Yes, of course. I've heard of you, Inspector. Your work must be very exciting.
Oh, not half so exciting as yours, monsieur. It doesn't lend itself to self-expression. Christine, I'd like to see you alone, please. I'm here on business.
With me?
What business could mademoiselle have with the Sûreté?
What is it, Raoul? If you don't mind, I'd rather Anatole stayed.
Very well. Christine, do you know Eric Claudin?
Why, yes.
How well?
I knew him as a violinist in the orchestra. Why, I met him a few times in the foyer, on the stage or outside the opera, but that's all. He acted a little strangely.
Strangely? How do you mean?
Well, I don't know. He just seemed eccentric, but harmless. I thought he was a rather kindly fellow until I read of the murder. What is it, Raoul?
He was a kindly fellow until he thought Pleyel was robbing him of his work. Then something snapped, and he became a homicidal maniac.
But what has all this to do with me?
Well, we found something in his room, Christine, that connects you with him. No doubt you can explain.
What is it?
This statuette. As you can see, Christine, it's the image of you.
So that's what became of it.
Be good enough to explain yourself, monsieur.
Certainly. That statuette is mine.
Yours?
Definitely. I made it. I intended to make you a present of it, Christine.
How nice of you, Anatole.
Unfortunately, it disappeared from my dressing room.
It's an extraordinary likeness. My compliments on your versatility, monsieur. Christine must have posed for this many times.
I never posed for it, not once.
You did this from drawings, monsieur?
And from memory, monsieur.
Extraordinary memory.
Thank you. But it's a simple matter to recall Christine's face and figure. I'm sure you have found it so, monsieur.
Mm-hmm. But what was the statuette doing in Claudin's room?
He must have stolen it. It's obvious.
Is it? Speaking purely as an inspector of the Sûreté, I'm afraid even the obvious needs confirmation.
But as a man, monsieur, I'm sure you can understand. Sitting there in the orchestra pit night after night looking at Christine, Claudin probably fell in love with her. You admit that is possible, no?
Mm-hmm. Christine, did Claudin ever seek more than a casual acquaintance with you?
No, never.
Can you imagine so diffident a lover, monsieur? Claudin was barely 50.
And no doubt he lacked fire?
No doubt. Christine, this statuette is yours. I give it to you.
You give it to her?
Yes.
Well, that's interesting.
I'll accept it as a gift from both of you. Thank you.
Oh, you're quite welcome.
It seems I have the worst of this bargain. In the future, Monsieur Inspector, I detect you model. In any case, that was a bad clue.
Oh, not so bad as it seems. It enabled me to recover Mademoiselle's statuette. Is that your carriage at the door, monsieur?
Yes.
Would you be good enough to give me a lift?
Well, which way are you going?
Oh, it doesn't matter. As inspector of police, I have business all over Paris.
Well, in that case, au revoir, Christine.
Au revoir.
You've been most helpful, Christine. Most helpful.
I hope you catch Claudin.
Thank you. Well, you ready, monsieur?
At your service.
Well, after you, monsieur.
Well, after you, monsieur.
Thank you, monsieur.
We could laugh then because the horror had not touched us. We didn't know that in the caverns of the sewer beneath the opera there was a shadow, darker than the surrounding gloom. The shadow of a man in a black cloak, his face hidden behind a mask. This was the man whose features had been burned and whose mind was on fire. Before long, that shadow was to envelop all of us.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Nelson Eddy, Susanna Foster, Basil Rathbone, and Edgar Barrier, will return in Act Two of The Phantom of the Opera. One way you can be sure of having the last word in an argument is to have an argument with yourself, as this young lady is doing, for instance.
I don't see anything the matter with my skin, really.
Doesn't look as nice as it used to look.
It does so. It's just that the light over this mirror is so bright. Well, doesn't Johnny Brooks always tell me I have a complexion like a million?
Hasn't said so for a good long time.
Well, he's been away at camp, Smarty, that's why.
He's due for a furlough most any time now. Maybe you'd better start doing something about your skin. How about some real beauty care instead of that dib-dab, lick-and-promise kind of treatment you've been giving it lately?
Maybe I'd better. Yes, I will. I'll try those beauty facials Screen Stars use. Active lather facials with Lux toilet soap every single day. If it works for the Screen Stars, it ought to work for me, too.
Well, she'll find it does work. This gentle complexion care used by 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars. You see, Lux toilet soap is a real beauty soap, with lather so rich and smooth and superfine, it feels like a caress on the skin. Lovely Screen Stars tell you they take their Lux soap beauty facials this way. They smooth lots of the creamy active lather well in. They rinse with warm water and splash with cold. Then they pat their skin dry with a soft towel. Now, that's a very simple, easy care, but if you use it every day, you'll find that soon your skin feels softer, smoother, takes on a fresher, lovelier look. Why not get some Lux toilet soap tomorrow? You'll notice each satiny white cake is hard milled. That means it lasts and lasts. And remember, it's patriotic not to waste soap. Use only what you need. Don't leave your cake of Lux toilet soap standing in water. And be sure always to put it in a soap dish that's dry. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act Two of The Phantom of the Opera, starring Nelson Eddy as Anatole, Susanna Foster as Christine, and Basil Rathbone as Claudin, with Edgar Barrier as Raoul.
There was a master key at the opera house, and the night we were to sing Amour et Gloire, the key disappeared. Other things had been stolen. Costumes, masks. But now the Shadow had entrance to 2,500 doors. He could roam at will from the sub-cellars to the very top of the auditorium, where the great chandelier swung over the audience. There were some who swore they had seen this Shadow, flung on the walls of dim corridors, or crouching like a griffon on the high balconies over the street. And there were some who swore they had heard mutterings in the deep cellars where the sewers ran black.
And tonight, it is Amour et Gloire. Amour et Gloire with Anatole Garon. And the soprano, Biancaroli. Biancaroli sings tonight, not Christine Dubois. Well, we shall see. We shall see.
It was strange the way it happened. In the third act, the libretto called for me to give Biancaroli a cup of wine. When she had drunk it, I thought for a moment that her face paled. She finished her aria and left the stage, but she was late for her next entrance. There was a wait, and then came the cadenza from off stage. I knew that voice, but it was not Biancaroli who was making the entrance. It was her understudy, Christine Dubois.
during the second act. You saw me, Maestro.
Madame Biancaroli, we realize
If you realize I was drugged, then tell that police inspector there to arrest the man who did it. We all know who it was. Anatole Garon.
I know nothing of the sort, madame. I am a police officer, not a psychic. It is my duty to collect evidence without prejudice.
Haven't you evidence enough? Everyone knows
Madame, will you be seated, please? Monsieur Garon, Is it true that you had the opportunity during tonight's performance to place the drug in Madame Biancaroli's glass?
Certainly, Monsieur Inspector. We all did.
It becomes then a question of motive.
The motive is very simple. Garon wanted to get me out of the way to make room for that...
Are you referring to Christine Dubois?
I am.
You heard, Monsieur Garon?
Oh, yes. Madame is in good voice and most explicit.
Have you anything to say, Monsieur?
I deny Madame's accusation.
Do you deny, Monsieur, that you had any motive in drugging Madame?
I deny that I drugged her.
Monsieur Inspector, I do not understand your reluctance to make an arrest. You are not an examining magistrate.
Can you substantiate your charge that Anatole Garon had a motive in drugging you and that the motive was Christine Dubois?
Why, anybody with half an eye would be able to tell you.
Hearsay is not evidence.
Then
Madame.
I'll go over your head. I have influence at the Sûreté. I was drugged tonight to the point of death, and I insist upon the arrest of the criminal and his accomplice. And if you don't...
One moment, Madame, please. You've heard Garon deny that he drugged you. As the inspector says, there is no evidence to warrant an arrest. If you insist upon it and fail to gain a conviction, you will find yourself in a very difficult predicament.
Yes, quite right.
And no matter what the outcome, don't forget that your career is bound to the Paris Opera. Whatever scandal injures us or any member of the company will injure you as well.
Are you suggesting that I forget the whole affair?
Yes, for your own sake as well as ours.
Very well. That is, under certain conditions. I want a new understudy. Christine Dubois goes back to the chorus and stays for the 2 years my contract has to run.
No, I won't permit it. If any such arrangement is made, I'll go...
My dear Anatole, I have not finished. I go a step farther. I suggest that we all forget that anything happened afterwards.
For once, Madame, I don't understand you.
Oh, but it's so simple. Nothing happened tonight. I was not drugged, and Christine Dubois did not sing.
What?
Madame, there are always critics in the house.
You will send word to the papers that no mention of her is to be made.
You'll do nothing of the sort. It's ridiculous. Besides, what about the public? Shall we send word to the public to forget that Mademoiselle Dubois was a sensation?
If you are willing to ruin the opera for the sake of Christine Dubois, that's your affair. But you'll either do as I say, or I will charge both of you with trying to murder me. Do you understand that? Murder!
Ah, Madame Biancaroli.
Good evening, Maria.
Oh, Madame, you were magnificent tonight.
Oh, my dress, please. You really thought so, Maria?
Oh, yes, Madame. The best I've ever heard you. Especially in the part with Garon. The cadenza from off stage, it was so...
Oh, you liked that, did you?
Why, yes, Madame, it...
Yes. Yes, I was very good tonight. My dressing gown, Maria.
Yes, Madame.
Maria!
Madame! Madame!
What's the matter with you?
A man, Madame, outside the window on the balcony.
Oh, don't be a fool. How could a man...
Madame.
Good evening.
What do you want here?
I'm sorry. I cannot let you see my face. You would not be pleased.
Take off that mask, Anatole Garon. You do not frighten me.
Madame, it is not Anatole Garon.
I did not come here to frighten you unnecessarily. Only to tell you that Christine Dubois will sing tomorrow night.
Oh, yes.
You will leave Paris, Madame.
Leave Paris. You will see to it, of course.
Yes, I will see to it, Madame.
Get back.
Madame!
Do you force me to reason with you, Madame?
I will not leave. Get away from me.
I am sorry, Madame. I am very sorry.
Anatole! What is it? Madame Biancaroli and her maid. They've been murdered.
The opera was closed for almost a week. And then from somewhere within the darkened building, a note was written to the directors.
Gentlemen, the opera must open very soon. Christine Dubois will replace Biancaroli, who chose to ignore my advice.
Good morning.
Yes?
Is Christine at home?
Yes.
Well, may I see her, please?
Come in. I'll tell her you're here.
Thank you.
E vieni alla finestra, oh mio tesoro.
Beautiful, monsieur, beautiful. Oh, I didn't see you, Inspector. Good morning.
How's the opera business, monsieur?
Well, very poor at the moment. How's the inspecting?
Very good.
Splendid. Glad to hear it.
Thank you.
Not at all.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning,
Christina.
Aunt Bertha told me you were waiting together. Did you amuse each other? Good.
May I have a
Christine,
word
I wonder
with
if I... Sorry, monsieur.
After you, monsieur.
After you.
Thank you.
Christine, if you and I could only...
One at a time, please. Anatole?
They're going to open the opera, Christine. You and I are going to sing together.
You are wrong, monsieur. I'm sorry, Christine. They are going to reopen the opera, but without you. Circumstances connected with the murder of Biancaroli demand that someone else sing the leading role in your place.
Really? You may be interested to know, Monsieur Daubert, that circumstances connected with the murder of Biancaroli demand that Christine does sing.
Well, the police have changed that plan somewhat. We are going to draw the murderer out into the open by defying his warning. My men will be posted at every entrance and exit.
And probably miss him.
Monsieur, I am aware that your profession requires a certain self-assurance, but aren't you going too far?
Not at all. I happen to have a plan of my own for trapping the murderer.
So you've turned detective, monsieur?
I have.
Well, very well, if it amuses you.
I might add that my plan is strictly confidential.
All I can tell you is that Lorenzi is to sing the role, and I am not in the least interested in your plan.
May I have a word with you alone, Christine?
Yes, that's what I came for. May I speak to you alone, Christine?
But I'm going out.
Well, my carriage is just
outside.
I'm not going right now. I mean, I'm going later.
I'll wait.
Yes? Yes, we'll both wait. We were certain now that the murderer was Eric Claudin. The plan I had worked out took me to the home of a great pianist and composer. On the night before we were to open, I went to see Franz Liszt.
Very nice. But do you really think this Claudin could be tempted to leave his hiding place and risk his life merely to hear his own concerto?
Played by Franz Liszt himself. Do you doubt it, maestro? Now, my plan is for you to play the concerto between the second and third acts, and then...
Well, so many crimes have been committed in the name of music. It seems only fair to use it now to avert one. I am at your service, monsieur.
Oh, thank you, maestro.
Most exciting, this detective work. Most exciting.
Well, it's more than exciting to me. I have the honor of being suspected of the crime.
Gentlemen, I have been very patient. Now I learn that Christine Dubois will not sing. Gentlemen, if Madame Lorenzi sings in her place, you will be responsible. 2 are dead now. Only 2. There will be more, gentlemen. Many, many more.
Lorenzi sang that night. Through 2 acts we waited, and nothing happened. An old worker at the opera house thought he saw a figure on the catwalk leading to the dome of the theater. It was the old man's duty to light the monster chandelier, a great heavy thing of glass and bronze, held in place by chains. When the police searched the catwalk high over the audience, there was no one there. We began to feel secure. Christine had come to the theater, but she was safe in her dressing room. When I entered from the wings at the finale of the second act, I was thinking only of the opera.
Войска прискакали, у врагов они все забрали. О, за нас тот будет с нами, больше нет уж, знайте сами. Девушек красивых мы любим, но врагов жестоком мы рубим. Эй, на этой же нам ходки, промочите наши глотки.
Giovannicio zabrali. O, ta noc будет с нами. Очень нет, узнайте сами. Эй, вино, эй, друзья, эй. О, вижу я перед собой, я пьянян ее красой, о ней мечтал я лишь во сне, когда не спалось ночью мне. Ее глаза, как солнце свет, такой красы на свете нет. Вся жизнь моя полна тобой, одной Then it happened. I saw the great chandelier begin to sway high above. It swung to and fro like a giant pendulum. Others had seen it, too. A woman in the audience screamed. There was no time to get out of the way. The audience below was frozen, staring up at the monster of glass and bronze. And then it came hurtling down through space.
Get doctors. Doctors. Get every doctor you can find in Paris. Watch every entrance. Let no one in or out except doctors and the injured.
Christine, where are you?
She's in her dressing room.
No, she's not in her dressing room. I've been there.
I saw her, monsieur. She went down the steps.
You saw Christine Dubois?
Yes, monsieur. Yes, monsieur. She was going down the steps beneath the storeroom. I called to her, but she did not answer.
Which way are the steps?
Over there, monsieur. And there was a man with her. A man in a cloak, with a mask covering his face.
It's Claudin. She's with Claudin. Christine, where are you?
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Nelson Eddy, Susanna Foster, and Basil Rathbone in Act 3 of The Phantom of the Opera. And now, our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, with a fashion tip.
Why, Mr. Kennedy, I thought our listeners would be interested in this little example of resourcefulness on the part of one of our famous stars. Screen stars must look chic and glamorous always, you know, but they're subject to the same wartime limitations as the rest of us. Take hairpins, for instance.
Why, Libby, even a mere man has heard that hairpins are almost as scarce as nylon.
Alas, that's true, Mr. Kennedy. But Ida Lupino found some wooden ones that were lacquered in bright colors. Much too pretty to cover up, Ida thought. So she parted her hair in back, pulled it up on top of her head, and on each side of the part set a row of the colored pins to make a crisscross pattern. Look, cute as could be, too.
That sounds like Ida, Libby. She's as smart and bright as Quicksilver.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy, and she darts around Hollywood almost as fast. She has to, what with her studio work and the hours of war work she puts in. Not much time for beauty care, either. That's why she depends more than ever on Lux toilet soap for complexion loveliness. My daily active lather facials are such a wonderful beauty aid, she says.
Busy women everywhere find that's true, Libby. Those Lux soap beauty facials take just a few minutes a day. Yet the creamy lather gives skin gentle, thorough care it must have to be soft and lovely.
Yes, a few minutes every day to smooth a rich lather in, and you can just feel your skin taking on new freshness and beauty. No wonder Lux toilet soap is the beauty soap of the stars.
Reason enough why every woman owes it to herself to try it. Lux toilet soap is as fine a soap as money can buy. It's hard milled. That means it lasts and lasts. Each kick is set and smooth and fine. And if your dealer is temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, please be patient. He'll have more very shortly. Remember, Lux toilet soap is worth waiting for. Start your Hollywood beauty care soon. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
There's always excitement backstage after an opening. And you're invited to join us for a chat with our stars when the curtain falls. But now here's Act 3 of The Phantom of the Opera, starring Nelson Eddy, Susanna Foster, and Basil Rathbone, with Edgar Barrier.
Christine had gone with Claudin. The chorus that night had worn masks, and Daubert had arranged for the police to wear masks, too, so they might mingle with the crowd backstage. That was the way Claudin had enticed her. Thinking he was one of Daubert's men who had come to protect her, Christine followed him down the steps to the cavernous cellars.
This way, mademoiselle. Hold tight to my hand. The steps are quite steep.
Are you one of the police? Where is Inspector Daubert?
He's investigating the cause of the accident. I'll look after you.
Why do we have to come down here?
Why? Don't you like it down here? It's very lovely. Once you get used to it.
Wait, please.
Yes?
Let me see your face. Take off your mask.
Oh, no, my dear. I must never do that. Never.
You're not one of the police.
Don't be frightened. I'll watch over you. I've always watched over you, Christine. No, you must not do that. You'll stay here with me, child, won't you? It's been so lonely without you. But you've come to me at last, haven't you? Sing to me, and I'll play. We'll be together forever. It's beautiful down here. Beautiful. Come now. I'll show you. Come with me. This is the last turn, just through the tunnel.
Monsieur.
You're not frightened, are you?
Monsieur.
You know I'll not harm you, don't you? How could I harm you? I've always helped you, haven't I?
Yes.
Yes, once.
You've helped me.
Of course I have. Bianca Rowley knew. She wouldn't let you sing. She didn't know how much I love you. But now she knows. But it doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters except you and me. Now you'll sing all you want to, but only for me. You will sing and want to, won't you, my darling?
There's a piano in the opera foyer. We'll go up there, monsieur. You can play it, and I'll sing for you.
You don't understand. We can't go back, ever. It was I who made the chandelier fall. I, for you, Christine. But I warned them. I told them there'd be death and destruction if they wouldn't let you sing. Oh, come. Come, my child. It isn't far now. Look there. Look. Oh. Didn't I tell you it was beautiful here? You didn't know we had a lake all to ourselves? Look at your lake, Christine. You'll love it. You'll love it when you get used to the dark. It's friendly and peaceful. Brings rest and relief from pain. It's right under the opera house. And the music comes down and the darkness distills it, cleanses it of the suffering that made it. Then it's all beauty. And life here is like a resurrection. I came here when my face was on fire. I found calmness in that dark water and comfort in the blackness over it. Then I heard you sing. I thought I died and that you'd come to me. And then the others sang and destroyed my heaven, so I destroyed them.
You heard me from here?
Oh, yes. Why, this is my private auditorium. Strange air currents circle these passages. They catch the music as it flutters down like a living bird in a net. You can hear the opera almost as well as from the highest balcony. I heard it. Yes, just as I heard it when I first came to Paris. You're not afraid anymore, are you? No, of course you're not. Then come with me. Come.
Christine, where are you?
Gerard, bring a lantern here.
Yes, Monsieur Inspector. Here, Monsieur.
Christine! Andre, take 4 men, search the passage to the left. Be careful now.
Do you have another lantern, Inspector?
This is the only one left. You'd better stay with me. seem to have come to the end of the passage.
No, we haven't. Isn't that an opening in the wall there to our left?
Yes. Yes, it's a tunnel. Keep close to the wall. Feel your way along.
There's just a narrow ledge. The sewer must run through here.
There it is, just ahead of us.
Do you suppose he might have doubled back? He might be upstairs.
Why should he?
Liszt will be playing the concerto. He should be starting now.
Oh, yes, that brilliant plan of yours.
Christine! Look out! What happened? I touched the side of the wall. The rock came away in my hand. The whole place down here is ready to crumble.
Look up there, just ahead.
Yeah. It looks almost like a lake.
Come on.
Christine! Christine! Christine!
My child, this is my home. Furniture from the storeroom, even a piano. Do you like it, my dear?
Monsieur, please.
Come, give me your cake, my child, and then I'll show you where you will sleep. Listen! Do you hear? My concerto! They're playing my concerto on the stage of the opera! My concerto! I'll play it too, listen, child. It's for you. Yes, for you. Do you like it, my child? I wrote it only for you.
Who are you?
Everything I have done has been for you. You understand that, don't you?
Who are you? Take off your mask!
No, child, no. Listen to that music. Listen.
Take off the mask! I'll take it off for you!
Why did you do it? Now you see my face. Well, look at it. Look.
No.
You'll never live here now, will you? You'll hate me. A loathsome creature. Hateful, repulsive. And I wanted you to love me.
Come near me.
You see, you've spoiled everything.
Go away from me. Go away.
Christine, there he is. Get back, Christine. Stand back.
You fools. You cannot kill me. Nothing can kill me.
Anatole! The walls! They're crumbling. They're going to fall.
Come over here, quick. Look out! Get out in the passage, under the archway in the passage. Christine, are you all right? Inspector?
All right.
Claudin. He's still in there under the rock.
My shot must have started the cave-in.
Come, Christine. We'd better start back.
But Claudin...
It's no use. It would take days to get him out. He's dead, Christine.
It's so strange. He said he wrote the concerto for me, a song I've known since I was a child. Who was he?
He came from your district in Provence. Everybody there must have known that old folk song.
He was almost a stranger to me, and yet somehow I always felt drawn to him with a kind of pity and understanding.
His suffering and his madness will be forgotten. But his music, his concerto, that will remain. Christine went on to a great career and great fame. The night we sang together for the first time, the corridor outside of a dressing room was jammed with admirers. I had to force my way to a door. Excuse me. Thank you.
Anatole.
Oh, you were magnificent, Christine. Incomparable, beautiful, a sensation.
Is that all?
I've just begun. It would take days and years to tell you how wonderful you were. We're having supper tonight at the Café de l'Opéra.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Anatole, but I can't tonight.
Why not? Have you another engagement?
Well, yes.
With whom?
With me, monsieur.
Oh, that policeman?
Inspector of police, monsieur. Well, how soon will you be ready, Christine? The carriage is waiting. I know Monsieur Garon will excuse me.
How do you know?
I have an idea. Why can't we three have supper together?
I am not in the habit of taking baritones to supper.
And I don't care to be seen in public with the police.
Christine, you'll have to make up your mind finally and irrevocably between the two of us.
Exactly.
Very well. Will you gentlemen excuse me?
Of course.
Thank you. Good night.
What? What did she mean, good night?
Well, something tells me, monsieur, that she has gone to meet her public. Monsieur Garon, would you join me for a bit of supper at the Café de l'Opéra?
With pleasure, monsieur.
Think we can get through that crowd?
Certainly. After all, who'd pay any attention to a baritone and a detective?
Quite right. Well, shall we go? Oh. After you, monsieur.
Oh, no. After you, monsieur.
A new season of the Lux Radio Theater has had a gala launching. And the first curtain calls of this season have been beautifully earned by Nelson Eddy, Susanna Foster, and Basil Rathbone.
Thank you, C.B. Our congratulations to you on the beginning of the 10th year of this theater.
You remember what Tennyson wrote? Men may come and men may go, but the mill goes on forever. Or something like that.
My recollection is it was a brook. But as long as we have stars like you three, I'd like to go on forever.
Let's hope Lux Soap does the same. See, I really couldn't get along without it, Mr. DeMille. It's a wonderful complexion care.
Lux certainly cares for a lovely complexion in your case, Susanna.
Thank you. Incidentally, Mr. DeMille, has Nelson told you about the chicken he has that lays the golden egg?
No, but I'd like about a dozen.
That'll be $120, please.
That's pretty high for just ordinary old golden eggs, isn't it? What kind of hens are they?
Houdons.
Who what?
Houdons. They're a rather scarce breed. Someone gave me 2 hens and a rooster, and now they're all over the place.
Well, if the eggs are worth $10 apiece, doesn't it kind of choke you to eat one for breakfast?
Eat them? Say, the hens won't let an egg out of their sight. They want to set right away.
No, I hardly blame them. At that price, even a radio comedian wouldn't mind laying an egg. Where'd the hens come from, Nelson?
Somewhere around New Orleans. I plan to crossbreed the Houdons with my New Hampshire Reds and see what happens.
And when you become the Houdini of the Houdons, I suppose you'll give up singing.
Well, the way those hens are eating now, I'm going to have to sing loud and often. What's your play next week, C.B.?
Well, it's a drama of adventure in the air. The RKO screenplay, Flight for Freedom. And our stars will be Rosalind Russell, George Brent, and Chester Morris. Rosalind Russell played the same part on the screen with brilliant success. A world-famous woman flyer whose career comes to a climax in a mysterious trip across the Pacific. So don't miss Flight for Freedom, with the takeoff at our usual time next Monday.
Sounds like a direct hit, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Music at the box office tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Rosalind Russell, George Brent, and Chester Morris in Flight for Freedom. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The Universal screen production of The Phantom of the Opera in Technicolor, starring Nelson Eddy, Susanna Foster, and Claude Rains with Edgar Barrier, will have its New York premiere on October 14th. Basil Rathbone appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studio. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Rosalind Russell, George Brent, and Chester Morris in Flight for Freedom.
Food shortages need not deprive your family of their vitamins and minerals. Just get Bims. They're new and different. Bims are pleasant to taste, whether chewed or swallowed whole. Bims give you all the vitamins government experts say are essential, balanced in the formula doctors endorse. 3 vital minerals, too. Get Bims from your druggist, the qualified vitamin dealer. BI for vitamins, MS for minerals. Get that Bims feeling. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Wheaties presents Night Beat. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Night Beat, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many ways. That night, my story began with the innocent ringing of my telephone. I didn't know that on the other end of the line was death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
When you get up and stretch and find your way to the kitchen tomorrow, reach for the Wheaties. Lay spoon to whole wheat. Whole wheat can help make a difference all morning long. Start a good breakfast with Wheaties for the roll-up-your-sleeves kind of energy that can make the morning go smoother. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. You got it? A whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why Wheaties can do so much. That's why Wheaties at 7 can really help at 11. Tumble out those golden flakes, pour on the milk, put on the fruit, pick up the spoon, and smile. You're getting nourishment to help send you through the morning on high. You do it. Help yourself to Breakfast of Champions. And see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
It was my night off. I locked the door, pulled down the window shades of my $6-a-week ivory tower, and took the cork from a bottle of, Mother Jones' soothing stomach syrup, and reached for, you should pardon the expression, a book. Oh, what the heck, a lot of people read books. School children, for instance. Tonight, some other poor sucker was walking the night beat, and as far as I was concerned, the whole world could take a walk. But as it turned out, the joke was on me. The world took a walk, all right into my snug little ivory tower. It began modestly enough with the ringing of my telephone. Yeah?
Randy, this is Matt Cummel. Where have you been?
Oh, look, Mr. Editor, I'm on my own time.
Called every redhead in town. I called every bar and grill. I called the police station, the county hospital, the morgue. Where have you been?
Well, you found me, Matt, at home.
Oh, that's great. That's great. You'll never guess who's looking for you.
Okay, I'll never guess.
Mr. D. Stout's come to town.
Edward de Stout, our distinguished publisher?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to talk to you about that night beat stint of yours.
What about it?
Well, he's got some ideas. Maybe he wants to expand it into a column. He's only going to be in town until tonight, so he wants you to phone him right away. Hand over 23820. You got it?
Yeah, what are we calling him this season? Father of the Waters, Star of Stars, or just plain Bill?
Randy, call him right away. It sounded important.
Okay. So long. Good evening, Mr. de Stout. Your humble servant, Mr. de Stout. Now drop dead, Mr. de Stout.
Jerry's all night garage.
Garage, is this, Andover 23820?
No, this is 30829. You must have dialed wrong.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. 2, 3, 8, 2, 0. Busy. Well, I'd have to try again in a couple of seconds, so I didn't even bother putting the receiver back on the hook. And from that little thing, it all began. I started thinking, isn't it funny how by just missing one number on the dial, instead of getting a millionaire publisher with ulcers, I got Jerry's all-night garage? What would have happened if I dialed 7 instead of 9? Then who would have answered the phone? It was a strange thought. Through this little dial, the whole city was at my fingertips. I remembered reading somewhere that there were 6 million telephone combinations on one dial. Then on the spur of the moment, I did a dumb thing. I spun the dial 7 times in rapid succession without even looking at the numbers. And the phone started ringing. I had a connection. Where was it ringing? Who had destiny chosen to get my call? Some frowsy little gal crying her eyes out in the back bedroom? A dozing night watchman in an office closed for the night? Was my call interrupting a family brawl in some dark flat on the north side? Was it breaking up the sleep of some poor guy working a night shift? Well, wherever it was ringing, there was no answer. So I tried dialing the Stout's number again. I thought, what a swell idea for a column. The whole city at your fingertips. Still busy. So, again, just for the fun of it, and without looking at the phone, I dialed 7 times.
Fred, listen, darling, don't hang up again. Let me talk to you.
Please, please, darling.
Hey, what is this?
What? Oh, I thought... What do you want?
Oh, nothing. I must have dialed the wrong number. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
Don't hang up. Maybe you can help me.
Help you? What is it?
My life's in danger.
Come again?
I've got to have a doctor right away.
Well, I'll call one for you.
But I can't have any doctor. I've got to call one who would understand. One who wouldn't betray Fred.
Then why don't you call Fred's doctor?
I've called Dr. Bechtel.
Bechtel?
Yes, Russell Bechtel. He's Fred's doctor. But his nurse says he's out on a call and she doesn't know where to reach him. I couldn't tell her the trouble I'm in. She wouldn't understand. She'd only tell me to call the police.
The police?
Yes. Fred's had one of his attacks. He's threatened to kill me again. And this time he's gone for a gun.
Oh, well, then, sister, you better call the police.
No! They put Fred away for good, and I couldn't stand that. I'd rather be dead.
I get it.
You don't believe me?
Oh, you catch on fast. Who put you up to it, honey? Sounds like the boys on the police beat.
Listen, you've got to believe me.
Does it say so in the Constitution? Look, I'm pretty busy.
Please, you've got to. You've just got to. You've got to.
Wait a minute. How could this be a gag? You didn't call me. I called you.
I swear I'm telling you the truth. You've just got to believe me. It's my only chance.
Keep talking.
Look, I don't know who you are or how you happen to call this number, but if you don't help me, I'm finished. All Fred needs is a doctor, one we can depend on. Fred's been sick for a long time. When he gets these spells, he temporarily goes out of his mind. And Dr. Bechtel can always snap him out of it.
Well, we'll call him.
But I told you I can't reach Dr. Bechtel.
Well...
Oh, you must believe me. And you've got to promise not to call the police.
What are you talking about? If your life's really in danger, of course I'll call the police.
All right, then just forget the whole thing. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Don't hang up. Just give me a chance to catch my breath, will you? Now, let me see.
Yes?
Well, okay, you sound like a good kid. Maybe I can get you to a doctor. My doctor, Lawrence Blair.
Will he do as I say?
Yeah, but I better be able to tell him a few things about this, or he'll just tell me to go to bed with an ice bag and a couple of aspirins. Now, just who is this guy, Fred?
He's my husband, Fred Schwery.
He threatened to kill you?
Yes, as soon as he returns.
Why don't you get out of the house before he returns?
I'm not in my house.
Oh?
We were out driving when he got this spell. Oh, it was terrible. Terrible.
All right. Now, try to relax. Now, tell me about it.
We started accusing me of not loving him anymore. And he threatened me like a madman.
Yeah?
Then he drove me to the studio and locked me in. Said he was going for a gun to kill me.
Where is this studio?
I'm not sure. I didn't watch closely. I was pleading with him all that time.
Oh, fine. That makes it dandy.
I never knew about the studio. He's a commercial artist. I guess he came here to work. See, we've only been married for 3 months.
Well, aren't there any windows you can break through and get out?
No, it's on the 8th floor.
Well, what about the fire escape?
It's at the end of the building. I've pounded on the door and tried to get help, but no one's come. We haven't lived in the city very long. I've called a few friends we know, but no one's home. I don't know what to do.
Now, look, there's no time for that. I'm going to get my doctor over to you. I got to know where you are. Now, you go and look out the window for any identifying landmarks that would help us find you.
All right. Well, please don't hang
No,
up.
I won't hang up. Now, go on. Step on it. While I waited for her to return, I opened my collar and I loosened my tie. What had I gotten into? Me? Nothing. But what about that poor kid? Why wasn't she back on that phone? Where was she? Come on, lady. Where was she? And then she was back.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, I was so afraid you'd hung up.
Well, now do you have any idea where you are?
Well, there's a big warehouse directly across from this building.
Yeah.
And about a block east of here, I can see a radio tower. But I can't quite make out the name on it.
A radio tower. What else?
Well, there's just the usual apartment buildings along the street. But on the corner, there's a large supermarket.
A supermarket? Anything else?
Yes, there's a park a few blocks away. Looks like Lincoln Park.
And the building you're in now, can you tell me anything about it?
It's white brick. And there are 2 more floors above this one.
All right, okay, we'll be able to find you. I'll call my doctor right away. He knows the city better than the guys who built it. He'll find you. And I'm going to stay right here at this phone. If anything goes wrong, I want you to call me right away. You understand?
Yes, I will.
My number is Butterfield 13003. Have you got that?
Butterfield 13003.
That's right.
But remember now, I'm depending on you not to call the police.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because if you do, I'll deny everything. Maybe that sounds crazy, but you don't know how much I love Fred. How wonderful he is to me when he's well.
Yeah, well, kid, nothing sounds crazy to me anymore. I'm even ready for that thing about the storks. Now, don't forget to call me right back if you need me. I'll call my doctor right away.
All right.
When I hung up the phone, I was ready for a blood transfusion. I tried to light a cigarette, but the match shook so much you'd have thought I was signaling somebody. But then as I reached for the phone book to call my doctor, I started thinking again. I said, oh, Randy, it's too pat to be true. I couldn't help imagining that someplace a room full of practical jokers were doubled up in laughter over the way the girl had taken me in. But how could that be when I called her? Well, just the same, I'd better check. She said her doctor was Russell Bechtel. Before I called my doc, I'd call this fellow Bechtel just to make sure. I found his number in the book.
Edgewater 66989.
Dr. Bechtel's office?
Yes. Who's calling, please?
I'm a newspaper man on the store. I'd like to talk to the doctor.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's not in now. He's out on a call. Can I help you?
Well, maybe. Does the doctor have a patient named Fred Schwery?
Well, these things are confidential.
Yes, look, man, there's no time for that. A few moments ago, I spoke to Fred Schwery's wife.
Well?
She told me that Schwery had gone into a violent fit of some kind.
He's had another attack?
Yes, he's got her locked in his studio, and he's gone for a gun to kill her.
Then you'd better call the police right away.
You mean she was telling me the truth?
I mean, Fred Schwery's a dangerous paranoiac. He's had 3 attacks in the last 2 months.
Why wasn't he put away?
Oh, the doctors begged that girl to commit him to asylum, but she's so stubborn.
You know the address of Schwery's studio?
No. The doctor might.
Well,
But I've no way of reaching him till he calls in. Our records show only Mr. Schwery's home address.
all right, thank you. Will you please call me back if you reach the doctor? My number is Butterfield, 13003.
Yes, of course, but what are you going to do?
Well, I don't know. She wants me to get my own doctor out there. She gave me enough landmarks to find the place.
Then you'd better hurry, because if Schwery's had another one of his attacks, and he gets to that girl with a gun, you'll never find her alive.
Yes, I know. Goodbye, thank you. So, the poor kid had been telling me the truth. I know I ought to call the police, but I remembered her saying that if I did, she'd deny ever talking to me. Yes, and maybe she was stubborn like the nurse said, but she was also a mighty brave kid. I started looking through the phone book for my doctor's number. Black, Blaine, oh, where is it? Is it Blair, Jasper, Lawrence? There it is, Dr. Lawrence Blair, Radcliffe 41079. Before I could dial the number, my phone started ringing. Yeah?
I can only talk for a second. I was looking down. I just saw Fred drive up in the car. It's too late for the doctor.
Yeah, but not for the police. I'll call him right away.
No, you can't.
But don't you see your life is in danger? If he's insane, he's got to be restrained.
Oh, please give me a little time to try to handle it my way.
No, I refuse to.
Then I'll tell Fred the police are coming for him. Give him a chance to get away.
But you don't understand.
I only understand that I love Fred. Nothing else matters one bit. I've talked him out of these attacks before, and I'm going to try to do it again.
All right. How much time do you want?
Give me half an hour.
No, 15 minutes. If you don't call back in 15 minutes, I'll know you're in trouble, and I'll have the police out there at once.
15 minutes. All right, now I've got to hang up. He's unlocking the door.
Now remember, 15 minutes.
Yes, I've got to hang up now.
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Salesmen can sell better, farmers can farm better, housewives can housewife better on a better breakfast. Sure. And sure as you start with Wheaties, you're going to have a good start to a better breakfast. Yup, whatever you do, whatever your job, do it better, smoother, easier with Wheaties to help. Because there's a whole kernel of wheat for every Wheaties flake. And what a difference that can make. Whole wheat protein for vigor and stamina. Whole wheat vitamins and minerals for vitality. Naturally, it makes a difference. Naturally, you should feel a bright and pleasing difference in your morning with whole wheat Wheaties tucked inside. Have some and see. They're good to get up to, these golden flakes. Crisp, you know, not sweet. Fill those breakfast bowls with Wheaties, pour on the milk, put on the fruit, and eat happy. Yes, eat happy and work happy. It's likely to be a brighter morning when you've had your Wheaties. Thousands of people think so, too. Get up and go, folks, people with things to do and places to go. They're getting Breakfast of Champions in the morning. Are you? Get yours. Starting tomorrow, see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions.
And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
This time I'd hit the jackpot in spades. I was just doodling on the phone, spinning the dial without even watching it, when I got a girl waiting to be killed by her crazed husband. I promised to wait 15 minutes to give her a chance to snap the guy out of it. And if I didn't hear from her at the end of that time, I was to call the police. I wasn't sure my watch was right, so I dialed for the correct time.
At the tone, the time will be 6:05.
My watch was a couple of minutes slow. I reset it exactly. 6:05. Okay, if I didn't hear from her by 6:20, I'd call the police. Her husband was with her now. I could close my eyes and see that madman threatening her life in that studio. I felt my stomach cramp up like a troop of Boy Scouts were practicing their nuts. Why had I promised to wait? Maybe this was her. I felt tiny chills race up and down my fingers as I reached for the phone. Yeah?
I want to speak to Magee.
Huh?
Tell her it's Hal. Go on, call her the phone, you hear me?
Look, pal, you've got the wrong number. So long.
Wait a minute, just wait a minute.
Look, will you hang up?
Don't give me none of your lip, mister. You just call Magee to the phone.
I'm expecting an important call. Hang up.
Yeah, well, let me tell...
Dope. Oh, what time was it? 6:07. I took the watch off my wrist and set it on the telephone table under the lamp so I could see it easily. I watched the tiny hands circling so slow. 6:08. What was happening in that studio? This might be her. Yeah?
This is a nationwide radio survey.
What's that?
Are you listening to your radio?
Will you please hang up? I'm expecting an important call.
Oh, I'm sorry to have bothered you, sir. Thank you.
What if she'd call when someone else was on the phone? I had to keep the line clear. Operator, I'm expecting a very important call during the next 10 minutes, and I don't want to receive any other calls. Can you help me?
Is the call you're expecting long distance, sir?
No, it's local.
It would be impossible to block out your line for local calls, sir, because then the call you're waiting for would be unable to come through.
Oh, yes, I hadn't thought of that. Thank you. Bye. 6:09. Had only 1 minute gone by. I could feel my nerves tightening up like someone was turning a screw. She should be calling soon. What was happening to her? Miss Schwery?
I want to speak to Magee.
Didn't I tell you you've got the wrong number? Now get off the line and stay off.
I got the right number, all right, smart guy. You just put Magee on the phone, you hear me? You tell it's Hal.
Why doesn't that bum stop calling? Why didn't he stop? Oh, okay. Come on, relax, kid. Relax. 6:12. Why had I promised to wait? I should be calling the cops right now.
Operator?
What do I dial for the police department?
You dial 211, sir. Or I can connect you.
No, not yet. I was just wondering about it. Thank you. I promised her I'd wait. Maybe she could control the guy, but why wasn't she calling? 6:13. Time was passing so slow. Oh, if that's that drunk again. Who is it?
Stone, what are you trying to do to me? Get me fired?
Oh, Matt, it's you.
Yeah, your boss and editor. Who are you expecting? Truth or consequences?
Look, Matt, hang up, will you? I'm waiting for a call.
Waiting for a call?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you, Randy? Didn't I tell you to call Mr. DeStout? He's waiting for your call, you crazy loon, and you know how our honored publisher likes to be kept waiting.
Yeah, I haven't time to explain, Matt.
Don't explain anything. Get on that phone and call Andover 23820. Now, that's an order. He just called and tore into me. He asked me if he was expected to phone you. He's pouting up there, Randy, feeling abused. And you know what happens when Mr. DeStout feels abused.
Yes, all right. Hang up, Matt.
You'll call him.
Yes, right away. Hang up.
Okay, and after you talk to him, call me back.
Yeah. I looked at my watch, 6:17. There was just 3 minutes left to get her call. I couldn't phone to Stout now. What if she should phone when I was talking to someone else? What if she had only that one chance and all she got was a busy signal? No, I couldn't call now. Hello.
Hello. Is this the Stone residence?
Yes, what do you want?
I'd like to speak to Mrs. Stone, if you don't mind.
There isn't any Mrs. Stone. Look, I'm very busy.
No, Mrs. Stone? Well, I'll just have to talk to you then, won't I?
Yes, but some other time.
I beg your pardon.
I'm very busy now.
Oh, this won't take but a tiny moment, and I have so many calls to make.
Look, madam.
I've been appointed by our local committee to call you about the coming election, to ask you to cooperate with us in our drive to register all voters regardless of party.
Madam, I'm not old enough to vote.
all vote, then don't you see we can do something?
Look, I'm going to have to hang up.
But for heaven's sake...
Some other time. Yeah.
Buddy, you better not hang up on me again.
Will you stop calling this number? 6:19, and she hasn't called. I'm going to wait for one more minute to pass, and then I'm going to call the police. Hello.
Randy Stone?
Yes?
I asked Matt Cummel to have you call me, Mr. Stone, but apparently you were unable to. This is Edward DeStout speaking.
Oh, the big boss. Oh, no.
What's that?
Yes, Mr. DeStout. I was going to call you as soon as I had the time.
As soon as you have the time. Well, I must say, that's not exactly flattering, Stone. I'd rather imagine...
Mr. DeStout, I'm expecting a very important phone call,
there
and
are people who think that a call from me is also rather important.
Can I call you in 5 minutes?
And what am I supposed to do? Just sit here waiting for your call like a lackey? I believe Cummel told you I was leaving tonight.
But, Mr. DeStout...
So we'll talk now, if you don't mind.
Look, instead of talking about this on the phone, how about me taking a cab over to your place as soon as my call comes through? We could talk it over much easier.
Oh, I think we can handle the matter over the phone very nicely.
But we can't handle it over the phone. Don't you see? A girl's life is at stake, and you prattle on like we had all day.
A girl's life at stake, is it?
Yes.
I've heard about your talents for invention, Mr. Stone, but I don't think I enjoy the idea of you practicing them on me.
Look, DeStout, I'm afraid I'm going to have to do something else you won't enjoy. I'm afraid I'm going to have to hang up.
I wouldn't do that.
What time is it now? 6:21. It couldn't be. I couldn't have talked to him that long. Oh, hurry.
At the tone, the time will be 6:21 and 1/2.
6:21 and 1/2. Well, I've kept my part of the bargain.
Police Department, Sergeant Harris speaking.
Oh, Harris, this is Randy Stone. Listen to me closely. We don't have any time to lose.
What's up, kid?
You better send out an all-points alarm on this. It's got to be fast.
Hey, slow down. I can't understand you.
Look, a while ago I spoke to a girl on the phone. She told me her life was in danger. She was locked in a studio and her husband was coming there to kill her.
Easy. I gotta write this down.
You got to move fast, and we're not going to make it.
Go on.
This husband of hers, he's insane. He became violent.
How long ago did you talk to this dame?
15 minutes ago.
Why don't you call us right away?
I'll tell you all about it later. We got to get to her.
What's the address of this studio?
I don't know her address. It's the first time I ever spoke to her.
Stone, you've been drinking.
No, I'm telling you the truth.
So how are we supposed to find her?
Well, she gave me a landmark she saw from her window. She gave me enough so you guys can get right to her.
All right. What are they?
All right, now let me see. She said her window looks right out on the blank walls of a warehouse.
Whose warehouse?
Well, she didn't say.
Oh, that's a big hint. Next.
Well, she could see the tower of a radio station about a block away.
Could she make out the call letters of the station?
No.
That's no good. What else?
What do you mean, no good?
How many stations you got on your radio, Stone? What else?
Well, there's a supermarket down the street, a big supermarket.
Supermarkets are all over the place.
Yeah, but this one's near Lincoln Park.
What does that mean? The whole north side's near Lincoln Park. What else?
Nothing else. You add all those things up, it's got to lead you somewhere.
Yeah, we could find her all right in 3 or 4 hours.
But that's no good. In fact, she hasn't called back, means she's in trouble. If you don't get there right away, it'll be too late.
Hey, wait.
What?
Why, we're a couple of dubs.
What do you mean?
She called you, would you call her?
I called her.
Okay, we're in business.
Huh?
We'll have a squad car out to that studio in 3 minutes.
I don't get it.
You call her, don't you see?
Huh?
All you got to do is give us her phone number, and through the phone company, we can trace down her address in 30 seconds. What number did you call?
What number did I call?
Come on, Stone, come on. We've got to move.
But I don't know what number I called. I didn't even look at the dial.
Come on, Stone, speak up. What number did you call?
I don't know what number I called.
You don't know?
Don't you understand? I don't know. I'll never know.
What?
I was doodling with the phone, and she answered.
Oh, well, I guess we'll just have to try to find her with the information you gave us. It's going to take a long time, but there's nothing else we can do, huh, Stone?
Well, there's 6 million combinations on a dial. No, there's nothing else we can do. I hung up the phone and just sat there. I wanted to die quick and easy. What was I going to do now? How was I going to be able to go on living as though nothing had happened? I was just as much of a murderer as that crazy husband. How could I be so stupid? Why didn't I ask for a number? Why didn't I? Yeah?
Mr. Stone?
Yes?
This is Dr. Bechtel's nurse, Mr. Stone.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad I got you. It's all right.
What's all right?
I was able to locate Dr. Bechtel just after you called.
You what?
He knew the address of the studio, all right, and he got there in plenty of time. We're sending Snorri to a sanitarium for treatment.
And the girl?
Oh, she's fine. Had to give her a sedative, though. That's why she didn't call herself. But all that ends well, like they say.
Oh, you know what I've been doing the last 15 minutes waiting for her call? I'm half nuts myself. I'm ready for a straitjacket.
But, Mr. Stone...
Why didn't you call me right away?
But, Mr. Stone, I've been trying. Your line's been busy.
Yep, that's what's called learning a lesson the hard way. The lesson being that ivory towers went the way of hoop skirts and 60-cent steaks. Nope, there's no escaping from the world. We're all tied together, for better or worse, whether we like it or not. And no matter how well you lock your windows and bar your door, the dreams and the fears and the hopes of all your fellow men are still no farther away than your fingertips. Oh, no, I won't answer. No, I can't. Oh, well, what's the use? Yeah?
Listen, I want to speak to Marge.
Oh, shut up. Oh, you know something? Next month I may decide not to pay my phone bill. Copy... Oh, no, what am I doing?
You're listening to Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade.
Oh, Frank Lovejoy.
Yeah.
How do you like that slogan we've got for Wheaties?
Oh, you mean that one about 7 and 11?
Yeah, you know. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Well, I think it's swell. How'd you happen to think of it?
Well, can you keep a secret?
Oh, Silent Frank, they call me. Shoot.
Well, the other morning I missed my Wheaties. Imagine. And I tell you, Frank, by 11 o'clock I felt like I'd been put through the ringer. I was worn to a frazzle.
Well, that just goes to show you.
You know it. It certainly convinced me that if you eat Wheaties at 7, you get the energy you need to help you feel good right on to lunchtime.
Oh, so you thought up see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11, hmm? Well, no wonder they call you the Wheaties man.
That's right, Frank. Good night.
Night.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and written by Larry Marcus with music by Frank Worth. The part of the girl was played by Lorene Tuttle. Others in tonight's cast were Catherine Card, Barbara Dupar, Bill Lally, Peter Leeds, and Jay Novello. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production 3 Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen also Tuesday, that's tomorrow night, to the Penny Singleton Show on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Now you can hear the first piano quartet on NBC.
Get ready to laugh with our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Show.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Like many of her colleagues in the teaching profession, our Miss Brooks, Madison High School's English teacher, watched the year 1948 come to an end with mixed emotions. As she puts it,
although the year didn't start off brilliantly or develop too sensationally, it certainly wound up in a blaze of nothing. Of course, I did enjoy my 2 weeks vacation. In fact, I spent most of the money I was going to borrow in the next 3 months. The afternoon of New Year's Eve, Friday, December 31st, for those that still can't remember, I was chatting with my landlady, Mrs. Davis.
Well, Connie, I guess you've got big plans for this evening.
Frankly, I haven't got any plans at all, Mrs. Davis. course, I do have a date with the bashful biologist.
Mr. Boynton, what are you going to do, Connie?
Probably the same thing we did last year. Pool our money and go to Hip Sings for dinner. Fine way to spend New Year's Eve. 2 Americans go to a Chinese restaurant, Dutch. What are you going to do, Mrs. Davis?
Oh, I'm going to visit my sister Angela. She's so absent-minded, poor thing. She'll probably be surprised to see me, although it was only last week that she invited me over.
What time do you think you'll be leaving, Mrs. Davis?
Leaving? For where?
For your sisters.
For my sister's what?
For your sister's house.
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me, Connie. I've been making up my New Year's resolutions, and that's the first thing on the list. I've resolved to correct Angela's absent-mindedness.
Angela's absent-mindedness. What else is on the list?
What list?
Maybe I'd better talk to Minerva the cat for a while. We were talking about New Year's resolutions, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention, Connie. Tell me the rest of your resolutions.
Well, first of all, I was resolved not to... What resolution? We were speaking of yours, Mrs. Davis. And before you say my what, I'd like to ask you again the question I asked when we were both younger. Namely, when are you going over to your sister's house?
Maybe you better not go out tonight, Connie. You sound very strange.
It's just the way you're listening. Or are you, Mrs. Davis?
Of course I'm Mrs. Davis. Now, you lie down and let me fix you some hot tea.
I don't want any hot tea. I just want an answer.
Meow.
Thanks, Minerva. Now, about this evening, Mrs. Davis...
Hello, Minerva. Want some milk, dear? Yes. I'll get you some in a minute. You were saying, Miss Brooks?
This evening? Your sister's house?
Yes, I'm going over there tonight.
I know, Mrs. Davis.
Right away, Minerva.
What time, Mrs. Davis?
It's, 3:45 now, but I'm always fast. Get away from those curtains, Minerva. I'll fetch your saucer right away. Keep an eye on her, will you, Angela?
I'll be glad to, Connie. Come on, just hop into my lap, Mrs. Davis. There's a good dog. This is getting contagious. Oh, coming. Excuse me, Minerva. Why, it's Monsieur Monet. Come in.
Merci, mademoiselle. Thank you. It's nice you remember me.
Remember you? Why, Monsieur Monet, you're Madison High's favorite French teacher.
For that, Miss Brooks, permit me to kiss your hand.
Well, let's not give the other hand a complex.
Certainly not.
Shall we go into the living room?
I trust that I'm not arrived at, how you say, inopportunity time.
What? Oh, no, this is very opportunity time. Won't you sit down, Monsieur Monet?
Oh, thank you, Miss Brooks. But now that I'm teaching in America, I would appreciate it if you would call me in America.
All right. What's your number?
No. I mean, call me Mr. Monet instead of Monsieur.
Oh, certainly.
Here you are, Kitty. Here's a nice saucer of... Oh, I didn't know anyone had come in.
This is Mr. Monet, Mrs. Davis, our new French teacher at Madison.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Monet?
How do you do, Mrs. Davis? I kiss your hand, madame.
I'll hold your saucer, madame.
A lovely lady with a lovely hand.
Stick out your paw, Minerva. You're next.
If Mr. Monet came over to see you, Connie, I'm sure he doesn't want to talk to Minerva. I'll just take her into the kitchen. Come along, dear. There's a good kitty. Come drink your milk out here. So nice to have met you, Mr. Monet.
Likewise, I'm sure. She's very nice here, Mrs. Davis. But why she run away so fast? In the words of some of my pupils, why she took some powder and put it on the lamb?
Took some powder? Oh, you mean she took a powder or took it on the lamb?
Mais oui. She flew out of here like a bat out of
Mr. Monet. faster than you're teaching. No, Mrs. Davis was just being tactful. I guess she thought you wanted to be alone with me.
Alone with you? But why, Miss Brooks? I'm a married man.
Oh, I know, but Mrs. Davis doesn't know about your wife, Mr. Monet.
Oh, Miss Brooks, I don't know what plans you have made for New Year's Eve, but my wife, Elaine, and I would be very flattery if you would join us.
Well, thanks, Mr. Monet. I'm flattery that you should ask me. But as far as I know, Mr. Boynton is taking me out tonight.
Oh, then you both must come. You see, this is not an ordinary party, Miss Brooks, although we're all going to wear evening clothes and try to have the best possible time. Elaine and I, we realize that among school teachers, there are very few, how do you call it, malted millionaires?
Some of us are too thick to drink with a straw. What you're trying to tell me is that the evening won't cost much money, is that right?
Oh, it will cost you no money, Miss Brooks, but there is an admission charge.
Pint of blood?
No, just some old clothes. You see, I am in charge of a committee to send clothing to the poor people in France. Any sort of clothes would do, Miss Brooks. Anything that is made of cloth.
Why, that sounds like a wonderful idea, Mr. Monet. I'll be delighted to come.
And Mr. Boynton, do you speak for him as well?
Mr. Boynton has been spoken for many times. The trouble is he doesn't answer. Oh, you mean about tonight? Yes, Mr. Monet. I feel sure I can speak for Mr. Boynton.
Oh, fine. I'll be leaving then.
I'll walk you to the door, Mr. Monet.
Oh, my address is 9066 Shoreham Drive. Try to get there before 10. And I'm sure that as my students say, we will have a ball.
I'm sure that we will.
Yes, until tonight then, Miss Brooks. Stay in the groove.
Oh, natch, Mr. Monet, natch. And Mr. Monet.
Yes?
Don't take any wooden francs.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will return in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
Ladies, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care, doctors prove you too may win a lovelier complexion with Palmolive soap.
But to win this lovelier complexion, the kind men admire and women envy, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advised.
Remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised 1,285 women, many with complexion problems, to use Palmolive this way. Some have dry skin, some oily, some coarse-looking. Using Palmolive soap alone, 2 out of 3 won lovelier complexions. Now, here's what the doctors advised.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive's soft lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But doctors have proved this way, using nothing but Palmolive, really works. So forget other beauty care. Use Palmolive soap alone for a lovelier complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
After Mr. Monet left, I tried to get Mr. Boynton on the phone to tell him about the invitation. But ours is a party line, a 4-party line to be exact, and every time I picked up the receiver, it was in use. Always careful not to lose my temper, I sat by the phone and drummed lightly on the top of the table until my 5 fingernails were impaled in the mahogany. Then I tried it once more.
As sure as my name is Lucy Schofield, that's the only way to treat men, Emma. Believe me, if I had to do it all over again, Emma, excuse me a minute, dear. I think I smell my roast burning in the kitchen.
Now, that's a coincidence, Lucy. I smell my grapes burning in the living room. Hang up now. I'll call you back. So much for Emma and Lucy. I'll try it again. Oh, it worked. At least I can dial now. I hope Lucy doesn't think Emma was kidding her.
Happy New Year, Daisy. Is Fred there?
This isn't Daisy, and Fred isn't here. Will you please get off the line?
What do you mean, get off the line?
Just what I said. Get off this line.
Oh, Mrs. Telephone Company, huh?
Look, this happens to be a party line, and I happen to be the party using it at the moment.
Oh, well, that's different. If you want me to come to a party, I'll be glad to talk to you. My name is Frank Pollock. What's yours?
It doesn't matter. I only... Say, Frank. Frank, are you still there?
Sure, I'm still there. That was mighty nice of you to call me, Daisy. when I think of the way I treated you. The shameful, horrible way I treated you.
Don't cry, Frank. I had it coming.
No.
Now, will you please hang up? Your bottle is falling out of the chandelier.
Well, thanks, Daisy. You're a great girl. And tell Fred to give me a buzz when he gets in. Bye now.
He's getting an early start. When a body meets a body, he's had too much ride.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Boynton. This is Miss Brooks. I assume we still have a date for tonight.
Tonight? Oh, this is Friday, isn't it?
Yes, December 31st.
31st, eh?
Yes, you know, the day we celebrate the appearance of the first enchilada north of Laredo, Texas.
I know it's New Year's Eve, Miss Brooks. What are we going to do to kill a few hours together?
We'll think of something, you mad, impetuous boy. As a matter of fact, that's why I called. Mr. Monet and his wife are having a little impromptu party at their house, and they've invited us.
What kind of party?
Well, you have to have some old clothes, and then you should...
Hello? Is that you, Emma? I didn't quite understand you before.
No, this is not Emma. This is your friendly, cooperative party line neighbor.
Oh, the magpie.
Miss Brooks, who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Nonstop Nellie, the human dial tone.
Now,
will you please stop this filibuster and get off the line?
Well, the phone company will hear about this.
Are you there, Miss Brooks?
Yes, Mr. Boynton. As I started to tell you, although it's a formal party, we're supposed to have some piece of apparel that we can...
Happy New Year.
Oh, not again.
Who's that? Well, it's about time you got home, Fred.
That is not Fred.
Oh, it isn't, huh?
No, it isn't.
As Fred's oldest and closest friend, I demand to know who it is. Now, see here, old man. I'm not your old man. I don't even know where your old man is. I don't even know where my old man is. New Year's Eve, and I don't even know where my old man is.
Oh, look, Mr. Boynton. We'd better hang up now.
You can't, Daisy. You can't hang up. Not without you tell me where my old man is. Daisy.
Listen, Mr.
Nobody
Boynton.
wants to tell me where
All
my
you have
old
to
man
do is bring some old clothes with you.
What's that? I don't hardly hear you.
So put on your tux, bring some old clothes, and pick me up in a couple of
Even though I
hours.
gave you a pretty hot deal. These presses come along and break me out. I'll see you later. Who introduced you to Fred? Tell me that. Who introduced you to Fred?
You did, Frank, and I love you for it. If you don't get off this phone, I'll have you thrown out of the bar you're calling from.
Bar? Oh, is that where I'm calling from? Bless you, Daisy. You helped me find my old man. Sure, he's sitting on the stool next to me.
I better hang up now. Fred hates it when I talk to strangers. Oh, Mrs. Davis.
Yes, Connie?
I wonder if you'd give me a hand. I've been invited to a formal party tonight, and I just don't know what to wear.
Well, what have you got, Connie?
Oh, nothing. That is nothing but an old evening gown I've had for 5 years.
Well, come on into your room, Connie, and we'll look it over.
Here we are. It won't take long to find in my closet. Well, let's see. Here's a skirt and blouse. The suit I got 2 years ago. Here's one of the dresses I wear to school. Here's the other one. Oh, there we are. My pride and joy.
Why, that's real pretty, Connie. And look at the fringe.
Silly moths, they left the best part. While I'm in here, I'd better find something to donate as well.
Donate?
Yes, the price... Well, find something to donate as well.
Donate?
Yes, the price of admission to the party is some old clothing. I know I've got some because I've been wearing it.
Oh, dear, I forgot to tell you, Connie, but just last week when the Goodwill truck came around, they pick up old clothes, too, you know. I gave away everything of mine I could possibly spare.
Well, that's all right, Mrs. Davis. You're not going to the party.
I know, but I also gave away a big bundle of your stuff. You had it lying in the closet, and
Mrs. Davis, that was for the cleaners. I had some of my newest clothes in that bundle. 1945 stuff.
I'm sorry, dear. Maybe you can borrow some old clothes to give.
Well, I guess I'll have to. I know. I'll go over to the Conklins. He's got one suit I know could use an ocean voyage.
It's Miss Brooks. Come on in.
Thanks, Harriet. Are your folks at home?
Mother's out shopping, but Daddy's upstairs taking a nap. Come on into the living room, won't you? Walter Denton and I were just playing Pass It. Look who's here, Walter.
Well, if it isn't my favorite English teacher. Sit down, Miss Brooks. Harriet and I were just playing Pass It.
So she told me. What's Pass It?
Well, it's a game we read about. Lots of high school kids play it. All you do is take a piece of Kleenex and hold it to your nose by sniffing. And then with both hands behind your back, you pass it down a long line of kids by sniffing it away from your neighbor.
Oh. Sounds fascinating. But where's the long line of kids?
Oh, it's just as much fun with the two of us.
More.
Yeah, saves wear and tear on the Kleenex, too.
Harriet and I go steady. That's why I'm here. But what brings you to the dread sanctum sanctorum of your school principal during a holiday?
Please, Walter. You make Daddy sound like an ogre.
Yes, Walter. Just because Mr. Conklin is my superior at school is no reason for me to live in dread of him.
Harriet!
What is it, Daddy?
Try to be a little more quiet, can't you? I've got to get some sleep.
Sorry, Daddy. We'll be more careful. I don't think now is a good time to tell him you're here, Miss Brooks. You see, he's going to a big party tonight and wants to get some rest.
Well, then maybe you kids can help me out. I've just got to get some old clothes somewhere right away.
Why, Miss Brooks? The ones you've got on look fine.
Thanks, Walter, I think. But I'm talking about clothes I can donate.
Golly, Miss Brooks. Mother just gave away every stitch we could possibly spare to the Salvation Army. Wait a minute. Daddy's new tuxedo is being delivered today. And he's got an old suit of evening clothes that I'm sure Mother would love to see given away.
Say no more, Harriet. Do you think you can get it without waking your father?
Well, sure. It's right here in the hall closet. Here it is, Miss Brooks. This is the suit Daddy wore when he first became a principal.
Let me look at that. I'll bet he was a sensation in these tales.
Why?
There are 3 of them.
Let's see. Oh, that's just where one of them is torn. You could patch that up in a jiffy.
Thanks very much, Harriet. It's cloth anyway. Well, I'll be getting along home now. Mr. Boynton's picking me up soon, and I've got to see if my evening gown still fits me. I've had it for over 5 years.
Oh, I think that's nice, Miss Brooks.
What's nice, Walter?
How you and your evening gown have grown old together. Oh, not that you're falling apart at the seams or anything. I mean, well, to me, you're still all wool and a yard wide.
You have just failed in English for 1949. Would you care to try for 50?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Conklin?
Yes, who's this?
This is Kane from Kane's Classy Cut Clothes with 4 Ks.
Oh, yes. Where's my tuxedo, Kane? You promised it to me by 5 o'clock, and it's 10 of now.
Oh, that's what I'm calling about, Mr. Conklin. I can't get the suit to you by 5 o'clock.
You can't? Well, then when will it get here?
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday? But I've got a very important party to attend tonight.
Now, please, Mr. Conklin, don't yell at me.
What?
Yell at the hotel makers union. They went out on strike yesterday.
But isn't there something you can do? Somebody who can fix this?
Calm yourself, Mr. Conklin. Even if I gave the suit to another shop to be finished, it wouldn't do any good. The buttonhole boys went out in sympathy.
But how could you... Well, why do you... When did this...
How were you able... Mr. Conklin. Take it easy. My blood pressure is just as high as yours. So let's be good to ourselves and exercise some control.
Control? But how can I... What will I... Even if I have...
Now, there's no use in both of us aggravating. Goodbye, Mr. Conklin. Happy New Year.
Happy... Harriet!
Yes, Daddy, we're here in the living room.
Harriet, I've had a great disappointment. My tuxedo... Oh, hello, Denton.
Hi, Mr. Conklin. We're playing Pass It. Want to sniff this Kleenex off my nose onto your nose?
I can think of nothing more loathsome to do. Harriet, do you know where your mother put my old suit of evening clothes?
Your old suit, Daddy?
Yes. I've got to wear it tonight.
Oh, but that old evening suit isn't any good, Mr. Conklin. It would make you look like a head waiter in a cabaret.
A head waiter in a... That happens to be one of the finest dress
Please,
suits.
Daddy. I gave it to Miss Brooks just a little while ago. She and Mr. Boynton are going to a party where you have to bring some old clothes to get in.
What? That does it! Not only do my teachers openly flaunt my wishes about fraternizing, but they take my evening clothes along with them. Children, do you know what I'm going to do?
No, we don't. But I know one thing. If I was Miss Brooks, I'd hop in bed and pull the covers up over my head.
There, how does Old Faithful look on me, Mrs. Davis?
Lovely, Connie. And fringe is more popular than ever. It's amazing what a tuck here and a stitch there will do. About what time did Mr. Boynton say he'd be over?
About this time, Mrs. Davis. I'll get it. Good evening, Mr. Boynton. Won't you come in?
Oh, thanks, Miss Brooks.
Say, that's an interesting overcoat you have on. Raccoon, isn't it?
Yes. It's a relic of my college days. Do you mind if I hang it up here? It's pretty warm.
Go right ahead, Mr. Boynton. Then come on into the living room.
All right. Oh, there, that's better. Well, Miss Brooks, you certainly look lovely tonight.
Thanks, Mr. Boynton. You look... Mr. Boynton, I told you we were invited to a New Year's Eve party, didn't I?
Well, yes, you did.
Do you always go to a formal party in white flannels with a blazer and a beanie?
Formal, but you said you had to have some old clothes to get in. Some odd piece of wearing apparel is what you told me.
Oh, great. I hope your sneakers are vulcanized.
I don't understand, Miss Brooks. Just what kind of a party is this?
It's a formal party, Mr. Boynton, but the price of admission is some old clothes to be shipped abroad.
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't usually go to parties on New Year's Eve.
You don't? Well, how do you like to spend the evening, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I usually have an early dinner, then catch the first show at the movies and hit the sack about 10:30.
What does your doctor say about such carrying on? Look, Mr. Boynton, I've already accepted for both of us, and... Wait a minute. I've got a dress suit that might fit you. Then we can bring the stuff you've got on as our admission. Just go into my room, Mr. Boynton, and take off those clothes.
Oh, Miss Brooks, what in the
You'll
world...
find a suit of evening clothes right on the bed. Please slip them on. Mrs. Davis?
Yes, Connie?
Have you finished sewing Mr. Conklin's tail together?
Just finishing now, Connie. Here it is, as good as new. It would make any head waiter proud. Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton. My, what a nice beanie. 3 propellers.
I wish you'd tell me what this is all about, Mrs. Davis.
Well, you're going to an ideal source for information. Just take this suit and put it on, Mr. Boynton, please.
Well, all right, Miss Brooks, but this is all highly irregular.
Now, Mrs. Davis, let's go into your room. I want you to fix my hair in the back. I'm wearing it up, you know, and it's not quite high enough.
My goodness, Connie, how high do you want it?
High enough so that I'll have to stand on a chair to pull it down.
Well, it doesn't fit too badly, I get... Miss Brooks, I've got the suit on.
That's fine. I'll just be a few minutes. Oh, would you answer that, please, Mr. Boynton? Mrs. Davis is still rummaging in my scalp.
All right. Oh, well, it's Mr. Conklin. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'd like a table down front, but not too near the drum. Oh, it's you, Boynton.
Yes, sir. Won't you come in?
No, I won't come in. Boynton, how did you... When did you... Who gave you...
If it
What are you
wasn't
doing?
New Year's Eve, I'd swear that Mr. Conklin had come by. Oh, it is you, Mr. Conklin.
Miss Brooks, I demand the return of my evening clothes at once.
Your evening clothes?
I cannot tell a lie, Mr. Boynton. Take it off.
Take it off?
Take it off.
Well, don't just stand there, Mr. Conklin. Applaud a little.
Get ready, everyone. It's 12 o'clock. Turn up the radio. Well, Miss Brooks, nice party, no?
Oh, very nice, Mr. Monet.
Ah, but it's midnight now. The band is playing Auld Lang Syne, and everyone should be kissing someone. Where's your Mr. Boynton?
Oh, haven't you heard, Mr. Monet? He hit the sack at 10:30.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first,
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Daumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream, not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, Mr. Boynton didn't show me such an exciting New Year's Eve, but we had another date the next day, today. After spending the afternoon at the zoo, we came back to my house. Do you mind if I turn on the radio, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, not at all, Miss Brooks, but I'm afraid I can't stay to listen to it.
Why not?
Well, actually, I didn't get into bed on New Year's Eve until 10 minutes of 11. I've got to catch up on my sleep.
And so, as Philip Boynton faded slowly into the west, I bade him farewell in true Zulu fashion by saying Tunga Lunga Bimba Lakta, which means, how can you leave now? Jack Benny has switched over to CBS.
Next week, tune in to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive shaving cream comes both ways, and whichever way you prefer to shave, you'll find that using either Palmolive brushless or Palmolive lather shaving cream can bring you more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Here's the proof. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they had shaved before, 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Get Palmolive brushless or Palmolive lather shaving cream today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Stay tuned now for Lum and Abner, Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The makers of Campbell's Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. The play tonight, What Every Woman Knows. Our guest, Miss Helen Hayes. Except that Helen Hayes is now so regular a visitor to the Campbell Playhouse that we're bold to call her a member of the family. But I think I've told you she's promised to appear with us, and only with us, as many times this year as she can manage. Last week she was busy getting ready a new play which opens soon on Broadway. But tonight, openings notwithstanding, she kept her promise, and here she is to play Maggie for you. Maggie in the beautiful, warm-hearted comedy, What Every Woman Knows. J.M. Barrie wrote no better play. And if you saw Miss Hayes in the play or the moving picture, you will never forget it. I'd like to tell you more about it. I'd like to talk about Barrie, about Miss Hayes, too, but I'd rather give the time to the show itself. And I hope when it's over, you'll agree with me. Now, just before we begin, here's a word from Ernest Chappell.
The other night, I had an opportunity to look over a real old American family cookbook. And as I turned the pages, I was particularly struck by the number of different recipes for preparing chicken. Just for the fun of it, I counted them, and would you believe it, there were 88. Now, of course, some of us like chicken prepared one way, some another. But however we prefer it, roasted to a delicate brown, crisply fried in Southern style, or tenderly fricasseed, there's just no denying that we in this country do like our chicken. Now, I think it's because we like chicken so well that Campbell's Chicken Soup continues to grow so steadily in popularity. Here, indeed, is a chicken that is chicken, through and through. From your first appreciative sip of the golden gleaming broth to the last delicious drop, you'll taste real chicken. And there are whole pieces of tender chicken meat in it and fluffy white rice full of the flavor of the chicken to add still more to your hearty enjoyment of this homey, old-fashioned chicken soup. And so I say, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's Chicken Soup. Won't you have it for dinner, perhaps tomorrow night? And now Helen Hayes and Orson Welles tell us what every woman knows.
A few minutes ago, the clock in the Wiley home struck 10. And a few minutes before that, Alec Wiley and David, his son, came in from outside wearing black coats and their Sabbath boots. Now they've sat down in the little room which David calls the West Room, while his father calls it the Room, which is to him the natural name for any apartment without a bed in it. Magee Wiley, who is David's sister, calls it the Library, because there's a bookcase of pitch pine along one wall which contains 600 books with a glass door to prevent you from getting at them. We could describe Magee Wiley for you at great length, but what's the use? What you really want to know is whether she's good-looking. No, she's not. She has soft Scotch speech and a more resolute manner than is perhaps fitting to her plainness and, well, in a few seconds she'll be with you herself. Maggie, who is not good-looking.
Who was at the meeting, Father?
Well, Maggie, was the minister of Galley Shields. He has to be remembered to you.
Father.
I mean...
I suppose you mean what you say, Father. I hear, David, that the minister of Galley Shields is to be married to that Miss Turnbull.
Well, I can see she's made a poor bargain.
How can you say that, Father, when you don't know her? I expect she's full of charm.
Charm? What is that exactly, Maggie?
Charm? Oh, it's a sort of bloom on a woman. If you have it, you don't need anything else. And if you don't have it, it doesn't much matter what else you have. Some women, the few, have charm for all, and most have charm for one. And some have charm for none.
Well, I have a sister that has charm.
No, David, you haven't.
But, Maggie, you...
Oh, come now. Let's be practical. Let's go to our beds. It's 10:15.
Well, I don't feel very sleepy, eh? Nor me either. You go along, Maggie. Good night to you, Maggie.
Both of you unsleepy? When is this well-known 10 o'clock? Is our regular bedtime?
Yes, it's common knowledge that we go to our beds at 10, Maggie. That's what we're counting on.
Counting on?
Yes, keep it young, whelp. Now go outside and watch. Yes, Father.
There's something up. You've got to tell me, Father.
Maggie, there are burglars about.
Burglars?
We hadn't meant for to tell you till we nabbed them, but they've been in this room twice of late.
Oh.
The policeman saw a man climb out of this window last Tuesday.
Father, the silver plate.
That's safe as yet. But we were thinking that very likely he'd come again tonight. So now, if you'll go to bed, Maggie.
Me? And my family in danger?
There's just one of them.
The policeman just saw one.
I'd be very pleased if there were two of them.
I would be very pleased if there were three of them. And I watch with you.
Father, he's there. I saw him sliding down the garden wall close to the rhubarb.
Oh, what's he like?
He's an ugly customer. That's all I could see. Slunk into the rhododendrons, and he's there now, watching the window. We have him. Out with the lights. Maggie, you go upstairs.
I will not.
Then into the hall with you. I'll stay there behind the door. David, you go into the kitchen. I'll be in the hall with Maggie.
There's a stick, Father.
Behind the door. Quick. He's coming. It's the silver.
No, it's not. It's the baking.
He's lighting the light. He's sitting down.
And in the fine chair, too.
Come on. John Shand.
I hope you found that chair comfortable, young man.
I have no complaint to make against the chair.
John Shand, you, a native of the town, a disgrace to your family. I feel pity for the Shands this night.
I'll thank you, Mr. Wiley, not to pity my family.
If you're looking for a good clout in the head, John
Now,
Shand.
David, I think you should let the young man explain. It mayn't be so bad as we thought.
Explain away, my Billy.
Only the uneducated would need an explanation. I'm a student, and I'm desperate for want of books. You have all I want here on that shelf, no use to you but for display. Well, I came here to study. I come twice weekly.
That the window?
Huh. You think a Shand would so far lower himself as to enter your door? Well, what about it? Is it a case for the police?
It seems to me it's a case for us all to go to our bed and leave the young man to study, but not on the fine chair.
Thank you, Miss Magee, but I couldn't be beholden to you.
Tell me, Mr. Shand, are you a poor scholar?
On the contrary, I'm a brilliant scholar.
What's your professor's opinion of your future?
They think me a young man of extraordinary promise.
You have a name here for high moral character.
And justly.
Are you serious-minded?
I never laughed in my life.
Are you a Sabbath school teacher?
I am.
One more question. Are you promised?
To a lady?
Yes.
I've never given one of them a single word of encouragement. I'm too much occupied thinking about my career.
So, Father, if you'll come outside just 1 minute, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Yes, David.
Do you want me to, Father?
No, Maggie, just Father. You stay here and keep an eye on Mr. Shand.
Well, I don't know what maggot they've got in their head, but sit down, young man, till they come back.
My name's Mr. Shand. Until I'm called that, I decline to sit down again in this house.
Then I'm thinking, young sir, you'll have a weary wait.
Sit down, Mr. Shand, and pull in your chair. You'll have a thimbleful of something to keep the cold out. Glasses, Maggie. You're not a totaler, I hope.
I'm practically a totaler.
Well, so are we. How do you take it? Maggie, will you get the glasses?
Yes, David.
No, David, quick, before she comes back. Mr. Shand, we have an offer to make you.
No patronage.
Strictly a business affair. Leave it to me, Father.
Here are the glasses.
Maggie, don't you see you're not wanted?
I do, David.
Why do you not go, then? I have a proposition to put before Mr. Shand, and women are out of place in business transactions.
I think I'll stay here, Father.
Well, you'll have to let her bide, David. Very well, then. But, Maggie, sit here at the table and don't interfere, mind. Mr. Shand, we're willing, the two of us, to lay out £300 on your education.
Take care.
On condition that 5 years from now, Maggie Wiley is still unmarried, can claim to marry you should such be her wish. The thing to be perfectly open on her side, but you to be strictly tied down. Now, what have you to say? Decide.
I regret to say...
It does no matter what you regret to say, because I decide against it. Oh, and I think it's very ill done of you to make any such proposal.
Quiet, Maggie.
Seeing that I've refused the young man...
Refused?
That's no reason why we shouldn't have his friendly opinion.
Oh.
Your objections, Mr. Shand?
Simply, it's a one-sided bargain. I admit I'm no catch at present, but what could a man of my abilities not soar to with £300? Something far above what she could aspire to.
Oh, indeed.
The position is that without the 300, you can't soar.
You have me there, Mr.
Yes,
Wiley.
but you see, you're safeguarded, Maggie. You don't need to take him unless you like. But he has to take you.
Yeah, that's an unfair arrangement also.
I wouldn't dream of it without that condition.
Then you are thinking of it.
Poof. It's a good arrangement for you, Mr. Shan. The chances are you'll never have to go on with it, for in all probability she'll marry soon. She's tremendous run after.
Well, even if that's true, it's just keeping me in a reserve in case she misses doing better.
That's the situation in a nutshell.
Another thing. Supposing I was to get fond of her.
It's very likely.
Yes. And then suppose she was to give me the go-by.
You have to risk that, Mr. Shan.
What's her age? She looks young, but they say it's the curls that does it.
Well, Maggie's one of those women who are eternally young.
I can't take that for an answer.
She's 25.
I'm just 21.
Reading a book about 4 years difference in the ages is the ideal thing. Well, Mr. Shan?
I'm willing if she's willing.
Maggie?
There can be no if about it. It must be an offer.
Ah, Shan, give our Wiley such a chance to humiliate him. Never.
Then all is off.
Come, Mr. Shan. It's just a form.
Well, Miss Maggie, will you?
Is it an offer?
Yes.
Oh. Before I answer you, I want first to give you a chance at drawing back.
Maggie.
When they said that I'd been run after, they were misleading you. Nobody's ever been after me.
Oh, they will be it.
And there's one thing more. David said I'm 25. He's wrong. I'm 26.
Aha.
Now be practical, Mr. Shan. Do you withdraw from the bargain, or do you not?
It's a bargain.
Then so be it.
I'll have the document ready for you. I think, Maggie, you might see Mr. Shan to the door.
Certainly. This way, John. Have your muffler, John?
Yes, I have it.
I think you'd better put it twice on.
Well, it's a most romantic affair. I wonder how it'll turn out. She's queer, Maggie. I wonder how some clever writer has never noticed how queer women are. It's my belief you could write a whole book about them. It was very noble of her to tell him she's 26. But I thought she was 27.
Six years have elapsed, and John Shan's great hour has come. Perhaps his great hour really lies ahead of him. Perhaps he had it 6 years ago. It often passes us by in the night, with such a faint call that we don't even turn in our beds. But according to the trumpets, this is John's great hour. He's standing for Parliament, and this is election night. I'm in. I'm elected. Majority 244. I'm John Shand, MP. Majority 244. I've beaten the baronet. I've done it, Maggie. And not a soul to help me. I've done it alone.
Yes, John.
I'm as hoarse as a crow, and I have to address the Caucadans Club.
Will you stay right there, John, and rest yourself a minute? What are you frowning at?
I was thinking of the Peregrine. Just because I beat him, he took mean advantage and congratulated me in French.
Oh. Would it help you, John, if you were to marry a woman who could speak French?
Not at all.
Mon cher John, laissez-moi parler français. Je suis la sœur française de ma famille écossaise.
Listen to her, John. Listen to her. She's been learning French without knowing it.
Very good, Maggie. Very good.
Wait a minute, John. Look at me. Look at me. This is London. And this is our first reception, and Mrs. John Shand is receiving at the door. How do you do, Sir Peregrine? J'espère que vous êtes très bien. So sorry we beat you at the polls.
I'm thinking the baronet would sit on you, Maggie.
I've invited a lord to sit on the baronet.
Maggie, you're done.
Mr. Shand! Mr. Shand! What is it?
It's some swells. They're outside, a carriage and pair. Two ladies, and they asked to see you.
You know who they are?
One of them is Lady Sybil Tenterden.
Lady Sybil, eh?
Who's she, John?
That's the sister of the baronet.
A married woman?
No, Maggie.
And there's an older lady. Foreigner, she sounds like. What you might say to them, Mr. Shand?
They am very busy, but if they care to wait in here, I hope presently to give them a few minutes.
Good heavens, Mr. Shand, you can't do that.
You heard what I said?
Yes, Mr. Shand.
Come on now. I'll go up and let the crowd see me from the window.
Help him,
I'll be back in a moment, Maggie.
Yes, but John, what are we to do with these ladies?
Your reception, Maggie.
Oh, but John, David. Oh, Father, I'm afraid. I don't...
This way, my lady. Yes, my lady. Mr. Shand said for you to wait.
Oh, did you really insist on seeing him? Yes, I do, Sybil. I insist on seeing the great man.
Oh, dear. Will you have a chair, my lady? Oh, thanks.
Ah, so these are Mr. Cantor's quarters, eh?
They are.
Ah, how fascinating.
If you'll excuse me, ladies, I'll go and tell Mr. Shand you're here.
Oh, really, there is no hurry.
I'll tell him now.
He seems so agitated. Perhaps he is some relation of Mr. Shand's, eh? Sybil, I believe you're asleep.
No, I'm not, Auntie.
Sybil, don't you love a strong, self-made man, eh?
I never met one.
Ah, neither have I. But if you did meet one, would he wake you up?
How do you say he'd find there were two of us?
Yes, I think he would. Ever been in love, you cold thing?
I've never shot up in flame, Auntie.
Think you could manage it?
If Mr. Wright came along. Yes?
Mr. Chandler will be right down directly.
Oh, thank you.
Lady Sybil and I were wondering, is this Mr. Shand a married man?
No, he's not married. But he will be soon.
Ah? Is she a friend of yours?
I don't think much of her.
Well, in that case, tell me all about her.
There's not much to tell. She's common, stupid.
Oh, but it is not that sad. Oh, figure to her yourself how many men with greatness before them have been shipwrecked by marrying in the rank from which they sprang.
I've told her that.
But she will not give him up.
No.
Why should she if he cares for her? What's her name?
It's Maggie.
Well, that is very, very sad, is it not? I am afraid this Maggie will be the ruin of young.
Oh, that's him now. He's coming down.
Sorry to have kept you ladies waiting. Lady Sybil.
Oh, Mr. Chan, this is my aunt, the Countess de la Bruyere.
Countess.
What a triumph, Mr. Chan.
Oh, pretty fair, Countess. Pretty fair. Lady Sybil, I hear you think I'm vulgar.
Oh, my dear Mr. Chan, what absurd.
I was told you said that after hearing me speak.
Well, it's quite a mistake.
Is it not true?
Well, you seem to know, Mr. Chan. And if you press me so unnecessarily, well, yes, that is how you struck me.
Oh, my
Well, you
child.
would have it.
I just wanted to know, Lady Sybil, because if it's true, I must alter it. Of course, it can't matter to me what you think of me. What I mean is that I must not be vulgar if it would be injurious to my career.
I see. No, of course, I could not affect your career, Mr. Chan.
That's so, Lady Sybil, meaning no offense.
And we are friends again.
Certainly.
Then I hope you'll come and see me when you're in London.
I'll be very pleased.
Any afternoon, about 5.
Much obliged, Lady Sybil.
Goodbye till then. Auntie, I do think we'd better be getting back to the hotel.
Very well, my dear.
Maggie, the ladies are going.
Oh, goodbye, Lady Sybil.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Countess.
Lady Sybil, if you'll allow me to see you through the crowd, I think perhaps...
Thank you, Mr. Chan.
Are you then the Maggie? Oh, the one that John is going to marry? Oh, but if I had known, I would not have said those things. Please, Miss Maggie, forgive an old woman.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
I admire your courage, and I dare say you will be very happy.
Thank you.
Bon voyage, Miss Maggie.
Goodbye, Countess.
Countess! Ah, that's that.
Have you more speaking to do, John?
I must run across and address the Caucasians Club.
Oh, yes.
I wonder if I am vulgar, Maggie.
Oh, no, John, of course you're not. John, you couldn't stay and have a little talk a few minutes, huh?
Yes, if you want me, Maggie. The longer you keep them waiting, the more they think of you.
When are you to announce that we're to be married, John?
It won't be long. You've waited a year more than you'd need to have done, Maggie. So I think it's your due I should hurry things up now.
That's noble of you. Is it terribly hard to you, John?
It's not hard at all. I can say truthfully, Maggie, that all or nearly all I've seen of you in these 6 years has gone to increase my respect for you.
Respect?
And a bargain's a bargain.
If it wasn't that you're so glorious to me, John, I would let you off.
In my opinion, Maggie, it will be a very happy pair.
Yes, John. But can you look in my face and deny that there's surging within you a mighty desire to be free?
Leave such maggots alone.
If I were John Shand, I would no more want to take Maggie Wiley with me through that beautiful door that's open wide for you than I'd want to take an old pair of shoes. Why don't you bang the door in my face, John?
A bargain's a bargain, Maggie.
You say one word about wanting to get out of it, and I'll put the lawyers on you.
Have I hinted at such a thing?
The document holds you hard and fast.
It does.
You'll miss the prettiest thing in the world, John. And all owing to me.
What's that?
Romance.
Poof.
All's cold and gray without it, man. Those that have had it have slipped in and out of heaven.
You're exaggerating, Maggie.
You've worked so hard, John. You've had none of the fun that comes to most men long before they're your age.
I never was one for fun. I cannot call to mind, Maggie, ever having laughed in my life.
No, you've no sense of humor.
Not a spark.
I sometimes thought if you had, It might make you fonder of me. I think one needs a sense of humor to be fond of me.
You feel sure, I suppose, that an older man wouldn't suit you better, Maggie.
I couldn't feel surer of anything, I'm afraid. You're just my ideal.
Yes, well, that's as it should be.
David has the document, too. It's carefully locked away.
He would naturally take good care of it.
John, I make you a solemn promise that in consideration of the circumstances of our marriage, if you should ever fall in love, I'll act differently from otherwise.
There is occasion, Maggie.
John, David doesn't have the document. He thinks he has, but I have it here. Look.
That's it. Well, do I mind the look of it, Maggie?
You don't ask why I brought it.
Oh, why did you?
Because I thought I might have the womanliness and the courage to give it back to you. Will you never hold it against me in the future, John, that I couldn't do that?
I promise you, Maggie, I never will.
Oh, to go back to the house and take up my life there, when all these years my eyes have been centered on this night. To go back there and weazen and dry up, when I might have been married to John Shan.
And you will be, Maggie. You have my word.
Never.
Maggie.
Never.
Maggie, what have you done?
I've torn up the document. That's what I've done.
Maggie.
Oh, I'm a fool. I'm a fool to let you go. Oh, John, you'll rue this day. I could have helped you in your career.
In no circumstances, Maggie, would I allow any meddling with my career. I pledge myself to the preservation of human liberty. But, gentlemen, one may have too much even of freedom. No. Yes, Mr. Adamson, and Mrs. Adamson, one may want to be tied. I say yes, Willie Cameron, and I have found a young lady who I am proud to say is willing to be tied to me. I'm to be married. Her name's Miss Quiet. Her name's Miss Wiley. She's here now. She was here. Where are you, Maggie?
I'm here, but I'm so little you can't see me.
Father, have you got a grip of her? Yes, David, I got her. Then hoist her up.
Gentlemen, the future Mrs. John Shan. No. Being a lady, she can't make a speech.
Yes, I can make a speech, and I will make a speech. And it's in 2 words, and there be. My constituents.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of What Every Woman Knows, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of What Every Woman Knows. I want to take just a minute to talk to the best home cook in the world. I don't know who she is, but if she lives at your house, I hope she's listening to me. She's the good home cook whose boiled frosting, for instance, is just right every time, and whose years of cooking have taught her how to make a cream sauce that's a miracle of smoothness. Naturally, we all honor her for the pride she takes in preparing her fine dishes. And so it's to her especially that I want to say this about Campbell's soup. All the skill, the patience, the careful tending of the kettle that you would give to the making of soup, we at Campbell's give to the blending and cooking of our soup. Years and years devoted just to soup cooking have helped us learn how to make them as fine as soups can be. You'll understand why we're proud of our soups and why we'd like to make soup for you. Will you give us a trial? Try, for example, Campbell's chicken soup, a soup with deep, rich chicken flavor clear through. Or try Campbell's vegetable soup, a soup that's almost a meal in itself. If you'll do this, I'm almost certain you'll join the many, many other good home cooks who put away their soup kettles for good. I believe you'll let Campbell's make soup for you, too. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of What Every Woman Knows, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles.
A few minutes ago, the Countess de la Bruyere, who has not recently been in England, was shown into the London house of the Shands. She had presumed that the Shand scheme of decoration would be as themselves. She is agreeably surprised. In a small but charming room, she is now engaged in listening to Mr. John Shand, M.P., read the peroration of a speech he is going to make before the House of Commons. Mrs. Shand is there, too, in a little gray frock that not only deals gently with her personal defects, but is in harmony with the room. Evidently, however, she has not risen with her husband, for she is as stupid as ever. The Countess, who remembers having liked her the better of the two, could shake her now for being so stupid.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, there are the reasonable demands of every intelligent English woman. I'd better say British woman. And I am proud to nail them to my flag.
Oh, the fighting leaders.
So long as I can do so without embarrassing the government.
Mr.
I warn the front bench loyally but firmly.
Now put him again.
That though I will not bring this matter to a vote just now, I will bring it forward again in the near future.
But not to bring the matter to a vote is hedging, isn't it, John? Is that strong?
To make the speech at all, Maggie, is stronger than most would dare. They'd ruin me if I pressed for a vote.
Bark but not bite.
Now, Maggie, you're out of your depth.
Yes, I suppose that's it.
And now I think I'd better go to my committee. Maggie, I'm ready. Will you open the doors?
Yes, John.
Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon. And now, Mrs. Smithers, if you'll kindly call this meeting to order.
Well, Miss Maggie. Well, as I looked through the door at the ladies' committee just now, I caught sight in there of my dear niece. Since when has my dear Sybil become one of Mr. Shand's committee ladies? It is not like her. I think it was about the time that my husband took up their cause. Mrs. Shand, excuse me for saying that if half what I hear is be true, your husband is seeing that lady a great deal too often. Mrs. Shand, why do you not compel yourself to take an intelligent interest in your husband's work? I typewrite his speeches. But do you know what they are about? They are about various subjects. I see.
Mrs. Shand, a gentleman to see you.
To see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, will you ask him to come in, please?
Yes, ma'am.
The card says Mr. Charles Venables. Charles Venables? Mr. Venables is a minister of your cabinet and one of the most powerful men in the country. Really, Countess? But since you know him so little, why should he call on you? I wonder.
Mr. Charles Venables. I hope you'll pardon my calling, Mrs. Shand. We had such a pleasant talk the other evening.
I think it's very kind of you. Do you know each other? The Countess de la Bruyere?
Countess, how delightful.
Mrs. Shand, I warn you, Mr. Venables is an old friend of mine. He is here for some crafty purpose. Oh, surely not.
I hope your husband is well, Mrs. Shand.
Yes, thank you.
You know, Mrs. Shand, I admire your husband very much. He puzzles me a little. I've known few men make a worse beginning in the house. He had the most atrocious borough public park manner.
No, he hadn't.
Well, at first he did, but by his second session, he shed all that. He's now a pleasure to listen to.
I think so.
Then again, I admire him for his impromptu speeches.
What's impromptu?
Unprepared.
Oh.
They have contained some grave blunders, not so much of judgment as of taste.
I don't think so.
But he's righted himself subsequently in the neatest way. I've always found that men whose second thoughts are good is worth watching.
Mind you are wondering, Mr. Venables, whether Mrs. Shand can tell you who gives Mr. Shand these second thoughts. I know. You have even thought it might be his wife. Me? Oh, I would like to see anybody try to give thoughts to John.
Forgive me. I see I was wrong. And now, if he's at home, Mrs. Shand, may I see him? I'm going to be rather charming to him.
Yes, he is. Yes, but...
Well, that is to say, if he proves himself the man I believe him to be.
He's very busy just now. He has a ladies' committee in the dining room.
I think he'll see me, Mrs. Shand.
Is it something about his speech?
Well, yes, it is.
Oh, I know it by heart. These are the demands of the intelligent British woman, and I'm proud to nail them to my flag. The very words, Mrs. Shand. And I don't care how they may embarrass the government. And I warn the front bench loyally but firmly that whatever the consequences may be, I will bring this matter to a vote.
Capital.
Oh, you mean you are pleased to know that he means to bring the matter to a vote?
Delighted. The courage of it will be the making of him. Mrs. Shand, let's have him in at once.
Yes, indeed. Let us have him in. Oh, yes, Mr. Venables.
I'll tell him you're here.
And now, ladies, we come to the matter of my speech. The speech that I propose to make this week before the House. Yes, Maggie, what is it?
Mr. Charles Venables is here to see you, John.
If you ladies would excuse me for a moment. Excuse me. Mr. Venables, this is an honor.
How are you, Shand? I see you're a busy man, so I'll come to the point immediately. You may know that we're to have a big meeting at Leeds on the 24th, and 2 ministers are to speak. There's room for a third speaker, and I'm authorized to offer that place to you.
To me?
Yes.
That would mean speaking for the government. Almost like a cabinet member.
In a way, yes.
John, isn't that wonderful?
Mr. Venables, here is the speech I'm making in the House tomorrow.
Thanks.
If you still make me the same offer after you've read it.
I assure you we look on the speech as a small matter. The thing that really decided it was your determination to put the matter to the vote.
To put the what? That?
And the government agrees to that, too.
You agree to put the matter to a vote?
Yes, they agree.
But you've been threatening to excommunicate me if I dared.
All done to test you, Shand.
Test me?
Yes, Shand. Had you been intending to talk big in this speech and then back down through fear of the government, we'd have had no further use for you.
I understand.
Well, I'll take the speech along.
Which isn't really necessary, sir.
There's only one copy, John, you know. Let me make a fresh copy, Mr. Venables, and send it to you in an hour or two.
Oh, I couldn't put you to that trouble, Mrs. Shand.
Really?
I'll take good care of it.
If anything were to happen to you on the way home, Mr. Venables, wouldn't whatever is in your pocket be considered the property of your heirs?
No, there's all thought, Shand. I think after that you'd better take your speech back immediately. You see, Countess, Mrs. Shand is Scottish, too.
So I observe.
Well, I must be going now.
I'll take you to the door, sir.
Goodbye, Countess. It's been a great pleasure.
Goodbye, Mr. Venables.
Goodbye, Mrs. Shand.
Goodbye, Mr. Venables.
You see, Mrs. Shand, one never knows until a man's face is a definite decision.
So, madame. I beg your pardon? Mm-hmm. I said so, madame. I don't know what you mean. Yes, you do. I mean that there is someone who helps our Mr. Shand. There's not. And it is a woman, and it's you. Oh, I help in the little things. The little things. What I want to know is whether your John is aware that you have at all.
Well, Maggie, Countess, congratulate me. You heard what he said. I've done it again.
I'm so glad, John. And all because you made up your mind to bring the matter to a vote, Mr. Shand.
They just guessed I'd be for him because they knew I'm a strong man. As to you, Maggie, a little saw what a good turn you were doing me when you said you wanted me to make a copy of the speech.
How, John?
Because now I can alter the end.
Oh, so you can.
Countess, I tell you, there's a little cherub who sits up aloft and looks after the career of John Shand.
Where does he sit, Mr. Shand?
Well, it's just a figure of speech, Countess. Well, now I'd better be going back to my ladies' committee. Goodbye, Countess.
Goodbye, Mr. Shand.
I'm sorry, ladies. Sorry to have kept you waiting, but Mr. Venables.
This little cherub we speak of. You are sure it is not down here she sits, Mrs. Shand, right in this room? No, it isn't. Goodbye, Scotty. Goodbye, Countess. And thank you for coming. Maggie, why do you do it? He loves to think he does it all himself. That's the way of men. I'm 6 years older than he is. I'm plain, and I have no charm. I shouldn't have let him marry me. I'm trying to make up for it.
Lady Sybil. Sybil. It is you who inspires my work.
Oh, John, you mustn't talk like that.
Sybil, let us declare our love openly. Oh, my dear, my dear.
Oh. John.
Yes, my love?
Did you hear anything? Did you hear the door shut?
It was shut already.
Well, it seemed to me that...
There was nothing, but I think I hear voices now in the hall.
Just give them to the maid. To know where to put them. Oh, John, dear, I'm sorry to bother you, but I brought some flowers. I bought them from a man in the street, and he has no change. Will you come out and take them?
I will, Maggie. I'll be back in a minute.
How do you do, Lady Sybil? This is nice of you to come in to see us.
I was so sorry not to find you in, Mrs. Shand.
Thank you. Will you sit down?
I think not. I'm late as it is. I really ought to be...
I'm glad you're so beautiful, Lady Sybil.
I mean, I had no idea it was as late as it is, and... Mrs. Shand, why do you look at me so?
The door did open. Yes. What are you going to do? That would be telling. Sit down, my pretty.
Well, Maggie, I paid the man with the flowers.
John, I think I'll go upstairs now. I'm sure you have something you want to talk over with Lady Sybil.
Maggie.
Or would you prefer, John, to say it before me? No.
Yes. Yes, I prefer to say it before you, Maggie.
Then sit down. Miss
Maggie knows. Don't you, Maggie?
Yes, John.
I'm mortal sorry, Maggie.
And I also. I'm sure you are. But as it can't be helped, I see no reason why the three of us shouldn't talk the matter over in a practical way.
If you could understand, Maggie, what an inspiration she is to me in my work.
Indeed, Mrs. Shand. I think of nothing else. That's splendid. That's as it should be. Oh, Mrs. Shand, I think you're very kind to take it so reasonably. That's the Scotch way. When are you thinking of leaving me, John?
I think now that it's come to a breach, the sooner the better, so long as it's convenient to you, Maggie.
Oh, it couldn't well be before Wednesday. That's the day the laundry comes home.
And it's the day the House of Commons rises. It may be my last appearance in the House.
No, please don't say that. And you love the House, don't you, John? Next to Lady Sybil. It's a pity you couldn't wait till after your speech at Leeds. Mr. Venables won't have you there if you leave me.
What a chance it would have been. But let it go. It wouldn't be fair to you, Maggie, if I was to stay on now. Oh, what shall we do, Maggie?
Now's the time, Lady Sybil, for you to have one of your inspiring ideas. Yes. Yes, but what? John, what do you think of this? I can stay on here in London, and you can go away somewhere and devote yourself to your speech. Yes.
That might be, but where could I go?
Well, I know.
Maggie, what are you doing?
Hello. Give me Gerard 5072, please. Yes, 72, thank you.
Well, don't be in such a hurry, Maggie.
Hello? Is this Lamb's Hotel? Put me on to the Comtesse de la Brière,
Oh,
please.
Maggie, I wish I was fond of you.
I wish you were, John. Hello, is that you, Comtesse? This is Maggie. Yes, Maggie Shand. Oh, I'm very well, Comtesse. Never was better. Why, Maggie Shand, you dear abominable one. Why did you not let me know you were coming? It's a surprise visit, Comtesse. I walked up from the station. Well, how is everybody? Yes, quite well. But, my child, he seems to me to be a most unhappy man. Really, Cantor? What does that please you, oh heartless one? I won't tell you. Oh, I couldn't take you and shake you, Maggie. Here have I put my house at your disposal for almost 2 weeks now for some sly Scotch purpose, and you will not tell me what it is. No. Very well, then. At that game, two can play as well as one. Maggie, I have a nasty surprise for you. For me? Yes. I want Mr. Venables to tell you what he thinks of your husband's latest speech. Oh, that speech. Oh, yes, John wrote me that Mr. Venables was dissatisfied with it and that he was writing another. We have heard nothing of that, Maggie. Well, you know, Mr. Venables says that John's second thoughts are sometimes such an improvement on the first. Yes, I remember his saying that. Well, then, when John shows him his second speech... What are you up to now, Scotchy? You know as well as I do that there is no such speech. Comtesse, please. Put your cards on the table, Maggie Shand. What precisely is that? What you've got there? Those papers. John's speech? You have written it yourself. I typed it. You guessed that the speech he wrote unaided would not satisfy, and you prepared this to take its place. Oh, not at all, Countess. It's a draft of his speech that he left at home, that's all. With a few trivial alterations by yourself, I swear. Can you deny it? Countess, these insinuations are unworthy of you. Oh, Scotchy. Oh, did I? Oh, yes. Take this envelope to Mr. Venables, please. But, Countess, you must... And say it is from Mr. Shand. Oh, Countess, how could you? I've a good mind to... But coming now, your husband. Oh, and she's with him. My niece, Sybil, shall I get rid of her? No. I want her to be here, too. Now I shall know. No, what? As soon as I look into his face, I shall know. How do you do, Lady Sybil?
Maggie.
How pretty you look in that frock. You're a feast to the eye.
Maggie, you never wrote you were coming.
Oh, no, John, it's a surprise visit. Just run down to say goodbye. To say goodbye? To who, Maggie? Oh, Auntie Julie, the front. Not I. It's becoming far too interesting. I suppose there's no reason why the Countess shouldn't be told. She'll know so soon at any rate.
Oh, that's so.
It's so simple. You see, Countess, John and Lady Sybil have fallen in love with one another, and they're to go off as soon as the meeting at Leeds has taken place. I think that's putting it correctly, John.
Well, in a sense, Maggie, but now it turns out I'm not to attend the meeting at Leeds after all. My speech doesn't find favor with the government. There's something wrong with it.
Oh, well, now, since you won't be speaking at Leeds, Mr. Shand, there is nothing to detain you here any longer, is there? You and Sybil. Should I send for a carriage? Auntie, please.
I promised Maggie to wait till the 24th. This is only the 21st. I'm a man of my word.
But I give you back your word, John. You can go now.
Maggie.
My things are all packed. I think you'll find the house in good order, Lady Sybil. I've had the vacuum cleaners in. And I'll give you the keys to the linen and the silver plate. They're in that bag. Oh, and the carpet on the upper landing is a good deal frayed.
Please, I don't want to hear it.
And the ceiling of the dining room would do for a lick of paint, I
can't
think.
you stop her?
She's meaning well. Maggie, I know it's natural to you to value those things because your outlook on life bounded them. But all this jars on me.
Does it?
Why should you be so ready to go away?
I promise not to stand in your way.
You needn't be in such a hurry. There are 3 days to run yet. To the Countess, all this is just a joke.
And it seems to be no joke to you, Mr. Shand. Oh, Sybil, my pet, why don't you let him off? Let him off? What he wishes it? Do you?
If you come with me, Sybil, I'll do all in a man's power to make you never regret it.
So I can make my arrangements for Wednesday.
No, you can't. Auntie, I'm not going on with this. I'm very sorry for you, John, but I see now. I couldn't face it.
Sybil.
I'm wary of you, John.
Sybil.
I find you, so dull.
Sybil.
I'm sorry, John, but I had to tell you before it's too late. Auntie, I can't stand it. I'm going to...
Sybil.
Sybil.
By heaven. It's more than I deserve.
Congratulations to you both.
Yes.
Oh, what's that?
It's Mr. Venable.
Oh, there you are, dear. Then coming down. Stay where you are. Don't go.
What on earth?
You know what I think? I think it is about your speech.
Mr. Venables has said all he needs say on that subject and more.
I think it is about the second speech.
What second speech?
Countess, you gave it to him. Wasn't I meant to?
What is it? What second speech?
Oh, John, it's a drop of your first speech that you left at home, and I brought it here with a few little things I'd added myself.
that?
Just trifles, you know, things that I was to suggest to you while I was nifty. And then if you liked them, you could have polished them and turned them into something good. And now she's shown it to Mr. Venable.
That's my work, Countess.
It is your work, John. 9/10 of it.
You presumed, Maggie Shannon.
Yes, hello.
Very well, and there he comes, and I will see to what extent you've helped me.
Thank you, Sam. I congratulate you. Give me your hand.
The speech?
You've improved it out of knowledge. The same speech, but those new touches make all the difference. Mrs. Shand, be proud of him.
I am, John, I am.
Oh, Shand. Oh, this will go with the government.
You always said that his second thoughts were best, Mr. Venable.
Didn't I? Excuse me, Countess. I'm off to read the whole thing again. It's amazing the difference a few touches.
I too would like to read this speech, Mr. Venable. I will go with you.
You heard what you said, John. It's a combination. You and me, John. Oh, is it so terrible to you to find that my love for you has made me able to help you in the little things?
Little things? It seems strange to me to hear you call me by my name, Maggie. It's as if I looked on you for the first time.
Look at me, John, for the first time. What do you see?
I see a woman who has brought her husband low.
Only that?
I see the tragedy of a man who has found himself out. I can't live with you again, Maggie. Oh.
Why did you shiver, John?
It was it myself for saying that I couldn't live with you again when I should have been wondering for how long you've lived with me. I suppose you've forgiven me all the time.
Yes, John.
And forgive me still.
Yes, John.
Heavens above.
John, am I to go or are you to keep me on? I'm willing to stay because I'm useful to you if it cannot be for a better reason. Oh, it's nothing unusual I've done, John. Every man who's high up loves to think he's done it all himself. Every woman knows that. It's our only truth. Oh, John, if I could only make you laugh at me.
I can't laugh, Maggie.
Oh, John, look at me. See how easy it is. Laugh, John.
This concludes concludes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of What Every Woman Knows, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles. In just a moment, they will both return to our microphone. But first, if you could make the trip with me to Campbell's Kitchen to see them make their chicken soup, I know you'd need no urging from me to try it. You'd see that Campbell's use not merely some, but all the good meat of carefully selected plump-breasted chicken. You'd see them patiently simmer the broth long and slowly in true old home kitchen style till every fragrant drop gleams with chicken richness, deep and full and golden. And then you'd watch them add whole pieces of tender chicken and measure in snowy white rice to make this chicken soup really nourishing as well as tempting. But after all, when it comes to judging a chicken soup as downright good as this, tasting is even better than seeing, so why not plan to have it tomorrow? Once you do try it, I think you'll want to have it time and time again. Because just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. And now, here is Orson Welles.
In a very short time, ladies and gentlemen, at the Martin Beck Theater, a bouquet's throw from these microphone emplacements, there's an opening. This means the Broadway season has really begun. Also, it means our star will want to get to bed early these nights because it's Helen Hayes' new show that's opening. The name of the new play, Ladies and Gentlemen. I saw it this summer when she tried it out on the West Coast, and I'd like to tell you about it, but she won't let me.
Oh, it's not that I don't want to have the story given away, Orson. It's just that somehow one hates to talk about an opening until it's open. Sometimes even then you don't talk about it, unless you can help it.
I know just what you mean. Well, I hope you break a leg.
Oh, thank you very much, Orson. But maybe you better explain that to our listeners, I mean.
I wish you your biggest hit.
But you asked me to break my leg. I think we should make your intentions quite clear. Ladies and gentlemen, our producer isn't rubbing his hands and chuckling fiendishly in the hope that I'll end up in the hospital.
It's an old backstage ritual. We're superstitious about wishing our friends good luck in the theater, so we wish them the opposite. A compound fracture is likely to interfere slightly with a good performance, so broken bones are the favorite sentiment. They used to kick me in Ireland.
Orson, who kicked you?
All the Irish actors.
Using this good luck business for a pretext?
Almost invariably. And now, Miss Helen Hayes, before we say goodnight, allow me to extend in the best tradition of these things our worst wishes. Your new comedy, ladies and gentlemen, needs no such mumbo-jumbo, but we throw it in to keep up appearances. Please fall down a deep, dry well. Have hay fever from the flowers you'll get, and may the runs in your stockings be as long as Victoria Regina. You'll break records. Your radio producer and all of us on the Campbell Playhouse entreat you to break a leg.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of What Every Woman Knows, the role of Magee was played by Miss Helen Hayes. Orson Welles played John Shan. The part of Alec Wiley was played by Alfred Shirley, David Wiley by Everett Sloane. Agnes Murad was the Countess, and Naomi Campbell was Lady Sybil. The part of Mr. Venables was played by Eustace Wyatt and Willie Cameron by Ray Collins. Music for the Campbell Playhouse is arranged by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Orson Welles, will you please tell us about next week's story?
Well, next week. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm ad-libbing this. Hard to tell you about next week's show because everything that could be said about it has been very well said before me. We've gotten hundreds and hundreds of letters from people all over America asking for adventure and romance on these programs. So to satisfy this evidently increasing appetite for these, we are bringing the favorite work of the world's favorite writer of adventure, Alexander Dumas. We're bringing the story of the man who was imprisoned on his wedding day. And don't tell me you guessed it. And who returned 20 years later for his revenge, the man who was known in Paris as the Count of Monte Cristo. And so, ladies and gentlemen, until next week, until the tragic wedding day of the Count of Monte Cristo and his terrible and exciting revenge, until the swords and daggers and cloaks and poison, concealed murder and revenge, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obedient for yours.
makers of Campbell's Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you Alexander Dumas' masterpiece, one of the most colorful and adventurous stories in all romantic fiction, The Count of Monte Cristo. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
Buy it where, when, how you will, you'll find Campbell's tomato juice always the same, in color, flavor, tang. That's because of Campbell's experience in growing and selecting tomatoes, Campbell's skill in pressing them, Campbell's canning method that retains the fresh tomato taste, safeguards the fresh tomato vitamins. Turn to Campbell's, America's largest-selling tomato juice. Drink a breakfast glass of Campbell's, take a happy step towards health. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hello, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Pioneers pushed the frontier of the United States westward much faster than the forces of law and order could follow them. For many years, the masked rider of the plains was the only man to whom the settlers could turn in time of danger. But his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were always on the side of right against might, and he blazed the trail for justice throughout the new territory. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hill country! Town is waiting for us! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Keep traveling, horse. There's a point of light way up ahead. Somebody's campfire. Keep traveling. Lift your hooves, boy. Lift them.
A weary, foam-flecked horse, kept at a hard gallop by an equally weary rider, raised dust under the faint starlight glow that spread across the Texas panhandle. Apparently alone in the wide stretch of prairie, the man rode for a distant speck of light, a small campfire. The campfire cast red flickers on the silvery skin of a great white horse. Near him was another horse, a paint. Crouched beside the fire, nuzzled occasionally by the horses, were two men. One was masked, the other an Indian. The firelight gleamed on their faces, slid over the silver-etched gun butts in the masked man's belt. Then...
Cantor. Have you noticed anything?
Huh? We're in the Texas Panhandle. Wide open, wild country. It's nighttime. Darkness all around us. Can you hear anything?
Me hear fire. Me hear Silver, Scout. That all.
No, I mean sounds in the night. Sounds from the country around us.
Oh. Me hear nothing.
Yes, Kimasabi. Why don't we hear anything? Why is it so quiet? There should be night birds, coyotes, all kinds of wildlife. Well, we haven't even heard a wolf howl.
That right.
I tell you, this country isn't empty. Those stories we heard about this section must be true. There must be people here. There must.
People scare animals? Birds?
There's no other reason for animals to leave. This country isn't what you'd call fertile, but still it isn't exactly a desert.
Oh, it's bad country.
The animals sense something we don't, Tada. We've been watching Scout and Silver.
Uh-huh.
And yet we haven't seen a living soul all day. Not for 2 days.
Oh, it's bad country.
Silver.
Him stamp hoof.
What is it, Silver? What is it? Is there anything?
What matter?
Tonto. Scatter the fire, quick. Pull the horses back out of sight. Back, Silver, this way. Come on, Scout.
What's wrong, Kimasabi?
Lie down, Silver. Down, boy. Tonto, make Scout get down to the ground. Down, Silver.
Down, Scout. Down.
And that's it. Now drop to the ground. Keep low, Tonto.
What for you got gun?
Quiet. I saw something against the skyline, just a flash. Something heading this way.
What was it?
I don't know, but we're taking no chances. Wait and listen.
That horse.
Heading this way. Sounds worn out. As if he's been traveling fast. Get ready.
No. Nobody in saddle.
Yes, Tonto. A horse without a rider, saddled and bridled. Came out of the darkness without a rider.
What matter?
Feel the saddle, Tonto. It's still warm. Someone was in this saddle not 10 minutes ago. The reins are still around the horse's neck. Not dropped the way they should be. And... Tonto, the reins are wet. Look, that stain.
Where are you? What happened to my horse? What did I run into? I can't see nothing. Where is this place? You and your coyote laughing. Who are you? What do you want with me? If I could see, if I knew where you was, I'd wrestle the truth out of you. Where... Hey, you! He's gone. You're the fellow that was laughing. Hey! Listen, mister, I didn't mean nothing. Why don't you answer me? Even that laugh is better than nothing. You ain't gone away. Where am I? What is this place? Where's my horse? Oh, my. Mister, where are you? It sounds like water. Like water trickling over rocks. Oh, I could use some of that water. Water, it's over this way. I can hear it. Water. Yeah, water. Water, it's water. Oh, it tastes good. Feels good, too, in my hands.
More water, Tonto.
We not got much.
He needs it. More water.
Water. That's what I needed, water.
Feeling better?
Well, it's daylight.
Early morning.
I'm out on the plains. I could have swore it was in some dark place. It was a fellow would have laughed. I'm out on the plains.
You're all right now, Johnson. We found you here.
I wasn't dreaming. I heard that hombre laughing. Oh, I got a bump on my head bigger than an anthill. It was... Hey, how'd you know my name?
We get horse.
Huh?
This is your horse, Johnson. Your name's on the saddle.
Oh, yeah.
Me look round now.
Good idea, Tonto. See if there's any sign around here.
The engine's going?
He's taking a look around, Johnson. If you were taken someplace during the night, there ought to be prints. Some sort of prints.
It was a kind of cave, I guess. Oh, I can still hear that laugh.
When we brought your horse over the back trail, you were here. There's no sign that you'd ever left this spot.
You think I'm loco, huh?
And not that, but...
Hey, wait a minute. Oh!
Careful, your hand's cut.
It hurts. Last night, I recollect somebody taking a swipe at me in the dark with a sword or saber or something.
Well, you'll need care for that.
Never mind my hands. I just now noticed. Guess it was kind of groggy. You're masked.
What of it?
Plenty, mister. Sure is plumb peculiar, you and that Injun being Johnny on the spot.
You needn't be suspicious of us.
That's easy to say. This is mighty deserted country. I wake up and you got my horse. My horse!
Easy, Johnson. What's the trouble?
Get away, I'm looking for...
For what?
It was right here in my saddlebags. It's gone. Mister, where is it?
Something's missing?
You know doggone well it is, and you know what it is, too. I'm warning you, fork it over.
You got the wrong slant, Johnson. Whatever's missing, I didn't take
And
it.
I say you did. You and that Injun. This whole business was rigged up, and who else could it... What the... I'll be hog-tied, an arrow.
Painted red from tip to feathers. A scarlet arrow.
Yeah. Scarlet arrow. You and that Injun.
Johnson.
Let go of me. I'm getting out of here. The scarlet arrow, I'm getting out. Get up, boy. Come on, get up.
What's wrong, Kemosabe?
Did you find any tracks, Hunter?
No sign. What matter of fella? Him ride off like crazy man.
This arrow, Tonto.
Huh?
This scarlet arrow. Landed right beside us.
Scarlet arrow. Oh, that bad.
It must be. Johnson turned as white as a winter moon when he saw it. Get the horses.
Scarlet arrow. Not plenty bad.
Here, Silver. Here, boy. Come on, Tonto. Bring that arrow along. Here. Bring that arrow.
No, Kemosabe. Tonto not touch.
What?
You take arrow. Tonto not touch.
Tonto, you're not superstitious
Old
about...
Indian story about scarlet arrow. It bad medicine. Tonto not touch.
Very well, Tonto. I'll take it myself.
You know what arrow mean.
Never mind that now. You can tell me later. I want to find out why Johnson left in such a hurry, and for where. Come on, Silver. On the trail.
And I tell you, it was the wickedest night I ever had in my life. This here masked man, the Injun, and that laughing in the darkness.
Oh, for land's sake, Johnson, hush your gabbing. You come busting in here panting and wild-eyed as a baby antelope and talking fit to kill.
Well, I tell you...
You already told us. You told us twice.
Yeah, but
Sarah's right, Johnson. We all heard your story.
Marty, you believe me, don't you?
Reckon we got her.
You should have kept going.
But I didn't have the
What's
map.
the difference? If you'd have got to the town, you could have filed a claim anyways. You know where this here land is situated. You could have drawn a map from memory.
I guess I was kind of upset.
Upset? Now that masked man and the Injun is most likely taking over this silver we found.
Well, Charles, they can't.
They'll put the claim in first, won't they?
Oh, Sarah, I tell you, I was scared. You know the stories about this here country.
Oh.
You know 'em, Marty.
Yeah, I know 'em. But I'm a mite disappointed in you, nevertheless.
Yeah?
You come 2 in the morning, didn't you? There was your horse right there, wasn't he?
Well, sure.
Oh, a masked man and the Injun says boo to you, and you run like a cottontail.
Now, wait, Sarah.
I ain't gonna listen.
told you the worst part.
Huh?
There was something else that made me head this way.
Now, don't go adding lies to what you already told, Johnson. You told about the dark and the laughing voice.
Yeah, it must have been that masked man laughing.
Yeah, and you told about the water in the dark and about what happened after you waked up in the morning.
Yeah, only I ain't told you about the arrow.
You told us all about... Did you say?
The arrow. The scarlet arrow.
No.
It come hissing through the air, lit right into the dirt beside me.
Scarlet arrow. Scarlet from tip to feathers.
Yeah, Marty. Like the story you was telling us about this here country.
A lost mine that nobody ever seen. Years ago. A lost mine and how the Indians killed everybody in it. Killed them with scarlet arrows.
It's just a story. We ain't never seen that mine.
That don't prove there ain't one. You must have run into it last night, Johnson.
I didn't know what I run into last night, Marty.
It can't be. It can't be.
No, he seen the arrow, Sarah. The scarlet arrow.
Yeah, and for all I figure, the Injun must have shot it. He was out of sight when it come flying through the air.
Injun and a masked man. Sure sounds bad.
We ain't going away from here if that's what you're thinking.
I ain't said so.
You don't have to say it. Marty, Johnson, we can't go. Not now. We ain't got money or no place to head for. We come out here, we took a last chance, and we found silver. If we go now, we'll be nothing but folks without a home or a way to live. We can't go.
I seen that scarlet arrow, sir.
Sorry. Purvis, what are you busting in for?
Johnson was talking about a masked man and the Injun.
What about him?
They're heading this way across the prairie, the 2 of them.
They are, eh? Johnson, grab your gun.
So that's the story behind the Scarlet Arrow, Tonto.
That's right.
Yet we saw no sign of any lost mine. No trace of any mining operations in that section at all.
Story heap old.
If it happened that long ago, who do you think shot this arrow? It wasn't a ghost, Tonto.
Tonto not know.
These two shacks up ahead must be where Johnson came from. It's the only sign of human life we've seen since we left the town.
That long time ago.
It looks very quiet. If we're going to find out what this is all about, Tonto, we've got to win Johnson's confidence. We leave Scout and Silver here with these other horses. Move, Silver. There's Johnson's horse.
Steady, Scout.
Strange that no one has come out, Tonto. They must have heard us coming.
Maybe them not want us.
We'll soon see. Hello?
Nobody in. Maybe we...
I can't understand it, Tonto.
Stand right still, both of you.
Mister, that shot was into the door. One move out of you or the engine, and we aim at you.
Yeah, 4 guns all set to blast you to bits, and before we get through, you're gonna wish we pulled the triggers sooner.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. With the muzzles of 4 guns pointed directly at them, the Lone Ranger touched the arm of his Indian companion. Don't reach for your gun, Tonto. It's your move, Johnson.
Yeah, you're being smart.
Harry, you can leave go of your gun now. Purvis and Johnson will handle this. Mister, you and that Indian move inside the shack.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto stepped across the threshold into the bare shack with its meager furnishings. Lined against the wall, their guns removed from their holsters, they faced the 3 grim-looking men and the troubled woman. You plan to kill us?
Sure we do. You tried to
Just
sneak
a
up
moment.
here.
Before you do anything you'll be sorry for, can we talk to this woman alone?
You think we're plumb loco? What do you want to talk with Sarah for?
You have a gun?
No, you ain't gonna talk.
Very well, then. Let someone stay here. Let Johnson stay.
I don't know.
You got something special to tell me?
Perhaps I have.
It won't stay secret, mister. I'll tell Purvis and Marty as soon as you're through.
At least give me the chance to talk with you.
It's all right. Marty, you
Now,
go.
Sarah, you...
It's all right. It's all right. Go on, Scat.
You're being foolish, Sarah. Them two...
I'll watch to see they don't try nothing, Purvis.
Well, if you say so, Sarah. Come on, Purvis. All fired nonsense. You be careful, savvy?
All right, mister. Speak your piece.
And don't try nothing funny.
I can see it's going to be hard to convince you that you're wrong about us.
Mighty hard.
Tonto and I came here to help you, Johnson.
You can help better by getting back again the wall where you was. If you don't,
Now, take it easy. Tonto and
Johnson, careful. He's got
Now,
it.
Tonto. Here come. Bolt that door.
Go out.
That does it.
Why, you grabbed the gun right out of his hand, Johnson. You let him get
Sorry,
it.
I couldn't help it.
What's going on in there?
Don't try to come in.
Marty, he's got us. He's got the gun.
That's enough. Tonto, take this gun.
Me take it.
Don't try to come in or you'll run into trouble.
You better do like he says, Marty.
He'll do it, so will Purvis. Now, suppose the 3 of us get down to facts.
You're mighty slick, ain't you?
Johnson, believe me, I'm as much in the dark as you are and just as innocent.
Yeah, well, I don't believe you, see?
No, but we're going to have a long talk. By the time I'm through, you will believe me. You'll have to. That's the answer. That's why Tonto and I are here. Who we are doesn't matter. But you need help.
Well, mister, we ain't much. We're sort of drifters. Old Marty is too old to be much use to anybody. Me, just a woman without no folks. Johnson here.
Oh, I ain't so old.
No, he ain't old. He's just a Roman cowhand looking for something to hang on to. And Purvis,
What about Purvis?
well, we all sort of run into one another, kind of. Purvis, Well, I guess he's got some secret sorrow in his past. He ain't talked much to us.
He hasn't, huh? I see.
I guess we've been living on hope for so long it don't seem real that we finally run into luck. But we done it, and we aim to keep our luck. We got to.
You found silver out here.
We stumbled on it.
You still think Tonto and I stopped you last night, huh, Johnson? You think Tonto shot that arrow?
I don't know, not now.
If we lose that claim, we ain't got nothing left. That's the honest fact.
Tonto, open the door.
Open door, you...
Go ahead, open it.
Well, it's about time. Now me and Purvis...
Just a moment.
Careful, Marty. The Redskin's got a gun.
We're giving the gun back to Johnson.
Me do it. Here, gun.
Well, I don't figure this. You handed the gun over. Now you're right back where you were before.
Are we? Would you shoot us now?
Would we shoot you? Mister, after that stunt you pulled grabbing Johnson's gun, we sure will.
Just hold your horses there, Marty. The answer's no.
Huh? There's right. I couldn't shoot him down, and no one else ain't going to. As far as I'm concerned, him and the engine, and he's aiming to help us.
Well, might doubtful, but I figure maybe he can help us. Somebody's got to.
Just a moment. Tonto and I'll make camp near here tonight. There's one thing I haven't told you.
Huh? What's that?
I wanted Marty and Purvis to hear it, too. I know who stole that claim map from you, Johnson.
Well, you do?
Yes, I know.
Who was it?
You'll get the answer tomorrow morning.
Well, I'll be plumb...
Tomorrow morning and not before. All about the Scarlet Arrow and this lost mine. The whole thing. I can promise you that. All right, Tonto, let's turn in. The fire will keep going, all right.
White friend, tell Tonto.
Yes?
You sure you not make mistake? You sure who shoot arrow? Who stopped Johnson last night?
Time for sleep, Kemosabe. Tomorrow we'll go straight to this lost mine. That's a promise I'm going to keep.
Hank, where are you?
Right here. How'd things go?
Strike a light. Can't see nothing in here.
That better? When do I head for town and register the claim to that silver?
Hank, maybe I should have let you go sooner.
Huh?
Yeah. You see, I figured if you waited a while, I could get them folks out of this section.
Why, having me shoot more of them arrows, huh?
That and other ways.
We sure give Johnson plenty.
All they needed was more of the same. Enough scares and they'd pull up and wander. Then you could step in and take that claim without nobody around to ask questions.
What's going wrong?
You seen that masked man and the engine?
Sure, this morning when I shot that arrow.
We got to take care of them, Hank.
Huh?
They're camping out near the shacks right now. The masked man stated he was going to tell who took that paper out of Johnson's saddlebags come morning.
Oh, he knows, huh? You let something slip.
I didn't let nothing slip. Nothing.
It beats me. I didn't figure nobody could find the entrance to this old mine.
You're wasting time, Hank. We got to get moving.
For town?
We head for town later. First, we'll go back and dust off that masked man and the engine.
I got you.
We start now. We can sneak up on him before dawn. We'll put a couple of bullets in them.
Yeah, that ought to fix them good.
Good and forever, Hank. They won't do any talking. Not when we get finished. No talking at all.
There's a campfire.
We'll leave the horses here. Take off them spurs, you fool. It'll wake them up.
Yeah.
As soon as we get them, we ride off. Savvy?
I'm to head for town and file on that claim?
Yeah. I'll hold out in the old mine. I'll wait for you.
Right.
We'll go... Stop.
That's them, huh?
Yeah. Rolled up in the blankets. You take the one at the right. Pump bullets into them.
From here, we can't miss.
Got your gun?
Both of them.
All right. Pour it on them.
Johnson! Sally, open the door. Open it.
Marty, what's happened? Ain't daybreak.
Marty, what's there? I heard shots.
Yeah, shots. They come from where that masked man and the engine made their camp.
Get me a shawl. I'll be right there.
What do you think it was?
We'll see when we get there.
Sounded like dozens of them. Brought me right out of a sound sleep.
There's the campfire. Hey! I don't see nobody stirring. Kick up that fire.
Yeah.
We gotta look for him. Hey, mister! Engine!
Wake him up, Marty.
Hey, you! Planting a ghost in a racket like that and wake the dead. They can't be...
What's the matter?
Johnson, there's bullet holes in them blankets. Huh? Yeah, I tell you there's...
Marty, Johnson, where are they? What happened?
Me and Johnson was just noticing, Sally. There's bullet holes in them blankets. Will you take off the blankets so as we can see?
Ain't dead.
Let me see. Well, I'll be a coyote. They ain't here. The Indian and the masked man ain't here.
What kind of business is this? Blankets full of holes and nothing under the blankets but a couple of sticks of wood.
You're not all here. Where's Purvis?
Sakes alive, you give us a turn. What's been happening out here? How come this...
Where's Purvis?
Why, gosh, I don't know. Funny he ain't here.
No, it isn't, Marty. I wanted to make sure, but I suspected him.
Huh?
Tonto and I set a trap. We knew that whoever was behind this couldn't afford to let me live, because I had said I knew him.
Purvis done this?
Purvis, yes. We used that wood to make it look as if we were in those blanket rolls. Tonto and I were watching from a little distance off.
Purvis done it? Masked man, you mean he's behind this here whole scheme?
He is. Otherwise, he'd be here with you.
Worry that ornery polecat. He meant to skin us out of the claim.
The man with him is heading for town to file that claim right now.
Heading for town. Jumping Mavericks will never catch him.
I think you will, Marty. Here, Silver. I'm going after that man myself. Silver can catch him in no time. As for Purvis...
What about that sneaking rattler? Where is he?
We'll learn that too, ma'am. Tonto's trailing him. You get your horses. Pick up Tonto's trail. He left it plain enough to follow.
We sure will, mister.
I'll join you as soon as I can. Perhaps even before you get after Purvis. But don't wait.
We're getting our horses right now.
Come on, Silver. Come on, boy.
Hail, Silver, away!
Sure is nice and cozy down here in this old mine. Ain't there a sign of it on the surface. Unless you know how to duck under that overhang on the wall del Royal. Well, just gotta sit back and wait for Hank to come back from town. What? Where'd that come from? Must have been echo. He never heard it before, but that weren't no echo. That sounded like Johnson. Tarnation. First Sari, then Johnson, and that was Marty. Marty. All three of them. They must have found the entrance to the mine. That's the era. The Scarlet Era. What am I doing standing in the light? I'm a clear target. That's better. Let them laugh. They can't see me. Let them laugh. As long as they're here, that means Hank is on his way to town and... Who's that? Answer it, lad.
Get him!
You stand still.
Make a light, Tonto.
I must be dreaming. Your voices... You sound like the masked man. The masked man and the engine.
We are.
You can't be. Me and Hank, we blasted you to bits. We shot you while you were sleeping.
You think you did.
Put on that light. I'm going crazy. Put on that...
Light on now. Now you see us.
Here, you're alive. Both of you alive.
You shot at nothing, Purvis.
Where's Hank?
You're asking about your partner. He never got to town, Purvis. He's tied up above on the ground.
He told you about this place.
It wasn't necessary. Tonto followed your trail easily.
That's right.
Where is that desert rat? Let me at him.
Mister, you sure saved us from going hungry. You saved our claim.
Marty, Sari, listen. You gotta listen.
We ought to string you up. Johnson's up above with your sneaking pard. The two of you ought to...
No, Marty. You promised you'd let the law take its own course with Purvis. You'll keep that promise.
Yeah, mister, we will. And say, Purvis, how'd it feel?
Huh? What do you mean?
We found where you made that laughing noise so as it sounded downright spine-shivering. We thought we'd give you a little taste of your own medicine. And you didn't like it, did you? Not one single bit.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
In their effort to smash a criminal ring that's stealing babies and selling them for adoption, Nick Carter, his secretary Patsy, and his assistant Scubby have been captured by the gang and taken to a deserted warehouse. Dutch, one of the gang's gunmen, has orders to kill all three of them as soon as he receives a signal from the chief, one of the leaders of the gang. With his gun ready, Dutch waits for the signal.
There's the chief's signal that it's all clear. You know what, Carter? I got a funny feeling this gun I'm pointing at you is going to go off when I count three. Like this. 1, 2.
Dutch, did you know the cops are looking for you already?
Huh? What do you mean they're looking for me?
There's a dragnet out for you right now. Why do you suppose the chief kept you in that back office all day?
Why,
Just so the cops wouldn't find you.
It's a lie. Cops got nothing on me.
Oh, yes, they have. They want you for Arnold's murder.
I didn't have nothing to do with that.
Yes, you did, Dutch. You left a clue on Arnold's body that will send you to the chair.
Oh, you're trying to pull a fast one, Carter. But you're not gonna. When I count three...
Give me 1 minute, and I'll prove what I'm saying.
Prove it? How?
Dutch, you helped carry Arnold's body into my office, didn't you?
What if I did? That don't prove that
You carried Arnold's feet, and you left a fingerprint on this polished shoe.
It's a lie, Carter.
I said I'd prove it, and the proof is in my pocket. A photograph of that print.
I don't believe it.
Look for yourself. It's here in my breast pocket.
You're lying, Carter. It's just a trick to get me
Look
to...
for yourself, I said. I can't do anything to you while I'm tied up this way, can I?
Well, in this pocket, you say?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a picture in here, all right?
Take it out, and you'll see if I'm lying.
It's a picture of a fingerprint, all right?
Your print. See that cross-shaped scar? That's the print of your left thumb.
Hey, you're right. It is my thumb.
And that's what the cops have on you.
They won't get me. When I finish with you, I'm going to leave town.
That'll be too late. Your biggest danger isn't from the police, Dutch.
What do you mean? Who else is after me?
The chief.
The chief? I don't get it.
Why did the chief kill Arnold?
To shut him up before the cops could get him.
Now the cops are after you. How long do you think the chief will let you live?
He wouldn't bump me off.
No? As soon as you've killed us, he's going to put you out of the way. Didn't you hear him get his orders over the telephone back in the office?
Yeah, I did hear him mention my name.
Unless you do something quick, you're as good as dead, Dutch.
Yeah, let me think.
Scubby, Nick's got me scared.
I'll trust Nick to think of something.
I don't believe you, Carter. This is just a trick.
If it's just a trick, why did the chief lock the warehouse door when he went out just now?
He didn't.
If you think I'm wrong, try it and see.
All right, I will.
Scubby, quick. Turn your back to me and try to get hold of the loose end of the rope around my wrists.
Yeah, okay. I got it.
Good. Pull it.
Harder. Harder. Okay.
I did it. It's loose.
Pull it, all right. Why? Why'd he lock it?
So there'd be no chance of you making a getaway after shooting us.
That 30 double-cross. I'll take care of him.
Here he comes now.
He can't do that to me.
Well, Dutch, have you finished? Nope. They're still alive.
Yeah, I ain't plugged him yet.
Why not, you fool? I gave you the signal 3 minutes ago.
I got to thinking.
Thinking? Who told you to think? I see you need a lesson in obeying orders.
Carter was right. Yeah. So you were going to bump me off, were you?
The chief's dead.
Yeah. He's dead, all right.
And you better be making your getaway. Somebody may have heard those shots.
Yeah. First, I got something else to tend to. I'm going to carry out the same plan. Only it's the chief who's going to stay here with you and not me. Hey, where's Carter?
Right behind you, Dutch.
What?
Nick, you've knocked him out cold.
Yes, and I think he'll stay out for a while. Now I'll get you two untied.
Oh, Nick, you're wonderful.
Now, Patsy, just try to think faster and farther than the other fellow, that's all.
The way you got loose and sneaked around behind him that way. Oh, Nick.
Oh, if that knot hadn't come loose the way it
But
did,
it did,
well, we'd...
Scubby, and that's all that matters now. There you are, Patsy. Now I'll get you loose, Scubby.
Okay.
But how did you get the knock untied, Nick? The chief said it was a special knot that no one could untie.
That was his mistake. Remember he said a magician taught it to him? Well, he was right. It was a magician's knot. Holds tight forever unless you know the trick. But I know something about magic myself in an amateur way. And I knew that knot would come loose with one pull.
Oh, I see.
When I couldn't pull it myself because you didn't leave the end long enough. There you go, Scubby.
Oh, thanks. Boy, it sure feels good to be able to stretch again.
What about the chief, Nick? Is he really...
Dead? Yes. He'll never answer any questions for us. Dutch got him through the heart.
Well, what'll we do now, Nick?
Scubby, you take Patsy back to the office and wait for me there.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Dutch to police headquarters. As soon as he comes to, I'm going to ask him a few questions.
Who hit me? Oh, where am I?
You're at police headquarters.
Yeah,
And if you know what's good for you, you're going to talk.
I don't know nothing.
Listen, Dutch. You're booked for murder. Your only chance to beat the chair is to tell us everything you know.
The chair's too good for the likes of you. But if you talk, you'll maybe get off with only a life sentence.
Oh, look, I don't know nothing, I tell you. If I did, I'd spill it, but I don't.
Come on now, tell us. Who's the real head of the gang? The one who gave the chief orders.
Oh, I don't know. Nobody knew him but the chief. All the rest of us got our orders from the chief.
Lying ain't going to get you anywhere.
I don't think he is lying, Riley. I was afraid he wouldn't know. The real leader's too clever to have any dealings with a small fry.
Well, then we're no better off than we were before, Nick.
I haven't finished questioning him yet. Dutch, where's Mrs. Anders' baby now?
Oh, I don't know that either.
You must have heard them talking about it.
No, not enough to learn nothing.
You worked with Arnold. Didn't he mention the name of the couple he sold the baby to?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he did. I can't remember.
You better remember if you know what's good for you.
Wait a minute, wait. Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah, Smith, that's it. Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
And the first name?
Oh, I don't know. Arnold never said.
That's no good to us. There's a million Smiths.
There may be a million Smiths, Riley, but I think I can find the particular Smiths who have Mrs. Anders' baby.
Glory be, how can you find the right Smith out of so many of them?
I haven't time to explain. See what you can get out of Dutch. I'm going to find Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Hello?
Mrs. Anders?
Yes, this is Mrs. Anders. Who's this?
Mrs. Anders, can anyone overhear you?
No, they can't.
Good. Now, Mrs. Anders, I want you to keep quite calm until you've heard what I have to say.
Keep calm, but what is it? Is it about my baby? He's not...
Your baby is perfectly all right, Mrs. Anders.
Oh, thank heaven.
And naturally, you want him to keep on being all right, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course I do.
In that case, you must get hold of yourself and listen to me.
Yes. All right. I'll be calm. Really, I will.
Very well. Now, Mrs. Anders, I'm sure you'll be pleased to know your baby has been adopted by a very fine couple who love him as if he were their own.
Yes, but he's mine. He's my baby. They can't
You
take
mustn't
him.
interrupt. I haven't much time. This couple are able to give the baby the best of everything. More, I'm sure, than you and your husband ever could.
But that's not important. He's my baby. It doesn't matter if we're rich or not. We can take care of him. He belongs to us, not somebody else.
You should have thought of that before you agreed to let him be adopted.
But I didn't agree to let him be adopted. I didn't. They were going to take care of him for a month just while I was away. They stole him from me.
Mrs. Anders, I warn you that if you can't be calm, I'll hang up.
Yes, I'm calm now. Please don't hang up.
No matter how you came to part with him, the fact is he's safe and happy where he is. Unless you want to risk his life, you'll agree to leave him where he is and make no more effort to find him.
But I couldn't do that.
If you persist in trying to find him, Mrs. Anders, you may regret it the rest of your life.
Oh, no.
I'm speaking as a friend. If you love your baby...
Oh, I do. That's why I want him back.
I say if you love your baby, you'll go straight to Nick Carter and make him withdraw from the case.
Go to Nick Carter and tell him I don't want him to find my baby.
Exactly. And you'll make sure he does what you ask.
But then I'd never see my baby again.
Which is more important? Knowing your child is alive and growing up well and strong, or seeing him again dead?
Oh, no.
You have to make the choice. Now, quickly. What do you say?
No, I can't.
Hurry, Mrs. Anders. It's life or death for your baby.
Oh, all right. I'll tell Mr. Carter.
That's a very wise decision. But you mustn't tell him why you're asking him to give up the case. You understand?
No,
Tell him that you've been thinking it over and that you've decided the baby would be too much of a burden for you and your husband. That you want the people who have him to keep him.
All right, I'll tell him.
And see to it that he believes you. Goodbye, Miss Anders.
Hello, folks.
Nick, what did you learn from Dutch?
You learned something, I can tell that.
I didn't learn much, but I think it may be enough. Patsy, hand me the suburban telephone book, will you?
Telephone
book? Of course, Nick. Here it is.
Thank you. Now, let's see. O-R-S. Sampson, Simpkins, Smith. 2 columns of Smiths.
Oh, what Smiths are you looking for?
The ones who have Mrs. Anders' baby. Who else?
Huh? Oh, sure, yeah. Who else?
Let's see. Aha, here we are. It's either the Howard Smiths or the Richard Smiths.
But how do you know, Nick?
Dutch said a couple named Smith took the baby.
But out of all the Smiths in the world, how could you
Just
possibly...
by putting the clues together, Patsy.
But...
Stop and think. You know them as well as I do.
Maybe I do, but I'm afraid you'll have to tell me just the same.
All right, Patsy, I will. Later.
Oh, Nick.
Right now, Scubby and I are going after the baby. And every minute counts.
Oh, that's swell, Nick. Hey, will it take long?
An hour, perhaps. I have to drive about 15 miles. Patsy, you take care of the office while we're gone.
Why can't I come, too?
2 of us are enough. You can do more good here.
Oh, all right, but I'll be on pins and needles until you get back.
Right. Now, Scubby,
I'll answer it. Yes? Oh, it's Mrs. Anders. Come in, dear. Give me this phone.
I must speak to Mr. Carter at once.
Yes, of course. He's right here.
Good evening, Mrs. Anders.
Mr. Carter,
I've only got a moment now, Mrs. Anders, but I think I can promise you that I'll have good news for you very soon.
Good news?
Mm-hmm.
You mean you know where my baby is?
Yes, Mrs. Anders. You may have it back before the night's over.
No, I don't want it back.
You don't want your baby back.
Say, what is this?
I've been thinking it over. Baby, it's too much of a burden for me. I want the people who have it to keep it.
You want them to keep it? Mrs. Anders?
Yes, I never want to see it again. Mr. Carter, you've got to stop trying to find it.
Mrs. Anders, you can't be serious.
But I am. I mean every word of it. You've got to drop the case. Promise me you will.
But Mrs. Anders...
No, Patsy, no. There's no use arguing with her. She may...
No, I do. Promise me you won't go any further, Mr. Carter. Please promise me.
All right, Mrs. Anders. I promise.
So Nick has promised to drop the case, to stop trying to get back the baby for whose sake he and Patsy and Scubby have just risked their lives. And just as it seemed he was about to find it, he can't be going to let the baby-stealing gang get away with it. He must have something else in mind. But what? Listen tomorrow. In The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Nick Carter is played by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Lew White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
Don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Nick's own show, The Return of Nick Carter, is a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is a mutual presentation produced in the New York studios and is broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday evenings at 9:15 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters who are up next.
And now, Gangbusters!
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
And now, Gangbusters presents the case of the Metropolitan Motor Mob, which challenged persistent police in an endurance contest involving a wire snake, a rubber stamp, and $50,000 in cold, hard cash.
Tonight, Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Deputy Commissioner and Chief of Detectives of the Police Department of the City of New York, to narrate the case of the Metropolitan Motor Mob. Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. I'd like to begin tonight's case in the Williamsburg section of Brooklyn. Early one evening, just about a year ago, in a small, unkempt neighborhood candy and stationery store, an attractive but overpainted blonde sat at a tiny fountain, drinking a soda and reading a magazine. A few steps away, the proprietor stood counting some of the small change, which made up a good part of the store's receipts.
George,
What?
you made the soda too sweet. Will you put in a little Vichy?
Put it in yourself. I'm busy.
I don't know the Vichy from the plain water.
For crying out loud, I'm trying to count up some money.
Nickels and dimes. 10 years you got a candy store. You don't know how to make a soda yet.
Hey, try that. And leave me alone.
George.
What?
Why don't we sell a joint? There's a lot of other things we could be doing nights, you know.
Listen, Belle, it's always a good policy to have a nice little business to fall back on.
Yeah, but a lousy candy...
Hi, Belle.
Hi.
How you doing? Hiya, George.
Call your mother, Cookie. She's at your Aunt Carrie's.
Oh, is that so? When did she phone?
About an hour ago.
George, give me 2 nickels, will you?
Listen, your old lady can wait a minute. What'd you do with the car?
What do you think I did with it? I parked it around the corner.
You want to get it stolen?
Well, how's somebody going to steal it?
Just like you did.
Nobody can steal it. I took the jumper off the ignition.
Well, get it in the garage. You ought to know better than let a hot car lay on the street. Some cop's liable to trip over it.
All right, give me a chance.
Give him a chance. It takes him 3 hours to go out to Bensonhurst and lift the car and bring it back here. He wants me to give him a chance. Get it in the garage, Cookie. I want to get it registered in the morning and move it for a fast sale.
Oh, George, just let me call my mother. Give me a couple of nickels for a dime, will you?
Here. Call your mother and get the car in the garage.
All right. A few minutes, George.
What's with his mother all the time, anyway?
Oh, it's whatever they call it. It's got something to do with Freud.
What's Cookie and his mother got to do with anybody like Freud?
I read it once in the paper, the Mirror, on Sunday morning, a big article in the magazine section.
You think a guy who was long past the 30 mark and has already had 1 or 2 bits in Sing Sing behind him could send his old lady a buck or 2 once in a while and forget about it?
Well, according to Freud, you get attached to something. It's a proven fact.
Because it was in a mirror?
In Cookie's case, it's his mother. With you, it's this lousy candy store. You're a big-time operator in hot cars. You got to set up with forged registrations and special keys and a whole crew of guys. The money's pouring in from all sides.
So what's that prove?
It proves you got no business spending 12, 15 hours a day in a joint like this. 3-cent newspapers and 5-cent candies. Your ego's attached to it. It's plain psychological.
What do you want me to do? Check in at Bellevue for observation?
I want you to get rid of this chicken feed business and start enjoying the money we've been making.
Listen, Belle, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times.
How do you like that?
How do we like what?
My mother wants to know if it'll be all right if she stays overnight at my Aunt Carrie's.
I don't see what's wrong with it if your Aunt Carrie's got an extra bed.
She's worried there won't be somebody to fix me breakfast in the morning. Ain't she sweet?
Yeah, like sugar candy.
Listen, Cookie, get the car put up, will you?
Okay, I'm going. Have patience.
Patience. You know, you got a lot of nerve, Belle. Making a comparison between this candy store and Cookie's mother.
Lieutenant Hanson.
Adler, Lieutenant. Sergeant Ryan is out here with one Happy Harry Harris.
Is that the used car dealer?
Yeah, that's right, Lieutenant.
All right. Tell Ryan to bring him in.
Yeah. Lieutenant says step right in.
Okay, Happy, in there. I want the lieutenant to meet one of the prize chumps of our day and age. Go ahead.
Listen, Sergeant, it was a perfectly honest mistake.
Boss, this is Happy Harry Harris. Happy Harry, Lieutenant Hanson.
It's a pleasure.
Sit down, Happy.
Thanks. But I can't stay long. I got to get back to the lot, you understand?
What did his records show, Ryan?
Oh, his records are all right, boss. He just got stung like the rest of them.
Sure, I got stung. These two guys drive the car up into the lot, you understand? They say, you want to buy it? I say, sure, I want to buy it. That's what I'm in business for. Registration is perfectly okay with a stamp on it. But to me, it's perfectly legitimate deal. Nothing illegitimate, you understand? What am I supposed to do? Pass it up and let them go down the block to see my competition?
You should be more careful, Harry. You dealer's gotten plenty of warning this bunch is operating all over New York and Brooklyn.
Listen, Lieutenant, I'm plenty careful, you understand? Who's out the $1,600 in this deal? Me, that's who. I check every angle. Look, when all a bunch of thieves need is a rubber stamp with the numbers, being careful ain't enough.
Well, there's one consolation, Harry. You're not the only one who's been hit.
Yeah, thanks. It's going to make me sleep nights. But it ain't going to get me back to 1,600 I'm out. That's gone, you understand?
What did you remember about this pair, Ryan?
Not much, Lieutenant. Just while they were making out the papers, the little one asked to use the telephone.
Who'd he call, Happy?
The guy, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, sounds to me like he's talking to his mother. But I can't hear very well. I'm here, he's there. I'm making out the papers, you understand? I'm not paying particular attention. But he calls her Ma, over the telephone, that is.
I've been over this angle with him, Lieutenant. We got everything we need on it.
Okay, Harry. If we want you any more, we'll be in touch.
Yeah, thanks.
And you'll be more careful from now on, huh?
Careful? From now on, I investigate every deal from top to bottom, you understand? Every customer's got to bring his birth certificate. So long.
What number was that, Ryan?
22, boss. And there's no telling how many more we haven't heard about yet.
Don't you think that's just about enough?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Then suppose you start getting a line on those thieves.
Listen, boss, I got Adler and Magee and myself, all of us working overtime. We can't even get a smell. These people jump from Brooklyn to New York to the Bronx and back to Queens. They pick up a car here, they sell it to a dealer there.
Okay to come in, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Adler, come ahead.
Well, was Happy Harry any help?
Yeah, a lot of help, Adler. One of the thieves has got a mother.
No kidding.
You fellas better start making some progress on this. Chief's beginning to put the pressure on me, and I'm passing it right along to you. I want those thieves.
Ryan, how did Happy Harry know that one of them had a mother?
Called her on the telephone from the shack on the used car lot.
Huh?
Come to think of it, that's sort of a strange thing for a thief to do.
All the thieves I know are strange people, boss.
You know, I once handled a guy 5 or 6 years ago. We talked to him about car thefts, burglaries. He talked to us about his mother. What was his name? Copped the plea, got 2 to 5 years out of it, I think.
Oh, it couldn't be the same guy.
You could check him.
Dallas. Cookie Dallas. Yeah, Cookie Dallas.
Well, come on, Adler. Let's see what we can dig up on Mr. Cookie Dallas.
Hey, what are you doing with my car?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. What are you doing?
Now, look, pal, don't get excited. I was just admiring.
I know what you're up to. I'm going to call the police.
Oh, no, you're not. What do you think I was doing?
Hey, what's going on there?
Holy...
Halt, police officer! Halt, you!
Hello, candy store.
Hello, George. This is Cookie. Did my mother call?
No, she didn't.
No, huh? But if she does, will you tell her I won't be home to sleep tonight?
What's the matter?
Listen, George, I had a little trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Well, I was working on a brand new Roadmaster seat net, like off the floor.
So?
So the owner walks up out of the dark. I had to bounce him one on the head. Then a cop walks around the corner.
Did you get away okay?
Well, I ain't talking for no police station. You know, he shot at me a couple of times. Lucky it was dark enough, I ducked down the subway station.
All right, now listen, we're laying off for a while. Get in touch with the boys. All of you stay away from here and stay away from the garage till I give the word.
Well, George, it ain't necessary. Nobody could identify me. It was too dark.
I said we're laying off for a while. Now go on home to Mama. I'll call you when I want you.
Who was it, George?
It's Cookie. He had a narrow squeak. You know, I've been looking for something like this, Bill. Good excuse to keep Cookie and the boys from coming around. We're stopping the operation.
So what happens to the business?
Well, if the business goes on, the store stays open as usual.
I don't mean this lousy penny's worth of this, penny's worth of that business. I mean the automobile business.
Oh, baby, there is now something like 50 grand in the kitty. Right or wrong?
Right, but the kitty ain't all yours, you know. Half belongs to Cookie and the boys as well, and me.
I decided it's all going to be mine. And yours.
So? What made you decide that?
It stands to reason. The man with the brains is entitled, don't you think?
Maybe. Maybe you're right, George. We could get rid of this candy store even if we have to give it away and travel. In luxury, we'll travel.
Oh, Belle, baby, how can I get rid of the candy store or go in business?
You sell it or you give it away or count me out of the deal. I'm tired of going through life with a candy store around my neck like a milestone.
Okay, Belle, I'll get rid of the candy store. But I gotta get my price.
So, gangbusters listeners, detectives of the New York City Police Department were getting their first lead in their investigation of an annoying auto theft ring. The leader of the gang, who was planning to cut other members out of their share of the loot, anticipated trouble, but they didn't know just how much.
And now, here again is tonight's narrator, Commissioner John J. Sullivan.
Well, New York detectives were just getting a start on their investigation into this auto theft ring. It was the next afternoon when Sergeant Ryan walked from a restaurant toward a car parked on Union Avenue in Brooklyn.
Cookie's coming out, Lieutenant.
Good.
Just paying his check.
All right, Happy. I'll point out this man when he passes. His name's Cookie Dallas. He's an ex-convict with a record for auto theft. We think he may also be the one at whom a patrolman fired 2 shots last night. We don't know. I want you to take a good look at him and tell me if he's one of the men. The one that used the phone.
Yeah, Lieutenant. I'll take a look. But I don't have much recollection for the guy, you understand? The other one does all the transacting. The little one is just along for the ride.
Here he comes, boss.
Look him over, Happy. That one.
Yeah, you bet. I'm looking.
Well?
When he gets a little closer, my eyes ain't so good, you understand? I need glasses, but I kind of feel it print my personality, you know what I mean?
He's plenty close now.
Yeah.
Is he the guy?
He looks familiar, that much I'll say.
But is he the guy?
Well, I can't say definitely one way or the other, but he looks familiar, you understand? Like I know him from someplace.
That's not enough, Happy.
There goes Adler and Magee right behind him.
And keep him there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I wish we'd picked up his trail last night. We might have had him already.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant, but if I could identify him, I would. You know me. But the little guy I don't pay much attention to, you understand? But I know I recognize the other guy.
Okay, Happy. If Cookie's one of them, sooner or later he'll lead us to the man you can recognize.
George. Shut that thing off. Shut it off.
Okay. It's off, Belle.
6 o'clock.
Well.
6 o'clock on a Sunday morning.
I gotta get the store. Customers will be down wanting the Sunday papers.
Let them get them elsewhere. Who cares?
Belle, honey, I'm sorry. It ain't in my heart to sell the store.
Yeah, well, it's in my heart.
Like you said, it must be psychology, the same as Cookie's mother.
A man with brains enough to work out a perfect racket stealing cars don't have to peddle newspapers at 6 o'clock Sunday morning.
I'm sorry, Belle. I can't sell the store. If I gotta give up the car-stealing racket and keep the store, I'll give up the racket.
And what if you gotta give up your wife?
Oh, now, Belle, don't force me to make such a choice.
Oh, look at him. The big martyr standing there expecting somebody to shed tears for him.
Belle, I can't.
If you stick around the store, how long do you think it'll be before Cookie and the others will want their dough? How long can you stall?
I'll think of something to tell them.
Okay, George. You keep the store.
Oh, honey, baby, I'm glad you can see it my way.
I can't see it your way, George. I just got plans of my own, and they don't include any candy store with newspapers at 6 o'clock Sunday morning.
Sergeant Ryan.
Hello, Ryan. Adler. Is the lieutenant around?
Not right now, Adler. What's doing?
Mackie and I are still behind Cookie.
Yeah? Anything?
Well, he took his mother out for an evening.
Oh, that's nice.
They left home about 8 o'clock. He took her right to the Paramount.
You go in?
Yeah, we sat a couple of rows behind him.
How's the picture?
Well, I've seen better. One of those high-class westerns.
Where's Cookie now?
He's buying his mama an ice cream soda.
Well, what flavor?
Listen, Ryan, how about talking to the lieutenant? I think we ought to give up on Cookie. Been with him since last Thursday, and all we've seen is his mother.
Your idea, Adler.
I regret opening my mouth.
Boss says stick with Cookie, so you stick with him. Maybe his mother will steal a car.
Hello, pal. Hope I ain't too late.
Oh, don't let it bother you, Cookie. There's nothing I like better than waiting in a saloon all alone. Sam.
Yeah, thanks.
What do you want to drink?
Oh, no, not a thing, Belle. I just finished an ice cream soda not half hour ago.
What flavor?
Strawberry.
And you keep me waiting because of an ice cream soda.
Well, it wasn't the ice cream soda. It was a long picture. Can't expect somebody to take his mother out without buying an ice cream soda or something after, can you?
No, Cookie. I guess you can't.
Well, what's the deal? George ready to start operating again? It's about time.
No, George ain't ready.
Well, listen, what's the matter? I don't see it getting so hot with cops. We got a good thing. We got to milk it. Boys are getting impatient. Not to mention me.
George says no.
All right, George says no. What about the dough I got coming? What's holding that up? I could use it.
Listen, Cookie. If George is so stubborn, we could start right up operating again without George.
Well, sure we could. Without George?
Yeah. You get the boys to lift the cars. I'll take care of making up the registrations and the license plate.
Now, wait a minute, Beth.
I know how it's done. I've seen him do every one of them. There's no trick to it.
Yeah, but George ain't going to be very happy.
Oh, he'll be happy enough with his candy
Well,
store.
you're
You
sticking-
want dough, don't you, Cookie?
If George would give me what I got coming, I'd be okay.
He won't give you what you got coming.
Who says he won't?
I do.
That ain't no way to do.
He won't give it to you unless you and the rest of the boys get together and get tough. Awful tough.
Whose side are you on, anyway?
I've had enough of George and that lousy candy store. I want to live, Cookie.
Yeah?
Oh, he dreams in nickels and dimes. Well?
Give me some time to think it over.
I'm anxious to get started. Start thinking right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Magee just called.
Where is he?
He and Adler were behind Cookie. Cookie took his mother home, then went to this bar in Flatbush. There was a woman waiting there. He went right over to a table and sat down.
Who was the woman?
Magee didn't know, boss. He talked for a half hour or so, and then Cookie left alone. Apparently went home and to bed. Magee followed him there, and Adler stayed in the bar with intentions of following the woman. But then...
Stay here, Ryan.
All right,
Lieutenant Hanson.
Hello, Lieutenant Adler.
Yes, Adler.
Did Maggie call in?
Yes, we know all about the woman. Who is she?
Well, she left the bar right after Cookie did. She took a cab, went right to this apartment house on the bay. She used the key on the street door, went upstairs on the self-service elevator. Stopped on the 4th floor, and that's where she apparently got out.
Any idea who she is?
Yeah, I think so. I woke the superintendent, and he said the only woman of that description living on the 4th floor is a Mrs. George Rossi. Husband operates a small candy store in Williamsburg.
All right, Adler. Go on home and get some sleep. We'll start checking up on this couple in the meantime.
Good morning, George.
Good morning, Belle.
How's every little thing?
Where were you till nearly 2 o'clock this morning?
I told you, George, if your heart's all in this candy store, we're through. I'll make my own arrangements.
And from a good source, I understand you started making such arrangements.
What do you mean, a good source?
How do you like that, George?
Cookie, what?
Hello, Belle.
George, whatever he told you is a lie. It's a plain lie.
Cookie, watch the store a minute. Belle and I are going in back and talk this over.
Yeah, George.
Now listen, George.
In back, go on.
Watch who you're shoving.
In back, I said, in back.
All right.
Now go on.
Now listen, George. Oh, you're going to believe me or a party like Cookie?
You should have known Cookie would come running back to me. I
George,
would have gotten
you can't-
away with it. Now I got to give the boys the money. I got to start operating all over again.
Yeah, but that's good, George.
All because you're too high class for a candy store, huh? Let's see if this is too high class for you. I'll show you too high class, huh? Too high class. Now sit down here. Sit down and think it over. From now on, maybe you'll act like a good wife should. A good wife should stay out of her husband's business affairs. Now, Cookie, I think everything is now straightened out.
Yeah, well, let's hope so, George. One of the boys and me get our money.
Tonight, Cookie. Tonight we start operating again. I'm now convinced the cops got no line from your little incident.
Good, I'm glad to hear it.
Like I said, Cookie, sometimes women get like that. She's what's called a psychological liar. She can't help it, you know. Makes up these stories out of thin air. I read about such a case in the Sunday Mirror. Big article in a magazine section.
All right, Happy. We'll walk by the store again. Take a good look in the window. I've got to know definitely whether that's the man.
Yeah, Lieutenant. If I can identify him, I will. I want to help the law, you understand?
Okay. Take your look. Well?
That's him, Lieutenant. The one behind the soda fountain is him. I know him anyway. He's got that peculiar look, you understand?
Okay, hold it here.
Yeah.
Ryan, come here.
Oh, you know, I've been in the automobile business since Plymouth was a rock. But from where I sit, you never think cops work this hard.
Yeah, Lieutenant. How'd it go?
Happy sure George is the guy.
Well, positive.
Good.
I want men on both Cookie and George 24 hours a day. If and when they grab another car, we got them right. And that's the way I want them. Right.
George.
How's it look, Cookie?
It's a new Cadillac sedan.
Doors and windows?
They're locked. There won't be no trouble.
Where's the owner?
In that bar for a drink.
We got time?
Can he have his drink in 20 seconds? What are you so nervous about?
Oh, it's a long time since I worked on the streets.
Well, so what? You never forget.
All right, let's go.
Lean on the no-draft ventilator, and I'll slip the loop through.
Okay, I know.
All right, lean on it.
Yeah.
That's it.
How you doing?
Hold it.
Hurry it up, will you?
There she is.
All right, get in.
See? I'm an expert.
How are you on the ignition?
Now, just let me handle it, George. Don't get nervous.
All right, then handle it.
You know, George, I'm surprised at you. Considering you taught me this business. Just goes to show you how rusty you can get.
Cut out the conversation, will you?
There it is.
All right, get going.
Oh, what a sweet motor.
Yeah.
You know, George, someday I'm going to lift one of these caddies for my own personal use.
Yeah, looks like we're okay.
There's nothing to worry about, George. It was like lightning.
Yeah. I guess I was just a little upset about Belle. Who'd ever think a wife at 7 years standing would suddenly lose her head like that?
You know, for a while I believed her.
Ah, Cookie, I wouldn't do a thing like that, not me.
Yeah, and then I got to thinking. George wouldn't do a thing like that.
Don't waste any time. Get this thing into the garage.
Yeah, I want to get home. Promised my mother I'd hang some pictures. You know, I got a mother that just...
Cookie.
They're right in back of us.
Gun it. We can leave them in this boat.
Coming up on us.
Drive.
It's down to the floor now.
Take the corner.
Hold on. Watch it. I can't hold it. Cookie!
Watch her. Maybe they're faking.
Oh, that ain't faking.
Adler, get an ambulance.
Yeah, it's a call box on the corner.
Well, boss, I guess we got them.
I guess so, Ryan.
Hey, look at that mess.
You mean the thieves or the car?
The car. The thieves can be patched up.
Yeah. And they'll have a long time to mend.
Well, gangbusters listeners, these car thieves were taken to the hospital and eventually recovered from their injuries. The whole gang was arrested, tried, and convicted. Its principal members are now serving their terms in Sing Sing.
Thank you, Commissioner John J. Sullivan, for this most interesting case history. And congratulations to all the New York detectives who participated in this difficult investigation.
Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Liss and directed by George Zachary with Vandal Kramer and Eileen Palmer in leading roles. Olin Ty speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Your husband made his choice 10 years ago. If I interfere now in this life he's made for himself, you are the one who will be hurt. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Mr. Paladin, I say good night now. I turned down bed for you.
Thank you, Miss Wong. I'm ready for it, all right. Where's a man down to have somebody bare their soul to him?
Oh, you spent a long time talking with that man tonight.
Well, that man who was here is quite a famous surgeon, Miss Wong, from the East Coast. And he's just learned that he has only 6 months to live.
Oh, too bad.
Now, he decided you better get his house in order.
Oh, time to catch up, huh?
Uh-huh. He's a dying man, and suddenly his conscience has come alive.
Oh, sir?
Yeah, 10 years ago, through carelessness, clearly a matter of malpractice, he allowed a patient to die, and he placed the blame on a young doctor working with him.
Oh, most deceitful.
And there was no way the young doctor could defend himself. He had a very promising career, which naturally was ruined.
Mm.
He felt he had brought disgrace to his wife and family, so he left them. Just disappeared, and that was 10 years ago.
Long time.
Now, this surgeon wants me to find the young doctor. He wants to make it right. Thinks he can just wipe out the past 10 years.
You take job, Mr. Paladin?
Well, if he thinks he can buy absolution this way, it's all right with me.
Are you smoking more now, but enjoying it less? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. Are you looking for flavor and mildness? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
If you're smoking more today, but enjoying it less, try Camels. The Camel blend of costly Turkish and domestic tobaccos has never been equal for rich flavor, easygoing mildness, real smoking satisfaction every time you light up. The best tobacco makes the best smoke.
Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
In my search for Amos R. Bradbury, M.D., I pursued false leads and wrong hunches for 2,739 miles and came to one decision. That I would never again leave the Carlton Hotel on any assignment more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. After following a trail to the mouth of the Missouri River in Dakota Territory, which ended in another discouragement, I decided to give up and took passage downriver on the packet Yellowstone Belle. The small stern wheeler carried a cargo of fur pelts and one other passenger. His name was Benjamin Tubbs, a tough, grizzled old mountain man. The fourth day, as usual, we had tied up to the riverbank at sundown. Sometime before daylight, I awakened and went out on deck. My fellow passenger was standing at the rail.
I should have thunk any mushhead misbegotten son would have known better than to sit tight with a payload of skin stinking up his boat, holding out an invite this close to them hostiles.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you might as well leaf duck, mister.
An arrow.
Just keep down, mister. There's more coming.
This is Arikara country, isn't it? I didn't know they were hostile.
Used to be mostly friendly. But they got their dander up back a piece because they was cheated by some white fur traders.
Well, they want the cargo?
That and a few scalps. There's only 8 of us on this tub, but there's about 600 of them Indians strung out along them riverbanks.
How can you tell? There's too black out there to see anything.
Oh, it's my business, mister. I'm a scout.
I see.
I can smell them, and I know this just ain't a time to sit still and argue. We got to get.
Hey, listen. You hear that across the other side?
Yeah. Why, them mean toad-eating varmints. They's putting into the water with their pirogues.
They're going to surround us.
Looks like we're going to have to argue after all. Might as well break out the rifles.
Hey, Tubbs, they're using fire arrows.
Well, that's it, mister. One of them catches this here little old dried-up hunk of wood we're floating on. It's just going to go up.
And one of them did. There goes the wheelhouse. I better get the water bucket.
No, it won't do no good. They's coming from all sides.
Look, the crew's putting the skips in the water. Come on, let's give him a hand.
Wait a minute. I got to get my orders. In my cabin.
The orders? Tubbs, come back. Tubbs, will you? Tubbs? Tubbs, will you?
Tubbs, where are you? Over here. Oh, darn timber fell across my leg. It's got me pinned.
Here, let me get it off.
Oh, ain't no use. It's scorching hot, and I'm pinned down tight. Go on, get yourself off this tub.
No, I can...
I tell you, no use. Go on and get this leg. I think it's busted. I can't move.
Here. Give me your arm.
Oh, easy now, easy. Sure deal, mister. But we get off this tub, we still got them sneaking redskins to take care of.
Well, one thing at a time. Let's go.
This is the cold season. What do medical authorities say about the common cold? Doctors tell us there's no known drug which will cure cold. There are effective medications for treating complications accompanying or following a cold. If you've been taking sensible precautions and still have one cold after another, it's best to see your doctor. And here's another important health tip. When you have a cold and need a laxative, that's the time to rely on gentle X-Lax. Pleasant-tasting, chocolated X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity gently overnight. X-Lax gets along with any cold remedies you may be taking, and X-Lax works where nature wants, in the lower tract, not the stomach. Taken at bedtime, X-Lax won't disturb sleep. Gives you the closest thing to natural action the next morning. You're well on your way toward your normal regularity without upset or discomfort. So when you have a cold and need a laxative, take X-Lax, the laxative you can use with complete confidence. X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity gently overnight. X-Lax.
The burning Yellowstone bell made an eerie glow against the black of the night. The river was alive with shadowy dugouts, and the Indians were no longer silent, but shrill, now with their victory. Benjamin Tubbs and I slipped into the river, and with my arm across his chest, we went deep under the water to the far bank. I managed to pull him up on the marshy slope, and I half carried, half dragged him, and we fought our way through swampy jungle growth until I lost all track of time. Finally, we reached a rocky clearing, and the sun was high.
Oh, mister. This is where Ben Tubbs is going to have to call quits. I just got to sit.
Now, Ben, I don't see how you've been able to take it this far here. Easy now. You can lean up against this rock here. There. I think we better take a look at that leg of yours.
Oh, well, let me tell you, this here leg better not be giving me any trouble. I got my orders. I got a report for duty.
Who are you scouting for?
7th Cavalry.
Well, this leg doesn't look too good.
It hurts like Billy, but... Hey, look up there.
Yeah. Looks like an Indian pony.
Oh, one Indian. Must be 100 more like it. Just now, Benjamin Tubbs ain't got a lick of fight left in him.
That's an Indian, all right. Headed right toward us. Ah, it's a woman. It's an Indian woman.
Wow.
Wahi no moto.
Nomoto Ohinyan.
You speak Sioux language?
No, I'm afraid that's about it.
Then I speak your language. From high place there on a rock, I have watched you. You have need of help.
Oh, you sure hit it smack dab on the button that time.
May I offer to serve you?
Oh, wait now, Injun gal. We ran into a peck of trouble with them Ricolas. You know anything about that?
I am not of that tribe. I know nothing. I am called Monasea.
Monasea, this is Benjamin Tubbs. My name is Paladin.
Sight of you sure put a shine on this morning. You're the prettiest little thing I ever did see.
Mr. Tubbs speak brave and happy words, but there is pain in voice. A man's leg does not lie crooked on ground like that. He must see a doctor.
Yeah, well, how do we do that?
I have been on errand. I return to my home now. I take you there to a man of great wisdom as healer.
One of your medicine men?
One of your medicine men, Mr. Tubbs. He is of your people.
The white man? A doctor?
Yes.
What's his name?
His name is Wisaka Kitsuyami.
Maybe that's his Indian name, but I mean his real name. His name is a white man. Now, what is it?
His name is Wisaka Kitsuyaki.
I see.
We must not delay. Already it will be nightfall before we reach village. Mr. Paladin, will you help me make splint for broken leg of Mr. Tubbs, so it will cause him less pain to travel?
Oh, you are Nurse Monasea?
I learned much from my husband.
Your husband?
Wisaka Kitsuyaki.
It's a good thing we lashed Ben to that saddle. It looks like he's fainted.
It is drowsiness from fever. It is not good sign, but it is merciful. He has endured much pain.
He's a tough old fellow. Say, Monasea.
Yes?
The reason I was interested in the name of this doctor, your husband.
Yes?
Well, I was hired to find a certain Dr. Amos Bradbury who left his home on the eastern coast of this country because of an injustice that was done to him. And I followed his trail for many miles and finally to Fort Union here on the river.
What did you mean by injustice?
Well, the man who wronged him is dying and wants to make amends. Now, Bradbury had a wife and a child, and he felt that he had brought disgrace to them. But now the truth will be told, and his family and the world he left will learn that there was no dishonor.
And why do you tell me this, Mr. Paladin?
Well, Monasea, I've been thinking. It's been 10 years. The doctor has probably made a new life for himself. Perhaps he has found a pleasant place to live, someone to share it with him, and maybe he'd just as soon forget what's past.
Mr. Paladin, my husband's name as white man is Amos Bradbury.
Somehow I thought so.
His Indian name, Wisaka Kitsuyaki, is Sioux. It means man who remembers.
Even if you've had embarrassing dandruff for years, you can get rid of it now in 3 minutes. That's all it takes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Yes, unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes with Fitch. Quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. What's more, using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Just apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes, with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. At the same time, gentle Fitch can leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
so, like that, after all the days and all the miles, my search was ended. But it didn't seem to matter just then. More important at the moment was to see that Ben Tubbs got the care he needed. When we reached the Indian village, his condition was serious, and Monasea had some men carry him immediately to a little stone building set up as a hospital. She didn't mention the doctor again that night, nor did I. She bandaged my burned hand, gave me food and a blanket, and I spent the night under a cold sky. In the morning, I went to see Ben. He was lying on a narrow cot in a small, bare room. When he saw me, he made a quick brush at a big tear on his grizzled old face, scowled and cut loose.
That rubber-headed, stinking varmint. Rotten, dumb squirrel.
Ben.
Mister, do you know what that doctor done? He cut off my leg. That's what he done.
He had to do it, Ben, with your leg or your life.
What's the good of a life to a scout who ain't got two legs?
After a while, you'll be getting around again, just as tough as ever.
But I had my orders. I was on my way to report to the 7th Cavalry. Special scout assigned to General George Custer. Can I be hopping one-legged after Sitting Bull?
Sitting Bull?
Darn tootin'. This time Custer's a going after Sitting Bull himself. I was aiming to be in on it, standing on my own 2 feet.
Well, there'll be other battles for you, Ben.
Oh, there ain't going to be another battle with Custer and Sitting Bull.
Ben, maybe one of these days we can get together and make it up to you for... Well, I have to find Monasea, Ben. I'll see you later.
Good morning, Mr. Paladin.
Good morning, Monasea.
Do you want to see my husband now?
Well, I've been looking for him a long time now, but I'm not quite sure whether I want to see him or not.
I do not understand.
Monasea, what I was trying to tell you last night, I don't think that I have any right to interfere in this life he's made for himself here. He made a choice 10 years ago. Maybe it's a good one.
Mr. Paladin, do you perhaps feel you not wish to go through with this because it will hurt Monasea?
Maybe.
I tell my husband last night about your search.
You did?
I tell him that he can return to his world now, that the way has been made for him to go in honor.
What did he say?
He say he not go.
Huh. You see?
Like you, Mr. Paladin. He not wish to hurt Monasea. Walk with me toward the river.
All right.
Do you see there the tall rock on the bluff?
Yes.
That is Indian Waslata. It is the figure of a woman holding child.
Uh-huh.
My people have legend that a certain brave once took a second wife, and first wife became jealous. And when tribe moved on, she refused to follow but remained by her lodge, holding her child. And when many days passed, and still she had not joined them, the tribesmen became concerned and returned to look for her. And they found her sitting by her lodge, holding her child. But she had turned to stone.
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand
Wait. So the tribesmen picked up the stone figure, and they carried it back with them. And after that, wherever tribe moved, Indian Waslata was carried along. She was always there. The image of the first wife and child.
Maybe I do understand.
Of course. Always in the life of Monasea is the image of first wife and child. Mr. Paladin, you do the job you set out to do. You take Dr. Amos Bradbury back to his world.
Oh, but what about you, Monasea?
My own village is farther upriver. I have a pirogue already stocked. I go to my own people now.
You mean right now? Without letting Bradbury know? Seems to me he should have something to say in this decision.
He is Wisapakixi-Yapi, Mr. Paladin. The man who remembers. The image of the first wife and child is always in his life, too.
Monasea,
Yes?
you can count me as the man who remembers where you're concerned.
Nata Imhun, Mr. Paladin.
Not... what does that mean?
Good hunting.
Not I am home to you, Messiah.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, welcome home.
Hello, hey boy. Would you get my bag on the seat there, please?
Oh, Isa. Oh, you've been gone a long time. Have nice trip?
Well, I did what I was hired to do. I went in search of a man. I found him. And he seemed grateful that I had. He rejoined his family. I hope it was the right thing.
You hope? You don't know?
Nope.
Why?
Well, hey, boy, if I hadn't found him, a very lovely woman would still have much happiness in her heart, rather than sadness.
Well, who is this woman?
I'll explain it to you later, hey, boy. Take the bag out to my room, will you, please?
Lisa.
I'm going to stop in the bar. I'll be there for a while.
Well, good hunting, Mr. Paladin.
Good hunt? Not I am hun. Well...
miserable cold and my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan, the amazing 3-layer tablet now bringing real relief from colds, misery, and sinus congestion to millions. Dristan decongestant tablets not only help drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergen helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever, and vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan. So for real relief from colds, misery, and sinus congestion, accept only Dristan decongestant tablets.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns and Lillian Bayef. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Along Cassidy. The same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, and the same California you've laughed at a million times. Raw courage and quick shooting have built a legend around this famous hero. Hopalong is a name to be feared, respected, and admired, for this great cowboy rides the trails of adventure and excitement. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy, and Andy Clyde as California. Well, Hoppy, what about our story?
We call this one the Cold Country.
All the icy bitterness of the North had come licking across the Dakotas, and the town of Lode Hill was being sealed off by the worst blizzard of the winter. Even at that, you felt you could find excitement if you went looking for it. Lode Hill had been a sleepy place last time I'd seen it, but that was before the gold strike. Now it had 10,000 people, quite a few saloons, and a hotel with a fancy heating stove in the lobby. This is where I'd taken a stand, within a few inches of that stove, where I could turn myself slowly, like a hen on a spit.
Some weather. We should have stayed in Arizona.
Come on over here, California. Solid comfort.
You still want to see Luke Ranger?
Sure, I want to see him. That's the reason we came north, isn't it?
And then you'd better forget the solid comfort and come out into the fresh air with
You found Luke?
That's right, but he's in some kind of trouble, and he's fixing to pull out of town.
In this storm? Where is he?
Livery stable just down the street. He was saddling up when I left him.
Come on. We'd better get over there in a hurry.
Oh, boy. Oh, take it easy. You! All right, stay where you are there.
Put away your gun, Luke. It's me.
Myra, I've got no idea how close you came to being...
I know, but I had to see you. Joey Edmonds says you're leaving and that you want to take in Nettie.
That's right.
Luke, don't leave.
I've got to go, Myra. I've hung around too long now. But I'm grateful to you for coming here.
Luke, Jane was my sister, but I know what she was like. She was that way with all of us. Cruel, unfair.
She's dead, Myra. I don't want to talk about her.
Luke, don't go. Stay here and fight it out.
I've thought it all over. Who's there?
What do you expect, you lop-eared Lobo?
California. And Hoppy. Oh, it's great to see.
That goes double, but... Oh, excuse me, ma'am.
Myra, this is Hop Along Cassidy and his pal California, my sister-in-law, Myra McKenna.
Howdy.
Hello.
Well, it's a pleasure. And maybe you can tell me why Luke wants to hole up in a livery stable. The kind of weather we're having, this place isn't fit for anything but storing ice.
I'm not going to be here long. I'm heading out.
That's great. All the way back in Arizona, I hear about my pal Luke striking it rich with a gold mine. So I ride up here to congratulate him. And he won't even stick around for a celebration.
I have to go, Hoppy. I don't have a choice.
California says you're in some kind of trouble.
He called it.
I thought you might like to talk about it.
Not much to say. My wife is dead. Happened last night. Somebody shot her. Any minute now, they're going to tag me for it.
But you didn't do it, Luke.
Who knows that? Who'll believe it?
I believe it, Luke.
Me too.
You can't run out on a thing like this, Luke. It's just like saying you're guilty.
If I stay, I won't have to say I'm guilty. There'll be others who'll say it, yell it, scream it. I got enemies around here.
We all have enemies, and we have friends.
It's a stacked deck, Hoppy. Me and Jane, we had a bad fight yesterday, right in front of a lot of people. The only chance I've got is to get out of here fast. I'm just waiting for Joey Edmonds to bring the boy.
Nettie? You don't mean you're going to take him with you?
I'm not leaving him here. Not for people to tell him his daddy killed his mother.
Oh, Luke.
Luke, listen to me. You're a grown man. You can take care of yourself. You might last out on the plains in this weather, but a 6-year-old boy...
It's no use, Hoppy. I've made up my mind. I'm leaving here with Nettie tonight.
Get that door shut.
Give me time, Baloo. Give me time.
That sot makes a piano sound as though he played it with his feet.
What do you expect out here? Grand opera?
I told you before, Drag. Don't ride me like that. Any news from the coroner's jury?
Still arguing.
Fools. She was murdered and he did it. When I get through with public opinion...
Public opinion won't do you much good if Granger ain't here to stand trial.
What do you mean?
Just talk to young Shafter. Seems to have it that Granger's taking his kid and skipping town.
Why didn't you tell me this before? Where is he?
Shafter's stable. Waiting there for Joey Edmonds to bring the kid to him.
Well, move. Take some of the boys. Get over there.
What do we do? Burn them down?
You leave him alone. I'm going to see that stiff-necked reformer go to trial. I'm going to see him convicted for his wife's murder, and I'm going to see him hang for it.
So? What do we do?
Leave him alone. You just get the kid. That'll keep Granger in town.
return to Hopalong Cassidy and the cold countries. In Shafter's livery stable, Hoppy and Myra McKenna are still talking to Luke Granger, urging him to give up the idea of leaving town.
Stay here, Luke. Let California and I get all your friends together. Stand trial and come out clean. That's the only way to do it.
He's so right, Luke. You have to think of Nettie as well as yourself.
Think. It's all I've done is think. You ought to know I don't want to run. Everything I've ever worked for is in this town. And the kid. How do you think I feel about yanking him away from everything he knows and cares for? I've been doing so much thinking I'm just about loco.
But where would you go? What would you...
What was that?
Sounds like it comes from over.
Don't try anything, any of you. Get Max and Charlie in here.
Okay, Drag.
Sounds as though you brought along quite a crowd.
I don't need a crowd. Any sign of that kid out there?
No sign yet, Drag.
Kid? What's that about a kid?
Take it easy, Granger. We just want your boy, that's all.
Oh, no, you...
I told you to take it easy, Granger. Try anything else and I'll blast your other hand.
Luke, is it bad?
Nothing I can't handle.
Here, let me wrap it up with a scarf.
Who is this fellow, Luke?
Drag Morley. Works for Bart Ballou.
Drag Morley.
That's right. I'm known around here.
Oh, you're known far and wide. Rapid man with a pistol.
And if you're smart, you'll keep that in mind.
I think there's someone coming out, Drag. Might be the kid.
Good. Everything here's working out just right.
You're too sure of yourself, Morley.
Yeah? How'd you make that out?
It's pretty dark in here. And even though you got the drop on us, you can't see everything.
Why, you... His gun. You shot it right out of his hand, Hoppy.
Hold it, Morley. Go for that other pistol, and I'll put the next slug in your chest.
You scare me to death.
Just don't try anything. Was that the boy, Luke?
No, must have been someone passing by.
Who are you, anyway?
The name is Cassidy.
Hopalong Cassidy.
Cassidy, huh? That's a big name. Too bad we had a meeting here. But there'll be other days. What do you want from me now?
You can leave. Just make sure you stay away. And tell Ballou that from now on we'll be ready for any move he makes.
You don't think that's going to bother Ballou, do you? You'll hear from us again. Come on, Ed.
How's the hand, Luke?
Oh, I've had worse.
If you still feel you want to pull out, I'll go with you. You might need help with the boy. I imagine California will come, too.
Well, you know I will.
Maybe I've changed my mind about leaving. Maybe I figure out how to stay and make a fight of it.
Oh, Luke, I could cry. Gotta wipe my glasses. They're all fogged up again.
Could be a lot better for the boy, Luke.
All right. I'm staying. I'll go looking for Bat Kingman right now.
Bat Kingman?
Town marshal. I'm giving myself up.
Well, Mr. Kingman?
Never thought I'd see the day I'd have to shut a cell door on Luke Granger. But I'm glad he turned himself in. Makes it a lot easier for me. How about the boy?
I'll take care of Nettie. He'll never hear a breath of this if I can help it. Jane was my sister, but she never brought anything but trial and tribulation to Luke.
Tell me something, Marshal. Why should Bart Ballou hate Luke as much as he seems to?
Ballou heads the gambling element here. Luke loved this town long before gold was ever found, and he wanted it kept clean. He's been the head of a reform movement we started recently.
So that's it. I've been urging Luke to stay here and face it. Now I'm beginning to wonder what kind of trial he'll get.
I don't know, Cassidy. I don't know.
Where are you going, Hoppy?
To see Bart Ballou. Might be worthwhile having a talk with him. Hello, Ballou.
Well, it isn't Hopalong Cassidy. Dealer's choice here. Care to sit in?
Not this time. Just wanted a word with you.
Go ahead.
I happen to be a friend of Luke Granger's.
Yeah, from what I hear, he's going to need all the friends he can find.
I'm interested in seeing he gets a fair trial.
Aren't we all? Oh, I pass, gentlemen.
I'm interested enough to make it rather personal.
Yeah? Why tell me all this?
I ran into a pal of yours a while ago, Drag Morley.
Oh, yeah. Shot a pistol out of his hand, didn't you? In the dark.
I might have been lucky.
Then why not congratulate yourself and fade out of the picture?
Meaning,
You can't always depend on darkness when you run up against Drag Morley.
that's probably sound advice.
Sure you won't draw cards?
No, I'm kind of tired. I think I'll just hit for the hotel and turn in.
Well, you're in luck. Storm's just about over.
See you later, Baloo.
It's a rough town, Cassidy. Take care of yourself. Pretty cold out here. Wait.
Let's go get some rest.
Gonna be a long hike back to the hotel through this snow.
Baloo was right, though. He said the storm was over.
Yeah? What else did he have to say?
Told me to take care of myself.
Well, now, weren't that nice of him?
There's something funny.
About what?
That saloon.
Yeah?
Doesn't seem to be doing much business tonight.
There ain't nothing funny about that, not with this kind of weather.
The weather was a lot worse last night, and the place was rocking.
Yeah, guess that's right, but, hey. Yeah, there's a couple of lanterns bobbing up and down by the feed store and 3 or 4 more moving around near the hotel.
Lanterns? Oh, now I see them. Now, there's another bunch coming in from the other end of town.
Well, the more light, the better. Might stop there.
California.
Hey, get down. What do you think you're doing?
That saloon. No wonder it didn't have many customers.
Huh?
Look, more lanterns.
Sure, but what?
It's a mob gathering. Come on, we got a fight on our hands to save Luke Granger from being lynched.
Now returning to Hopalong Cassidy and his story, The Cold Country. The sight of a lynch mob gathering on the streets of Lode Hill has sent Hoppy and California speeding to the jail, where Luke Granger awaits his trial as the killer of his wife.
I wasn't going to let you in at first, Cassidy. Then I recognized your voice.
You must know about that mob, then.
Yes, I've known about it for the last hour. But all I can do is wait for him to get here. This is the time when being a peace officer grades a man's hair.
I don't envy you, Marshal. What about deputies?
I got 2 of them here. The other one has a broken leg.
Here they come.
How's Luke taking it?
Oh, he's worried about his boy more than anything else.
I think he's innocent, Marshal. We've got to save him.
Ever seen a lynch mob in action before, Cassidy?
A few times.
Were they stopped?
Sometimes.
Well, I've never seen one stopped. This time, I got the job of trying.
They're going to start battering at that door in a minute.
That's right.
And by the time they break in here, there'll be no stopping them. Somebody's got to go out there and talk to them.
It won't work, Cassidy. By now, they're all out of their heads. It's a lust for killing.
They're not up to the door yet. Pull it open a little.
Wait a second. What for?
I'm going out there. Luke Granger deserves a hearing, and I'm going to see to it that he gets it.
No, Hoppy, no.
Man, you'd be committing suicide.
That's my problem. Come on, Marshal, open up.
Hey, now, wait a second.
Pulling a gun in the law. You gone crazy, Hoppy?
Luke's going to get his chance. Take his keys, California. Open the door. Hold it, Marshal. Now the bars.
But Cassidy...
Save it for later, Marshal. Get the door shut.
Look who's here, men. Mr. Hopalong Cassidy. What's the matter, Cassidy? Get cold feet in there? I'll bet Granger's feet are colder. What do you want to do, Cassidy? Make a speech?
You seem to be doing all right, Morley.
Morley always did have a gift of gab. All right, Cassidy. What do you want?
I've been thinking that you men aren't here for any barn dance, not with Morley doing the calling.
We're here to hang Luke Granger for the murder of his wife. That's right. That's what we're here. And if any of his friends object, we'll string them up, too.
So you're the voice of the people, are you, Morley?
Never mind that. Just get out of the way.
What's your stake in this, Morley? And don't say justice. From one of Bart Ballew's men, that'll just draw laughs.
He's got you there, Morley. You talk big, Cassidy, with a gun in your hand.
Thanks for reminding me of that, Morley. I'll put it away.
I'm warning you, Cassidy. Get out of the picture before it's too late.
You men, you're not all Ballew's hired hands, are you? He doesn't control that much of this town, does he? Ballew would like to see Luke Granger out of the way, and you all know why. That's why Morley's here running the show. Is there one man here who actually saw Luke Granger shoot his wife?
Cassidy, I'm giving you 10 seconds. 10 seconds to ease out of here. You stick around till then, and I'm throwing down on you.
How about it, men? You'd hate to hang Granger and then find out later he was innocent, wouldn't you? Think you'd ever be able to get a good night's sleep? Think you'd ever be able to face his little boy? How about it?
Hey, maybe this fella's right.
Maybe we ain't giving enough thought to this thing.
That's all for you, Cassidy. I'm shutting your mouth as of now.
I wish you wouldn't try, Morley.
This is where your string runs.
Baloo, somebody go tell Baloo.
He's down. The fella beat him to the throat.
Sorry, Morley. This time it was your string.
He's dead. Morley's dead.
Yes, men, and don't you think that's enough killing? Let's wait this thing out. Let's give Luke Granger a fair trial.
Well, Cassidy, you did it. I wouldn't have thought it possible.
The mob's all broken up, Hoppy. Most of them gone home. Looks like Luke's going to be safe.
For a while, anyway, unless Baloo starts something new.
I don't think Baloo will try anything else. He'd have a hard time arousing another crowd.
Just the same, if we're going to do any lasting good for Luke, we'd better be finding out something about his wife's death. Where was she found, Marshal?
Right outside their home.
Know who found her?
I did.
You did. I'm afraid I don't know you, or do I?
Oh, this is Joey Edmonds, Cassidy, one of Luke Granger's best friends.
Glad to make friends with you, Cassidy.
Thanks, and I'm glad to meet you. Luke's wife was shot, wasn't she?
That's right.
Anyone find the bullet?
Don't believe anyone thought to look.
I guess that's the way of it.
Mind if I take a look, Marshal? You could make it legal by deputizing me.
You practically deputized yourself, didn't you, Harvey? All you need to make it complete is the badge.
Talk about being cold. Say, how long are we going to stay here, Hoppy? All night?
Move that lantern over this way a little.
Must be 2 o'clock in the morning, and here we are out in the snow looking for spent bullets.
Just one bullet, California. A little more with the lantern.
I ain't never been so cold in all my life. And you and your hands and knees in the snow. Hoppy, you're going to catch your death.
A little more.
I got it up against the porch right now.
Look, stuck in the post.
Huh? Hey, that is a bullet.
Certainly is. Let me get it with this knife. There.
Well, I'll be darned. But now you've got it. What are you going to do with it?
Take another look at it.
Huh? It's a 38.
Right. Now, how many fellas you know carry 38s?
Not very many. Maybe 2 or 3.
Which should narrow down our problem some. Come on, California. Let's head for the hotel and some sleep. Morning, Miss McKenna.
Morning, Mr. Cassidy. Nice having all the snow shoveled off the walks, isn't it?
Yes. Here, let me help you with a few of those bundles.
Thank you. Just a few things from the store. Wait, you don't have to take all of them.
I kind of wanted to talk to you about Luke and some of Luke's friends.
Well, you just come on inside. Here we are. You can set that bag of feed right here on the porch if you will. I'll take it around back later.
I'll carry it around for you right now.
I'll sure be obliged. I'll go on through the house.
I'll see you later then. Miss McKenna.
I'm all right.
You sure? What happened?
He stepped out of the parlor right after I closed the door, shooting the place to pieces.
Who? Where?
He's gone now. He went through that window at the end of the hall. Luke. It was Luke.
Yeah, there's the empty cell. Some of that mob must have worked on the window bars last evening while we were busy out front. Luke just kept quiet about it, then pushed his way out during the night.
It just doesn't make sense. Why would he have given himself up in the first place?
Oh, don't look to me for the answer.
Poor Luke must have gone plumb loco.
You'd be the same way, Joey Edmonds, if you'd been through what he has. He must have come to the house because he wanted little Nettie. When he couldn't find him, Well, I can't blame him, that's all.
Where was the boy?
I was out to the store. I'd left him with Sarah Claiborne up the hill.
Looks like Joey's right. Luke's gone loco.
We got him cornered, Pat. Luke Granger.
Where?
Loft over Benaire's forge. He's going to make a fight of it. He's crazy mad. Says we'll never take him alive.
Times like these, I'd rather be punching cows again.
Marshal, do me a favor.
Huh?
Hold off on Luke for a while.
You mean talk to him? Think that'll do any good?
Now, don't talk to him. Just don't do anything. Just a hunch, but I got something I'd like to work on. It'll only take a little while, and it might save Luke Granger's life.
Well, Mr. Cassidy? And just what do you think you're doing?
Well, I guess I've been doing a little breaking and entering, Miss McKenna. Had no idea you were at home.
No. You thought I was with everyone else, didn't you? You thought... Ah! That gun!
Just found it in your dresser here. A .38 with 3 bullets fired. And it was a .38 that killed your sister. You were too sure of yourself, Miss McKenna. You shouldn't have kept it around.
You're insane. Why would I want to kill my sister?
Partly because you hated her, but mostly because you wanted to get control of young Nettie. With Luke out of the way, that would have meant controlling the mine and the money.
Drop that gun, Cassidy.
So you're in on it too, Marshal. Makes quite a picture. Goad Luke into breaking jail, make people think he's gone loco, then shoot him down like a mad dog.
Don't move. This is a 45 I've got on you, not a 38.
Which means I'll have to use Miss McKenna as a shield. Can't shoot now, can you, Marshal?
No, but I can beat the life out of you.
I'm loose now, back. Kill him.
You grab my gun. Get the 38.
Sorry, Marshal. I just can't. Wait. Oh. That's all, Miss McKenna.
Let go of me.
Sorry, the Marshal's all through, and so are you.
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy and the cold country.
How do you feel, Luke?
Not good. It's going to take me a long time before I feel good again.
Maybe you ought to bring young Nettie and ride to Santa Fe with California and me. Might help you forget.
I thought I had friends in this town. Thought I had friends.
You do have friends, Luke. Plenty of them. It was just that a few bad ones were after you and moving too fast for other people to keep up with them.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Hoppy. You always could talk me into seeing things your way. But it's a darn good thing you came here to pay me a visit. A darn good thing.
Either way, Hoppy, how'd you ever get around to figuring that woman was behind all this? I know there was that bullet, but that wouldn't point to no female.
I figured it was Miss McKenna because she tried to get away with a lie.
Lie?
Yeah. When she tried to make out that Luke had gone berserk, she said she saw him climbing out the window of her house. She claimed she closed the front door, and then he stepped into the hall, shooting up the place.
Don't see how that makes her out a liar. You weren't in the house, was you?
I didn't have to be in the house. She just couldn't have recognized Luke under those conditions, that's all.
Can't prove it by me.
She couldn't have seen him because she wears spectacles. She'd been outdoors where it was cold, and she stepped into a warm house. From the second she closed that door, she couldn't have recognized an elephant in that hall. And those specs of hers were still fogged up as she stood there telling me about it.
Thus, Hoppy and California bring us to the end of another exciting adventure. Hoppy next spins a yarn about some very mysterious shootings at the Double D Ranch, a tool shed which sets itself on fire, and a Chinese cook by the name of Chung who helps to solve 2 murders when... Well, but that's the surprising ending of Hopalong Cassidy's next story, which is called The Buckshot Badman. Be sure to be with us, won't you? Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Cold Country was written by Buckley Angel. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Obler. House guests in the days before rationing, and if they didn't wear out their welcome, were an interesting part of our social lives. But tonight we bring you a story of a most unpleasant and unexpected guest who came to visit Lord Marley. But first, for Ironized Yeast, Frank Martin.
Help wanted to get back that old-time pep and strength and needed weight. Friends, is that you wanting help? Well, if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is why you're so run down, weak, and jittery, get two-way help. Get Ironized Yeast tablets. They give you both vitamin B1 and iron. They're scientifically designed for these exact deficiencies. No wonder great numbers of men and women who used to suffer from these shortages tell how splendidly Ironized Yeast tablets have helped them. Often they say it's like a new lease on life. That's right. The name is Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now, Lights Out, Everybody.
Waiting. Who does the man think we are, I'm asking?
It's like I says to you before we got in here. Try to do a man like his lordship a favor and you'll get it in the neck. That's what I said, and you remember.
Well, I'll give him 5 more minutes to do us the honor, and then it's off I am. I want to look at my nets before the tide changes, that I do. Oh, well, all I'm after is to warn him. Then me duty's done.
It's wasting time. He won't believe you. You mark my words.
Won't believe me, and me almost losing my boat to the thing?
His lordship will say it was the tar.
No, you listen to me, Joey. I've been fishing in these waters here for more years than you got brains in your head. And I'm telling you it was a...
It's his lordship.
Oh, looks to be in a blinking temper now, don't he?
Well, what is it?
If it pleases your lordship, my name is Sam
Never
Muller.
mind, I know who you are. You're the fellow I caught poaching rabbits last night.
Now, wait a minute. You didn't catch me poaching nothing. It's an honest fisherman I am, I'll have you know.
Oh, honest, are you? Well, let me tell you, I never forget a face. And if yours isn't the face of the rogue that I saw...
Oh, the rogue, is it? Yeah, that Joey calls me the rogue.
Yeah, fine one he is to be talking.
Why, you impudent scoundrels. Out of my house. Out of my house.
But, your lordship, we want to tell you...
You tell me nothing, you thieving rascals.
Oh, it's thieving now, is it? For 2 pins, lordship or no lordship, I'd bash that nose of yours so flat it'd look like a pond.
Get out of here. Get out, I say.
What is the matter?
These scoundrels.
We're not scoundrels, you old coot, you.
Yeah, we was only trying to warn him that he
Not another word. Out. Out, I say.
Come on, Sam. Let's get out of
Get
here.
out.
This talker, see, he
Get
calls himself,
out.
if he's a gentleman, I'm
Get
the
out,
son
I
of Queen
say.
Victoria.
Ah, and if you dare trespass on my property again, I'll have the law on your thieving necks. The both of you.
There's no need to shout, Charles.
Boy,
They're gone.
the infernal rascals.
But I don't understand. They spoke of coming here to warn you.
Warn me. Nonsense. Some infernal scheme that I didn't even give them a chance to reveal. Loafers. Spoiled by the government dole.
But I know those men. Why, they're from the village. Good, honest fishermen.
Honest, no good, not one of them. And if they keep up their infernal impudence, this community is going to lose my trade. You can depend on that. We'll never spend another season here. Not if I have anything to say about it. Confounded rascals warning me.
All right. We'll drop the entire
Why?
matter right now. What I can't understand is where's that guest of yours? You said he'd be here by 10 o'clock. Look, it's almost noon.
Yes, my guess. Yeah, true.
What is it, Charles?
Didn't I tell you?
Tell me what, dear?
My guest, it's not a man.
No.
Madeleine Kay. You've heard of her?
Madeline Kay? No, I'm afraid not. Who is she?
It's a matter of business. I couldn't arrange to be in the office, because of our little outing, so I asked Miss Kay to come here. Pay frightfully large fees, these Americans,
American? Won't you please tell me who she is, Charles?
Why, surely you know her, the cinema star.
Oh, the big blonde wench we saw in that Bang Bang Gangster picture.
Oh, now, don't talk like that. I forbid it.
But the picture was definitely a Bang Bang Gangster picture, my dear Charles. Why, I remember distinctly. At least 7 of the gangmen, as the Americans say, bit the dust.
You have the most outrageous sense of humor. I'm speaking of the woman, my client.
Oh, you mean she isn't a blonde wench?
Oh, really, my dear, your choice of words is sometimes most inappropriate. The woman is definitely an artist, and my client.
Oh, yes, of course. But was it necessary to have her come here?
Why not?
Well, this is our home.
But I told you it's most important that she consult me, her financial affairs,
No, I don't know.
But I'm trying to tell you. Oh, great Scott, Jane. You're not going to be difficult just because I invited a client out here. Confounded silly suspicions.
Now, just a moment, Charles. I have no suspicion.
Well, your attitude.
And I have no attitude. You've invited this woman here on business, and I assure you I'll do everything in my power to make her stay as pleasant as possible. Will she be here for dinner?
To tell you the truth,
Weekend?
Fortnight. You know how those Americans are. Pushing.
Fortnight. Very well, Charles. I'll go and tell Jenkins that he should...
Charles, here I am.
Apparently your guest has already arrived, Charles. You better go out and welcome her.
Yes, of course. You coming along?
Of course.
Careful of that luggage, you idiot. If you scratch it, I'll have you replaced.
Did you say for a fortnight, Charles? She has enough luggage piled up in the tonneau of that roadster for a permanent invasion.
Well, she,
Oh, Charles, how nice. You've come out to your doorstep to welcome me just like a feudal knight or something.
Well, by George, Madeline, it's good to see you.
Madeline?
You said something?
No.
Oh, yes, Madeline. This is Lady Jane.
How do you do? How do you do? Charles, tell me, what do you think of my new car? It's nice, isn't it? You see, I did take your advice.
You must be tired after your trip, Miss Kay. The roads aren't any too good.
Tired? I'm never tired, am I, Charles? You ought to know. Tried to walk my feet off around the deck, but I wore you down, didn't I?
Oh, you met on shipboard during Charles's trip to America?
Madeline, you must be tired. Rest before tea, perhaps?
Rest with all that beautiful ocean right there at the end of the lawn? I should say not.
Swim?
Just what I need. Charles, why don't you get out one of your little boats and take me out there in the middle of that blue water so I can take a dip?
Well, that is to say...
Of course you'll do as Miss Kay asks, Charles. Get out the skiff while I show her to her room. I'm sure she'll want to change before bathing.
Oh, yes. I always use a bathing suit while the sun's shining. Run along, Charles, and get the boat out. You and I have all sorts of talking to do, haven't we, darling?
Yes, of course.
This way, Miss Kay. Jenkins has already taken your things up. You'll just follow me.
Sure, why not? The last place I saw stairs like these was on a set in Hollywood. I've always wanted a place like this.
It's very pleasant here during the summer months. Breeze coming from over the bay all the time. It's really quite nice.
Plenty nice.
Right in here, Miss Kay.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
This is the afternoon off for the maids. I'm sorry there's none here to help you. But by the time you get back from your swim, I'm sure one of them will be back.
Oh, it's all right. I've got a bathing suit right in this case here. I think I can get in myself if I hold my breath.
I did want to talk to you.
Talk? Go right ahead.
No. You want to dress?
Oh, stick around. We're all girls together. What's on your mind?
You are very pretty.
You're not as old as I thought you'd be.
You met my husband for the first time on the boat coming back to England.
Blasted blankety catches of all the rotten luggage. There. That does it. Now, where's that doggone suit?
You did meet Charles for the first time on the boat, didn't you?
Yes, of course. Oh, am I putting it on in the wrong places?
Will your business keep you in England very long?
Long? I should hope.
Why have you come here, Miss Kay?
Charles invited me. Didn't you know?
Why have you come here?
What you mean is, Madam, are your intentions strictly honorable? I played a part like that once in stock, and was I lousy? Terrible.
Why don't you answer me directly?
Okay, why not? What have I got to lose? Even if you pass along what I say to Charles, he won't believe you. He's a gentleman. Or is he?
Tell me.
What is there to tell? You guessed it. Like a man, Charles thought you wouldn't, but I knew you would.
It's been going on ever since he met you.
You catch on fast, don't you?
You are cold.
Sister, when you've been around the way I have, you get to know all the answers. And you make up a couple of new ones, too.
But Charles, over 20 years older than you.
And with $20 million more than me.
But you're wealthy.
Press agent stuff. I'm on the skids as far as Hollywood's concerned.
I beg your pardon.
Skids, you know, a one-way street leading down.
Oh.
Yeah. I wouldn't talk like this to my own sister, but as long as you and me got our hair down, what's the difference? The truth is, I'm just about washed up in pictures. Not that I can't act circles around many of those little they got out there, but it's just that, well, I was way up there, now I'm on my way down. And that's that. So
you met Charles on shipboard and fell in love with him.
Love?
You laugh?
Well, I'm sure not crying. But I am going to marry him.
You what?
I said I'm going to marry him.
My husband?
He won't be long.
You either have a poor idea of humor or you're absolutely insane.
Now, I suppose you'll pull the line about my husband loves me. He'll never leave me.
He won't leave me.
No?
I know Charles. There have been others.
But he never invited any of those others to his home now, did he? But he did invite me. And I'll stay here as long as I please. And in the end, I won't be the one to go.
Why do you say such horrible things?
Not so sure of yourself anymore, are you, Lady Jane? They never were as pretty as I am before, were they? And they never knew their way around the way I do now, did they?
You'll go. I won't permit you to stay.
Oh, really?
Charles wouldn't dare.
Oh, already. Come on in.
Well, what a charming picture you made.
Yes, I think so, too.
Charles, could I speak to you alone?
No, not now, Jane. I want to take Madeleine for a sail before the wind changes. Come, Madeleine.
Right with you, dear. See you later, Jay.
Better take my arm, Madeleine. These old steps, quite steep, you know. After all, I wouldn't want anything to happen to so charming.
Oh, Charles.
There he goes, Sam.
Aye. Oh, I see.
But we ought to warn him.
I tried. You saw what I got. Fair booted me out of the place.
Yeah, he's got his lady with him in the boat.
His lady? Where's your eyes? That ain't a ladyship. A ladyship's a lady. She wouldn't be wearing like that. Yellow and not enough of it to... Oh, let him sail out there. Why should I warn the likes of them? No, thank you. I'll not waste a breath warning him or her. Not a breath.
Madeleine,
Now, Charles, steer the boat.
I'd give anything.
Anything?
Name it.
Not now. Ooh,
What's the matter?
that wind, where did it come from?
By George. The sun has gone down.
No clouds, yet no sun. What kind of a place is this, anyway?
Yes, it is strange.
I thought I'd go swimming. Oh, come on, turn back. This is about as much fun as walking in a graveyard.
Jove, I'm sorry.
Sorry?
We're becalmed, and I forgot the oars at the landing.
Oh, nice going. So what do we do now? Camp out here in the middle of the ocean until the scouts come after us?
You have a delightful sense of humor.
I'm getting a chill that isn't so delightful.
I'm deucedly sorry. Here. Put my coat around you. Lovely.
The wind hasn't cooled you off any, has it? Oh, what was that?
What?
Did you hear it? Like a fish. You don't have whales in these parts, do you?
Whales? By Jove.
There it is again.
Yes, I heard it.
The water is so smooth.
Oh, the fish jumping, probably. Oh, this is cozy. Becalmed at a very opportune time, if I might say so.
Yeah. I can't very well walk home, can I?
Anything for you.
You'll have your chance.
Anything.
Oh.
Now, what is it?
I thought I saw that rope up there at the bow, or whatever you call it, move.
Rope?
Yes, squirm, sort of. Imagine that. I haven't had a drink in a week.
But there's no ropes at the bow?
Oh, yes, there is too.
Huh?
Charles.
It's no rope.
Then what is it?
I can't quite make out.
It is a rope. It is a rope. I tell you it is.
I'm not quite sure.
Another one. Charles, look, another one. Came out of the water.
Oh.
Moving. Moving down along the deck. Charles, how can there be snakes out here?
Not snakes.
What's the matter with you? What are they? Look, there's two of them. Slimy.
There's another. Thick as a man's chest.
And another one.
Coming out of the water. Oh, no. It can't be. It can't.
What is it, Charles? What is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure none of us would mind a little time for breathtaking in this amazing story, Lord Marley's Guest. Yes, before returning to the play, let's consider the reality of a wartime problem that affects you.
No, I simply won't go to the servicemen's dance tonight. Who would want to dance with me anyway? Since I've lost so much weight, I don't look like anything. I'm so on edge and tired out again tonight. Can't eat. I just know I'll lie awake till all hours, the same as last night. Honestly, I'm worried about myself.
Well, getting worried can't help. But if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is your trouble, very probably ironized yeast tablets can.
Vitamin B1 and iron? Ionized yeast tablets? What do you mean?
Just this. Nutrition authorities say improper eating due to wartime living may cause a person to become deficient in vitamin B1 and iron, two substances essential to normal weight, strength, and energy. And ironized yeast tablets supply those exact two substances, vitamin B1 with iron. They're scientifically compounded to help two ways in these deficiencies. Yes, help you two ways to look and feel and be your old-time peppy, sparkling self again.
Maybe I should try ionized yeast tablets.
By all means do if you're short on vitamin B1 and iron. Then see if pretty soon you aren't saying,
How grand it is to feel good again. How glad I am that I took ionized yeast tablets.
And now back to tonight's play, Lord Marley's Guest.
Hear it, Sam? Hear it?
Aye, I hear it. There's trouble out there.
But what, I'm asking?
I can't see. They're too far off. Too far off.
Oh, listen to her. Sam, it can't be...
What else in the devil's name can it be? The Lord forgive me. I should have warned him. Dirty pride or not, I should have warned him. I should have warned...
Fisherman!
Sam, it's her ladyship running this way.
The Lord help her. What can she do for him?
Fisherman, help me. Please help
The Lord
me.
help you, Mum. What can we do?
He's calling to us. Understand them, men. Get into your boats. We've got to get out there and help them. Listen to him. Oh, help me in mercy's name. Help me.
Aye, come ahead, Mom.
Sam, have you lost your head? You're not going out there.
Step in forward, Mum. Watch your step.
Sam, you're balmy. It's the death out there.
Hand me that oar, Joe, and shove her off.
Sam, you can't be going out there. You was the one that warned us off. And now you're going out yourself. Sure, I'll shove you off. But I'm coming with you.
Good man, Joe.
Hurry, hurry.
That we will. Dig your oars in deep, Joe.
Deep it is. The devil himself may be waiting out there, but here we go to meet him. Faster, Sam. Row faster.
Back of me, Madeline. Stay back of me.
Horrible things reaching out. You've got to tell me what they are. What? Tell me.
Behind us. Look.
No, those snake things crawling toward me. I've got to keep my eyes on them. If I watch them, they can't hurt me. Yes, that's it.
Madeline.
If I watch them, they can't hurt
Madeline,
me.
watch out.
Can they hurt
Watch
me?
out.
Can they?
What?
Answer me, you. Can they hurt me? What are you staring like that for?
Now I know. I know what it is.
It?
8 arms coming out of the water. The body must be beneath.
What are you talking about? What body?
Its body. There. Keel's shaking the boat. It's holding on with those horrible arms.
Arms? What are you raving about? Snakes?
No.
Slimy water snakes.
No, not snakes. I'd give my soul if there were. They're arms. It's arms.
Stop saying that.
It's arms. And it's waiting. Waiting underneath the sea for us. Waiting for us. Help. Help somebody.
Charles.
Help.
Charles, what is it?
Help.
What? Tell me.
Devilfish.
No.
An octopus larger than the boat. Suckers on its tentacles.
Oh, my leg. One of those crawling things on my leg. Get it off. Get it off my leg.
I can't punch it. I can't punch it.
Oh, get it off.
Devil thing, you. Let go of her. Let go. Oh, my neck. No.
First, I beg you, first.
Sam, look. The boat is turned over.
They're fighting something in the water.
Row. We can't let them drown. Row.
No, we can't. It's a devilfish.
I see it, too. Its arms, they're longer than the mast of the boat itself. The tide's taking us right into it. Get at your oars, Joe. We'll get out of there.
Yeah, we'll... Let go of our oars, Mom.
No.
Get away.
I won't let you turn back.
Give me those
drowning.
Let go of the oars, woman.
I won't let you turn
It'll
back.
kill us, too.
But it's killing them. The octopus is killing
I'm
them.
not killing them, playing with them like a cat with a mouse.
Oh, no.
Lifting them up in those great slimy arms and then dropping them back in the sea again.
Drowned them.
Charles.
I held him under and drowned him.
No. Brought him up again, see?
Aye, but what?
Sam.
Oh, no.
What is it? What is that terrible thing that's lifting out of the water?
It's Ed, see? It's bringing the body toward its head. It's going to... No, don't look, Mom. No, he's dead anyways, Mom. Joe, let's get out of here. Come on, forward.
No. Wait. The woman. It's let her go. The woman.
Aye?
Aye, she's swimming for it. This way. This way.
No, let's get out of here. Get at the oars, man.
No, wait, save her. Too late for him, but we can't leave her.
Right. We'll get you, miss.
She's too tired to swim anymore.
Stay afloat, miss.
Oh, hurry.
Come on, Sam. Put your back to that oar. Aye. We'll get you, miss. Bring her around, Sam. Grab her quick.
Aye, that I will. Got you now. Up you go. Over, up and in. That's it now. That's it. In you go now.
You're safe now. You're safe.
Look. He's gone.
Eh?
The monster, the devilfish, gone. Under the water. Quick, put the girl down there in the bow and let's get out of here before he pulls us down.
Right.
It's all right. You're safe enough. You're safe, I tell you.
Safe. Safe.
Yes, safe.
Safe.
Stop
He's
it.
dead.
Stop it.
Safe.
No, stop saying it. What is it? Why'd you stop? We've got to get ashore. The woman hysterical.
Sam, something is holding the boat back.
No, it can't be. We're almost at the beach and
Look over the port side.
What?
The octopus. Row.
It's underneath the water, holding us back.
Tentacle. Horrible black thing.
Come on, into the stern with us.
But she...
Another arm. I'll push it down. Beat it off with your oar, man. Oh, stay back, you fool! Twisted the oar right out of my hand. Look, another arm. And they're all moving up towards her.
She doesn't see it.
She thinks she's safe.
Around her neck, it's wrapping around... Dragged her over.
The boat's free.
Aye?
Free, I tell you, free. It's let go of us. We'll get away.
But why should that be? Dragged her over and let us go?
Aye, that's so. Picked her right out of the boat. And now the water's so calm and clear. And look, the sun's come out.
Huh? Aye. And his lordship and the blonde one dead under the sea. What say you, Mom?
Dead. Under the sea. Better so.
Well, Mr. Obler, all I've got to say is...
That brr is certainly an expressive one, Frank, but before we talk of brrs, I do want to thank June Dupre and Joseph Granby and Mary Jane Croft. And now, speaking of brrs, I think it reminds all of us that there's a strange, icy hand of retribution which apparently eventually seems to catch up with evildoers. Right at the moment, a man by the name of, what was it again? Oh, yes, Mussolini is remembering that. And now, Frank, after you've had a few words, I want to come back and tell our audience about a play which we're going to do next week. May I go on record right now as saying that I'm looking forward to next week's Lights Out with more eagerness than I have to any play of this series. I'll tell all of you about that as soon as Frank Martin says a few words for Iron Eyes Yeast.
If you're so jittery and run down, often so tired out that you miss out on your work and fun, and if it's simply because you're short on vitamin B1 and iron, remember, ironized yeast tablets give you these exact two substances. Now, of course, a rundown condition may be due to other causes. If in doubt, see your doctor. But if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is your trouble, remember, ironized yeast has been so successful in such cases that it's sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't start to eat better, to feel much stronger and more alive, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. And now, what's this about your eagerness over next week's play, Mr. Obler?
Well, a man can write a play with his tongue in his cheek or with his heart or with his mind. I'll say quite frankly, I wrote next week's play with heart and mind because it's a play that I wanted to do and I know you'll want to hear. It's not the usual lights-out play by any means. It's intended for even those in your family who may not be particularly interested in the mysterious and fantastic. So, have the entire family listening in, yes, children too, next week when we broadcast A Story of the Future. Your future.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Obler's Story of the Future. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
Here is a very helpful, very short story. First, girl gets little grease spot on dress. Girl cries. Then girl remembers Energine cleaning fluid. Girl uses Energine. End of grease spot, end of story. Yes, friends, it's easy to do little cleaning jobs right at home to save time, money, and your clothes with Energine cleaning fluid. So keep things clean with Energine. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey up next.
Now, the rest of the story. Why do you suppose the uncivil war continues to intrigue us so? Could it be the irony of a nation calling itself the United States falling so bitterly into disunity? So passionate is this ongoing fascination that buffs find themselves in frequent disagreement. However, there seems to be a consensus that the war officially began April 12, 1861 at Fort Sumter. But who fired the first shot? It's been the subject of a lively debate among historians for more than 100 years. Most of the details regarding the assault on and defense of Fort Sumter were scrupulously recorded. But nobody remembers, that is, with certainty, the identity of the man who pulled the trigger and plunged the nation into its darkest hours. For many years, the distinction was bestowed upon one Edmund Ruthyn, a Virginia agriculturalist whose eagerness to have it out with the Yankees was indeed well known. Other names have been mentioned along the way, a lieutenant named Gibbs, a private named Halsey, even a little girl named Frances Pickens. Well, today's authorities say that probable Confederate Lieutenant S. Farley fired the opening shot of the Civil War. But pending the surprise discovery of some definitive document regarding the matter, all we can say for certain is that some Southerners started it. But this is the rest of the story. For all the uncertainty as to who shot first, there is no question whatsoever concerning who shot back. He was a senior captain of the Federal garrison defending Fort Sumter. He was, in fact, second in command, and his name was Abner. And you will recall that the fort was, in fact still is, located in Charleston Harbor, some distance from shore. The Yankees were in possession of the fort. The Rebs told the Yankees to get out. The Yankees said they would think about it, but they didn't think hard enough to suit the Rebs. At 4:30 a.m. on that fateful Friday, a Confederate artillery shell roared into the black sky from the ironclad battery on Morris Island. Now, Abner was asleep inside Fort Sumter. Abner was sound asleep until that Confederate shell crashed through the masonry and exploded not from the captain's head. Well, that rude awakening made Abner very angry. So, abruptly awakened, he managed to gather his wits about him, sought out and found the first Federal cannon within reach. As soon as he got his hands on that cannon, he returned to fire. And there's no doubt about what I've just said. For having fired the first Union shot of the Civil War, Abner nonetheless remains a mere footnote in the history of that conflict. You've never heard before that it was he who fired the first shot. Posterity has all but ignored what Abner did. Instead, Abner has been praised for something he never did. What he did not do was invent baseball. And yet he, Captain Abner Doubleday, in April of 1861, did indeed throw out the season's first Yankee cannonball. Now you know the rest of the story.
Well, it is that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute. Here we go. Olympia, Washington is unlike many other state capitals. For starters, it is not one of the most populated cities in the state. In many states, the capital city is usually in the top 10 cities. According to the state's Office of Financial Management, Olympia had an estimated population of just 50,000 people. That ranks the city as 22nd, despite an increase of more than 4,000 people since 2010. When the Washington Territory was formed in 1853, Olympia was immediately chosen to be the capital by Governor Isaac Stevens. This happened even before the municipality was incorporated as a town, which did not happen until 1859, according to the city's website. Despite the historical precedent, other cities challenged Olympia for the privilege of being the capital. Over the years, Vancouver, Steilacoom, Seattle, Port Townsend, and Tacoma all vied to become the territories and later the state's capital. And that was the Trivia Minute. I hope you enjoyed this stream, and until I see you next time, have a great day and God bless you.